Chapter 1. In the 63rd year of the Dao Wei Qing Yuan era, in the 3rd month of spring, a light drizzle covered the city. The fresh greenery inside the city was enveloped in a layer of mist, and the gentle rain moistened the earth. In the residence of the Su family in the capital, the tiles on the roofs glistened with rainwater, emitting a uniform radiance. These were special half-moon tiles imported from Yinzhou. It was said that during moonlit nights, the moonlight would settle on the roofs like fireflies taking residence. The process of making these tiles was complex, and their price was far from ordinary. A roof filled with these tiles would represent the hard work of an average family for decades. However, the Su family of the capital was involved in the silk trade, spreading their business throughout the country. To them, the cost of a roof full of tiles was like a drop in the ocean. Lord Su was the current grand tutor to the crown prince, and he had 2 sons. The elder son, Su Zhiheng, was already a young and esteemed Hanlin scholar, a subject of admiration among the people of the capital. Su Zhiheng was also married. At the age of 18, he married the legitimate daughter of the second master from the prominent He family, Qian. The eldest son of the He family's first master, He Rufei, held the title of Flying Phoenix General bestowed by the current emperor, making this marriage a perfect match in both literary and martial aspects. A delicate, flower-like maidservant in a thin dress brought a cup of hot tea and said crisply, "Madam, what do you need?" "I'll go for a walk outside," replied He Yan, as she finished the tea in one sip. "But it's raining outside." "It's all right. I'll take an umbrella." The maid looked at the young woman in front of her. The Su family was known for its scholarly background, and their women always dressed elegantly and gracefully. Madame Su was no exception, except that her emerald green gauze dress made her seem somewhat out of place. In truth, Madame Su was quite beautiful, with distinct and spirited features. Her eyes were as clear and distant as a freshly washed lake. Unfortunately, she was blind. Madame Su hadn't been born blind. It happened 3 months after she married into the Su family. She suddenly fell ill with a peculiar sickness, experiencing a high fever for 2 days and nights, and when she woke up, she could no longer see. The Su family consulted various divine doctors, but all efforts were in vain. Since then, Madame Su seldom ventured outside. After all, it was inconvenient for a blind person to go out. Qian walked to the pavilion in the courtyard by the pond. It had been a year since she married into the Su family, and she went blind after just 3 months. During the remaining 9 months, she had learned to live without relying on her eyes, and she adapted quite well. However, there were moments when she missed being able to see, like now. She could hear the raindrops falling on the pond, creating ripples, and feel the red carp in the pond vying for food, but she couldn't see anything. The unseen beauty of spring was the most beautiful, just like an unseen person. Perhaps she had gone blind too early, which meant she didn't have a clear memory of Su Zhiheng's current appearance. She could only recall Su Zhiheng when he was 14 years old, a young boy in green robes, smiling warmly as he extended his hand to her. Su Zhiheng wouldn't extend his hand to her now. Although he treated her with kindness and courtesy, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them that He Yan could sense. But she wouldn't speak about it. In her youth, after years of life in the military, she learned to interact with men using a male identity, but she didn't know how to be a woman. So she could only sense Su Zhiheng being affectionate and tender with her cousin Lady He, feeling both heartbroken and weary. It was better that she couldn't see, as it spared her from these hurtful scenes and granted her a sense of tranquility. She sat quietly in the pavilion, suddenly reminiscing about her youthful years, the days when she followed the army. It was also a spring day like this, with a light drizzle. She sat among the soldiers, smiling as she drank a bowl of strong liquor, feeling her whole body warming up. The heat surged through her body in an instant. He Yan held onto the railing, a sweet sensation rising in her throat, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Pu. Footsteps approached slowly. He Yan asked, "Xiao Dai?" No answer came, and the footsteps stopped. He Yan furrowed her brows slightly. "Lady He." After a moment, a woman's voice sounded. "Madam, your hearing is sharp." A strange feeling surged in her chest, and years of intuition made her subconsciously assume a defensive posture. Lady He had always been gentle and considerate, and they hadn't exchanged many words in the mansion. Her sudden arrival, with an underlying tone of satisfaction, made Qian uneasy. But she was also puzzled. She was not a competent mistress of the house. In the mansion, she was more like a decoration. She couldn't stop Lady He's ambition for favor, and a blind woman posed no threat to Lady He. There was no reason for Lady He to deal with her. What is it? Lady He touched the hairpin on her temple. It was a gift from Su Zhiheng yesterday, but she suddenly remembered that the person in front of her couldn't see and withdrew her hand with a hint of regret. She said, "Madam, you're pregnant." Qian stood still, stunned. "A few days ago, the physician who checked your pulse confirmed that you were pregnant." In her state of confusion, a trace of joy arose within her. She was about to speak, but then she heard Lady He sigh again, saying, "Unfortunately." Unfortunately, the smile at the corner of Qian's mouth faded away, and she asked, "Unfortunately for what?" "Unfortunately, this child cannot be kept." Qian sternly replied, "Lady He, you dare." Her delicate eyebrows knitted together. Her gaze was sharp despite her blindness, and even Lady He felt a chill down her spine for a moment. However, she quickly steadied herself and said, "It's not just me saying this, General He." At the mention of General He, Qian's scalp tingled. She asked, "What do you know?" "I know everything I should know, and even things I shouldn't know." "General He, with such a significant secret, how could the He family and the Su family dare to keep you?" Qian couldn't utter a word. 19 years ago, before the He family had a renowned military general like the Flying Phoenix General, they were just like many noble families in Dawei, on the brink of decline. At that time, both sisters-in-law of the He family gave birth. The eldest master's wife gave birth to He Rufei, and the second master's wife gave birth to Qian. The title should have rightfully passed to He Rufei, but he was born weak, and the physician predicted he wouldn't live past 3 years old. When He Rufei died, the family's title would be revoked, leaving the entire clan with nothing. The He family made a daring and audacious decision. They had Qian replace He Rufei, while He Rufei pretended to be Qian and was sent to be raised in a temple. Qian grew up assuming the identity of He Rufei. Although she was born in the second wife's chamber, she was raised in the main chamber. From a young age, she considered herself a boy, enjoying martial training. At the age of 14, she left her family and joined Fu Yu army, gradually gaining fame in battles. She even earned the emperor's appreciation and was bestowed the title of Flying Phoenix General, given the opportunity to enter the palace for an audience. Around that time, the real He Rufei, who had been sent to the temple to recuperate, returned. He Rufei didn't die. He lived peacefully until he turned 18. He appeared agile and handsome. Therefore, everything returned to its original place. He Rufei saw the emperor and became the Flying Phoenix General, while Qian remained Qian. Everything wasn't as difficult as imagined. To protect the situation that had arisen today, the He family had long established rules. Qian used a mask when appearing to others, and no one had seen the real appearance of He Rufei. And Qian, arranged by the He family, married Su Zhiheng, the current esteemed Hanlin scholar and talented young man. Su Zhiheng was handsome, gentle, considerate, and courteous. His mother was also kind-hearted and never mistreated Qian. For a woman, it should have been the most excellent match. Qian once thought so, until today. The facade of warmth was torn apart, and the blood-chilling truth was even more difficult to bear than the most challenging battle she had encountered on the battlefield. When you drank that poison medicine that blinded you, it was personally ordered by your elders. Only dead people can keep a secret, and you, being alive, are a tremendous threat to them. When you took the medicine, the young master watched from the adjacent room. You'll die, and both the He and Su families will breathe a sigh of relief. It's all your fault. Qian burst into loud laughter. All her fault? All her fault for taking He Rufei's place for the sake of the family's interests? All her fault for being obsessed with martial arts and joining the military? All her fault for shedding blood on the battlefield and achieving military accomplishments? Or is it all her fault for letting He Rufei take credit for her achievements? It's all her fault because she's a woman. Being a woman, she couldn't openly make contributions and achievements under her own name. Being a woman, she was destined to sacrifice herself for the He family and its men. In the end, she overestimated the humanity of the He family and underestimated their selfishness. And Su Zhiheng, She should have gone blind a long time ago to think he was good. Why are you laughing? Hiwanru furrowed her brows and asked. I'm laughing at you. Qian turned toward her direction and said deliberately. I'm laughing at how ridiculous you are. I'll die because of this secret, but do you think you'll survive even if you know this secret? Hiwanru sneered. You're stubborn even at death's door. Guards. Swiftly, the guards appeared and surrounded Qian. Kill her. Willow branches can be turned into weapons. They are soft and flexible, like a woman's hand. Although they seemed to be light branches, they held new, tender buds that resembled a beautifully embroidered sword. With such a weapon, they could parry an opponent's knife. Hiwanru had heard of the Flying Phoenix General before. She knew the woman was brave and skilled in battle, unlike an ordinary girl. However, it was only when she saw it with her own eyes that she realized the rumors were true. Qian might be blind, but she could fight 10 opponents at once. She kicked away the guards in front of her as if she wanted to break through the encirclement and leave this sinister mansion with no one to stop her. However, in an instant, she fell like a shot goose, crashing down from midair. She spat out blood, which splattered among the grass like scattered wildflowers. That cup of tea. Xiao Dai handed her that cup of tea. She lost her sight, and now she had lost all her senses, becoming a true blind person, a trapped animal fighting for survival. They were well prepared to kill her without leaving any evidence on her body. Fools, do it now, Hiwanru urged anxiously. Qian wanted to lift her head, but a crack sounded in her knees, followed by a heavy blow to her legs from behind. Her legs went weak, almost causing her to kneel, but the next moment, she received a punch to her back. Fists rained down on her, like raindrops striking her body, causing pain in every organ. They wouldn't use swords to injure her, nor leave any evidence of their actions on her body. Someone dragged her by her hair toward the edge of the pond, violently pressing her head down into the icy water. The cold water submerged her eyes, nose, and mouth, and went up to her neck. Qian could no longer speak. Her body sank heavily, but she struggled to look upward. The water surface moved farther away from her, and the light above seemed like sunlight. For a moment, it was as if she had returned to her hometown. Hearing the soldiers sing songs during the march, her comrades reading letters from home in their local accents, accompanied by Hiwanru's anxious crying. Someone help, the madam is drowning. She wanted to go home, but she had no home to return to. Chapter 2. The rain of spring seemed endless, falling nonstop. Inside the house, however, it was warm, with a roaring fire in the stove. The lid of the pot on top emitted steam, making a clear gadu-gadu sound. A young girl sat in front of the mirror, where a bronze mirror reflected her slightly pale face. Her eyebrows were delicate and her cheeks slightly flushed. Her lips were like small diamond-shaped loquats, giving her a refined and distant appearance. Her almond-shaped eyes were dark and moist, resembling a mountain stream that might gather mist at any moment, with faint clouds parting to reveal splendid jewels. With her snow-white skin and charming looks, she was a beautiful girl, but that was all there was to her beauty. She was well aware of her own beauty, evident from the rouge, powder, and fragrant head ointments on the small dressing table before her. The scent of cosmetics lingered around her, and Qian wrinkled her nose, unable to resist a sneeze. The bronze mirror was instantly covered with a layer of white frost from her exhaled breath, making the face in the mirror unclear. Qian had a moment of confusion, as if she had returned to the moment when she first took off her male disguise. She had sat in front of the mirror, looking at her reflection as a woman, feeling as if it was a world away. She had drowned in the pond of the Su family, led by Lady He, but upon waking up, she had become Qian, not the sister of the current Flying Phoenix General, He Rufei, nor the wife of Su Zhiheng, but the eldest daughter of the 9th-ranked military officer, He Sui, the Qian of this dilapidated little house. Both were Qian, but their identities and positions were worlds apart. Qian, why didn't you say anything when you woke up? Accompanied by the voice from outside, the door curtain was lifted, and a figure came in with the cold wind. It was a middle-aged man with a beard, a square face, dark skin, and a tall and robust figure, resembling a clumsy but strong bear. His smile carried a trace of careful flattery. Seeing that there was no one in the room, he called out loudly, "Qingmei, where is Qingmei?" Qingmei went to collect herbs, Qian said softly. The man scratched his head and said, "Oh, then let Dad pour the medicine for you." The white porcelain medicine bowl was not even as big as the man's palm, and he was well aware of it. Therefore, he poured it with extra caution, and the room was immediately filled with the bitter scent of medicinal herbs. Qian looked at the plum blossom on the edge of the medicine bowl, and then turned her gaze to the man's face. This was Hiyan's father, Shui, the commanding officer of the city gate. The word father was unfamiliar to Qian. Her biological father should have been Yuanliang, the second master of the He family, but because she took on the identity of Rufei, she could only call him second uncle Yuanliang. Her foster father, Yuansheng, was actually her first uncle. Her relationship with her foster father was not very affectionate, and when she initially expressed her desire to learn martial arts, it even reached freezing point. It was only after she earned military merits and received praise from the emperor that he became more enthusiastic. In the past years, although the main household didn't mistreat her, they also didn't truly understand what she was thinking. When Qian was young, she had thought it was because she wasn't her father's daughter, but her biological father, Yuanliang, was also indifferent to her. Perhaps it was like water poured out, a sin-away daughter, without being raised by his side, the affection would naturally fade. As a result, the image of her father in Hiyan's mind was not as clear as that of her subordinate brothers. Shui had already poured the medicine into the bowl, carefully scooped away the remaining residue floating on the surface, and gently blew on it before bringing it to Hiyan's side, intending to feed her. Qian took the medicine bowl and said, "I can do it myself." The man withdrew his hand and awkwardly said, "Okay." The herbal soup emitted a gentle warmth, and Qian hesitated as she looked at the medicine bowl in front of her. She remembered what Lady He had said before her death. That medicine to blind your poisonous eyes was personally sent by your family's elders. Family elders, was it Yuansheng? Or Yuanliang? Or someone else? Su Jihing knew, but what about the others? She also recalled the day she drowned, the cup of hot tea handed to her by Xiao Dai. When others gave her things, who knew if they were secretly scheming something? Seeing Qian hesitating, Shui thought she found the medicine bitter and smiled, trying to coax her. Yin, don't worry, it's not bitter. Once you finish the medicine, you'll feel better." Qian no longer hesitated. Not waiting for Shui to continue speaking, she brought her lips to the edge of the bowl and tilted her head back, swallowing the medicine in one gulp. "Wait," Shui started, but Qian had already placed the empty bowl on the table. He mumbled the rest. "It's hot." "Not hot," Qian replied. Shui didn't know what to say for a moment. He stammered a few times before softly instructing, "Then rest well in the house and don't run around. Dad will go to the training ground first." He then took away the empty bowl. Now, Qian was alone in the room. She let out a slight sigh of relief. She wasn't used to such intimate interactions with people, especially in the role of a woman, and especially as a girl who had been cherished and raised in the palm of someone's hand. Qingmei, the maidservant, had not returned yet. Shui's monthly salary was not much, as he was only a military officer and lacked real power. The people in this house depended on Shui's salary alone, and they could only afford one maidservant. As for the rest of the money, it probably all turned into cosmetics piled up on Miss He's table. Qian stood up and walked to the door. This body was soft and tender, like a piece of solidified white jade, fragrant and delicate, completely unfamiliar to her. Without strength, she couldn't protect herself. If there was anything particularly good about this body, it would be the pair of clean and bright eyes that allowed her to see the light of the world once again. A thump sound came from behind as a heavy object fell to the ground. Qian turned her head and saw a young boy standing in front of her, unloading the bundle of firewood from his shoulder. The boy was not very old, similar in age to Qian. He was wearing a sky-blue waist-length robe and matching trousers, with white cloth tied around his legs for convenience while working. His skin was slightly dark, and his eyebrows and eyes bore some resemblance to Qian, but his chin was slightly narrower and more resolute, giving him a determined and proud look. This was Qian's younger brother, Yuansheng, Shui's youngest son. During the few days when Qian was lying in bed, Yuansheng had come over a few times to deliver water and bring firewood, but he never said a word to Qian. Their sibling relationship didn't seem very good, but Qian glanced at Yuansheng's rough, ill-fitting cloth clothes, and then at her own outfit, made of green satin and decorated with powdered cosmetics. She understood a little, yet she was still surprised. In that He family, women were merely stepping stones for men. Men were considered superior, as if they were the center of the world. However, it was different in this family. It seemed their own son was treated like a foundling, while all the good things were reserved for Miss He alone. Why was it like this? He Yin stood in front of He Yunsheng, not budging an inch. He Yunsheng stacked the firewood under the eaves and began chopping wood. This family was truly impoverished. The only servant they had was a maid, while their own son was doing a servant's work. In front of He Yin was the stack of firewood. He Yunsheng chopped it twice, furrowing his brows slightly. "Excuse me, please move aside. You're blocking me." He didn't even address her as sister. He Yin remained motionless, neither stepping aside nor making her usual sharp and sarcastic remarks. He Yunsheng couldn't help but look up and met He Yan's earnest gaze. He Yin said, "Your way of chopping wood is not right." Chapter 3. He Yunsheng frowned and asked, "What did you say?" He Yin remained motionless and repeated seriously, "I said, the way you're splitting firewood won't do." The young boy became impatient. "He Yin, if you're sick, go back to your room and stop causing trouble here. The way you're splitting it, you won't finish even by nightfall," He Yin said calmly. He Yunsheng seemed to suddenly get angry. He let go of the axe, and it fell heavily on the flagstone, making a loud noise. He took a step forward and said angrily, "If it weren't for spending money on your illness, Dad wouldn't have sent away the servant. You even know it will take until nightfall to split it. If you haven't split firewood before, then don't act like you know it all. If you're so good at it, why don't you do it yourself?" He Yan's heart stirred. She realized that there was a servant in the house, but due to their poverty, they had to send the servant away to pay for her medical expenses. This young boy had taken on the servant's work. Judging from his appearance, he had accumulated a deep resentment towards his sister. He mocked and ridiculed her without any courtesy. Being poor also had its advantages. For instance, there was no one in the courtyard, and the awkward situation between the siblings wouldn't be witnessed by others. If it were in the previous He or Su families, it's likely that the maids would have formed an audience like an army unit. He Yunsheng expected He Yin to get angry and curse him, but to his surprise, this time, she didn't curse him. Instead, she bent down, picked up the axe he had thrown on the ground. As she held the heavy axe, her delicate white wrist seemed as if it couldn't bear the weight, making people feel worried. He Yin looked at her hand and furrowed her brows slightly. She couldn't even lift the axe properly. Compared to her previous self, she was indeed far worse off. He Yunsheng was puzzled and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'll show you how to split it," He Yin replied. He Yunsheng became even angrier. "Stop trying to confuse things, you." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang interrupted him. He Yin had already swung the axe and split the firewood in front of her neatly in two. "See," she said, "it's simple. You shouldn't grip the front of the axe, but the end of the handle, and split along the grain of the wood. It'll save you a lot of effort." He Yunsheng stared at her dumbfounded. After a moment, his face turned red, and his tone was almost furious as he pointed at He Yin. "You really have ulterior motives. Your hand. Dad will definitely scold me when he sees it. He Yin, you're so scheming and cunning." Huh. He Yin was puzzled. But in the next moment, a panicked female voice rang out. "Miss, you're bleeding." He Yin instinctively looked down and saw that the palm of her hand had been scraped open at some point, and there were bloodstains on her hand, surprisingly still somewhat attractive. She had only split a piece of firewood with the axe, and her hand was already injured? How delicate was this body exactly? Did Miss He never carry anything slightly heavy from childhood to adulthood? Was she made of cotton and tofu? He Yin fell into contemplation, but Qing Mei, the maidservant, had already rushed over, pulling her towards the room in a hurry and anxiously saying, "We have to apply ointment first. I don't know if it will leave a scar." He Yunsheng glared at her resentfully and threw out a remark. "He Yin, just go on pretending. You'll end up killing yourself sooner or later." Then he turned and ran away. He Yin couldn't laugh or cry. In her previous life, she had lived until she got married and died, and even now, it was the first time someone had called her a pretender. This feeling was quite novel. In the hearts of soldiers, the term pretender was probably a distant concept. Qingmei held Hian's hand on her knee and gently applied the ointment to her palm with her fingertips, tears falling from her eyes. If it leaves a scar, what should we do? We need to find some scar-removing ointment. It's all right, Hian comforted her. She couldn't bear to see the girl cry, especially a beautiful girl who was only 15 or 16 years old, even younger than her in her previous life. If it leaves a scar, it's fine as long as I'm okay. Qingmei widened her eyes and forgot to wipe her tears. She stared at Hian in disbelief, unable to say a word. What's wrong? Hian asked. And nothing. Qingmei wiped her tears and stood up. As long as you're not angry, Mississippi. The tone in her words. Upon looking at the cosmetics and jewelry on the dressing table, Hian finally understood a bit. The original Miss, he was extremely fond of beauty and took great care of her delicate skin. Even a small scratch would be treated as a major issue. Perhaps in her previous life, she had experienced a rough existence, not knowing what it felt like to be a daughter, and that's why in this life, she was given such a delicate and fragile body, unable to withstand even a little wind and rain. Qingmei asked, Miss, shall I pour you a cup of hot tea? It was raining outside just now, and you might have caught a chill. Wait, Hian stopped her. I just remembered something. When I woke up earlier, there were some things I didn't remember clearly. She looked at Qingmei. How did I get sick? Since there was a servant boy in this household before, he must have been sent away to take care of Hian's illness. That means she didn't have this illness from birth. However, if it was a sudden illness, she didn't feel any discomfort in the past few days. Everyone in the house was taking care of her as if they were afraid of any accidents happening to her. It felt strange to Hian. Qingmei turned pale in shock and grabbed Hian's hand, almost bursting into tears again. Miss, you've already been heartbroken once because of Master Fan. You can't put yourself through this again. Even if you don't care about yourself, you have to think of old Master and young Master. Master Fan. A man? Hian asked. Which Master Fan? What do you mean, miss? Yes, Master Fan was heartless, and it wasn't a suitable match. It's right for you to forget about him. I won't mention Master Fan again as long as you're well. After speaking, Qingmei wiped her eyes again. This maid was really too emotional. Even the new recruits who first went to the battlefield under her command didn't cry as much as she did. Before she could ask a few more questions, her clothes were already soaked. At this rate, the whole room would be flooded in no time. All right, Hian said helplessly, I won't mention it. Go and change your clothes. Your clothes are wet. Qingmei looked at Hian with wide eyes, seeing that she appeared calm and not on the verge of breaking down. She hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'll go and change. Miss, wait for me. I'll be right back. She left the room, glancing back several times. The room fell silent again. Hian stretched out her hand and opened her palm. The ointment that Qingmei had applied was still there, and she stared at her delicate and tender hand in a daze. Women naturally had less strength than men. From a young age, Hian would sneak out from the back door of the mansion every morning before dawn to climb up the East Emperor Mountain in the capital, helping the monks in the temple carry water and split firewood. At first, she also scraped her hands like this, but gradually calluses formed, and it got better. Afterward, she could easily carry 2 buckets of water and even spar with a rock hanging from her wrist. She wasn't clever and could only rely on brute force. With perseverance over time, she gained the qualifications to compete with men. However, now, everything has returned to the beginning. Not to mention taking away the things that originally belonged to her. Just this weak body couldn't bear the rough path she would have to take in the future, filled with thorns. Then I'll practice, Hian told herself, just like before. Perhaps this was the test given to her by the heavens, the price of her rebirth. But what was so frightening about that? It was just starting over from scratch. Chapter 4. The rain stopped on the second day, and it turned out to be a beautiful sunny day. The green moss-covered courtyard stones basked in the warm sunlight. When the rooster crowed for the 3rd time, Hian woke up. Qingmei woke up and panicked when she didn't find Hian on the bed. She searched around and finally found Hian sitting on a stone stool in the courtyard, lost in thought. Only then did Qingmei breathe a sigh of relief. Why did Miss wake up so early? Is it because the blankets are thin and you feel cold? Qingmei asked. It's nothing. I couldn't sleep, Hian replied. She didn't have the habit of laziness. In the military camp, there was no moment to relax. Even at night, She had to be on guard against enemy attacks. She used to practice martial arts from a young age, and she really did wake up early with the crowing of the rooster and practiced martial arts. Later, when she married into the Su family, she couldn't change her old habits and was mocked behind her back. However, after losing her sight, she stopped waking up so early. Day and night were no different to her. She still woke up at the crowing of the rooster, but she would wait until everyone in the courtyard had risen before getting up herself. This made her not fit in quite well. "Where is father?" she asked. "Master has already gone to the training ground, and young master just woke up." "Miss, please change your clothes and come have your meal," Qing Mei said before rushing off to the kitchen. With only one maid in the house, there was still plenty of work to be done, and there were times when there weren't enough hands. When Qian arrived at the main hall, Yunsheng was already sitting at the dining table, eating his meal. The young man was still dressed the same as yesterday, like a common laborer, showing no attention to his appearance. When he saw Qian, he just glanced at her and looked away, picking up his bowl to drink his porridge. The food was simple, just plain porridge and some small dishes. With the He family's financial situation, they couldn't afford exquisite dishes. Even so, there was a plate of pastries on the table, which didn't look very delicate and had a rough fragrance. It was clearly specially prepared by He Sui for his daughter. Qian also picked up her bowl to drink the porridge. She drank it quickly, and Qing Mei and He Yunsheng looked a little surprised. The old Qian used to be picky, refusing to eat properly, taking a long time to finish a bowl of porridge. It was not like today, where she finished it quickly and didn't immediately take the pastries from the plate. These pastries were prepared by He Sui for her, and Qing Mei didn't eat them, and neither did He Yunsheng. He Yunsheng placed his bowl on the table and stood up. Qian asked, "Where are you going?" "What?" He Yunsheng frowned. Just as he was about to speak impatiently, he caught a glimpse of the marks on Qian's palm, and his tone stopped. He thought Qian might have told He Sui about yesterday's incident when she returned home. Who knew that everything was calm this morning? It seemed that Qian didn't sow discord, and He Sui didn't know that she was injured. The young man's tone softened a bit. "I'm going to chop firewood on the mountain." In He Yunsheng's mind, after hearing his words, she should have shown little interest and left to play with her makeup and dress up before going out for a stroll. However, to his surprise, Qian's eyes lit up, and she eagerly said, "Really? I'll join you." Before He Yunsheng could say anything, Qing Mei spoke up. "Miss, what are you doing? The mountain is slippery after the rain, and the path is muddy. What if you slip and get hurt?" "That's right," he chimed in. "Don't go looking for trouble." Both of them thought Qian was just acting on a whim, but she turned to Qing Mei and said, "Father is at the training ground during the day and only comes home at night. Qing Mei, you have so much work to do, and you can't follow me all the time. He Yunsheng, if you don't take me, I'll go by myself." "Hey!" He Yunsheng was furious. "There's no one else in this house to manage me, is there?" she asked nonchalantly. He Yunsheng had nothing to say. Not only was there no one else, but no one in this house could control Qian's temper. It was precisely because of He Sui's doting that she wouldn't listen to anyone, except for that young man, young Master Fan. "If you want to go, go ahead," the young man said angrily. "But if you fall halfway and cry to go home, I won't bring you back." Qian shrugged. He Yunsheng left in anger. He couldn't understand why Qian became even more unlikable after getting sick. If the old Qian had a pretentious lady's temper, the current Qian had an added touch of rascality, making her even harder to deal with. She was truly his nemesis. The path to Longhuan Peak was rugged and treacherous, attracting mostly poor people who came here to gather firewood and herbs. Although wildflowers grew by the roadside and adorned the grass, it wasn't a place for leisurely strolls and flower appreciation. The rocks beneath their feet clung to the cliffs, making it terrifying to look down. He Yunsheng had walked this path countless times and knew that going up the mountain was not easy. He waited to hear Qian's complaints and cries, but from the beginning to the end, he didn't hear her utter a word. Unable to help himself, he turned his head and was surprised to find that Qian was almost right behind him, walking shoulder to shoulder with him. How is this possible? This path was challenging for a man to walk, let alone a delicate young lady like Qian, who used to complain about sore knees after walking a short distance. When did her stamina improve so much? "What are you looking at?" Qian stared at him strangely. "Aren't we continuing?" Without saying a word, He Yunsheng turned back and continued walking. She must be faking it. She will definitely be unable to keep up soon. He Yin looked at her own legs and sighed. Her legs were really weak. Even though she was almost shoulder to shoulder with He Yunsheng while walking this stretch of road, she felt an exhaustion she hadn't known for a long time. It seemed that she still needed some time to adapt. This is good enough. He Yunsheng stopped and took the axe from his waist. There were many tangled trees here, so He Yunsheng chose smaller ones that were easier to cut. He pointed to a nearby rock and said to He Yin, "You can sit there for a while. I need to chop for an hour." "Here." He Yin nodded and took the bundle off her back. He Yunsheng watched in disbelief as she pulled an axe out of the bundle. What are you doing?" He Yunsheng's mind went blank, and he couldn't speak properly. He thought He Yin had a water flask in her bundle, but she actually had an axe? She carried an axe all the way here, and he didn't even outpace her? He Yunsheng began to doubt whether he was dreaming. What happened next made him even more convinced that he was dreaming. He saw his delicate and pampered sister, who used to find even holding a teacup too heavy, effortlessly lift the axe in front of her. With one swift motion, she chopped off a bunch of branches as if she had done it 1,000 times before. She said, "Let me help you. It'll be fast." Chapter 5. He Yunsheng felt like this dream was a bit too long. This morning, his sister followed him up the mountain to chop wood. In the end, she took out some snacks from her bundle and gave him one. He Yunsheng had intended to decline, but the sweet scent filled his nose, and before he knew it, he took it from her. He took a bite, and the sweet taste was unfamiliar. He Yin was spoiled to the extreme, and all the delicious things were given to her by He Sui. Yet, He Yin was not someone who liked to share. Seeing him eating slowly, He Yin stuffed the remaining snacks into his hands and said, "You can have the rest. I'm full." He Yunsheng didn't know what to do. There were only the two of them in the He family. In the past, He Sui was just a carter who transported goods to the capital. On the way, he happened to encounter bandits, saving the young lady of a scholar's family from the city. He married her, and their marriage turned out to be blissful. The scholar's family had only one daughter, and He Sui had no parents, so he willingly married in as a son-in-law. Although he was a son-in-law, their two children still took their father's surname. Later, the scholar and his wife passed away, and Madam, he became melancholic. When He Yunsheng was 3 years old, Madam, he passed away as well, leaving the three of them to rely on each other. He Sui and his wife were deeply in love, and He Yin looked a lot like her late mother. Perhaps because of this, He Sui doted on He Yin even more. Although the He family was not wealthy, He Sui always did his best to satisfy He Yin's needs. Over time, He Yin developed an annoying personality, and He Yunsheng couldn't bring himself to love his sister. However, since she fell ill, her behavior had become inexplicable, and He Yunsheng didn't know how to deal with her. "Do you chop wood on the mountain every day?" He Yin asked. "What do you do in the afternoon? Don't you go to school?" He Yunsheng was only 1 year younger than He Yin, 15 years old this year. At this age, children should still be attending school. After going back, I make denai cake and sell it at the stall in the afternoon. As for school, it's fine, He Yunsheng casually replied. "We don't have money at home, and I'm not cut out for studying. I'm satisfied with knowing a few characters." Although he tried to hide it, He Yin still saw a trace of regret and longing in the boy's eyes. After a pause, she asked, "What do you want to do in the future? Why are you asking about that?" He Yunsheng was skeptical, but after a moment, he still answered He Yan's question. "Now, I go to the training ground every day. In the future, as long as I pass the assessment, I can join the city garrison and gradually become a military official, earning a decent income." "Is that it? You want to be a military officer?" He Yin smiled. "I thought you would want to do something else." "What else can I do?" He Yunsheng said self-deprecatingly. "Could I become the Flying Phoenix General? Even though we share the same surname, he's much more formidable than us." Suddenly, He Yin heard her name from He Yunsheng's mouth and was taken aback. She remained silent for a while before asking, "You know the Flying Phoenix General?" "Of course. Who in Dawei doesn't know him?" The Flying Phoenix General pacified the Western Chong, and General Feng Yun took care of the southern barbarians. With he in the north and Xiao in the south, Dawei flourished in peace and prosperity. They were young heroes, full of spirit. If I could become someone like them, even if it meant dying, it would be worth it. He Yunsheng exclaimed passionately. He Yin burst into laughter. He Yunsheng was furious. What are you laughing at? Just chopping wood and selling deny cake won't make you become like them. The Flying Phoenix General and General Feng didn't achieve their success by casually practicing at the training ground. I know that, He Yunsheng blushed, but which young boy didn't aspire to make great achievements? He Yunsheng was at the age of passionate youth, and circumstances like these were really holding him back. He Yin said, starting tomorrow, I'll accompany you to chop wood on the mountain and sell the nai cake every day. What? He Yunsheng jumped up from the stone. Qian, have you gone crazy? Today's incident might have been a momentary whim, but now she wanted to come every day. Qian might have caught some kind of disease, and her brain was malfunctioning. Before He Yunsheng could say anything else, Qian had already stood up and dusted herself off, saying, let's continue working after eating. Spring won't wait for anyone. He Yunsheng. After the spring rain, the following days were clear and sunny for more than 10 days. Qingmei had been feeling troubled in her heart lately. She used to be in charge of guiding and serving the young lady, but now, the young lady no longer needed her. During the day, He Yin went out with He Yunsheng, and in the evening, when Qingmei wanted to help He Yin wash and get ready for bed, He Yin dismissed her as well. The only time Qingmei was still useful was in the morning when she helped He Yin comb her hair. Qingmei was full of worries. If things continued like this, would she end up being dismissed like the other servants sent away by He Sui? After all, the young lady no longer needed her. He Yunsheng was also weighed down with heavy thoughts. For over half a month, He Yin accompanied He Yunsheng every morning to chop wood on Longhuan Peak. She even woke up earlier than him, carrying sandbags on her hands and feet. He Yunsheng secretly weighed them. They were quite heavy. Nonetheless, He Yin carried those ghostly things with her every day as they went up the mountain to chop wood together. She never complained, as if she didn't know what fatigue was. But He Yunsheng noticed the calloused skin on her palms, indicating how many times they had been rubbed raw. He Yin eventually wrapped her hands with cloth. In just half a month, she started walking faster than him and chopped more wood. He Yunsheng thought to himself, if those sandbags were truly that miraculous, perhaps he should secretly tie a couple as well. Having two people chop wood together was faster than one, which meant they had extra time to sell more deny cake. After all, He Yin was a woman, and engaging in such a laborious livelihood might not be suitable for her. He Yunsheng had reminded her about it, but He Yin seemed indifferent. He Yunsheng was quite worried. If He Sui knew that He Yin had spent these days either chopping wood on the mountain or selling deny cake, he would definitely whip him. Luckily, He Sui was still in the dark about it. Not only was He Sui unaware, but he was also happy every day. The previously quarrelsome siblings were now getting along well. They even sat together at the same table for meals and occasionally chatted. He Sui was satisfied. He treated the new recruits at the training ground more kindly as well. A harmonious family ensured success in all endeavors, right? At this moment, He Yin was sitting in front of her dressing table. Qingmei looked at her nervously. Since recovering from her illness, He Yin had lost interest in looking at herself in the mirror or playing with her cosmetics. But now, she was back to fiddling with them, making Qingmei somewhat anxious. The household budget was tight lately, and this was not a good time for He Yin to buy new lipstick. They didn't have enough money for that. He Yin rummaged through the various cosmetics on the table, feeling a headache coming on. These items had already been used and were unsellable. After searching for a while, she found a few hairpins and pieces of jewelry. They were all silver, of average quality, not as good as the ones she had used at the Su family, but she couldn't afford to be so picky now. She took out all the jewelry and handed them to Qingmei. Take these to the pawnshop and sell them. Accept a loss if you must, but bring back as much money as you can, He Yin said. Wide-eyed, Qingmei stuttered, but we are very poor now, He Yin explained solemnly. These won't feed us. She had to pawn the jewelry and get some money, hopefully enough to cover He Yunsheng's school expenses. Since she had taken over He Sui's daughter's body, she should at least do something for the He family. After settling this matter, she could focus on her own issues. For example, settling an old score. He Yin's thought. So poor it's driving me crazy. Chapter 6. When they were about to leave, He Yunsheng asked, why are you so late today? You might not get a good spot later. Just had something to do, He Yin replied. It's all right even if we don't get a good spot. Our cakes are delicious. He Yunsheng had no response. Talking to the present, He Yin felt like punching cotton, It made him frustrated and unable to vent his anger. He Yin didn't lose her temper. She seemed relaxed. He Yinxing couldn't decide if she was optimistic or simply clueless. At least, he hadn't seen her troubled about anything for a long time. Their stall was set up on a bustling street in the western part of the city, just across from the largest restaurant in the capital, the Drunken Jade Pavilion. With a constant stream of customers passing by, the small businesses on this side of the street thrived. However, their stall was small, so they had to arrive early to secure a good spot. He Yinsheng arranged the denai cakes on the bamboo trays. The denai cake was a type of pastry made by peeling and pitting fresh big plums, blanching them in white plum and licorice soup, and then filling the plum cavities with honey, pine nuts, olives, walnuts, and melon seeds. Once steamed in small pots, they turned out sweet and sour, very delicious, and not too expensive. He Yinsheng earned money to support the family by selling these denai cakes. The warm sun made the day quite pleasant, and people kept coming to buy 1 or 2 cakes. By the time the sun shifted to the east side of the Drunken Jade Pavilion, they would probably have sold everything. He Yin watched He Yinsheng working and couldn't help but acknowledge that he was quite capable. It reminded her of those kids back in the military camp. Most of the kids sent to the camp were from poor families, not the privileged sons of wealthy families. Those poor kids were there just to have a meal. So before coming here, they were used to doing all sorts of work and were capable of anything. Though she hadn't experienced poverty, she had gone through tough times as well. "Oh, isn't this Miss He?" A voice interrupted He Yan's thoughts. She looked up to see a man with a long face, neatly combed hair, a pair of weasel-like eyes, and dressed in an odd white outfit. He reached out to put his hand on He Yan's shoulder, but she quickly avoided it. The man missed and withdrew his hand with some regret, saying, "Long time no see, Miss He. You haven't been out much these days. So it turns out you were selling cakes with young Master He. How can you do such laborious work?" He spoke as if they were close. He Yin was puzzled and looked at He Yunsheng, who was visibly angry, and he scolded, "Wang Jiugue, stay away from my sister." "Brat, your sister doesn't mind. Why are you making a fuss?" said the man named Wang Jiugue. Then, he approached with a smile on his face and took something out of his pocket, handing it to He Yin. "Miss He, I've been thinking of you all this time. Here, I bought some rouge a few days ago, intending to give it to you. Fortunately, I bumped into you today. Please accept it. I wonder if you'd grace me with your company for a stroll along the Sisui shore?" A person with a lame appearance, trying to portray a gallant gentleman's image, He Yin couldn't help but laugh. In her 2 lifetimes, she had encountered all kinds of people, both good and bad, but someone who teased her like this was a first. "I have to sell cakes, so I might not be able to go for a stroll with you, sir," He Yin politely declined. "As for this rouge, you should give it to someone else." Wang Jiugue was stunned. He and the He family lived on the same street. Originally, He Yan's father was a military official, so others didn't dare to provoke them. However, He Yin was not a quiet and obedient girl, and she especially liked taking advantage of others. Usually, just giving her some rouge or makeup would make her call the giver Brother Jiugue. But today, in front of so many people, she slapped his face. Wang Jiugue felt a bit embarrassed, and his smile became less sincere. He said, "Miss He, could it be that you still have feelings for young Master Fan? Young Master Fan is about to get married, so why bother?" "Shut up." Before he could finish speaking, he heard a loud thud. Wang Jiugue felt like he had been punched in the face and fell to the ground. He Yunsheng stood before him, pointing angrily into the distance. "Get out of here." The 14 or 15-year-old young man was already as strong as a half-grown calf, full of strength. Wang Jiugue, who had already been depleted by indulgence and pleasures, couldn't possibly be a match for He Yunsheng. He felt a headache and pain all over his body, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. He scrambled to get up and looked at He Yin, not showing any intention of apologizing. In fact, there was even a hint of amusement in her eyes. At that moment, an indescribable anger surged in him. "You guys." He pointed at He Yin with trembling hands. He Yunsheng stood in front of He Yin and sneered, "What about us?" Wang Jiugue didn't dare to approach and also felt somewhat suspicious. The relationship between these 2 siblings had never been good. He had heard He Yin complain about He Yunsheng often, and He Yunsheng had never cared about He Yan's affairs. So why were they together today, and why was He Yunsheng standing up for He Yin? "Just you wait." He stomped his foot and ran away. The onlookers dispersed, and the stall returned to tranquility. He Yunxing packed up the deny cakes without saying a word. He Yin observed him. "What are you looking at?" He Yunxing asked impatiently. "You did quite well just now." He Yin pondered for a moment. "But your footing was a bit unstable, and your foundational skills need more practice with horse stances." Go away, go away. He Yunxing didn't want to discuss it further. "You're not a martial arts instructor." He Yin sized up He Yunxing. He was undoubtedly a talented individual. Perhaps it was because he had been doing physical labor since he was young, and his foundation was good. Compared to those young masters who later entered the He family, he was a promising talent. He should not be selling deny cakes here. Instead, he should go to a better school or martial arts academy to learn some real skills. Well, let me rephrase. Who is young Master Fan? He Yin asked. With a snap, He Yunxing slammed the cloth on the table and glared at her, saying, "You dare mention him again? What's wrong with young Master Fan?" He Yin glanced at him. Mentioning young Master Fan seemed to ignite a boundless anger in He Yunxing. What's wrong? If he hadn't started pursuing you first, how could he have deceived you? That kind of playboy is always fooling around, and only you would believe him. He's getting married, yet you even went on a hunger strike for him. He's happily marrying someone else, while you have become the laughingstock of the capital. You're still mentioning him. Are you trying to make me angry to death? With just a few words, He Yin had a rough idea of what had happened. Miss He Yin, being pampered and spoiled, had lofty ambitions and dreams of marrying into a noble family as a high-ranking lady. By chance, she encountered the young master of an influential family during an outing, and they developed a hidden affection for each other. However, while Miss He Yin had fully entrusted her heart to him, he was merely playing around. A young master of an influential family, he would definitely not marry a daughter of an official of low rank. Young Master Fan's family had already arranged a marriage for him with a suitable match, and the wedding was about to take place. How could Miss He bear to accept it? She went to his home in person to demand an explanation, but was heartlessly driven away, leaving her unable to accept the situation. She even contemplated starving herself to death. Just when she was on the verge of giving up all hope, He Yin woke up and took over in place of Miss He. No wonder, since He Yin woke up, everyone in the He family treated her with extreme caution, fearing that she might inadvertently seek a tragic end again. He Yunxing continued to ramble, criticizing He Yin for being unclear in her mind, but he didn't know that his real sister was no longer in this world. He Yin felt regretful in her heart. Miss He should never have ruined her life for a deceitful man. Life is precious, and wasting it on someone undeserving is a pity. Moreover, by going down that path, the betrayers would still live carefree, while those who truly loved her would be left in unbearable pain. Why allow the pain of friends and pleasure of foes? He Yin's experiences were somewhat similar to those of Miss He. Both had encountered unsuitable people, but there were differences between them. He Yunxiang, He Yuanliang, He Rufei, and Su Zhiheng. She would personally visit them one by one and reclaim what they owed her. For this purpose, she made a lot of effort. Every morning, she trained by carrying sandbags to regain her strength, and every afternoon, she sold goods in the market to gather information about the He family and the Su family from various people. For example, the blind Madame Su accidentally fell into the water and drowned a while ago. Master Su was devastated and bedridden due to grief. The entire He family mourned, and the head of the He family had turned completely white overnight. Flying Phoenix General, He Yan's brother, took care of their cousin's funeral personally, which lasted for 3 days and nights, and the entire city knew about it. These true and false pieces of information, like snowflakes, reached He Yan's ears, and all she could do was smile at them. The truth was concealed, and she had to uncover it. But before that, she had to live her life well. Chapter 7. At night, the wind crept in through the gaps in the window, causing the candlelight to flicker slightly. Shadows danced on the walls, and He Yin looked at the broken pieces of silver in front of her and asked, "Is this all?" This servant already pleaded with the shopkeeper for more. Qingmei hesitated, but the shopkeeper said these accessories can fetch only this much. He Yin nodded. "You may leave now." Qingmei left the room. He Yin picked up the pieces of silver, one by one, and placed them in her palm. In total, there were only 2 pieces, and she felt as if her heart had shattered along with them. Back in the He family, Money was never in short supply. Even if they ran out, they could easily use any piece of jewelry or jade pendant to get some money. Later, during the war, there was no need for money on the battlefield. When she returned to the capital, the emperor's rewards filled several courtyards of the He family. She thought of the gold and silver jewelry bestowed upon Flying Phoenix General. Any one of those items could have solved the He family's urgent needs. But now, she was no longer in that He family. Qian sighed heavily. Now she understood the saying, "A penny can confound a hero." Silver was silver, but there was another matter she wanted to attend to, going to the drill ground. Chopping wood on the mountain every day was undoubtedly strengthening her body, but it only enhanced her physical strength. If she wanted to recover fully, she needed to spar with others on the drill ground, practice archery, and ride horses. However, she wondered if her doting father, He Sui, would agree to this. She extinguished the candle and laid down on the bed. Whatever it was, she would deal with it tomorrow. The next day, after chopping wood and having lunch, He Yunsheng was about to go sell cakes. He Yin looked at the large bamboo tray filled with cakes and asked, "Making so many, will you be able to sell them all?" "The weather is getting warmer, and many people will come to buy them," He Yunsheng replied. "In a few days, we'll need to sell something else." He Yunsheng had really worked hard for this family. He Yin admired him and patted his shoulder, showing some appreciation. "Let's go then." He Yunsheng's body stiffened a bit. He Yin's gesture was quite masculine. Once they arrived at the stall, as they came early, there were not many vendors around. They found a good spot near the street and displayed the Denai cakes. It was early April, and in the afternoon, the sun was shining, giving a taste of summer. The Denai cakes were sweet and tangy, with the fragrance of plums. They were perfect snacks for this season. As He Yunsheng had expected, business was good. He Yunsheng handled the cakes, while He Yin managed the cash. They were busy when suddenly a group of people came marching aggressively towards their spot, with Wang Jiugue leading them. With a loud thud, Wang Jiugue slammed his hands on the table. The surrounding people quickly retreated, not wanting to get involved in the confrontation. He Yunsheng showed no fear and angrily asked, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Wang Jiugue sneered. "Do you think it's fine to just hit me and leave it at that?" He Yunsheng rolled up his sleeves, his face as cold as ice. "Do you want to fight? I'll accompany you." "You little punk, you've got guts." Wang Jiugue took a step back, and his lackeys surrounded He Yunsheng. "Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant." He Yunsheng remained unfazed. At that moment, He Yin said, "Stop." Both He Yunsheng and Wang Jiugue turned to look at He Yin. Wang Jiugue saw He Yin and smiled again. He said, "This kid doesn't know any better, but he's your little brother after all. For Miss He Yin's sake, I'll let him off. If Miss He Yin is willing to accompany me on a stroll, then we can forget about this matter. I'm a generous person and won't argue with a child." "You are talking nonsense." He Yunsheng was furious. "Hold on." He Yin grabbed He Yunsheng's hand. He tried to break free, but no matter how hard he struggled, He Yin's grip remained firm. He Yunsheng was stunned. Since when did He Yin have such strength? "Don't make a scene here and scare the people around," He Yin said calmly. "Let's go over there and talk." She pointed to a small alley not far away from the drunken jade pavilion. "No way." "Okay." He Yunsheng and Wang Jiugue both spoke at the same time. He Yunsheng anxiously said, "You're a young lady. How can you be with them? These people are not good." But Wang Jiugue laughed. "It seems Miss He Yin is sensible. Let's go then. I brought a gift for Miss He Yin today." He Yunsheng wanted to argue, but He Yin whispered softly in his ear, "You think the wood chopping I've been doing with you these days was for nothing? Don't worry, nothing will happen. It will only take the time to make a pot of tea." Her gentle and soft voice had a hint of inexplicable amusement, leaving He Yunsheng stunned. By the time he regained his senses, He Yin had already walked away with Wang Jiugue and his gang. He Yunsheng wanted to chase after them, but when he remembered what He Yin had told him just now, he stopped himself. Just trust her this time, the time it takes to make a pot of tea. If she doesn't come back by then, he'll go find her. On the other side, He Yin and Wang Jiugue walked into the small alley. The alley led to the restaurant in Drunken Jade Pavilion. Faintly, they could hear the sound of a zither inside, melodious and pleasing. He Yin had long yearned for this, but she had never been there. She had just returned to the capital, and He Rufei had come back too. Dressed like a lady, She couldn't enter such places. Little sister what do you want to talk about? Wang Jiugui smiled and approached her. My little brother. You mean young master Wang Jiugui seemed a bit surprised at first, but he quickly smiled. Of course. How can I lower myself to argue with young master You know that. He reached into his pocket and took out a powder box in a duck egg blue color, then touched Yan's face with his other hand. You are in my heart, and from now on, we will be a family. Wang Jiugui's words were cut off by a scream. Inside drunken jade pavilion, the zither strings quivered slightly, as if a beautiful jade had been scratched, abrupt and regretful. Someone asked in confusion, what was that sound? A corner of the gauze curtain was lifted by the handle of a fan, and a delicate teacup appeared, held by slender and jade-like fingers. Qian let go of Wang Jiugui's arm, and his arm fell limply. He looked terrified, and Qian gave him a faint smile. Then, she raised her hand, and the duck egg blue powder box flew toward Wang Jiugui's face, splashing his face with white powder. Thank you for the gift, but I don't like this kind of inferior powder. Remember, don't give me such things again in the future. Wretch! Attack! Under Wang Jiugui's miserable wail, he still managed to give the command. The young girl in the prime of her youth seemed to hear a joke. Her eyes curved, and her laughter was as crisp as a mountain spring. She was truly happy, and as the spring breeze brushed her skirt, with her black hair and fair skin, almond-shaped eyes shining with intelligence, she looked like a delicate and beautiful young lady strolling on a spring outing. But her words sent a chill down people's spines. She rubbed her wrist and smiled. You'd better not regret this. Chapter 8. Wang Jiugui felt like he must be dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard, and the pain made him exclaim, ouch! It didn't seem like a dream. But if it wasn't a dream, how could he explain everything happening before his eyes? In just a moment, his followers were all sprawled on the ground, while the initiator of the trouble stepped on the stone steps, dusting off her clothes. Feeling Wang Jiugui's gaze, she looked over, her eyes bright and clear, sending shivers down his spine. He had never seen Qian like this before. Qian wasn't like this. She was beautiful, but also sharp-tongued, vain, and fond of taking advantage of others. Such women were abundant in the capital, most of them acting high and mighty while having no substance. The good ones would marry into wealthy families as concubines, while the less fortunate would marry commoners and lead miserable lives. Sui treated Qian as though she were a young lady, and she had never touched a sharp weapon in her life. Those hands were either for playing the zither or painting, certainly not for hurting others. But just a moment ago, Wang Jiugui witnessed those hands clenched into fists and knocked down the burly men around him with a single punch. He still remembered how Qian had held his arm, and before he could even feel it tingle, she struck him, making him howl in pain. Those were not fingers, they were sharper than an axe. This woman was terrifying. What on earth had she consumed that gave her such immense strength overnight? How could she single-handedly defeat more than a dozen of his men? Wang Jiugui felt like crying. Before he could figure out how to beg for forgiveness, the young woman walked toward him. Please spare me, great aunt. All reason left him, and he blurted out, I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. You are a person of great importance. Please forgive me. In the future, don't give me such cheap cosmetics as gifts, Qian said in a warm voice. I don't like them. All right, all right, all right, all right. Wang Jiugui repeated several all rights, fearing that Qian wouldn't believe him. He added, tell me what you like, and I'll buy it for you. Can I? That won't be necessary. I don't accept rewards if it's not deserved, Qian smiled. We are neighbors, so let's not play such jokes in the future. Sure, sure, sure. Wang Jiugui thanked her profusely. However, there's something else I want to ask you about, she said. A little later, Qian left casually, leaving behind a mess on the ground. She walked away light-footed, unaware that on a certain floor of the drunken jade pavilion, someone released their grip on the fan, and the curtains covered the mess below. When did the women in the capital become so fierce and fearless? The voice was light and filled with laughter and mockery. Could this be the reason why my uncle is still unwilling to marry? His words received no answer. He continued teasing. Uncle, why don't we inquire about the girl from just now? If she's not bad, why not take her as a female guard under your command? She could add fragrance to your red sleeves at night. A bang sounded as someone lightly tapped the table, and the tea lid on the half-cup whooshed accurately into his mouth, shutting him up. Ooh, ooh, the person protested unwillingly. If you say one more word, I'll throw you down from here. A lazy and indifferent voice interrupted his complaints. The room fell silent. The sound of the Qian playing flowing light flowed gently in the elegant room, obscuring the spring sunlight outside. Tea was sipped, and someone muttered stingy softly, but was soon drowned out by the music. He Yinsheng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw He Yin come back unharmed. Are you okay? What about Wang Zhuge and his men? He Yinsheng didn't see Wang Zhuge anywhere and asked. I reasoned with them and explained the situation. They left and said they would come to apologize another day, and they won't cause trouble like this again, He Yin replied. Don't worry about them. Let's continue selling the cakes. He Yinsheng looked at her suspiciously. If Wang Zhuge had really listened to reason, he wouldn't be Wang Zhuge. However, seeing that she seemed unharmed, He Yinsheng, after all, was just a young boy and quickly brushed aside this matter from his mind. Later that night, after they had dinner together, He Yinsheng was about to go to bed when He Yin pulled him back. What's the matter? Do you have any clean clothes? He Yin asked. He Yinsheng looked completely puzzled. I want to see if there are any places on your clothes that need mending, He Yin said. I can help with the repairs tonight. He Yinsheng's expression was about to crack. From birth until now, it was the first time He Yin had offered to mend his clothes. In an instant, a strange feeling of gratitude welled up in the young man's heart, but he hesitated and asked, Have you ever handled a needle and thread before? He seemed to remember that He Yin didn't know needlework, and that was something Qing Mei usually did. You underestimate me. Of course, I can handle it. Of course, she could not. He Yin pushed him. Quick, get your clothes. Bring everything you have. Sure enough, He Yinsheng obediently brought a pile of clothes, and He Yin picked up the clothes and walked into the room. He Yinsheng hesitated a bit. Shouldn't we ask Qing Mei to do it? Qing Mei's work doesn't compare to mine. Go to sleep. You need to get up early tomorrow, He Yin said. After sending off the young man, He Yin returned to the room, sorted through the clothes, and finally picked a maroon round-collared narrow-sleeved long shirt. Apparently, He Sui had indeed given all the money to her daughter, as He Yinsheng didn't even have a decent piece of clothing. All he had were simple clothes and trousers, and this long shirt was probably something left behind by someone else, with its color faded from washing. Fortunately, her height was similar to He Yinsheng's, so it barely fit when she put it on. She tied her hair into a young man's bun, casually picked up a tree branch outside the door, and inserted it. Darkening her skin a bit and drawing thicker eyebrows, He Yin looked at herself in the mirror, a lively young lad. In her past life, she had already perfected the art of disguising as a man, and during those years, no one had discovered anything amiss. In this life, it was just as effortless to dress as a man, and she didn't feel any awkwardness. It was a pity. She had intended to become a dashing young master, but with this outfit, she looked more like a fallen young master from a declining family, barely passable in appearance. She paced around the room, feeling confident in her disguise, before secretly opening the door, stepping into the courtyard, and then agilely leaping over the wall to arrive on the street. The capital did not have a curfew at this time, and it was a lively and prosperous moment. He Yin followed the brightly lit streets, with boats on the river and charming songs and dances, while vendors on both sides loudly called out their wares. It was a scene of prosperity, a picturesque night in an age of prosperity. It had been many years since she was able to leave the house like this, since the return of He Rufei to the He family, since marrying into the Su family, and since losing her sight in both eyes. All these lively, prosperous, and beautiful things seemed to have become distant from her. But tonight, accompanied by the night breeze blowing from the lake, she regained them all, and she felt free. Leaving the He family, starting over from scratch, she felt grateful to the heavens in her heart. The drunken jade pavilion was not far from the capital, and outside the bright building, charming young ladies with beautiful smiles were entertaining guests. This was not a Qin Luchuguan, but the largest and most famous gambling house in the capital, the Lutong Manor. He Yin stopped in front of Lutong Manor. Chapter 9. At the entrance of Lutong Manor, a woman with a flower hairpin stopped He Yin and coquettishly said, "Young master, this is a gambling house. I know. Qian nodded and took out a broken silver from her sleeve, dangling it in front of the woman. I came here to gamble. The woman was momentarily stunned, but before she could respond, Qian had already walked inside. The woman standing outside the gambling house was a courtesan. Since the clientele at Lutong Manor were mostly from wealthy families, money wasn't a big concern. Therefore, she had learned to judge people by their appearance. If someone looked less affluent, she would advise them to stay away. First, it wasn't pleasant to see poor people walking around inside, potentially dirtying the embroidered carpets. Second, poor people cared more about their money and couldn't afford to lose. If they lost, they'd cry and complain, disturbing the pleasure of the wealthy. With Qian's worn-out clothes, she definitely didn't look like a young master from a wealthy family. Unfortunately, the courtesan hadn't managed to stop her before she entered uninvited. Inside the gambling house, voices were clamoring, and everyone had a rosy complexion. Those who won were naturally filled with joy, while the losers wore expressions of frustration. A stack of silver notes was pulled out from someone's pocket after a round, and they shouted, "Another round!" Qian looked around, feeling that what others said about the gambling house being a place where money flowed like water was indeed true. After dealing with Wang Zhugui earlier, she had asked him one question: which was the biggest gambling house in the city? As a street thug, Wang Zhugui would undoubtedly know, and indeed, he had told her about Lutong Manor. Qian had never been to a gambling house before. From the time she joined Fuyu Army, because her identity was special, places with many people were places she couldn't go, let alone gambling houses. After joining the Fuyu Army, and when she returned to the capital after a victorious battle, He Yunsheng also returned. She became the second young lady of the He family, and lowly places like these were even more off-limits for her. As a result, she didn't even know where the gambling house was located. It was her first time encountering such a situation. Lutong Manor had everything: Pai Gao, Tanxi, Chinese chess, Do Chow, cockfighting. It was dazzling and overwhelming, but she didn't know how to play any of them. Some people were playing dice games, guessing the numbers rolled in the cup. It was the simplest game, and the most people participated in it. After each round, the sound of silver coins clinking was overwhelming, almost blinding He Yan's eyes. Finally, a faint smile appeared on her lips. The He family was really too poor, but He Yunsheng had to attend school and military academy. The jewelry she currently owned couldn't fetch much money. It was still far from enough for the tuition. Even if she sold Denai cakes, it would take a long time to save enough money. After much consideration, Qian could only think of going to the gambling house, trying to make money with money. Although it's a risky and speculative move, she can't afford to be picky at the moment. "Hey brother, why are you blocking the way here if you're not going to gamble?" Someone pushed Qian, and disdain flashed in their eyes. Without any money, why come to a gambling house? Why not use the money to buy a nice set of clothes? It ruins one's appetite. Qian replied, "I'm here to gamble." The people around burst into laughter. A poor-looking teenager suddenly appeared, and everyone couldn't help but look over. Qian took out the only 2 broken silver she had from her sleeve and placed them on the table. Someone mocked, "Kid, have you thought this through? This is no child's play. I see you don't have any other money left on you. If you lose, don't cry and ask for your money back. No one will return it to you." Indeed, there had been cases where gambling addicts would continue to bet, losing more and more, and some even bet away their deeds, wives, and children. They would later regret it, but had no way to back out, and would end up being thrown out by Lutong Manor. Such cases were not uncommon. Their eyes on He Yan were filled with pity, for the poor had no way out in Lutong Manor. He Yan smiled faintly. "It's all right, just gambling for fun." The crowd laughed loudly. It was hard to tell if the laughter was well-intentioned or just amusement. The dice were put into the cup, turned upside down, and the house dealer shook it left and right. The clattering sound of the dice was like a melodious tune, mingling with the boisterous voices of people, as if they could hear rough men talking and laughing. He Yan remembered the days in the military camp. When she joined the military, from a common soldier to a deputy general, and then to a general, it was all achieved without the He family's connections. It was all earned through her own blood and sweat. The border area was cold and harsh, and there were no other forms of entertainment. The men in the military camps couldn't bear the boredom, so they secretly gambled. Every time He Yan saw this, she would punish them according to military regulations. Unable to contain their enthusiasm for gambling, they couldn't help but find a way to play. Helpless, Qian set a rule. No betting with money, but they could bet with other things, like a chicken leg, a piece of dry food, or a fur. They weren't really interested in gambling, just extremely bored. Besides training for war, this was probably the only entertainment available, and Qian couldn't bear to take it away. So, she played with them sometimes. Whenever she felt like it, she would join in. Every time, she would lose badly. Almost all of the small trinkets she had on her were lost, but she wasn't upset. She just realized that, indeed, every trade had its specialization, and gambling wasn't something everyone could do. The crisp sound of the dice suddenly stopped, and the house dealer looked at her. Big, Qian said. Open. The cup was opened, and the 2 dice lay quietly on the table. Everyone held their breath and looked over. The 2 dice showed a 5 and a 6, indeed a big number. The crowd was slightly surprised, but after a moment, the man who had mocked Qian earlier burst into laughter. You do have good luck. Take this money and get some clothes tailored. Various scattered broken silver and banknotes were piled in front of Qian. Qian pushed the money back. Everyone looked at her. Another round, she smiled. Someone couldn't help but say, Hey, this kid is a bit arrogant. Brother, you should quit while you're ahead. Winning is already good enough. This was a well-intentioned advice. Do you really think your luck will always be this good? Ha ha ha, kids are so naive. Mockery, persuasion, and spectators' voices filled the air, but Qian's eyes were only on those 2 dice. He Yunxing needed money for school and military academy expenses, and Qingmei couldn't handle all the housework alone. The He family should hire a few more servants. In a few months, summer will arrive, and the rainy season will come. The roof tiles on the gate of the He family's house were missing some, and it would definitely leak. Both inside and outside, money was needed for various purposes. She wanted to inquire about the matter of Su Zhiheng and He Rufei, and that also required money. Money wasn't something she needed a lot of, but she couldn't afford to have none at all. Otherwise, in times of crisis, life would become difficult. Have you made up your mind? The middle-aged man who was shaking the dice patted his beard with a kindly and gentle smile. Qian returned the polite smile. Another round. Chapter 10. Piles of silver were stacked on the table, and someone added their jade pendant on top. A young and inexperienced, but unusually lucky lad naturally drew attention. Before long, the area was filled with onlookers. Big. Open. Sir, please choose. Small. Again. Open. Again. Open. Again. Open. The table in front of Qian was filled with banknotes. Those who had mocked her earlier were now silent. Even a fool could tell that she wasn't a novice at gambling. If it weren't for Lutong Manor's renowned reputation, others might have suspected that she was colluding with the house to deceive outsiders. In the distance, the faint sound of night watchmen patrolling outside could be heard. Qian said, It's getting late. I should go back. Sir, the old man with the long beard smiled slightly. How about one last round, but we'll change the game? Qian looked at him. What's the game? Don't gamble on big or small this time. I see that you're quite skilled, so why not try guessing the exact number of the dice? He pushed all the jewelry and banknotes on the table to the center. If you win, they're all yours. Qian looked at the silver on the table. She had already won quite a bit, and she knew this would attract even more attention. In the past, when she was in the military, she had heard junior officers talking about the dark side of gambling. She knew that it was time to quit while she was ahead, but somehow, her mind was filled with the image of He Yunxing's longing gaze when he talked about the school, as well as the long robe she wore that was washed until worn out. All right, she said. The crowd erupted into commotion, and the atmosphere soared. Guessing big or small, and guessing numbers were completely different things. Guessing big or small relied on luck, and there were only 2 possible outcomes, big or small. But guessing numbers required precision, down to each individual digit. One mistake would mean failure. The chances of winning were extremely slim unless one was truly skilled at throwing dice. Moreover, each gambling house had its own techniques and methods. Qian also pushed all the banknotes in front of her. If she lost this round, everything she had won tonight would be in vain. If she won, the He family's living expenses and He Yunxing school fees would be covered for about 3 to 5 years. Seeing this scene, the others also raised their bets. I'm in too. This is my money. I bet on this brother to win. How is that possible? I'll bet on the house, ha ha ha. As the stakes got higher, more and more people joined in. The prospect of becoming rich overnight or losing everything overnight made this show even more enticing than the best drama troupe in the capital. The old man with the long beard slowly lifted the cup, and the gambling hall fell silent. It seemed like the only sound was the collision of the dice in the copper cup. Qian was slightly lost in thought. Her gambling skills were actually quite terrible. At least, before she returned to the capital, before she married into the Su family, she was as bad as ever. Not long after her wedding, she had played leaf cards with the other ladies at various banquets as Madame Su, and she lost miserably every time. At that time, Su Zhiheng would always smile and say, why are you so silly?" At that rare moment, Qian thought she had captured a glimpse of tenderness and intimacy from the handsome young man. She was delighted and made a secret resolution to study hard and improve her skills, so she could give Su Zhiheng some face at the next banquet. Unfortunately, before she could become proficient at leaf cards, she lost her sight. Whether it was a family banquet or an external event, the Su family couldn't possibly let a blind woman represent the mistress of the main house. She stopped going out, but life in the mansion became boring and stifling. Unable to see, she had to rely on her other senses. She wanted to become a blind person who could move freely without anyone's help. Being ambitious as always, she started practicing again. She listened to sounds, learned to discern shapes through sound, and gradually learned to move around. When her movements became somewhat proficient, she could even use the branches in the mansion to practice swordplay secretly. It was during that time that she learned to listen to the sound of dice. Dice was much simpler than leaf cards, Qian thought. The more delicate something was, the more it tested her hearing. She listened carefully to every tiny difference as the dice fell and the slight variations when the bamboo tube was shaken. She memorized the numbers in her mind and then felt them with her fingers. At first, she made many mistakes, but one day, after silently reciting the numbers and touching the dice, she finally smiled. She succeeded. The Su family's servants whispered secretly about her, saying that the madam had gone mad after going blind and would shake a bamboo tube in her room all day. However, they gradually realized that Qian could manage her daily life without anyone's help. She could accurately discern each Su family servant by their footsteps and knew the location of every item in the room. If they didn't know she was truly blind, they would hardly see any difference between her and a normal person. Su Zhiheng praised her and held her hand, complimenting her. While she was happy, there was also a faint sense of disappointment. She couldn't quite pinpoint why she felt this way, but she had a lingering feeling that it shouldn't have been like that. Looking back now, her sense of hearing was already remarkably keen at that time, and she probably sensed Su Zhiheng's coldness and indifference when speaking to her. Yet, her emotions made her unconsciously avoid facing this thought. Qian lowered her gaze. She realized, the onlooker sees more of the game. The sound of shaking dice suddenly stopped. Bang! The bowl was turned upside down on the table. 1 die, 2 dice, both settled. Everyone looked at Qian. She closed her eyes as if she had returned to the days at the Su family. She sat at the table, shaking the dice, uncovering them, and touching every face of the dice on her own, attempting to grasp that glimmer of light in the darkness. 2, 5. She opened her eyes and said. The overturned bowl was lifted, and the 2 dice lay bare in front of everyone's eyes. Silence followed, and then a moment later, someone gasped softly. Soon, the gasps spread throughout the crowd. The young nobleman in brocade closest to Qian grabbed her arm and shouted, "Young master, from today onwards, you are my teacher. Please accept my bow." Qian helplessly pulled his hand off her arm. The old man with the long beard smile seemed somewhat stiff for a moment, but it quickly returned. He stroked his beard and said, "Masterful skill, young sir. All this silver is yours." After a pause, he added, "May I ask for the young master's distinguished name? Would you honor this old man with a cup of tea before leaving?" Qian pocketed all the banknotes and jewelry, then politely declined. "A nameless nobody, not worth mentioning. It's already too late today. Let's have tea on another day." With that, she swiftly walked out of Lutong Manor. The people in the gambling hall continued to marvel at the gambling game just now. The old man with the long beard remained smiling as he walked upstairs. Someone bowed their head in front of him, and he said, "Follow him." On the other side, the big man with a gloomy expression tapped his fingers and gestured to the servants behind him to head out of Lutong Manor. Big man's thought, "Win my silver and think you can run? There's no such easy thing in the world, idiot." Chapter 11. The night was pitch black, and the narrow alleyways were devoid of people, except for the occasional stray cat darting by, its soft meow filling the spring night in the capital city. A young man, clutching something in his arms, moved like a ghost through the alleyways. Innocent men carry a jade, while the guilty carry their crimes. Having won so much silver at Lutong Manor, Qian couldn't help but make enemies. If she was followed on the main roads, it could lead to trouble for the He family. So, she decided to take the back alleys. But it seemed that the more you're afraid of something, the more it will come. Qian stopped in her tracks. At the end of the alley was a street lined with small shops and taverns. This side of the street was less busy than the area around Lutong Manor, and at this hour, the shops were already closed, engulfed in darkness, with not a soul in sight. Only the stars and the moon cast their faint glow over the ground. Qian turned around, crouched down, and picked up a few pebbles. After a moment's consideration, she threw them with force. The pebbles were swift and sharp, like the tip of an arrow released from its bow. Pew pew pew. Someone stumbled out from the concealed darkness with a thud. "Don't follow me," Qian said calmly. "You can't catch up to me." "And what if we add ourselves to the equation?" Another voice sounded. Several people emerged from the other end of the alley, with a burly man at the forefront, shirtless, his hands looking like they could snap Qian's neck. "You little rascal, it seems like you have quite a few enemies." The burly man laughed heartily. "You arrogant brat. Has no one ever taught you not to draw attention when visiting a gambling den for the first time?" Qian held the silver in her arms, replying calmly, "Since it's my first time entering a gambling den, no one has taught me anything." Qian's thought, "The people in the gambling den are indeed as my comrades once described, not a bunch of good people. They could break the rules they set. Doomed to die, yet you still dare to be defiant." The burly man roared in anger. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll twist your arms off and make you kneel and call me grandfather." Qian stood in the narrow alley, trapped between the half-naked man and his followers in front and the unknown pursuers behind. She was cornered with no escape route. But she didn't even have a weapon. "Well, let's see if you have what it takes." She slowly clenched her fists. "Arrogant." The big man signaled, and his followers swarmed around. He himself charged forward, but his attack seemed clumsy and without any technique. He swung his hand towards Qian's back. Under the moonlight, the young boy swiftly ducked, evading the attack. The big man's eyes blurred, feeling a heavy punch on his back. This only fueled his anger, and he roared in rage. By the time he looked up, the young boy had already leaped onto the alley's surrounding wall. "Capture him." The pursuers of Qian seemed to realize what was happening too. Someone grabbed Qian's clothes, pulling her down. Rip! A sound rang out as the hem of her long robe tore apart. "Oh," she sighed with regret, "it's ruined." "You still care about your clothes at a time like this?" The big man's nose twisted with anger. "I won't be satisfied until I beat you to death today." He charged at Qian, a mountain-like figure that seemed to shake the ground as he moved. With so many followers and guards, it should have been an easy task to deal with a little brat. However, today was the first time he encountered an ironclad opponent. The youth, seemingly young, was like an eel, slippery and elusive, escaping their grasp effortlessly. As he moved through the crowd, his attacks were few, but each hit was critical. In no time, the followers and guards were beaten to the ground, unable to get up. Qian dodged a punch from the burly man coming straight at her, swiftly flipping her body, but her attack was a bit off target. The burly man let out a scream of pain. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." She felt a little guilty. After all, she and this body were not yet fully in sync, and her punches weren't quite landing as intended. The burly man held his lower body and groaned in agony. The sound in the night was enough to send chills down one's spine, but it was also heart-rending. Qian bent down to pick up the scattered silver on the ground. She had worked hard all night and even fought a battle just to earn this silver. She couldn't let others take advantage of her. Under the moonlight, the ground was covered with broken silver and jewels. The young man stooped to pick them up, resembling a bookish scholar who had stumbled upon a treasure trove in a mythical realm, unable to resist claiming it for himself. Upon reaching this point, Qian found it amusing and burst into laughter. She picked up the silver coins and glanced at the mess of people scattered on the ground, and as she was about to make her escape, she suddenly heard a gentle voice speak. "Young man, you dropped your silver." Qian turned around to look. There, at the entrance of the darkened tavern, stood a young man. He was dressed in an indigo-colored robe with wide sleeves that swayed in the wind, making him appear graceful and slender. His black hair was tied up with a sapphire crown, and his thin eyebrows and bright eyes gave him an otherworldly charm, resembling a celestial being. He wore a smile and stepped forward, holding a piece of broken silver in his hand, likely one that had fallen during the scuffle earlier. Qian had already sensed the presence of someone else at the tavern, but since they didn't intervene in the fight, she didn't pay much attention. She hadn't expected to encounter this person now. Qian had encountered many men in her life. In her previous life, she had mingled with men as a young man herself. Most of the men she had met were brave and fierce warriors, but they couldn't be described as handsome or beautiful. Su Zhiheng was indeed elegant and refined, the only man she could consider good-looking, but compared to the aura of the man in front of her, he seemed a bit lacking. Just moments ago, she had thought that she was like the protagonist in a mythical tale, and now she felt even more like one, a destitute youth meeting a real immortal. She was amazed by his appearance, and she wondered if the next scene would be the immortal imparting some divine knowledge to the young man. As the young man approached, he appeared more and more like a figure from a mural painting, a celestial being descending to the mortal world. Seeing that she didn't respond, the immortal reminded her, "Young man?" Qian came back to her senses. She took the broken silver from the young man's hand and smiled. "Thank you." The young man smiled back. "You're welcome." Qian turned and walked away without looking back. She walked quickly, like a wild cat leaping over a wall, disappearing in a few steps, and no one could catch up with her. In the darkness, another person emerged, walking up to the blue-robed young man. He whispered, "Fourth young master, that young man. It should be just a coincidence. Don't bother with him." The celestial being smiled as if he remembered something funny, and his smile widened. "Quite clever." Chapter 12. Qian returned home with the silver in her possession. Qingmei didn't notice, so Qian felt around and overturned a small box on the table that held rouge and powder. After the box was emptied, she threw all the silver and jewels she had won that night into it before climbing into bed in the darkness. Perhaps because she had won the silver and resolved her worries, she slept particularly soundly that night. In her dream, she was playing games with her brothers in their military tent, and the soldiers around them were shouting, "Open! Open!" Qian had a worried look on her face, and someone burst into laughter. "General, how did you lose again? Has the general won once tonight?" The vice-general shook his head, pretending to be serious. "Ah, General is not good at this." "You idiot, who cares if he's good at it or not? Haven't you heard of unlucky in love, lucky in gambling? General is unlucky in gambling, but invincible in love. You old bachelor, what do you know?" Hearing this, Qian burst into laughter. Laughing in her dream, she suddenly felt someone shaking her awake. Opening her eyes, she saw Qingmei's face. "Miss, what kind of dream did you have? You're so happy." The sunlight had already reached the windowsill, and the room was bright. Qian shielded her eyes from the dazzling light and was somewhat surprised to realize that she had woken up late. Truly, spring days were perfect for sleeping in. Thinking back to the dream from last night, she couldn't help but sigh. The soldiers from back then had said that she excelled in love because she was terrible at gambling, but they were completely mistaken. However, in a way, they weren't entirely wrong. Now that she could triumph in the gambling house, but was unlucky in love, it seemed she had indeed hit rock bottom in romance. From outside the door came He Yunxing's displeased voice. "Qian, it's already late in the morning. Are you going today or not?" From vehemently opposing to now being accustomed to chopping wood together, it seemed like not much time had passed. He Yunxing probably couldn't figure out how he ended up in this situation with Qian. "Wait for me." Qian hurriedly changed into clean clothes. Qingmei brought a basin of clean water outside, and He Yunxing walked in. As he walked, he said, "Why are you taking so long today?" "Qian, what's wrong?" Qian was tying the sandbag. and when she raised her eyes, she saw He Yunxing's angry expression. She didn't understand. What happened? He Yunxing pointed to the chair. What happened? Look at what happened. The young boy's tone was full of rage. If there was a fire on his head right now, it would probably set the whole house ablaze. Following his finger, He Yin looked over and saw the chestnut-colored long robe she had borrowed from He Yunxing last night. After returning to the house, she had casually taken it off and thrown it on the chair. From waking up until now, she hadn't remembered about it. Without waiting for He Yan's response, He Yunxing stepped forward and shook the long robe open. Originally, the robe was crumpled into a ball by He Yan and stained with dirt. Now, with a single shake, it exposed the torn spot as if someone had slashed it from the middle, looking extremely miserable. This is the robe you fixed for me? He Yunxing's anger was raging. He had been touched by her last night, thinking that his elder sister genuinely cared for him as her younger brother. But now, she was like a heavenly punishment sent to torment him. This is a misunderstanding. I can explain. He Yin tried to calm the boy down. Explain? How do you explain this? Do you know? He Yunxing started out with an angry accusation, but choked up mid-sentence. His eyes turned red, and he said, "This is my only long robe. You've cut it to pieces. What am I supposed to do?" He Yin felt a headache coming on. She truly dreaded seeing people cry, especially when it was someone like this fiercely determined young boy who suddenly looked so aggrieved, tears welling up in his eyes. He Yunxing was also feeling wronged. Young people always care about their reputation. As long as they are dutiful, polite, and stand tall, they are considered good sons. Although people say this, everyone has their own vanity. The chestnut-colored long robe was a gift from one of his senior brothers, and he had been patching and wearing it for many years. Since all his other clothes were short and convenient for work, this long robe always made him look like a young master. Though He Yan's clothes couldn't compare to those of young ladies from wealthy families, she would buy 1 or 2 fashionable pieces each year. He doted on her, so He Yunxing couldn't say much about it. Girls love to look good, so why should boys pay attention to these superficial things? But at this moment, He Yunxing suddenly felt wronged. He Yin stammered, "If this robe is ruined, we can buy a new one. Let's find the most famous tailor in the capital and get a brand new one with embroidered patterns. The fabric should be of good quality. Don't cry, I didn't do it on purpose." "All right, Yin Yunxing." He Yin had never coaxed him so gently before. For some reason, He Yunxing's anger suddenly dissipated by half, but he still felt a bit resentful and said, "We don't have any silver." "Who said that?" He Yin opened the makeup box to show him. "We have silver." He Yunxing had just glanced at it casually, but upon closer inspection, he was stunned and asked, "Where did you get the silver from?" "Huh." In the next moment, He Yunxing rushed forward and exclaimed, "Your face." Her face? He Yin was surprised. Could her face have changed? No, she had washed her face in the water basin at the door before going home last night. It should have washed off all the makeup, right? She rushed to the mirror and heard He Yunxing's voice full of urgency and anger beside her. "Who hit you?" Looking in the mirror, He Yin saw her delicate and refined features, a pair of limpid autumn-like eyes that remained unchanged. However, she lowered her gaze, and there was a faint bruise on the corner of her lips, particularly conspicuous against her fair skin. When Qingmei called her to get up earlier, she had covered her face with her hand to block the sun, so Qingmei didn't see it. But now, He Yunxing had seen it. Young lady He's skin was delicate and couldn't withstand any kind of harm. Although she seemed to have taken a punch last night, it didn't hurt, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, it left a mark on her face today. He Yunxing was still questioning. What happened? This silver, this robe. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he said mournfully, "You." Seeing the young boy becoming more and more unreasonable, He Yin gently tapped his head. "What are you thinking? Last night, I wore your robe to the gambling house, played a couple of games, won some silver, and someone caused trouble for me. I taught them a lesson, but accidentally got injured. It's nothing, it'll heal by tomorrow." She downplayed the matter, not knowing the impact her words had on the young boy's heart. "You? He Yin went to the gambling house?" He Yin went to the gambling house and won money? He Yin won money and even taught those who caused trouble a lesson? Either way, He Yunxing couldn't accept it. He even wondered if his sister had been replaced by someone else, doing all these unbelievable things. Yes, Qian explained calmly. Because we are so poor, I thought of trying my luck at the gambling house. Who knew I'd have such good luck? Maybe it was a blessing from heaven. I was scared when those troublemakers confronted me, but after working with you to cut firewood recently, I gained more strength and luckily won against them. Seeing He Yunxing still dumbfounded, Qian continued, if you don't believe me, go ask around Lutong Manor. Was there a young man wearing a chestnut-colored long robe who won a lot of money last night? I'm not lying to you. He Yunxing's mind was in a mess, and seeing He Yin so confident made it seem like she wasn't lying. But, oh, right, He Yin smiled. Since we have money now, from today onwards, we won't sell the nai cakes anymore. What will we do then? He Yunxing murmured. Of course, we'll go to the drill grounds. Do you want to go to school, Yunxing? She asked. Chapter 13. Until they left, He Yunxing couldn't stop thinking about the words He Yin had said earlier. Do you want to go to school, Yunxing? Yes, of course, he wanted to. The school had scholars for literature and masters for martial arts. He could study with other youths, and once the time was right, he could take the imperial examination or participate in the military selection. Either way, he could chart his own future, unlike the current situation where he was aimlessly practicing, which was quite unsatisfactory. In the past, their family didn't have much money, but now they did. The suppressed desire in He Yunxing's heart gradually emerged. He stole a glance at the girl walking beside him. Qian? Since He Yin recovered from her illness, everything seemed to have improved. The house was no longer as stagnant as a dead pond. At some point, the stagnant water had been brushed by the wind, rippling with life, and all the stale atmosphere had been swept away, replaced by a lively and vibrant atmosphere. It was spring. Qian noticed his gaze and immediately covered her face with her veil. She warned him once again, remember, don't reveal anything when we meet father later, got it? Okay. He Yunxing replied with difficulty. The drill ground was located in a large open space to the east of the city gate. Qian had never been there before. After her march back to the capital, He Rufei took her place, and she couldn't participate in any activities as Flying Phoenix General. She had only passed by the drill ground once during a family outing, and she had looked forward to it. The drill ground in the capital was quite large. The flags fluttered on the flagpoles, and sometimes generals would hold military parades there, creating a grand scene. However, during these peaceful years, the drill ground had become a place for rich young men to enjoy archery and horse riding. There were archery targets and running tracks set up everywhere, and the weapon racks were full of various weapons. Qian couldn't take her eyes off the scene as they arrived. She once had a sword called Qing Lang, invincible and capable of cutting iron like mud. It had accompanied her through countless battles, but she hadn't taken it with her when she married into the Su family, even though she wanted to. He Yuanxing told her, the Su family is a literary family. If you bring a sword, your husband and mother-in-law might not like it. Her biological father, He Yuan Liang, also advised her, it's not auspicious. So she left Qing Lang at home and instructed her family to take good care of it. But as soon as she returned home after getting married, Qing Lang ended up hanging from He Rufei's waist. She questioned He Rufei, but before he could respond, He Yuanxing said, Rufei is now the Flying Phoenix General. If he doesn't carry his sword, others will be suspicious. Right. Besides, you won't need it anymore. He Yuanliang chimed in. Her joy at returning home was doused with cold water, turning from warm to cold. It was at that moment she realized what marriage meant and what it meant to give up the title of the Flying Phoenix General. From now on, she was the eldest lady of the Su family, the second legitimate daughter of the He family, responsible for the household, raising and teaching children, living in harmony with her husband, and leaving behind the title of Flying Phoenix General, along with all the swords, fast horses, comrades, and freedom earned through bloodshed and achievements, to someone else. She had nothing left. He Yunxing asked, Hey, what's wrong with you? You look so pale. Qian was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and smiled. Nothing. She glanced around. Why haven't I seen father? They seem to be over there. He Yunxing pointed to the other side of the racecourse, probably training the horses. The drill ground often bought new horses, some of which were unruly and needed to be tamed for a period. The current city commander had a low rank and rarely patrolled the city, so in a way, The drill ground had become a place for privileged sons to practice riding and archery. "Let's go over there," He Yinsheng said. He Yin nodded and suddenly stopped, picking up an iron-headed staff from the top of the weapon rack and holding it in her hand. He Yinsheng asked, "What are you holding that for?" "Just wanted to experience it," He Yin replied. "Let's go." He Yinsheng was speechless. They walked towards the racetrack beside the stables, where they heard a commotion. Looking up, they saw two horses racing by. One had a young man in fine clothes riding on it, and the other had a strong and dark man, none other than He Sui. Who was He Sui racing against? "Amazing, young master," a servant onlooker exclaimed excitedly. "This is the third time, and he's won every time." He Yin's thought, it's already the third race? He Yin looked over, and with just one glance, her brow furrowed. The horse He Sui was riding seemed to have not been tamed properly yet. It appeared wild and unruly, taking rapid and erratic steps. Riding this horse was already a struggle for He Sui, but the young man in fine clothes purposely used his own horse to collide with He Sui's. He Yin even noticed the man whip He Sui's horse's rear. The wild horse bucked and nearly threw He Sui off. He Yinsheng called out, "Father!" His heart clenched tightly. The young man in fine clothes laughed heartily. Finally, the race came to an end, and He Sui's horse stopped, but it was still restless and struggled for a while before settling down. The young man in fine clothes had already been helped down from his horse and smugly commented, "Military officer, his skills are lacking. You can't even tame a horse properly. But this round was an improvement from the previous one. At least you didn't fall off and get kicked by the horse." Fall off? Get kicked by the horse? He Yin glanced at He Sui and saw his face was bruised and swollen, with a horse hoof mark on his clothes. It was evident that he fell quite hard. This guy? She couldn't help but feel angry. The young man in fine clothes playfully tossed a silver ingot. "Not bad, not bad. I'm quite pleased. Here's your reward." The silver ingot fell to the ground, and despite the crowd's gazes, He Sui bent down to pick it up and then thanked him with a smile. "Thank you, young Master Xiao." Never had He Yinsheng seen his father so humbled. He was furious and shouted, "What are you thanking him for? Can't you see he's making a fool of you?" "Yinsheng." He Sui finally noticed He Yin and He Yinsheng. He asked, Yin, "Why are you two here?" "This kid is," young Master Xiao asked. "This is my son, Yinsheng." He Sui smiled apologetically. "Oh," young Master Xiao said. "It seems like your son is quite dissatisfied with me. Where did you get that idea? He's just a child who doesn't know better." He Sui held on to He Yinsheng's head. Quickly apologized to young Master Xiao. "I won't." He Yinsheng struggled. This young Master Xiao was clearly humiliating his father, treating him like a servant to play with. But why? He Sui may have a low rank, but he was still an official. He wasn't a servant of the Zhao family, so why should he be subjected to such humiliation? He Yinsheng stubbornly shook his head, refusing to apologize. Young Master Xiao looked at him with interest. "All right, here's the deal. I was originally planning to have your father race with me again, but I changed my mind. You can race with me, and I'll reward you with a silver ingot as well." He reached out, and a servant handed him another silver ingot. "No." He Sui was startled at first, then quickly bent down with a smile. "Yinsheng has never ridden a horse. Let me accompany young Master Xiao for horse practice." Although He Sui had a biased preference for He Yin, it didn't mean he didn't love his son. This young Master Xiao was not a good person, but He Sui had experienced many such humiliations from rich young men and was used to it. He didn't mind for a while. At Yinsheng's current age, he should be looking for a school to attend. As for He Yin, he needed to gather some dowry for her. She couldn't go to her future husband's family and be looked down upon. However, he had no other skills except for using his physical strength, so he could only please these young masters to earn money. Unexpectedly, his two children saw him in such a humiliating and embarrassing state today, leaving He Sui feeling ashamed and upset. He Yinsheng was full of youthful vigor and couldn't bear these humiliations, but he was unaware of the dangers in people's hearts. With his physique, if he were to race against young Master Xiao today, it would be nothing short of risking his life. The horse he would ride was a newly arrived, untamed spirited horse. It had never been tamed, let alone raced. It would be a challenge just to mount this horse. He couldn't let his son get into trouble. "I'll do it," He Sui said with a smile. "That won't do." Young Master Xiao shook his head. "I want him." He Sui's smile froze. In the deadlock, suddenly someone spoke, and the crisp voice interrupted the silence. How about this? I'll race with you instead. Everyone turned their heads to see a girl who had been silent all this time. They hadn't noticed her standing there. She was dressed in a light coral-colored short-sleeved jacket with a lotus-patterned hem, with a long robe underneath and a crimson underskirt. Her appearance was graceful and charming. Her face was veiled, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes that curved into a smiling expression. And who might you be? Young Master Xiao asked. Oh, me? The girl nodded lightly. I'm just a horse tamer. Chapter 14. I'm just a horse tamer, the girl said, her hands behind her back, still holding the iron-headed stick, swinging it playfully, and speaking casually. Yin Yin? He Sui was taken aback, then whispered reproachfully, What nonsense are you talking about? However, Qian didn't even look at He Sui, her eyes fixed on young Master Xiao as she said, Young Master, are you willing? Young Master Xiao was someone who appreciated beauty. Although the girl's face was veiled, her eyes revealed a beautiful countenance. Besides, she spoke with a crisp voice and seemed like a beauty in her own right. It was hard for him to resist a request from such a charming and tender beauty. Miss, you may not know, but this horse is wild and untamed. If you were to get injured because of this, I would be deeply regretful, he kindly reminded, feeling suave and sophisticated. But just as he finished speaking, he heard the girl laugh. In the next moment, he saw a flash of coral-colored dress, like fluttering lotus flowers, carrying a fragrant breeze. When he looked up again, Qian was sitting gracefully on the horse, holding the reins. The horse had originally been held by He Sui, and he didn't expect Qian to suddenly mount it. He loosened his grip, and the reins fell. The wild horse, startled, neighed loudly and raised its legs in a leap. Yin Yin, He Sui exclaimed, and He Yunsheng was also startled. Qian remained calm and simply let go of the reins, only holding onto the mane on the horse's neck tightly. She grasped firmly, not letting go even as the horse struggled. She then leaned down, her ear against the horse's ear, making a series of strange sounds in her mouth. Strangely enough, the horse gradually stopped struggling, and its raised front hooves returned to the ground. It slowly calmed down. Everyone was astonished. Yin Yin, get down quickly. He Sui's heart finally settled, reaching out eagerly to Qian. Don't risk yourself. He Yunsheng also regained his senses, his young face pale, and his voice trembling. You? Get down quickly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ha ha. Young Master Xiao, who had been in a daze, suddenly burst into laughter. I didn't expect the young lady to be so skilled. In that case, he also mounted a horse. How about I accompany the young lady in a match? Indeed, he was quite elegant. Qian smiled slightly. Be careful then. As I said, I'm a horse tamer. With that, she reached out, patting the horse's rear, and the horse kicked up dust as it galloped away. She didn't even use a horsewhip? Young Master Xiao murmured, then flicked his whip, urging the horse forward. Go. The two horses kicked up rolling dust on the racetrack, leaving everyone in awe. He Sui slowly turned to look at He Yunsheng, who hurriedly defended himself. Don't ask me. I have no idea when she learned to ride a horse. He Sui felt as if he was in a dream. He knew his daughter best. She might have some knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and was well dressed. But when it came to riding horses and wielding swords, she was not only inexperienced, but would probably roll her eyes at the very mention of it. Qian preferred refined and elegant young men, enjoying activities like tasting tea, discussing poetry, and appreciating flowers under the moonlight. She kept her distance from rough and uncouth things, fearing they might hurt her delicate skin. But now, she mounted the horse with such proficiency, as if she had done it 1,000 times before, familiar and effortless. She seemed even more skilled than her own father. And that wild horse, so obedient under her control, didn't even need a horsewhip? How did she do it? He Sui looked at the figure on the racetrack. The wild horse that he couldn't tame was agile like the wind under Qian, her posture elegant. Despite the inconvenience of wearing a long dress, she deftly lifted it to reveal her pants underneath. Instead of looking rough, she exuded an indescribable sense of casual elegance. Young Master Xiao couldn't catch up to her. Young Master Xiao felt a bit annoyed. He came to the racetrack to show off, not to make a fool of himself. He had been amused by He Sui just now, but what was going on with this girl? He couldn't possibly lose to a woman, especially when she was riding an untamed wild horse. Did he want to become the laughingstock? Young Master Zhao's thought. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a sense of competitiveness surged in young Master Zhao's heart. He whipped the horse beneath him even harder, urging it forward. The horse felt the pain and galloped faster, closing in on He Yan's figure. Yes, this was it. As he saw He Yan's figure getting closer, young Master Zhao couldn't help but feel triumphant. He had learned to ride horses at the age of 7, and after all these years, how could he be inferior to a woman? His horse finally overtook He Yan. Young Master Zhao burst into laughter. Miss, you have to put in more effort. You're quite skilled, young master. He Yan's voice carried a hint of surprise. It's the first time someone has caught up with me. As she spoke, her hand gently touched the iron-headed stick swaying at her waist. With young Master Zhao's horse ahead and hers behind, the iron-headed stick landed on the horse's back without anyone noticing, except for the horse beneath young Master Zhao. Startled, the horse suddenly stumbled, catching young Master Zhao off guard. He loosened his grip on the reins, and the whip fell to the ground. In the next moment, his horse galloped forward, and young Master Zhao found himself unable to control it, holding the reins tightly, but it was of no use. Stop, stop, he cried in distress, feeling dizzy and disoriented on horseback. A concerned voice called from behind. Young Master Zhao? Are you all right? Help! Save me! Young Master Zhao's voice turned pleading. Make it stop. In the distance, He Yunxing frowned and said, What's happening? Why do I hear that Zhao guy screaming for help? He Sui was taken aback. Looking down the racetrack, he saw the two horses running back towards them. Young Master Zhao's horse was in the front, but he had no whip and was clutching the reins tightly while crying for help. On the other hand, He Yan seemed worried, but she maintained perfect stability on horseback. It seems like young Master Zhao's horse was startled. He Sui quickly went to the stable to fetch another horse. I'll go help. Master, Master, you can't have an accident. The servant's face turned pale. You can't. Young Master Zhao wailed on the horseback, his voice full of despair. Meanwhile, He Yan freed one hand to clean her ears, annoyed by the noise. He Yan's thought, this arrogant little fellow, if he wasn't scared to death, she wouldn't be He Yan. In the past, in the army, there were no shortage of arrogant new recruits who thought they were unparalleled geniuses, but in the end, they all learned to face reality obediently. In this world, there are always people better than you, so it's better to be humble. Having enjoyed the show long enough, she noticed that He Sui was coming over with another horse. He Yan tapped the horse's backside again, and the horse halted abruptly. She dismounted with lightning speed and held the iron-headed stick horizontally in front of young Master Zhao's horse. The horse came to a sudden stop, standing in place. He Yan held the reins and commanded, Whoa! The horse calmed down. The wind blew, lifting the white veil on her face. In a fleeting moment, her face was revealed, but it was quickly covered by the hazy white fabric. It's fine now. She addressed the weeping man hiding behind his horse. You can dismount now, young Master Zhao. Woo 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 woo. Young Master Zhao sobbed uncontrollably. Chapter 15. Noble young Master Wuling. Sobbing and wiping his tears with the back of his hand, young Master Zhao cursed under his breath as he dismounted, almost stumbling in the process. His servant hurried over to support him and asked, young Master, are you all right? With a kick, young Master Zhao lashed out, saying, Do I look all right to you? I was really scared just now, He Yan said. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on racing with you, you wouldn't have been frightened. She was full of remorse and sincerely apologized. I hope you won't hold it against me, young master. Hold it against her? How could he hold anything against his savior? What could he possibly hold against her? Young Master Zhao managed a forced smile, suppressing his frustration, but as he looked at the culprit, who was still grazing grass with its head down, his anger surged again. He waved his hand angrily. This conniving beast almost caused this young master harm. Drag him out and cut him down. I want to chop him into pieces and make him into horse jerky. Seeing this, the furrow on He Yunxing's forehead deepened, and He Yan's smile turned cold. Horses, to a military general, were not just mere mounts but also comrades in arms, fighting side by side through life and death. They couldn't speak, but they carried soldiers into battle. They couldn't communicate verbally, but they mourned with sorrowful neighs when their masters died and even starved themselves in grief. They were loyal to their masters, just as their masters cherished them. Young masters from wealthy regions, who had never experienced the cruelty of the battlefield, could never understand the comradeship between man and warhorse. Even among humans, they were distinguished by rank. So what was a mere animal worth to him? If it was just an animal, then there was no need for hesitation. If it deserved to die, then just kill it. Why bother considering anything else? This is a good horse, Jue spoke up, trying to persuade. Young master, you should think twice. It's my horse, young master Zhao sneered, feeling vexed with no outlet for his anger. And now Jue appeared out of nowhere. He laughed maliciously. I can do whatever I want, can't I? He drew a dagger from his waist, gleaming with cold light, and said, I not only want to kill him, but also do it right here. The dagger's handle was embedded with a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg, and the sheath was also made of gold, exuding unparalleled luxury. Now, the tip of the knife was aimed at the magnificent horse grazing on the grass, unaware that its owner had harbored murderous intent towards it, swishing its tail in a leisurely manner. With a murderous gleam in his eyes, young master Zhao thought of a good idea. Since this horse had frightened him and caused him to lose face, he would kill it right here. This would not only vent his anger, but also make him appear brave, regaining some of his lost dignity. He shouted at his servant, Seize it for me. Qian's hand twitched involuntarily, subconsciously reaching for the iron-headed stick at her waist. Qian's thought, I can't bear to see the horse die because of me. If I take action, there will be no justification for it. The horse was restrained by several servants, and the leader among them shouted, Young master, we've got it. Young master can do it now. Young master Zhao held the dagger and stepped forward, aiming at the horse's neck, the blade gleaming with cold light as it was about to strike down. Bang! A crisp sound, like metal clashing, echoed, and something fell to the ground. Qian quietly retracted her outstretched hand. But young master Zhao's dagger had already fallen, and he was now clutching his wrist, shouting in pain. Who is it? He hopped in pain while cursing. Who the hell shot me? It was me. A voice came from behind. That voice. Qian's heart trembled slightly as she turned around to look. She saw two people who had appeared at some point. Both were on horseback. The young man on the left was dressed in light yellow with a round-collared robe, which made him look exceptionally lively in such a vibrant color. His lips were red, teeth white, and his smile radiant. His clear eyes had a hint of childlike innocence, and he exuded an air of spirited youthfulness. He was a charming young gentleman. As for the young man on the right, Qian's eyes brightened. It was springtime, the willows were fresh, and the ice and snow had melted. In the midst of the city's spring scenery, someone divided flowers and swept away the willow branches, walking amidst the flowers. The young man in the yellow robe was already quite handsome, but the young man beside him was even more beautiful. His face resembled beautiful jade, his eyes were bright stars, and his gentle eyes had a hint of upward slant, like autumn water reflecting the moonlight. It was a seductive and captivating charm, yet his gaze appeared as cold as frost. He wasn't as lively as the younger man, wearing a silver coronet on his head, with his dark hair flowing smoothly. He wore a riding outfit in a color reminiscent of frosty grass and embroidered with a delicate vermilion phoenix at the collar, exuding a dignified aura. Dark blue riding boots, a clear blue waist belt, and a shimmering jade-hilted sword hanging from his waist. Riding a white horse with a golden bridle, he stood elegantly and majestically. At this moment, his well-defined right hand was playing with a dark cyan sachet, making tinkling sounds. What a handsome and elegant noble young master, the kind they call a young master of Wuling, a son of a wealthy and noble family. As Qian's heart was filled with admiration, she suddenly felt something amiss. In the blink of an eye, she lowered her head, and the fluttering white veil concealed her bewildered gaze. Young Master Zhao's voice, both obsequious and fearful, sounded. It turns out to be Commander Xiao? My apologies. In Qian's mind, memories from many years ago surfaced. Another spring day, with singing birds and dancing swallows, and a young man in white robes and golden boots, his eyes slightly impatient but still full of charisma, gazing down from a tree branch. Even though he seemed annoyed, he was still full of charm. The lazy spring light, the pleasant breeze, he was like a painting, dimming the spring scenery of the entire city. Xiao Jue, Xiao Huijin, her nemesis in her previous life, her fellow classmate from the past, and also the renowned general of the Right Army, General Fengyun. Chapter 16. The wind lifted the white veil on Qian's face, and she kept her head down low. She heard the astonished voice of He Yunxing beside her, muttering softly, "Commander Xiao." It seemed like he had seen his hero, and his exclamation was filled with admiration and longing. "Commander Xiao, what brings you here?" Young Master Xiao, who had been arrogant and condescending in front of He Sui and the others, now looked like a beggar in front of Xiao Jue. It sent shivers down people's spines. "How much did you spend to buy this horse?" The young man on the horse asked calmly. Young Master Xiao was a bit confused, but he still answered honestly, 30 taels of silver. Xiao Jue curled his lips, and in the next moment, he took out 2 silver ingots from the dark blue sachet in his hand and dropped them on the grass. Everyone finally saw clearly that the object that had knocked young Master Zhao's hand just now was actually a silver nugget. "Your horse, I'm buying it," he said. Young Master Zhao's lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. He wanted to save face and kill this troublesome horse, but now Xiao Huijin spoke. He was the second young master of the Xiao family. He couldn't afford to provoke him, so young Master Zhao had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart and smile. "Commander Xiao, how can you say that? If you want this horse, it's yours as a gift." "No need," Xiao Jue said. "I don't accept gifts without reason." Qian breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Xiao Jue was also a military general like her, and naturally, he couldn't bear to see someone killing a horse in public. This horse had escaped a disaster by encountering Xiao Jue. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly saw He Yunxing step forward, looking admiringly at Xiao Jue, and saying, "Thank you, Commander Xiao, for saving the horse's life. It's truly impressive." Qian was speechless. Even if He Yunxing wanted to strike up a conversation with his hero, he shouldn't have said such an awkward remark. It would be better if he had studied more, as this was the result of not reading enough books. Xiao Jue was probably sneering at him right now. However, Xiao Jue didn't retort with sarcasm at this moment. He just looked at He Yunxing and said calmly, "Do you like this horse?" He Yunxing took a look at the horse and honestly replied, "Yes, I like it. I'll give it to you," he said. "Thank you." "Wait." He Yunxing was shocked and about to say something, but Xiao Jue and the young man in the yellow robe were already urging their horses forward, not intending to stay any longer. He could only chase after them for a few steps before stopping and looking disappointed at their receding figures. Qian walked up to him and waved her hand in front of him. "Back to reality?" He Yunxing regained his focus and turned around with a surprised "Huh?" He asked, "Where's the one with the surname Zhao?" "He left a long time ago." He Sui rolled his eyes, seemingly disapproving of He Yunxing's foolishness, "while you were looking at second young Master Xiao." Despite his unwillingness, young Master Zhao didn't dare to make trouble for Xiao Jue, so he could only leave with the silver tails in frustration. He Yunxing walked up to the horse that was abandoned by its owner and touched its head, as if he was caressing a memento left by a lover. He said, "This is a gift from General Fengyun. Why don't you bring it back and offer it up as a sacrifice? Set up a memorial tablet." Qian asked. He Yunxing glared at her. "What do you know? If Commander Xiao hadn't passed by just now, that horse would have been killed by that guy surnamed Zhao. Commander Xiao is truly a young hero, drawing his sword to help others in times of crisis." "Stop, stop, stop," Qian interrupted him. "Let's talk about something else." Qian's thought. He Yunxing really is like a child who doesn't understand the dangers of the world. Xiao Huijin is not a righteous hero who would intervene in every injustice. He is someone quite cold and ruthless. "Yin, why are you wearing a veil?" He Sui, who hadn't spoken much, finally found a chance to speak. "And how did you learn to ride a horse? You scared your father just now. You can't be so reckless in the future. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to your mother?" He Sui had a lot more to say to He Yin than to He Yunxing. This is the latest trend in makeup. It's fashionable in the capital to wear veils and look mysterious and beautiful. He Yin made up a serious explanation. "Does father think it looks bad?" He Sui, No. It looks extremely beautiful. He Yunsheng rolled his eyes. He Sui actually believed this poor excuse. He Sui naturally believed it because he didn't understand these girls' fashion stuff. He only knew that He Yin always loved dressing up and following the latest trends, so it was only natural for her to do this. Moreover, he would never think that his usually spoiled and delicate daughter would go to a gambling den and get into a fight. It must have been a misunderstanding. As for riding a horse, I learned it with friends. I only know a few basic moves. I'll practice more in the future, He Yin replied vaguely. On the other side, Xiao Jue and the young man in the yellow robe were riding their horses outside the drill ground. That was really interesting just now, the young man in the yellow robe said with a mischievous smile. Uncle, did you see it? That girl who was riding the horse secretly did something. That guy named Zhao stumbled and fell. It was fun. Xiao Jue's expression remained indifferent. He did see it. After all, they happened to pass by when they were running to the outskirts. The girl was agile in her movements. Even if he hadn't spoken, she would have taken action when Zhao was about to kill the horse. She had already reached for the iron-headed stick at her waist. It's a pity she kept her head down all the time, and I couldn't see her face clearly. The young man in the yellow robe touched his chin. Shall we turn back now and ask her name? Maybe we can see her face. You can go on your own. Xiao Jue remained unmoved. That won't do. She looked at you and lowered her head, obviously shy because of your presence. I feel like there are quite a few interesting girls in the capital recently. A few days ago, I saw a girl at Drunken Jade Pavilion who fought against 10 people alone, and today I saw a girl riding a horse at the drill ground. With so many good girls in the world, why isn't there one for me? The young man in the yellow robe pounded his chest and stomped his feet, sighing. Xiao Jue calmly looked at him. Cheng Lisu, if you don't shut up, I'll send you back to the Cheng family. No, please don't. Cheng Lisu quickly sat up straight. You're my real uncle. You can't stand by and do nothing. I'm relying on you now. As they were talking, they suddenly saw a few people standing not far from the weapons rack, with a blue-clad young man as the leader. He looked slim and ethereal, like an immortal in exile. He smiled at them, and they couldn't tell how long he had been standing there, but it seemed that he witnessed everything that happened at the drill ground earlier. Isn't that the fourth young master of the Shi Jinbo mansion? Cheng Lisu whispered. What is he doing here? Xiao Jue didn't answer, and the horse stopped. Cheng Lisu flashed his usual enthusiastic smile again. Isn't this Brother Xylan? Why are you here at the drill ground, Brother Xylan? The person in question was Chu Zhao, the fourth son of the current Shi Jinbo. Just taking a leisurely walk and happened to come here. I didn't expect to run into Commander Xiao and young Master Cheng. Chu Zhao smiled slightly. Are you also here for an outing? Of course, these days the spring scenery is too beautiful. It would be a waste not to come out and enjoy it. Cheng Lisu laughed heartily. Laughing, he muttered again. But it would be even better if I were with a beautiful girl. Chu Zhao pretended not to hear, and his smile remained unchanged. Throughout the encounter, Xiao Jue didn't say a word to Chu Zhao. When they passed by each other on their horses, Xiao Jue just nodded slightly. After they had passed, the servant complained indignantly. This General Fengyun is really too rude. Chu Zhao didn't mind and just smiled while shaking his head. That's because he is Xiao Huijin. After saying that, he looked again at the empty racetrack and seemed to have thought of something very amusing, chuckling softly. Chapter 17. They had gone to the drill ground empty-handed, and now they were returning with a horse in tow. He Yinsheng felt like they had pulled off something impossible. Then he quickly scolded himself. It wasn't pulling off the impossible, it was a gift from a hero. But that General Fengyun was even more handsome and elegant than the rumors suggested. When would He Yunsheng ever become someone like second young Master Xiao? He Sui glanced at He Yunsheng, who seemed lost in thought, and couldn't help but wonder where his mind had flown off to. It was rare to see him so full of spirit. Then, he looked at He Yan, who had her face covered but appeared to be troubled. What was going on with these two? On the way back, they didn't even talk, and each seemed lost in their own thoughts. It was understandable for He Yunsheng since Xiao Huijin gave him a horse, but why was He Yin also silent? Xiao Huijin was talented and one of the most outstanding figures in Dawei. Could it be that his daughter had taken a liking to him? What should he do? They just got rid of one young master fan, and now here comes Commander Xiao? There were countless young master fans in the capital, but there was only one Commander Xiao in all of Dawei. Thinking of this, Shui also became troubled. When they arrived home, the tofu seller next door, Andy Li, looked curiously at them and pulled Shui aside, asking with concern, "Big brother is there something wrong at home? It seems like Yin Yin and Yunsheng have something on their minds." Shui was at a loss for words. Once inside the house, Qingmei had already prepared dinner, and everyone sat down to eat their porridge. Amidst the meal, Shui finally remembered to ask, "Yin Yin, was there something going on at the drill ground today that brought you there?" Yunsheng often came to the drill ground, but Yin rarely did. Yin snapped back to reality and said to Shui, "Well, you see, I had intended to talk to father about something today. Yunsheng is at the age where he should enter the academy. His casual martial arts training won't compare to learning from a master. It's still not too late, as spring is the time for students to enter the academy. What do you think, father?" Shui was taken aback for a moment, not sure whether to be happy that his daughter was starting to care about her younger brother's future or to worry about how to respond to her question. "Yin Yin, I've thought about this before, but currently, we're a bit short on money." He awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "We might have to wait a bit until I receive my monthly pay and gather some more funds. If not for that, he wouldn't have tolerated the insults from young Master Zhao today." Yunsheng kept his head down while eating, but his ears perked up. He knew that his father didn't earn money easily, and he felt that mentioning this matter was being unfilial. However, before he could muster up the courage to talk about it, Yin spoke up, taking the words out of his mouth. "Don't worry about the money." Yin got up and went to the inner room. After a moment, she came out holding a makeup box. She opened it, and the jewelry and silver inside dazzled the eyes of Shui and Qingmei. The chopsticks in Shui's hand dropped with a loud clatter. "Yin Yin, where did this money come from?" "It's the money Yunsheng won at the Lutong Manor," Yin replied calmly. Yunsheng sprayed the porridge he was drinking all over the place. Yin blinked at him, maintaining her lying expression. Yunsheng really had good luck. He won a large sum of silver on his first visit to Lutong Manor. I counted, and besides using some for a dowry, this silver is enough for us to use for several years. Yunsheng moved his lips, but remained silent. What could he say? Should he claim that Yin was the one who gambled? Even he himself wouldn't believe that. Besides, Yin was wearing his clothes that day, and others only remembered a young man. It was impossible to clear things up. Moreover, he thought of Yin stepping forward to race against young Master Zhao on his behalf, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. For the sake of loyalty, he decided to shoulder this blame. Yunsheng said, "Yes, it was me who won the money gambling. Father, let's use this silver to enter the academy." Shui looked at him sternly. "This is money you won at a gambling house." "Yes, you won a big victory on your first visit to the gambling house." That's right. That's right. That's right." Shui suddenly erupted in anger, slammed the table, and grabbed a wooden board from the table, smashing it toward Yunsheng. "You ungrateful child! How dare you go to Lutong Manor? I've worked hard to provide you with food and clothing, yet you dare to go to Lutong Manor. Do you have any shame? Do you even care about your deceased mother?" Yunsheng cowered, trying to avoid the blows. "Father, it's because our family is so poor. If you kept it from my mother, how would she have known? Still trying to defend yourself? Where did you learn these wayward habits? Going to a gambling house?" "Yunsheng, you're pushing it too far." Yin quietly retreated to a corner of the room. It was a close call. Fortunately, Yunsheng took the blame for her. If her father knew it was her doing, he would scold her. And if she accidentally retaliated and injured her father, what would she do then? She would truly be an unfilial daughter. After a tumultuous argument, the matter finally came to an end. Yunsheng ended up being beaten, and the matter was passed over. Next, they needed to decide which school in the capital they would choose for him. Ideally, it should be a school that balanced martial arts training and academics. Not too poor, but not too prestigious either. Birds of a feather flock together, and too prestigious schools tend to have wealthy students, which might lead Yunsheng to pick up some undesirable habits. Yunsheng sat in Yan's room, tapping the lampstand with a small comb on the table, saying, "After considering so much, I still can't decide. It's really giving me a headache. It's not something that can be decided overnight." Yan glanced at him. "There's plenty of time ahead." Yunsheng pouted. Since you've seen and experienced so much, don't you know which school in the capital is the best? I'm not going to school. How would I know? Qian said. But I do know about gambling houses. Yunxing exclaimed. I really underestimated you. Qian smiled at him. Thank you for the compliment. Thinking about the beating he had endured tonight, Yunxing felt aggrieved and left with a grumble, saying, I'm going to feed the horse. After Yunxing left, Qingmei took away the wash basin, and Qian blew out the candle before taking off her shoes and lying on the bed. The window was left open, and on such a spring night, she didn't feel cold. Moonlight poured in from outside the window, filling the table with a silvery glow. As she looked at it, she thought of meeting Xiao Jue earlier that day. Qian's thought. At that time, I was in a panic and lowered my head, afraid that Xiao Jue would recognize me. But later, I realized I am no longer the Qian from before, and even face-to-face, Xiao Jue wouldn't recognize me. Moreover, back then, I always wore a mask. It seemed like a long time ago since I last saw Xiao Jue. At that time, he wasn't as aloof and distant as he is now, but rather a proud but carefree young man with a tragic air. The best academy in the capital was called Xianchang Academy. Both of Douai's top generals, General Fengyun and Flying Phoenix General, were graduates of this academy. When she thought about it, she and Xiao Jue had only known each other for 1 year as classmates. Chapter 18. Everyone said that the Flying Phoenix General and General Fengyun were like water and fire, constantly clashing and competing with each other. But Qian always felt that it wasn't that exaggerated. At most, they were just two youths who joined the army and achieved great military merits. Both of them were also bestowed with noble titles at a young age, making people naturally compare them. The rest of the rumors were just hearsay, embellished and spread around, becoming distant from the truth and causing people to laugh and mock. At least in the heart of 14-year-old Qian, she had no hostility towards the young master of the Xiao family. By that time, she had been disguising herself as a boy for many years, going by the name He Rufei effortlessly. The only problem was that at her age, boys should have been attending academies to study with their teachers. Boys and girls were different. Girls could invite teachers to teach at their homes, but boys didn't have that option. The He family had always invited teachers to teach at home, but as they grew older, it didn't sound right when word got out. After all, the He family cared about their reputation. So, they procrastinated and hesitated until finally, when He Yin was 14 years old, they sent her to Xianchang Academy. Xianchang Academy was the most famous academy in the capital, founded by the current emperor's former grand tutor when he was still a crown prince. The academy covered the 6 arts, and its teachers were all prominent figures in the court. Those who came here to study were the most prestigious of the prestigious. Although the He family had a noble title, they were still a step behind those families in Xianchang Academy. However, He Yuanliang unexpectedly had a stroke of luck when he encountered an altercation at a restaurant. He intervened and said a few words, and the person he helped turned out to be a teacher's assistant from Xianchang Academy. He mentioned that the academy was currently recruiting new students for the spring, and he remembered that the He family seemed to have a legitimate son. Why not send him to Xianchang Academy to study? He Yuanliang hesitated for a long time and discussed the matter with He Yuanxing. He Yuanxing had always pursued fame and fortune and thought it was a feasible plan. Sending He Yin to Xianchang Academy might allow her to make connections with many other distinguished children. Being on good terms with them would only benefit the He family and cause no harm. And if one day the real He Rufei returned, having the title of Xianchang Academy student would be an additional advantage. When He Yin heard about this, she was very happy. She dressed like a man, but in the He family, she had to follow the rules of a woman. She could not play kuju, could not show her face openly, and even in practicing martial arts, she had to secretly learn without her family knowing. Yet when she tried to act like a woman, she still felt inadequate, as the other girls in the He family studied music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but she, He Rufei, could not join them. It was as if she could not do anything. But going to Xianchang Academy was different. She had heard that many talented and learned individuals gathered there, and they were all very capable people. There were also many peers of her age. If she went there, she could not only learn various skills, but also make many friends. This was a benefit that girls couldn't enjoy. She suddenly felt fortunate that she had taken He Rufei's identity. He Yuanliang's wife, Her nominal mother but actual eldest aunt handed her the carefully crafted mask with a worried expression. "Be careful and make sure no one discovers your true identity." Qian nodded. She didn't actually like wearing the mask. Although it was thin and lightweight, it was airtight, revealing only her chin and eyes. She had worn it for so many years that it never left her side, even when she slept. The craftsman had been very skilled. One side was tucked into her hair bun with a mechanism, and even in combat, it wouldn't fall off. Only she could open it. "Madam," he also seriously warned her, "remember, if you make a mistake, the entire He family will face catastrophe." She knew that this had been said 1,000,000 times already. Betraying the emperor was a crime that could lead to the annihilation of 9 generations. "I remember," Qian answered respectfully. "Madam," he sent her off with great unease. To outsiders, it looked like a scene of deep affection between mother and child. In Hian's heart, however, she felt a huge relief, and her chest was filled with the joy of finally gaining freedom. She had finally escaped from the days of being constantly controlled in every move and gesture. Freedom was now within reach. The carriage stopped at the entrance of Xianchang Academy, and the servant could only wait for her to finish her studies at the gate. She arrived too early, and the teachers had not yet arrived at the academy. Faintly, she could hear the voices of students reading and laughing. Qian stepped into the gate with anticipation. The spring sun had already risen early in the morning. As she entered the academy, she first saw a spacious courtyard, followed by a garden, and finally the academy building. There was a stable in the courtyard, somewhat resembling a smaller training ground. The garden was meticulously designed, featuring a pond with willow trees. There was also a swing set. The wind gently swayed the swing, and Qian extended her hand, wanting to sit on it, but she hesitated. It would be laughed at if word got out that a boy was swinging on a swing. So, with reluctance, she touched it briefly and continued walking forward. The willow trees had all sprouted new leaves, and clusters of green filled the lake, making the scenery of mountains and water even more beautiful. The sunlight was making her drowsy. She rubbed her eyes and saw a loquat tree in front of her. The He family was not lacking in silver to buy loquats, and Qian had eaten them in previous years. However, she had never seen a loquat tree so full of fruit before. The yellow golden fruits looked like they contained honey, exuding a rich aroma, and were extremely enticing when illuminated by the sunlight. Being a 14-year-old girl with a playful heart, she recalled the scene of the maidservants in the courtyard using bamboo poles to hit the loquats in the summer. But, of course, the young master of the He family couldn't personally pick fruits. However, in the academy, it shouldn't be a big deal to pluck a loquat, right? Boys plucking loquats wouldn't be embarrassing. Thinking of this, Qian rolled up her sleeves, preparing for a little adventure. However, she had left in haste and only had her belt and the study materials given to her by her teacher. She had no other tools with her, and there were no long poles around. Fortunately, the loquat tree wasn't too high, and with a little jump, she should be able to reach it. Qian focused on the closest fruit in front of her. The fruit was pressed against the tip of a branch, heavy and golden, seemingly inviting her to pick it. With all her might, she leaped, but ended up missing it. Qian's thought, almost there. Qian didn't feel discouraged and persevered, leaping again with all her strength. But once again, she missed the fruit. She was a person who refused to admit defeat, so she tried again. And once again, she missed. Qian continued to try, repeatedly facing failure. She couldn't even count how many times she had failed. When she was exhausted and panting heavily, she suddenly heard a sneer from above her. Qian looked up in confusion. The loquat tree was dense with leaves, and she had been focusing solely on the one fruit, so she hadn't noticed that there was someone sitting on the tree. This person must have been sitting there for a while and had observed all her actions. She raised her eyes, and the sunlight illuminated the person's face inch by inch. It was a young man in a white robe and brocade boots. His expression was lazy, with a hint of arrogance. His hands were resting behind his head, presenting a bright and elegant appearance, like a breeze against a jade tree. When he glanced impatiently at her, his eyes were captivating. Qian was stunned. She had never seen such a handsome young man before. He seemed to embody the essence of spring. For a moment, she felt inferior. Fortunately, her mask concealed her blushing face, but her youthful eyes couldn't hide their amazement. After a glance at her, The beautiful young man casually plucked a fruit. Hien's thought, was he offering it to me? Hien felt a surge of shyness. The young man suddenly flipped down and landed gracefully, his white robe dazzling her eyes. She watched him approach with the fruit in hand, feeling uncertain about what to say. Should she say thank you? Or should she say how handsome he was? Nervously, she even wanted to tug at her clothes hem. The young man had already arrived in front of her and suddenly gave her a smile. The smile was like thousands of flowers blooming, radiant as a spring morning. Hien excitedly said, "Thank." Before she could finish saying you, the young man brushed past her. Hien? She turned her head to look back, only to see the young man casually throwing the golden loquat up and down as he walked away. He seemed leisurely, as if mocking her for her self-inflicted embarrassment. Hien stood in place for quite some time, calming herself before following the direction the young man had taken toward the academy. However, as she approached the entrance of the academy, she heard people talking inside, a lively and cheerful conversation. A joyous voice asked, "I heard that the new young master of the He family is also coming to our academy. Huijin, have you seen him?" She took a step forward and secretly peered inside through a window crack. She then heard a lazy voice reply, "I didn't see the young master of the He family, only someone who was clumsy and short." Hien's thought, clumsy and short? Hien had never been described like that before in her life. Clumsy might be excusable, but short? Where was she short? Among girls her age, she was already considered quite tall. Hien wanted to see who was so ignorant as to come up with such a conclusion. When she looked up, she saw the beautiful young man, surrounded by other youths, gazing directly at the window crack as if he knew she was peering inside. It seemed like he knew she was spying on them. Laughter emanated from inside the academy. In this world of vibrant scenery and spring colors, the trees and flowers were filled with boundless beauty. This was the first time she met Xiao Jue. Chapter 19. The next day, it started raining. Hien had Yunxing bring some money to hire craftsmen to repair the dilapidated roof. Spring was coming to an end, and summer was approaching, and the rain would only become more frequent. Only Hien's room had an intact roof. Sui and Yunxing's rooms were filled with copper basins to catch the dripping water. When you entered the rooms, it looked like they were selling basins. The roof was quickly repaired with sturdy green tiles. Hien also considered changing the bedding and pillows in the room, as they were so worn out that the cotton was almost falling out. Yunxing stepped into her room and said, "Hien, come and see." Hien was puzzled as she saw Yunxing take out a piece of paper from his pocket and say to her, "Yesterday, I wrote down the schools in the capital that might be suitable. How about we go and check them out together?" "Now," Hien asked, "do you want me to go with you?" Yunxing's face showed a hint of annoyance as if he had been seen through. He turned away and said, "I'm just letting you know." "Oh, okay, I'll accompany you then," Hien agreed. This young man was a bit stubborn, but he was still cute and didn't seem to have any malicious intentions. When Hien walked to the courtyard, she saw the horse that Xiao Jue had given Yunxing the day before, now standing in a corner with a makeshift stable. Hien's family was poor and couldn't afford to raise a horse. They only kept chickens and ducks in the courtyard, and now there was suddenly this huge animal there, making it quite unusual. The horse was bowing its head, eating grass that had been wiped clean and neatly stacked, clearly the work of Yunxing. Seeing Hien looking at the horse, Yunxing proudly said, Xiang is so beautiful." Hien almost suspected that she had misheard him and asked, "What did you call it?" Xiang. Yunxing answered confidently, "I looked at it yesterday, and it's a female horse. Since she's following me, I need to give her a new name, and Xiang is a name that girls would like." Hien replied, "As long as you're happy." She had told Yunxing to study more early on, but he never listened. If Xiao Jue, who was so picky, knew that the horse he casually gave away had been given such a name by Yunxing, it would surely be a shame in his horse-gifting career. Yunxing didn't notice, and despite his efforts to hide it, he couldn't help feeling happy. Hien didn't bother with him either. The He family had no horse before, so they didn't have a carriage either. Hien and Yunxing walked on the street with an umbrella each. Sui had already gone to the drill ground early in the morning. Hien had checked her face in the mirror this morning and found that the bruise at the corner of her mouth had already faded away. It was almost invisible, so she didn't wear a veil directly going out. There were some advantages to going out directly. Now that her identity was different, she didn't need to be too cautious, and she could observe the customs of the capital in detail. He Yunsheng had written down 4 schools on the paper, which were carefully selected, and He Yin took a look. She found that they all focused on martial arts. The decision was good. Looking at He Yunsheng's appearance, it seemed that he had no intention of pursuing a civil career. Of course, he was definitely not cut out for it if he could come up with the name Xiang for a horse. The two of them strolled around, buying snacks as they walked. In just one day, they had visited all the schools in the area. After discussing, they decided to choose the school that was closest to their home. This school had more martial arts instructors and a suitable curriculum. After school, He Yunsheng could still go to the drill ground to practice martial arts. The tuition fee was also not expensive, only 1 or 2 taels of silver per year, and the money that He Yin had won was enough to cover several years of tuition for him. Although He Yunsheng didn't say anything, he was obviously very happy. On their way back, he seemed quite elated. When they passed a tailor shop, He Yin remembered the day when she tore He Yunsheng's clothes at Lutong Manor. She said, "Before, I promised to give clothes to you. Since we happened to pass by, there's no better time than now. Let's do it here." Most of He Yunsheng's clothes were salvaged from what He Sui had left behind. They had been patched up for 3 years, and new clothes were rare for him. He had never been to a tailor shop like this before and hesitated, saying, "It's all right. I can just wear whatever. If you go to school wearing shabby clothes, you'll be laughed at." He Yin pulled him inside. The tailor was an elderly man with a friendly smile. He asked, "Is this young lady getting clothes made, or is it this young gentleman? Make them for him." He Yin pointed at He Yunsheng and said, "Spring and winter clothes, 2 sets each, preferably long clothes with the style of a scholar. Make them good-looking and suitable for a young man like him. The colors shouldn't be too dark or too light, and the patterns can be simple." The old tailor smiled and said, "Sure. What about you?" He Yunsheng was surprised, standing up, and said, "I can't wear that many. It's too much." He Yin pushed him back into his seat. "Your sister's clothes are too many to wear. How can you compare with me? You're so good-looking, it's a waste of this face if you don't wear something nice." He Yunsheng blushed. "You're talking nonsense." Hearing this, the old tailor smiled even more kindly. "Young master, your older sister really loves you." Loves him? He Yunsheng was a little dazed. He never thought that one day he would be joking with He Yin like any other ordinary brother and sister. But she did help him a lot. She was reluctant to spend money on her own clothes, but made so many for him. It should be known that He Yin was the one who loved dressing up the most. He Yin didn't know the mixed feelings in He Yunsheng's heart at the moment. She just genuinely couldn't get used to wearing Miss He's clothes. Miss He's clothes were delicate and glamorous, with complicated and lengthy designs. She would trip over the skirt and fall if she took a few steps, and she might accidentally snag the gauzy edges of the clothes. He Yin felt hopeless wearing them. Even when she was at the Su family as the madam, she always preferred simple and elegant clothes. Therefore, Miss He's clothes were totally unsuitable for her. Not to mention wearing such clothes while practicing martial arts. She thought it would be better to have a tailor make 2 sets of sturdy male outfits, but she mustn't do it in front of him. Otherwise, she would have to explain it endlessly. She decided to secretly do it one day when He Yunsheng wasn't around. The tailor was measuring He Yunsheng's body, and He Yin casually walked around, looking at the fabrics, trying to find a few that she could use to make outfits for He Yunsheng. At this moment, someone suddenly called her name. He Yin? He Yin turned her head to look. The one calling her was a young nobleman, dressed in extremely luxurious clothing, with a relatively handsome appearance. However, there was a slight hint of darkness in his eyes, and his gaze seemed unfocused, making him appear somewhat unwell. Behind him were a few servants. When he saw He Yin turn her head, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly approached, reaching out to grab He Yin's hand. He Yin sidestepped, avoiding his grasp. He Yin's thought, "It seems Miss He had quite a reputation in the capital city. Why do I encounter familiar people wherever I go? First Wang Zhuge, and now this person." The young nobleman, disappointed that He Yin had evaded his hand, froze for a moment before his face immediately displayed a look of sadness. He clutched his heart and said, "Are you still angry with me?" He Yin's thought, "What does he mean?" While He Yin was still puzzled, a young man as swift as a calf rushed forward and stood in front of He Yin. Fan Sheng, how dare you come here? Fan Sheng. He Yin suddenly understood. This must be the legendary young master Fan, the heartless person who broke Miss He's heart. Chapter 20. He Yunxing stood in front of He Yin, blocking her. Fan Sheng looked somewhat surprised. He Yin and He Yunsheng, this brother and sister pair, had always had a bad relationship, and he knew that. In the long time he had known He Yin, he had almost never seen them together. Even on the rare occasion they met, they were often arguing. But looking at He Yunxing's current appearance, it didn't seem like they were fighting. Instead, it looked like he was protecting He Yin. Had something happened between them? He then turned his gaze to He Yin. The young girl stared back at him, her eyes clear and honest, without much emotion. It didn't seem like she had any lingering feelings for him. Fan Sheng took another step forward, showing concern and eagerness, and asked, I heard that you fell seriously ill some time ago. Are you feeling better now? Do you need me to have some supplements sent to your home? What do you like? You seem to have lost some weight. I'm really worried. This man, with his decent looks and luxurious attire, being so caring. If it were truly Miss He in this situation, she would probably have been moved to tears by him. He Yin hadn't had a chance to speak yet, but He Yunsheng, afraid that she might be swayed by Fan Sheng's words, quickly interjected, Don't listen to his nonsense. Don't forget who caused you to fall seriously ill in the first place, and the things they said in front of the Fan family's gate. This person is just a fraud. He Yin had already heard about this incident from He Yunxing before. Miss He went to seek an explanation from her beloved after hearing he was getting married, but she was kicked out by the servants without even seeing Fan Sheng himself. That was what made her feel utterly hopeless and fall seriously ill. Hearing this, Fan Sheng felt resentful towards He Yunsheng for meddling in his affairs, but on the surface, he appeared sorrowful. It was my parents' decision to arrange this marriage for me. I had no say in it. However, my feelings for you are known to you. Why listen to outsiders trying to sow discord between us? Who are you calling an outsider? He Yunsheng was furious. I am her real younger brother. What relationship do you have with her? Don't think you can take advantage of her. He Yin patted He Yunsheng's shoulder, signaling for him to calm down. She then looked at Fan Sheng and said politely, Thank you, young master Fan, for your concern. I am perfectly fine, and the illness you mentioned was just a minor cold. My younger brother tends to speak without thinking due to his young age. Fan Sheng didn't expect her to say this, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. What's past is past, and now young Master Fan is married. I shouldn't get too close to you, lest it causes grief to your wife. In the future, let's just go our separate ways and not meet again. He Yin felt that she had said these words very thoughtfully, without harming Fan Sheng's pride. She then looked at He Yunsheng, who seemed to be satisfied with her words. Like a victorious rooster, he looked especially pleased with himself as he stared at Fan Sheng. Fan Sheng carefully observed He Yin. In truth, his encounter with He Yin today was purely coincidental. She had twisted her foot during a spring outing, and he had kindly arranged for someone to give her a ride. To be fair, He Yin was quite beautiful, but not to the point of being stunning. People from families like theirs had seen all kinds of women. He Yin was simply attracted to his family background and wanted to live a luxurious life. For him, having a good-looking woman with a clean background was like having a piece of fat meat delivered to his mouth. He wouldn't miss the chance. A woman with good looks and a clean background, he thought, would be suitable to become his concubine. Who would have known that He Yin was aiming for the position of his legal wife? How could he marry the daughter of a city military official? He Yin had to be delusional. But in order to deceive her and get her into his hands, he still went along with her, giving her some cheap cosmetics and jewelry to make her feel happy. Who would have known that one day He Yin found out about his impending marriage and caused a scene at his residence? The woman he married was the eldest daughter of a Cheng Wulong, and if her father found out about this, he might cancel the marriage. So Fan Sheng had his servants chase He Yin away. It was said that He Yin was very heartbroken at that time and almost tried to commit suicide right in front of his house. Fan Sheng couldn't be bothered to deal with her then. And then, he got married and took a lovely wife into his arms, and everything went smoothly. After the honeymoon period, Fan Sheng's old habits resurfaced. But his new wife was fierce and strong-willed, and she kept a tight leash on him. He couldn't go to brothels or visit other courtesans. He even had to dismiss some concubines. At this time, Fan Sheng started to miss the delicate and pampering He Yin. Qian's temperament was different from his fierce wife's. She was as delicate as a little girl and sometimes showed a bit of a coquettish side, which was quite adorable. Fan Sheng sent people to inquire about Qian's situation and learned that after leaving his residence, she fell seriously ill, and since then, she rarely went out alone, only occasionally going to the shop across from the Drunken Jade Pavilion with her younger brother to sell some deny cakes. Who would have thought that he would meet her here today? Qian seemed different from before. She looked at him with an expression that wasn't as flattering and coquettish as before, but rather straightforward, which surprised him. Her features were the same, but there was a bit more liveliness, and she even had a touch of charisma that she didn't have before. This charisma made her beautiful face look different, and even the polite smile on her lips was captivating and hard to look away from. There seemed to be a hint of transformation. "It turns out you are still angry with me," Fan Sheng said dejectedly. Fan Sheng's thought, "She must still have feelings for me. How could she, who used to like me so much, suddenly give up on me? As long as I apologize to her like before and give her some gifts, she will forgive me. Such women, just a few sweet words and promises, and they will be devoted to me." Qian didn't know what Fan Sheng was thinking. She had made herself quite clear, but it seemed like Fan Sheng couldn't understand. She turned back and asked the old tailor, "Have you taken the measurements?" The old tailor nodded in confirmation. "This is the deposit." Qian placed the silver coins on the table. "When will the clothes be ready?" "Spring and summer clothes can be picked up in 20 days, but winter clothes take a bit longer, about a month." "Okay," Qian smiled. "We will come to pick them up in 20 days. Please make them beautiful." She pointed at He Yunsheng. "Young boys like to look good, too." "Who likes to look good?" He Yunsheng grumbled. The old tailor smiled and nodded. Qian and He Yunsheng walked out of the tailor shop, and Qian simply nodded at Fan Sheng without saying anything. Fan Sheng wanted to say something more, but the young girl had already walked away with a decisive stride. Instead, He Yunsheng turned his head and secretly waved his fist at Fan Sheng, his gaze full of warning. "Oomph," Fan Sheng sneered. "Young master, Missy's attitude towards you." The servant grumbled indignantly. "It's nothing," Fan Sheng waved his hand. "Women, they just throw tantrums sometimes." Today's Qian was indeed very different from the past. Her distant and aloof demeanor was really intriguing. Fan Sheng suddenly thought that he had spent so much time on Qian, but in fact, he hadn't gained much benefit. How could he let a duck that was already in his mouth fly away? Since they met here today, why not continue their previous relationship and make something beautiful together? A confident smile appeared on Fan Sheng's face. Chapter 21. On their way back, He Yunsheng kept observing He Yan's expression. "You won't have any further dealings with that person with the surname Fan, right?" he asked repeatedly, seeking reassurance. "I promise you, I will never have anything to do with him again," He Yan replied firmly. "Is that enough?" Seeing her resolute attitude, He Yunsheng felt somewhat relieved. He Yunsheng himself didn't know why, but he kept chattering all the way, even more so than a wet nurse. "It's not that I don't trust you, but that surname Fan is too cunning and always tells lies," He Yunsheng continued nonstop. "What's so good about such a man? You must have been blind to be interested in him. Let me tell you, General Fengyun is the one truly admirable person." As He Yan listened to He Yunsheng's talk, it went in one ear and out the other. However, when she heard him mention Xiao Jue, she stopped and interrupted his endless rambling. "What does this have to do with Xiao Jue? Isn't second young master Xiao handsome?" He Yunsheng asked. With a refined and elegant demeanor, one could hardly find any flaws in him. He's good-looking." "And what about his family background?" The Xiao family was a prominent military family. Commander Xiao Zhongwu had accompanied the late emperor in conquering thousands of miles of territory. He was a beloved general of the late emperor. The general's wife was the niece of the Empress Dowager's family. The eldest son, Xiao Jing, was already a respected Fengyi Daifu at a young age, and the second son, Xiao Jue, was now a prestigious Right Army commander and renowned as General Fengyun. They are very well off. What about his talents in both civil and martial arts? Unparalleled, extraordinary. Well then, He Yunsheng concluded, he's a good-looking man from a prominent family, extremely talented in both civil and martial arts, and stands out from the crowd. Isn't he worth admiring? If I were a woman, I would admire him all my life. He Yan, please, just be quiet. He Yan's thought. Even if Xiao Jue possessed 1,000 good qualities, his infuriatingly cold and indifferent attitude made him hard to praise. Moreover, countless women already admired him. It was doubtful if there was any woman in Dawei who didn't admire him. Has he ever taken notice of anyone? No. He was extremely proud, and his standards were as high as his looks. Perhaps there was no one who could catch his eye. Could he ever like someone like her? That was unlikely. Qian found herself longing for the day when she could see the girl whom Xiao Jue would choose in the future, a peerless beauty that would put all others to shame. As they were discussing this, Qian suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, "What's going on ahead?" Not far away, on the roadside wall, there was something pasted that attracted many people's attention. As Qian and Qian approached and saw what was written on it, they understood. It's a conscription notice. Hasn't it been a long time since the last conscription? Why would they suddenly conscript now? Qian questioned in puzzlement. But Qian understood. During the years she spent with Xiao Jue, pacifying the disturbances in western Chang and the southern barbarians, she had overlooked the neighboring country of Wudo. The Wudo people took advantage of these few years to grow and develop, and they had hidden ambitious plans. After marrying into the Su family, she had been keeping an eye on the northwestern fortress. This sudden conscription was likely to strengthen the garrison in Liangzhou and train new soldiers. Qian looked at the conscription notice on the wall and suddenly tore off one of the sheets, stuffing it into his pocket. Qian asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "It's nothing. I just want to keep it as a memento," Qian replied hesitantly. "Unfortunately, I can't go to battle and kill enemies now. If I were older and had higher martial skills, I would also want to join the army." Qian smiled at his words. Joining the army is not a simple matter. It involves enduring the hardships of the desert and witnessing sacrifices around you. On the battlefield, you must be prepared to fall at any moment. You can't even bring yourself to kill a fish. How can you kill a person? Qian was rendered speechless and replied after a while, "You talk like you've experienced it yourself." Qian walked with him towards home, just smiling softly. Of course, she had experienced it. Truth be told, she was around Qian's age when it happened. At that time, the Fuyue army was recruiting soldiers to go to Maxian. She had quarreled with Qian, so she secretly took some silver and clothes at night, put on a mask, and joined the army. Using the name of He Rufei. No one had expected He Rufei to join the army, not even the He family. It wasn't until Qian won her first battle, earned promotions, and received rewards that the news reached her family. However, her days in the army were not as smooth as others might think. She was just a teenager, and a girl at that. She had to be cautious not to reveal her identity, and she had to compete with men stronger than her. On the battlefield, she couldn't cry or make a sound. She was often scolded by her superiors, and sometimes her military merits were stolen, and she couldn't say anything but had to smile and serve tea to her superiors. Qian felt that before joining the army, she was a reserved, introverted girl who kept all her thoughts to herself. It was only after joining the army that she truly learned to grow up. Life and death were the only things that mattered. Everything else was trivial. Flying Phoenix General replaced the young lady of the He family, and from then on, she persisted step by step, silently enduring all hardships. Sometimes, she thought that the name Flying Phoenix General was so closely related to her life. Even when she saw the conscription notice torn by Qian and hidden in his pocket, she couldn't appear as calm as she seemed. Qian noticed Qian's sudden silence and thought she might be thinking about Fanxing again. When they returned home, he carefully reminded Qian once again before going back to his own room. Qingmei had already left, and the torn conscription notice was still lying on the table, a thin paper, heavily weighing on Qian's heart. After being busy with the He family's affairs for so long, she had money now, and Qian had found a school. It was time for her to think about herself. The problem was how to approach He Rufei. With her current status and lack of power, her words wouldn't be heard. In her previous life, when she was He Rufei, when she was Madame Su, she knew nothing about scheming and intrigue. Now, even if she had been given another chance, she couldn't do those dirty and cunning things. Qian's thought, what do I have now? I only have this life, so what can I do? I only know how to fight on the battlefield. But what can I do now? Qian's gaze fell on the conscription notice, just a few lines of words, and her heart surged as if she had returned to the year she was 15. She carried the silver and the bag, sneaked into the recruitment camp in the dark of night, and wrote down her name. From that moment, her military career began. She had to start all over again. This was the worst path, but also the best solution. She had to start over as Qian from the beginning. Chapter 22. In the following days, everything was calm and peaceful. The roof of the house has been repaired, and the bedding has been changed. Qian also found a young servant for Yuansheng, who helps him with errands and chores around the house, giving Qingmei a companion to talk to. Yuansheng had already begun attending school, and Qian was left alone in the house when Sui was away. With only Qingmei as her company, Qian could openly practice her sword skills in the courtyard. Well, practice with branches she picked up. She had mastered the techniques in her mind, but her current body was quite delicate. Even a slight bump or stumble would leave visible bruises. Moreover, she didn't have much strength. Although she had improved a lot through Qian's deliberate training, she was still far from how she used to be. Fighting on the battlefield with such a body would not be practical. Qian sighed and put down the tree branch. Miss, Qingmei ran in. Someone has sent more things from outside. Qian frowned. Why are they here again? This maid doesn't know. They just left the things and went away. Qingmei said with difficulty. Miss, what should we do now? Young master will definitely be angry if he sees it. The people sending things were from the Fan family. Since the day they saw Qian at the tailor's shop, the Fan family had been sending gifts frequently. It was either rouge and powder or silk and jewelry, or sometimes medicinal soups and tonics. Qian had always sent the gifts back, but Yuansheng had caught sight of it a few times and got angry, repeatedly nagging her in her room until her ears almost turned into calluses. Because of this, Qian hadn't gone out in these days. If she happened to run into Fan Sheng again and he started bothering her, Yuansheng might end up tearing down the Fan family's house. Today, they went even further, leaving the items and walking away. What did it mean? Were they sure that she would accept them? Qian said, throw the items outside. But Qingmei hesitated. These are all valuable silk and jewelry. It's not good to just throw them away, right? Qian suddenly felt a headache. In her previous life, she lived like a man and had never encountered such a persistent pursuer. Even after returning to the He family as a daughter and getting engaged to Su Zhiheng never crossed the line with her. He was even a bit distant, not to mention such a passionate pursuit. How was a girl like her supposed to deal with such a situation? She had no idea. If she threw away such valuable items, what if the Fan family denied sending them? Qian sighed and said, then I'll personally return them. Qingmei widened her eyes. Miss, you're going to the Fan family's door? Is there any other better way? Qian said, get yourself ready too, we'll go together. Am I going to? Qingmei shrank back in fear. Of course. Qian looked at her strangely. I can't remember the way to the Fan family. As she wasn't the real Miss He, she didn't even know which direction the Fan family's door faced, so she naturally needed someone to show her the way. Judging by Qingmei's fearful expression, it seemed that the last time they went to the Fan family, things didn't go well. Indeed, Qingmei was worried. She still remembered the last time they went to the Fan family. Qian's eyes were red, and she almost bumped her head to death at the entrance. The maid from the Fan family was watching them with a mocking look, saying things like, people should know their place, don't always try to climb higher, and don't keep staring at impossible things, to avoid falling and becoming a laughingstock. Her words were full of sarcasm, and Qian got so angry that she fainted on the spot. Sui called the doctor, who said it was a case of heart troubles due to sudden anger. At that time, everyone thought that Qian would be crushed by this blow and wouldn't be able to live on. But to everyone's surprise, when she woke up, she was like a different person, not mentioning Fan Sheng at all. Even if Fan Sheng came to pester her now, she remained calm and clear-cut. Qingmei felt both relieved and worried. Qian patted her shoulder and reassured her. Don't worry, no one will bully you. Qingmei felt inexplicably relieved. The two of them went out together. The Fan family's residence was far from the He family's, and they walked for quite a while before arriving. Qingmei pointed to a house with a big red gate. This is the Fan family's house. Qian thought for a moment. I won't go in. You can take these things and hand them to the gatekeeper, saying they were sent by young Master Fan Sheng and must be delivered to him personally. Qingmei nodded. I understand. Qian then hid behind a pillar facing the street. watching Qingmei walk up to the guard at the gate, exchange a few words, and hand the basket of gifts over. Only then did she return to Yan's side, smiling brightly. I did as you said. Good job, Yan said. Let's go back. In the main house of the Fan family, the decorations were still festive and red due to the recent wedding. Madame Fan, Tang Ying, the eldest daughter of the Cheng Wulong, was spoiled and arrogant since childhood, and because of the Tang family's connections, everyone in the Fan family pampered and indulged her. She had only been married into the Fan family for a few months, and she was already in charge of the household, with everyone under her control. A servant knocked on the door from outside. Come in. Tang Ying sat on a soft couch, admiring the freshly embroidered fabric. The servant came in and bowed to Tang Ying before saying, Madam, a maid came from outside and delivered a basket, saying it's for young master. Tang Ying's movement paused upon hearing this, and she looked at the servant. A maid? What kind of basket is it? Bring it over for me to see. The servant brought the basket over. Tang Ying picked it up and rummaged through it. Seeing that it was filled with fabrics, cosmetics, and perfumes for women, she couldn't contain her anger. What is this? The servant was at a loss for words. A close maidservant beside her said, These are all women's items. Madam, young master doesn't use these things. It must be him trying to court favor, but the other person rejecting him. Tang Ying suddenly stood up, sweeping the porcelain cups on the table, causing them to shatter on the floor. Her expression turned fierce. Forget Fan Sheng. Madam, the most urgent thing now is not to pursue young master. Don't startle the snake, the close maidservant reminded. Tang Ying calmed down a bit and said, You're right. There's no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. If they were a respectable person, how could they associate with Fan Sheng? I believe that scoundrel is just toying with us, despicable. She instructed the servant who had been bowing without a word. For the next few days, you follow Fan Sheng and see where he goes and who he meets. I want to know who has charmed him. Find that wretched woman. I'll make that pair of dog and man pay the price. The servant nodded and retreated. The maid skillfully encouraged her. Madam, you mustn't show any signs in the next few days, so as not to arouse young master's suspicion and make him hide that woman. I know. Tang Ying clenched her fists tightly. In the past, I merely dismissed those concubines and maids he favored. But now, seeing him act so confidently and arrogantly, it seems like he doesn't even care about me, his lawful wife. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 23. Investigating someone in the capital is not a simple task. But as for the current Fan Sheng, all his concubines and servants have been dismissed, and he dared not visit brothels. He spent most of his time in just a few places, so it didn't take long for his little affair with Qian to be exposed and brought before Tang Ying. This is outrageous. Tang Ying slammed the teacup heavily on the table. He had a private affair with that woman when we were discussing marriage. He doesn't take me seriously at all. I already warned my brother and father about him being untrustworthy, and now it's all come true. I feel so embarrassed. Madam, please calm down, the maid said. Young master still hasn't dared to bring that woman home, so he must have reservations. Perhaps that woman has charmed him, which led to his mistakes. Now, you and the young master have just gotten married, so don't cause any ripples because of these things, or others will accuse you of being jealous. What should I do then? Tang Ying asked angrily. Why not start with that woman? She's just the daughter of a city military official. She's not beyond Madam's control. You're right. Tang Ying calmed down after a while. She's just a lowly woman who dares to dream of marrying into the Fan family and taking the position of the legal wife. I will personally meet her. Qian was unaware of the troubles happening at the Fan residence. She was thinking about how to go to the conscription office and fill out the documents to join the army, hoping to follow the troops to Liangzhou. Neither He Yunsheng nor He Sui would understand, so she pondered on how to find a good excuse to explain her actions. If she told them she wanted to achieve great things, they would surely think she was crazy. If she mentioned revenge, no, that wouldn't work either. She turned over her body. What if she wrote a letter and left home again, just like she did back then? Taking advantage of the darkness of the night and when there was no one around, she could leave directly? Remembering that the conscription would end in 2 days, if the documents were not submitted, there would be no chance. While she was thinking, Qingmei brought in some pastries. Seeing Qian tossing and turning on the bed, Qing Mei was surprised. "Miss, have you eaten something bad? Shall I find someone to take a look?" "I'm fine." Qian waved her hand. "I'm just feeling restless." Surprisingly, after He Yunxing left, she found herself missing his constant chatter. Even if she practiced martial arts alone in the residence, she couldn't find any interest. People were indeed strange. Although she lived as a lonely individual in the Su family for a whole year, feeling lonely most of the time, she got used to having He Yunxing's endless murmuring around after just over a month in the He family. Perhaps He Yunxing was just too talkative. Qian turned over and said, "I'm going out for a while." "Where's the miss going?" "I'll accompany you." Qing Mei quickly offered. "No need. I'm going to fetch Yunxing's clothes." Qian replied. 20 days have passed, and He Yunxing's spring and summer clothes should be ready by now. Since He Yunxing was coming back late after school, she would go and help collect them. Before leaving, she glanced at the conscription notice on the table. After some thought, she put it in her pocket. She didn't even understand why she was doing this. A long, long time later, when He Yin recalled this day, she felt that fate was mysterious. From the moment she took that notice, the hand of destiny turned the clouds and rain, sweeping her back into the plot once again. In the vastness of the universe, it was all destined. By the afternoon, the weather was fine. Following her memory, Qian found the tailor shop. The old tailor there smiled when he saw her. The young lady finally came. "The clothes are ready. The young master isn't here, is he?" "He's at school." Qian smiled and handed over the remaining silver coins. "Master, you have great skills." The spring clothes and summer attire were both beautiful blue clothes, simple and elegant in style, made of breathable and lightweight fabric. Qian thought He Yunxing would surely like them. She neatly folded the clothes and put them in a bundle before stepping out of the tailor's shop. A strange maid came up to her. "Are you Miss Qian?" Qian's thought. Could it be another acquaintance? Qian sighed, as she didn't have He Yunxing by her side to explain who this person was. "Yes, that's me." Qian tried to look natural. The maid smiled. "My madam is just ahead. I happened to meet you and would like to invite you for a talk." "Your madam?" Qian pondered for a moment. Since she wasn't the real Miss He, if she encountered someone she knew, she might expose herself. Thus, she declined. "Today, I am a bit busy. How about another day?" The maid looked hesitant. "This maid can't make decisions. Please meet my madam. It won't take much of your time, and my madam said there is an important matter she wants to discuss with you." Throughout her life, Qian feared most when young ladies were in a dilemma because of her. Seeing the maid's troubled expression, Qian felt like she had brought trouble to her, making her heart soften. When she heard that there was an important matter to discuss, she felt a little suspicious. What if it was really important and she caused delays? After wrestling with her thoughts for a moment, she said, "All right, I'll meet with her. But I have urgent matters to attend to, so I can't stay long. You can rest assured." The maid led the way, and Qian followed her gaze. Although the maid introduced herself as a servant, her clothes and jewelry were of exquisite quality. She was either a maid from a wealthy family or a personal maid to a noblewoman. Qian felt like she might be both. Lost in her thoughts, Qian suddenly realized they had arrived at a sparsely populated alley. "Is your madam here?" she asked. "Our madam has a residence here, but she rarely stays." The maid smiled. "Sometimes when she's tired from banquets nearby, she rests here." Qian's thought. Ah, indeed from a wealthy family. Even the resting place is her family's property. He Yunxing would probably envy her again. Here it is. As expected, the maid stopped in front of a small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large, and it looked a bit old. There weren't many people around, and there wasn't even a gatekeeper at the entrance. Qian followed the maid inside, passing through a garden before entering the main hall. Suddenly, the maid's tone changed from gentle and polite to cold and indifferent. "Madam, this maid has brought her." Qian raised her head and met the furious gaze of a beautiful woman. "Are you Qian?" Qian's thought. This doesn't seem like a friendly meeting for tea and conversation. "I am, and madam is. I am the eldest daughter of the Tang family, the current Cheng Wulong, and the wife of Fan Cheng." The lady sneered, her eyes full of hostility. Qian instantly realized what was going on and looked at the imposing maids and servants around her. She inwardly sighed. Qian's thought. This madam seems to have misunderstood something. What kind of karma did I create to be reincarnated into this miss with a love debt? Chapter 24. It seems the madam has misunderstood something. After a moment of contemplation, Qian finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying became even more agitated. She pointed at her and cursed. Misunderstanding? You and Fan Sheng had a relationship even before I entered the picture, and after I married him. It's still unclear what you two have been up to. Are you happy being someone else's mistress? I can see that you haven't changed at all, and you still want to become the legal wife of my Fan family. Qian felt a headache coming on. Qian's thought, this madam is completely unreasonable. Despite her beautiful appearance, she speaks in such a harsh manner. Qian spoke seriously. Madam, you might want to inquire more carefully. The relationship between young Master Fan and me ended long before you entered the picture. Liar. If you haven't seen him, how did he send gifts to you? I've been troubled by that too. If Madam could persuade young Master Fan not to act like that, I would be very grateful. After saying this, Tang Ying staggered a few steps and sat down on a chair, tears streaming down her face. You're despicable, truly despicable. Qian felt some sympathy for her as she watched Tang Ying. Even a fool could see that Fan Sheng was not a suitable match for her. Even if Qian didn't pursue Fan Sheng, he would likely find another woman in the future. Qian couldn't see anything attractive in young Master Fan, but there were plenty of others who were willing to sacrifice themselves for status and power. This daughter of the Cheng Wulong was more than qualified for Fan Sheng. With such beauty and background, yet she had bound her life to Fan Sheng's. What a pity. Tang Ying's maids and servant women rushed over to comfort her. After a while, Tang Ying wiped away her tears. You wicked woman, you're good at telling lies. How could I believe your nonsense, she said. Madam, what do you want to do? Qian glanced at the sky. It's getting late, and I should return home. Return home. It was one of the servants comforting Tang Ying. After you've done such shameless things, you still want to leave? Until Madam decides how to deal with you. You must stay here. Qian, you dare to confine me? The old servant glanced disdainfully at Qian and said, You come from a humble background, and you don't know your place. How can you call this confinement? Since our young master has taken a liking to you, you are considered half a member of the Fan family. As the main mistress, it's only right for Madam to discipline a servant. Even if you complain to the authorities, we have a valid reason. Qian couldn't help but laugh at their serious nonsense. Seeing Qian's laugh, Tang Ying's hesitation turned into anger, and she ordered, Tie her up and leave her in the room for the night. Let's see if she's still so arrogant tomorrow. As a young lady from a wealthy family, and having just married into her husband's family, Tang Ying had not yet learned the ruthless methods of dealing with such situations. She only wanted to vent her anger by tying her up and scaring her a little. Qian sighed with relief. As long as they didn't use knives, she wasn't afraid. She was just worried about causing trouble for the He family while carrying the identity of Miss He. The maids rushed forward and bound Qian tightly like a little chicken. She remained still and allowed them to tie her up, obediently complying with their actions. Tang Ying watched this and felt even more frustrated. Once they had her bound, they tossed Qian onto the bed in the inner room. A maid asked, Madam, should we leave someone here to guard her? Why bother? Tang Ying snapped. Let her stay here alone. When it gets dark, let's see if she's scared or not. If she gets robbed by thieves passing by, she sneered maliciously. I wonder if Fan Sheng will still want her. With that, the group left, leaving the courtyard silent and empty. Qian lay tied on the bed, hands and feet bound, calmly gazing at the canopy above. Qian's thought. Surprisingly, the bed is quite soft, and the canopy is made of delicate gauze. It seems Madame Fan is quite generous to her prisoner. Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. People from different backgrounds indeed had different lives. Even the resting place that Madame Fan casually used was more luxurious than the carefully crafted house of the He family. Moreover, this residence was empty most of the time. Qian's thought, what a waste. She contemplated, confirmed there were no more movements outside, and after another cup of tea's time, she tried to move her hands and feet. Being bound was somewhat uncomfortable, but the tying was as messy as wrapping a zongzi. She tried to feel for the knot with her hands. Having spent 10 days learning how to untie knots when she entered the military camp, she found it quite easy to undo the simple knot. Feeling the shape of the knot, she confirmed that she could undo it and reached out to untie it. However, just as she was about to act, she heard footsteps outside. The steps were very light, but with her keen hearing, she recognized that it was a man. She stopped her movements and looked towards the door. Qian's thought, did Tang Ying really hit the mark? Are there really thieves? The footsteps approached step by step, and even Qian began to feel a bit nervous. After feeling around in her sleeve for a while, she found a sharp bamboo stick. Qian's thought, getting a hidden weapon forged in the weapon shop was too expensive. Now, I have to tighten my belt and even pick up bamboo sticks myself. Qian couldn't help but feel a bit bitter about her situation. The footsteps were now right in front of her, and the door was pushed open. A guard walked in, looking as if he didn't expect Qian to be awake. Her mouth was stuffed with a rag, but she was calmly looking at him, which startled him. He quickly walked over and whispered in Qian's ear, "Miss He, don't be afraid. Young master sent me to rescue you." Qian's thought, so, it wasn't about stealing, but to save a person. The guard removed the rag from Qian's mouth and lifted her on his shoulder. He said, "This servant will take you out first." Qian was not used to this posture, feeling like she was being taken away as if she were an enemy captive about to be beheaded. However, the other had good intentions, and it wouldn't be appropriate to complain. The guard carried Qian onto a carriage, and it quickly left the Fan family's mansion. Qian remained silent, which made the guard a bit uneasy. He thought she would cry and scream when he entered the room. After all, Miss He was known to be a timid and weak woman. However, when he came in, Qian showed no fear despite her mouth being gagged. Her expression was curious and cautious, but there was no sign of fear. The guard had never seen such a woman and felt a strange sense of awe. Fortunately, the carriage was moving fast, and they arrived in a short time. The guard helped Qian off the carriage. It was already dark. The night on the Chunlai River was different from the bustling daytime, becoming quiet and peaceful. Normally, many pleasure boats would be here, with music, dances, and wine. However, due to the continuous fine rain and the cold wind, only a few scattered boats floated on the river, their dim fishing lights adding to the desolation. Qian lifted her head, and the dense rain fell on her face, cool and ticklish. Looking into the distance, she asked, "Why did you bring me here?" The guard didn't dare to look at her face and respectfully said, "Young master is waiting for you on the boat ahead. I will take you there." Chapter 25. The small boat swayed on the river. Tonight, there was no moon, only a few scattered stars in the sky. The lights from the riverside were reflected on the water, and faintly, one could see their own shadows on the surface. The guard rowed the boat towards the exquisitely decorated boat in the center of the river. Qian hung her head, remaining silent. The guard couldn't help but glance at her from time to time. He saw the girl sitting at the stern, her back straight, and her hands tied behind her with ropes, motionless. As if sensing his gaze, she lifted her head and gave him a cold look, causing the guard to shiver, almost dropping his, or into the river. That look was genuinely chilling. He couldn't describe the feeling. It was like a dead person staring at him lifelessly. The sound of the waves on the river seemed like an eerie dream, adding to her ghostly aura. It was really strange. The guard felt uneasy. She hardly spoke or asked anything, unusually quiet. Normally, wouldn't a girl at this moment be asking a question or two? But Qian didn't. She seemed like a silent doll, not like a living person. The water shimmered with ripples under the night sky, appearing like whirlpools, bringing her thoughts back to the day when she was drowned by Ru in the pond. In the past, she could swim and was a decent swimmer. But now, at this moment, her nerves were tense all over, telling her that she was afraid of water. She was afraid of falling into the water from this small boat, afraid of being sucked into an endless vortex, afraid of struggling helplessly underwater, seeing the sky getting farther away, and being powerless to do anything. She feared that her life would come to an abrupt end just like in her previous life. She felt disgusted with her own weakness and fear at this moment, but couldn't think of any other way. She could only sit in the boat and silently let the guard bring her onto that magnificent boat. The boat should belong to a wealthy family, slightly smaller than a luxury boat, but much larger than a fishing boat. The guard sent Qian onto the boat, lifted the curtain of the cabin, and brought her inside. Then, he rowed the small boat away, apparently obeying someone's orders and not daring to approach. Qian stared at the person in front of her. Today, Fan Sheng was also dressed up in an extravagant manner. The interior of the cabin was filled with incense and colorful lanterns, making it warm and fragrant as she entered. Qian struggled to free herself from the whirlpool in her mind and looked at Fan Sheng, saying, "Young Master Fan." Fan Sheng walked over and pressed her down onto a chair, saying, "Ahi, you've been wronged." Qian remained silent. "I never thought that woman would be so malicious, actually tying you up and locking you in a room. If it weren't for me secretly ensuring your safety and finding out about this, then immediately sending someone to rescue you, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Ahi, by now, you should understand the sincerity of my efforts, right?" Fan Sheng lamented. Qian looked at the ropes around her feet and shook her head, saying, "I don't understand." From beginning to end, Fan Sheng's guard did not untie the ropes for her, whether when he took her out of the mansion, onto the carriage, or brought her onto this boat. The coarse ropes had already rubbed her wrists raw, but she didn't feel any pain, just silence. "I was afraid you would have a misunderstanding and refuse to board the boat, so I didn't untie the ropes for you," Fan Sheng explained, following her gaze. Although he said so, he made no other move. "We're on the boat now," Qian smiled. "I won't run away. You can untie me." She smiled like the glow of the morning sun on snow, bright and radiant. Fan Sheng was momentarily captivated, thinking that Qian had grown more beautiful. She exuded a sense of heroism and elegance that she hadn't had before. The thought made him itch, and he reached out to touch Qian's face. She turned her head, evading him, and his hand fell through empty air. His smile faltered slightly, so he simply squatted down, gazing at Qian, and said, "It's not that I don't want to let you go, but Ahi, you need to understand your current situation. My wife is naturally jealous, and she will never let you off. Even if you return to the He family today, she will find a way to come after you. My father-in-law is a Cheng Wulong, and your father is just a low-ranking military officer. There are plenty of opportunities for her to cause trouble. But not mentioning that, the most important thing is you. You, as a young lady without anyone to protect you, will suffer endlessly if she catches you. I can't bear to see you suffer. Fan Sheng looked at her affectionately. "How can I just stand by and watch you in pain?" "Oh." Qian secretly untied the ropes that bound her hands and calmly asked, "So, what do you plan to do?" Seeing that she seemed to be loosening up, Fan Sheng's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he said, "I want to hide you in a safe place. You will still have maids and servants to attend to you in your daily life, so my wife won't find you. When the time is right, I will divorce that woman and bring you back to the Fan family. By then, you will be the madam of the Fan family, and no one will dare to bully you." "The legitimate wife?" Qian asked. "Yes." Fan Sheng placed his hand on his heart. "Ahi, I swear, my heart only belongs to you. If it weren't for this arranged marriage, I would never have married her. Trust me, I will only love you in this lifetime. You will be the only wife of Fan Sheng. You just have to wait a bit." Qian chuckled softly. Fan Sheng was taken aback. Do you want me to be your concubine?" she said lightly. If it were the real Qian, she might have been moved to tears by these vows. However, she wasn't the real Qian. Qian's thought. Onlookers see most clearly. When a man tries to deceive a woman, he can say all kinds of nonsense. How could Fan Sheng really marry me as the legitimate wife? He is just trying to deceive me. Qian's thought. Who knows if back then, when I was infatuated with Su Zhiheng, Huanru looked at me the same way I am looking at the real Qian now. Equally ridiculous and pitiful. "Ahiyu." Fan Sheng furrowed his brow. "Young Master Fan, I've made myself very clear. Since you're already married, I've let go of the past. Let bygones be bygones. I have no intention of becoming your legitimate wife, and I hope you won't continue to entangle yourself with me." As she said this, her hands loosened, and the ropes fell away. Fan Sheng didn't notice the ropes falling to the ground. He looked at her with surprise, and after a moment, he suddenly laughed coldly. "Qian, you really are someone who refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. I tried to reason with you nicely, but you're still being stubborn. Entangle? There are countless women in the world. Why would I bother with someone like you? But the time and effort I've spent on you can't go to waste. Young Master Fan, are you asking me to pay you back with silver?" Qian chuckled. "I'm not short of money. You can repay me with yourself." He flashed a lecherous smile. "If you serve me well, I might even reward you with some silver." Before He Yin could respond, an angry voice suddenly thundered. What nonsense are you spouting? He Yin looked in surprise as the curtain was lifted and a drenched figure marched in. It was He Yunsheng. Chapter 26. Yunsheng. He Yin almost thought she was seeing things, but after a closer look, it was indeed He Yunsheng. He Yunsheng had already walked up to her, shielding her and pushing Fan Sheng far away with one palm. How did you get up here? Fan Sheng finally steadied himself and pointed at him, looking incredulous. Of course I swam up, He Yunsheng replied. He had just been pulled out of the water, completely soaked and dripping wet. He squatted down immediately to untie the ropes from He Yan's feet. How did you know I was here? I was afraid that the guy with the surname Fan would bother you, so I sent Shuangqing to follow you. Who knew that he would see you being taken away? Shuangqing was the servant He Yin had bought for He Yunsheng, who accompanied him to school on a daily basis. Shuangqing followed to here and then came back to tell me. I rushed all the way here and swam over. Luckily, I caught up in time. He untied the rope on He Yan's feet and was about to untie the one on her hands, but to his surprise, the ropes on her hands were already loose. He was a little puzzled but didn't think much about it. He stood up, glaring at Fan Sheng, and said angrily, If I hadn't arrived in time, what would this scoundrel have done to you? What would I have done? Fan Sheng finally regained his composure. He looked at He Yunsheng and smiled confidently. Do you think you can change anything by coming here? Apart from the three of them, there was no one else on the boat. They probably didn't want to disturb Fan Sheng's entertainment. Even the guard who had brought He Yin here had disappeared. He was likely rowing the boat far away, waiting for Fan Sheng's orders after everything was done. Your sister will be mine sooner or later, Fan Sheng sneered. You're just refusing to face reality. Who was the one who tried everything to climb into my bed? Now you're pretending to be a virtuous and chaste woman. You. He Yunqing's face turned pale, and he rushed forward, landing a punch on Fan Sheng. You bastard. Fan Sheng almost fell backward from the force of his attack. The boat swayed violently, causing He Yunsheng to stagger. He Yin frowned and was about to go help when she saw something flash in Fan Sheng's sleeve. It seemed to be a glimmer of silver. Her scalp tingled, and she sternly shouted, Yunsheng, get back. He Yunsheng didn't know what was happening, but he instinctively turned around. With a thud, the knife that Fan Sheng had taken out stabbed into his clothes. He Yunsheng also broke out in a cold sweat, saying, You dare to kill someone. Why not? Fan Sheng's face contorted in a sinister expression. As the son of a low-ranking military officer, if he dies, he dies. Once you're dead, I will enslave your sister, and she will entertain me every day. When I'm bored, I'll sell her to a brothel. He burst into laughter. A trace of fierceness appeared in He Yan's eyes. She didn't want to deal with Fan Sheng, but she was afraid of bringing trouble to the He family. However, now it seemed that no matter what she did, Fan Sheng wouldn't give up. He Yunsheng was also filled with anger and pounced on Fan Sheng. He knocked Fan Sheng down, causing the boat to rock even more. Fan Sheng was knocked to the ground and tried to call for help, but He Yin shouted, Don't let him make a sound. Then she quickly moved forward, stuffing a handkerchief into Fan Sheng's mouth. With his mouth blocked, Fan Sheng was momentarily stunned. In that time, He Yunsheng had already straddled him and began punching him. Although Fan Sheng had been boastful and confident, he was no match for the strength of a young man. Gradually, he stopped struggling. Yunsheng, that's enough. He Yin stopped him. If you continue, he might end up dead. It's better if he dies. He Yunsheng gritted his teeth. If he's dead, he won't have any thoughts about you. That would cause trouble for the He family. He Yin released his grip. Help me get him up. He Yunsheng got off Fan Sheng's back, but Fan Sheng remained motionless, facing the ground. He Yunsheng kicked him, saying, Get up, stop pretending to be dead. But Fan Sheng didn't move. 2 hits, and you'd be dead. You really know how to extort people, mocked He Yunsheng, while trying to kick Fan Sheng away. But as he moved closer, he noticed a pool of red spreading beneath Fan Sheng, who was lying on the ground. He said He Yin was carefully listening to the commotion outside. Earlier, the boat had been swaying, and she wondered if Fan Sheng's guards had noticed. But everything seemed fine now, and they probably assumed it was part of Fan Sheng's entertainment. However, when she heard He Yunsheng's sudden change in tone, she found it odd and looked over. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. After a moment, She squatted down and calmly turned Fan Sheng over. Ah! He Yunsheng let out a short exclamation, quickly covering his mouth to stifle the rest of the sound. He looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Fan Sheng lay on his back, his body limp as if he had lost all his bones. The clothes around his waist and abdomen were stained with large patches of blood, and the handle of a knife stuck out from his side, with the blade buried deep in his flesh. When he was fighting with He Yunsheng just now, Fan Sheng had taken out a short knife from his sleeve. Later, during the swaying of the boat, the knife fell to the ground. He Yunsheng's attack caused Fan Sheng to fall, and in the confusion, the knife ended up stabbing into his own belly. Originally, the wound wouldn't have been so severe, but because He Yunsheng pressed him down and used his fists to hit him, the knife went in deeper, causing him to lose his life. He Yunsheng was frightened and his legs went weak, causing him to sit on the ground. He looked terrified and asked, Is he really? He Yin reached out and checked for Fan Sheng's breath, then said 2 words, He's dead. He Yunsheng looked at her blankly, seemingly not understanding her meaning. After a moment, he sobbed and said in a daze, How did he die? What do we do now? The boat was still floating on the river, swaying unsteadily. Apart from the dim light inside the boat, there seemed to be no other source of illumination. In this dead silence, He Yunsheng's sobbing was particularly clear as he kept repeating, What do we do? What do we do? After all, he was just a teenager, not having killed or seen blood before, even avoiding killing fish when he went fishing. Despite sounding tough with his words, he never thought that he would really take someone's life. He Yunsheng was panicking, continuously muttering the meaningless phrase, What do we do? He Yin frowned as she looked at Fan Sheng's lifeless body. She had killed many people, but they were all enemies on the battlefield. This was different, and although she was somewhat surprised, she remained composed. Looking at He Yunsheng, who seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time, shaking Fan Sheng's body as if trying to wake him up, she could see that he had lost his senses. A sharp slap echoed through the air. The scorching pain on his face brought He Yunsheng back to his senses. He looked at He Yin, who was in front of him. He suddenly realized that compared to him, He Yin was too calm. Her gaze was sharp as a sword, piercing through his heart like a chill. Her hands were steady, unlike his, which were trembling. Her voice was cold, laced with a sternness that spoke of deep frustration, as she said, He Yunsheng, pull yourself together. He's already dead. Chapter 27. He's already dead. He Yunsheng stared blankly ahead. Fan Sheng's wound was still bleeding, the knife having found its mark in his abdomen. He Yunsheng felt his throat dry up. After a moment, he finally spoke, his voice trembling but filled with a resolute acceptance. I will go to the authorities and confess that I killed him, he said. He stood up and staggered forward, taking a few steps before someone grabbed him, preventing him from falling. He Yin asked, What do you plan to accomplish by confessing? He's dead, so I pay with my life. He Yunsheng choked back tears, saying, It's only right. You must remember what he said earlier, He Yin said. Paying with your life for someone like him is not worth it. He Yin glanced at the lifeless body of Fan Sheng on the ground. Originally, I thought that even if we got through today, Fan Sheng wouldn't give up. The He family would be in trouble sooner or later. But now, at least we have one less trouble. With him dead, the He family will be much quieter in the future. Do you still remember what he said back then? He Yunsheng recalled Fan Sheng's words when he had threatened to kill him. He had said, Once you're dead, I'll enslave your sister, use her for my pleasure, and when I'm bored with her, I'll sell her to the brothel. It was such an arrogant and despicable statement, as if it was his right to say such things. Do you know that Fan Sheng was going to kill both you and me on this boat? Why should you give up your life just because you accidentally killed him? He asked. Our lives are like insignificant grass and weeds to him, but his life is somehow more precious. Why should that be? He Yunsheng was still young and full of hot blood, and sacrificing his life for someone like Fan Sheng was not worth it. I don't want that either, He Yunsheng responded with a mix of sorrow and indignation. But do we have any other choice now? He Yunsheng's thoughts were straightforward. He killed Fan Sheng, and if the Fan family sought revenge, he would offer his life to atone for it, and the matter would be settled. However, He knew it was not that simple. Coming from a prominent family in her past life, she knew that a family like the Fans would not just let it go. Even if He Yunsheng offered his life in exchange, the Fan family would not forgive them, and neither He Sui, herself, nor Qing Mei and Shuang Qing would be spared. Come here, He Yin patted his shoulder. He Yunsheng looked at her, confused. You said you swam here. Can you swim well? Can you hold your breath underwater? He Yin asked. He Yunsheng nodded. Yes, I can. Change into my clothes. When the time comes, listen to my instructions. Jump off the boat and swim downstream. Then change into clean clothes and secretly return home. You must be quick, understand? He Yunsheng nodded hesitantly, then shook his head, looking at He Yin. But what about you? He Yin picked up a bundle from the ground, containing the new clothes she had gotten for He Yunsheng from the tailor. She said, I'll change into different clothes and lead them away. They, referring to Fan Cheng's guards. He Yunsheng was alarmed. He blurted out, No, you can't do that. How can you lead them away? You're a woman. If they catch you, they'll kill you. They will torture you. You're defenseless. Falling into their hands would be worse than death. He kept on babbling, but He Yin silenced him with a firm grip on his shoulder. No, I'll throw them off, she said. In the dim light, the young girl's gaze was bright and firm. Even at this moment, she was still smiling. It was a relaxed smile that inexplicably comforted He Yunsheng's anxious heart, yet at the same time, it made him want to cry. I can't let you go, He Yunsheng muttered. Listen, Yunsheng, put on my clothes and jump off the boat. I will lead them away, and for the next 2 days, we shouldn't see each other. I need to lay low and can't go back to the He family. After 5 days, go to a tavern called Willow Spring Residence in the west of the city. There's a row of willow trees in front of the tavern. Find the third willow tree from the left, dig 3 inches down, and I'll leave a letter there for you. We'll meet again then, understand? She instructed. He Yunsheng shook his head. I can't let you go. You're not a child anymore. You're a man, and in the future, you'll have to bear the heavy responsibility of the He family. You need to calm down and follow my instructions. I will be fine, you know that. Every time, I've been fine, she said. He Yunsheng couldn't find the words to respond. Indeed, she had always been fine. Whether it was with Wang Zhigui, gambling at the casino, or competing in horse races on the drill ground, she always managed to surprise everyone. But this time was different. This time, there was a life lost because of him. Explain everything to father for me, He Yin said. In a little while, Fan Cheng's guards will come. We don't have much time. Now hurry and change your clothes, she urged. Turn around. I'll take off my outer clothes for you. The boat drifted quietly in the river. When He Yunsheng and He Yin faced each other again, they had already changed their attire. He Yin was dressed in a brand new male outfit, with her hair tied up like a young man, exuding an imposing aura, truly becoming a dashing young man. On the other hand, He Yunsheng was wearing He Yan's long skirt, feeling awkward and not knowing where to place his hands and feet, his face flushed with embarrassment. He Yin chuckled at the sight. At a time like this, you still have the mood to laugh, He Yunsheng said, preoccupied with his thoughts and unable to banter with He Yin. It's not time to stop laughing yet. He Yin picked up a face towel from the ground, covering her face tightly, leaving only her eyes exposed. Even behind the cover, her eyes carried a playful smile. You'll have to get used to this. He Yunsheng's thought. Get used to what? Being a fugitive on the run after killing someone? He Yunsheng felt exhausted, accompanied by deep worry and fear. I'll count to 3, and you jump down, okay? He Yin said. Don't worry about me. We will meet again. He Yunsheng started walking towards the bow of the boat. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and looked into He Yan's eyes. You'll be fine, right? He Yin ruffled his hair, and the young man's hair still had droplets of water from when he emerged from the water, making it cool and fluffy. She smiled gently and answered, Of course. Chapter 28. The rain seemed to be black. Where water met the sky, in the deep darkness, fishing lights flickered faintly, like ghostly apparitions from the other side. The last note of the Qian string dissipated, and the night became unusually quiet. At this moment, a woman's sharp scream shattered the silence of the long night. More murder. In the distant small boats gathered around the painted boat, the guards were sitting together, waiting for Fan Cheng's signal. When they heard the mournful cry, they all froze. What's going on? Why is there a commotion after all this time? The leading guard asked. The young master hasn't sent a signal, so let's wait a bit longer, someone suggested. Having served as Fan Sheng's guards for many years, their most important task was to understand their master's intentions. Such occurrences were commonplace, as Fan Sheng had been the young master of the Fan family for many years. Apart from the women he personally stuck to, he had also taken advantage of many young women from respectable families. On a night like this, such situations had occurred more than once. They would bring those poor women onto the boat or to another residence, and Fan Sheng would violate them. Afterward, they would be given some money and sent away. Those women came from humble backgrounds and had no place to appeal, so they could only accept their fate. Qian was about to become one of them. Originally, Miss He had deep feelings for Fan Sheng, and there was no need for such trouble. Who knew that after the altercation outside the Fan family's mansion, Fan Sheng had truly lost his temper and wanted to force himself on her. She had decided to end things with him. However, Fan Sheng was relentless, and he resorted to force when his soft approach failed. What the guards had to do was bring Qian to Fan Sheng and handle the aftermath. I don't think this is right. The leading guard stood up and looked towards the painted boat. The boat where Fan Sheng was located was swaying violently in the river, as if someone was fighting inside. Something's wrong. There's a problem, he exclaimed. Everyone get up. Hurry over. Something strange is happening on the boat. The others were all startled and quickly rowed their small boat towards the painted boat. As they got closer, they suddenly saw a woman rushing out of the boat. She stumbled and seemed to be avoiding someone. It was Qian, wearing clothes that matched her description. She looked panicked, and with a cry, she fell into the river. The surging river quickly submerged her, and there was almost no sound. It was as if a stone had fallen into the water, only causing a small splash on the surface before all was calm again. Master, one guard couldn't help but call out. No one cared about Qian's life or death. When the small boat was about to reach the painted boat, the leading guard relied on his lightness skill to leap over the bow and climb onto the boat. He took a few steps into the boat and saw a man with his back to him, covering his face with a sweat cloth, only revealing his eyes, which were indistinct in the dim light. At his feet, Fan Sheng was lying on his back in a pool of blood. The masked man held a dagger in his hand. The guard was shocked. He didn't expect someone to be on the boat. Seeing Fan Sheng, he feared the situation was dire. Without thinking, he rushed towards the masked man. How dare you? The masked man sneered and engaged in a fight with the guard. The sound of the fight echoed in the boat, and the boat shook even more violently. The other guards caught up with the boat, and the masked man saw that the situation was unfavorable, so he no longer lingered and leaped into the river with a single leap. Capture him, the leader of the guards shouted. He killed the young master. Everyone followed, but they found that the masked man was very cunning. The guards all got on this boat, thinking he would jump into the river, but he ended up on the small boat they had just arrived in. In the middle of the river, some people could swim, but on such a dark night, it was inevitable that danger lurked. However, the small boat was light and glided quickly along the current, while the painted boat was heavier, and even with several people rowing together, they still fell behind the masked man by half a step. In the rain, one in front and one in the back, nobody saw this fleeing scene in the middle of the river. When they were about to reach the shore, the masked man threw the wooden oar in his hand, pointed his toes, and leaped onto the riverbank, disappearing from their sight. The leader of the guards said, "Leave 2 people to find the city guards. The rest of you, follow me in pursuit." Although it was night, it was not yet deep into the night. Spring had arrived, and there were still peddlers doing business on both sides of the river. Suddenly, a masked man rushed from the dock, running so hastily that he bumped into numerous stalls, with a group of guards following closely behind, their murderous intent chilling. What's going on? Why is he in such a hurry? The peddler whose stall was overturned dared not say much, and he bent down to pick up the scattered fruits and melons from the ground. It seems like a homicide. Judging by the people chasing him, they're not ordinary folks. Poor heavens, why is it so unsettled lately? The waters by the riverbank exuded a fishy smell. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the water, first grabbing onto the stones at the shore and then pulling out the whole person, bringing with them the smell of dampness. He Yunqing's entire body was trembling. He dared not move too early, afraid of being discovered. He had been lurking underwater for a long time, quietly swimming downstream. At the moment, his face was pale, and his lips were darkened. It was unclear whether it was from soaking in the cold river water for too long or simply from fear. He still tightly held a basket in his hand. Inside the basket were the clothes that Qian had prepared for him from the tailor's shop. It was a basket with some snacks that Qian had put the clothes into and covered. The clothes remained clean and dry, not soaked by the water. He took off the woman's clothes on his body, crumpled them up, and threw them into the basket. Then he tied several slightly heavier stones to the basket and threw it into the river. The river immediately swallowed the basket. He put on the new spring clothes. The clothes fit him well, and the style was very beautiful. There was also a headscarf of the same color, just enough to hide his wet hair. As he put on the clothes, his throat choked up. However, there was no time for him to be afraid here. Qian's words were still ringing in his ears. You have to change into clean clothes and sneak back home. Make sure you're fast. Make sure you're fast. His footsteps staggered as he took a shortcut and hurried back home. It seemed that the city guards were arresting people all over the city. As Yinsheng walked, he overheard people talking on the street. I heard someone was murdered on a boat on the river, and it was a brutal death. Who was it? I don't know, but it was the young master of a wealthy family. Haven't you seen the city guards searching everywhere? With so many people, the killer won't escape. Maybe they've already been caught. This rain seems never-ending. My clothes are all soaked. The voices gradually faded away until they could no longer be heard. Faster, even faster. The youth in the green robe and headscarf hurried past the street. His spring clothes were still thin, and on such a rainy day, he must have felt cold. He shivered and tightened his collar, quickly heading home. The rain grew heavier, and pedestrians without umbrellas hurriedly sought shelter. The peddlers took cover under the eaves, loudly calling out to passers-by, just as they did on the previous night. Tonight seemed no different from last night. Sister, someone murmured softly, like a breeze on a spring night, falling silently in the drizzle. The young man walked forward, not looking back, tears silently falling down. Chapter 29. Head in that direction. Chase after him. The leader of the guards pointed ahead, directing the approaching soldiers. The city guards were well-equipped and quickly followed the leader's orders, heading in the indicated direction. Among the group of guards, there were whispers of concern and fear. What should we do now that the young master has been killed? One guard asked in a trembling voice. We need to find out who killed him, another guard said. I fought against that person, and their skills were exceptional, the leader said, clenching his fists. I'm no match for them. It seems like they came for young master specifically. Who could it be? Guards thought. Who indeed? With all the evil deeds that young master had done, there were plenty of people who would bear a grudge against him. It could be someone seeking revenge for the girls he had harmed or someone else entirely. With young master dead, the truth might come to light if they caught the culprit. What about Miss He? Someone finally remembered Qian. She's probably dead by now. The river was deep, and she was a weak girl. Falling in would be dangerous. But who cared? Even if she survived, the Fan family might blame her for young master's death. It would be better if she was dead, putting an end to everything. At least the He family's troubles would be over. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter, the leader said coldly. It's better that she's dead. With that one sentence, Qian's fate was sealed. The sound of horse hooves echoed in the deep streets, causing anxiety among the people in the city. A young boy in a blue robe walked calmly past a group of beggars in a dilapidated temple. He casually threw away his wet, old clothes into a long-abandoned well. She had already changed her clothes during the escape. The spring clothes were worn inside, so she just needed to discard the old outer garments. The headscarf was not necessary to wear, to avoid attracting attention. She felt the wall with her hand, which was now covered in soot. She patted her face with the soot-covered hand, making her overly fair complexion turn darker, like that of a common young boy who often worked outdoors. Qian's thought, but I am still a handsome young boy. The young boy walked calmly ahead, while the city guards behind were searching for people everywhere. Despite her seemingly relaxed appearance, inside, Qian was not at ease. She had fought against Fan Sheng's guards before, and if they paid close attention, they would recognize her figure. Outward appearances could be disguised, but body shape could not be deceived. The city guards in the capital were not useless fools. It wouldn't be easy to hide from them. Even if she hid in a dilapidated temple, a simple inquiry with the beggars would reveal her as a stranger. Moreover, Leaving the city was probably impossible since the city gates were most likely sealed by now. For the next month, entering and leaving the city would be heavily scrutinized. If they searched house by house, they would eventually find her. Qian's thought. It is a headache-inducing situation. The Fan family is even larger and more powerful than I imagined, mobilizing so many people to chase after me alone. I don't want to throw away my life so easily after such a narrow escape. As the guards closed in from all directions, Qian was in dire straits. Suddenly, she remembered something and reached into her sleeve, pulling out an item. The paper was wrinkled and almost illegible due to the rain. It was the conscription notice that Yunsheng had torn from the wall that day. Conscription. The conscription office was set up outside the city, on the open space west of the horse training ground. Many people were there, filling out paperwork, undergoing simple inspections, and waiting for the departure date. This hasty conscription for soldiers to go to Liangzhou probably wouldn't be very strict. It wasn't limited to only young and strong men, unless someone was extremely impoverished, who would willingly suffer for no reason during this peaceful and prosperous era. But the timing was perfect. The conscription paperwork was exactly what she needed. Now that she was a wanted fugitive in the capital, it wouldn't be safe for her to stay there. If she were discovered, it could bring trouble to the He family. Moreover, staying in the city wouldn't offer her any benefits. The He family was too far away, and the Su family was a high-ranking family she couldn't even get close to. She couldn't stand on an equal footing with them and demand her belongings. It might be better to join the military. Following the conscription team out of the city, that was where she belonged. As the saying goes, there is no road without an end. There must be arrangements in the unseen. She had been thinking about how to find a reasonable excuse to explain her departure to the He family, but now she didn't need to think of any other reasons. There was only one path she could take. The conscription would end tomorrow, and on the night before it closed, she arrived right on time. Qian smiled, feeling unexpectedly relaxed. She no longer hesitated and strode toward the direction of the West City Horse Training Ground. The West City Horse Training Ground used to be a place for breeding horses, but since the conscription tent was set up here, the horses had been moved elsewhere. A tall and sturdy man with a red face sat in front of a long tent. He had a long knife at his waist and wore a felt hat due to the rain. His eyes were sharp, and he exuded an intimidating aura. He seemed to be dozing off. The conscription was coming to an end, and after tomorrow, the newly recruited soldiers would follow and set off for Liangzhou. At this point, anyone willing to join had already signed up, and there would likely be no new recruits. When Qian approached, the man didn't even lift his eyelids. She had to speak up. "Big brother, is the conscription over?" The big man looked her up and down, then said slowly, "No." "That's good." Heaving a sigh of relief, Qian's face brightened up. "I want to join the army." "You?" The man gave her a scrutinizing look. "Brother, how old are you this year?" 16. 16, the man pondered. "Your body doesn't look like 16. You probably haven't done much heavy labor at home. Joining the army is no joke. If you're just playing around, you better leave now and don't waste my time." "Big brother, I really want to join the army." Qian thought of the brothers she had met in the military camp, trying to imitate their sorrowful expressions. "There's no one left in my family, and I can't survive there anymore. If I don't join the army, I'll have to sell myself as a servant. It's better to go to the battlefield, where I might die a hero or earn some merit. Besides, big brother," she leaned in and whispered, "with the sudden conscription, I'm afraid you're short of manpower. Having one more person won't hurt, and it'll make up the numbers." The big man was swayed by her words. He thought that she might be right, and they were in a hurry to complete the conscription, so why not accept one more person? "Fine, fine," he said. "If you want to go die, I won't stop you. But let me be clear, the military camp is not a place of leisure. If you can't handle it and become a deserter, military law will deal with you." "I won't be a deserter," Qian promised firmly. The big man chuckled. He had seen many boys like her before. They were confident when they came, but when it came to actual combat, they often wet their pants in fear. "Then come and fill out this paperwork." He handed the document to Qian. At the outer edge of the West City Horse Training Ground, the city guards turned their horses around and returned. In front of them were the Liangzhou conscription tents, so there was no need to go further. Qian quickly wrote down 2 words on the document. This time, she used her own name. "Qian." Chapter 30. Filling out the conscription paperwork was quick. Qian's handwriting was good, and the big red-faced man asked, "You can read?" "I've learned a little," Qian modestly replied. Most of those joining the army were strong young men who didn't know how to read. Seeing that Qian could, the big man softened his expression and said, "Go to the tent behind, have your documents checked, and sign. Then you'll be on the military roster." Qian thanked him and went to the back tent. This tent was closer to the horse training ground, and the tent was quite spacious. Qian lifted the curtain and entered, finding two people inside. One man was standing, and another was sitting. A chubby, shirtless man sat on a stool, putting on his shoes. He grinned and asked the person standing, "How does it look? Is my body sturdy?" Qian pretended not to see him and walked straight in. The chubby man noticed her and was surprised. Can such a weakling also come to join the army? The doctor in charge of examinations urged him, "Hurry up and put your shoes on and leave. I need to check the next person." The chubby man walked away, still turning his head to look at Qian, seemingly puzzled. "You come over," the doctor said to Qian. "Take off all your clothes and stand there." Qian. When joining the army, they had to undergo a physical examination to see if there were any disabilities or infectious diseases. In her previous life, she had almost exposed herself when joining the Fuyu army. This life, she was well prepared and took out a silver tail from her sleeve, grasping the doctor's hand and slipping it into his palm. The doctor was stunned and frowned, looking at her questioningly. "This, doctor, to be honest, I have a hidden ailment." Qian lowered her head, looking hesitant to speak. "Because of this, I am not well received and often bullied by others. That's why I left home and joined the army. Right now, I really don't want my defect to be seen by others. I hope you can understand and make it convenient for me. Even if I die on the battlefield, I will remember your kindness, and in the next life, I will repay your kindness even if it takes me a lifetime." The doctor had expected her to mention some disease, but he didn't expect it to be a hidden ailment. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. After hesitating for a while and looking at Qian again, he showed a bit of sympathy. Looking at her young age and delicate appearance, yet she was really a disabled person? What a pity. No wonder she came to join the army. It seemed that she couldn't achieve much in other fields in this life. Squeezing the silver tail in his hand, feeling its weight, and observing Qian's confident demeanor, he didn't see any signs of illness. The doctor said, "All right then, I won't force you. You can go. Just be careful when living with others. Don't let anyone find out. If you are discovered, it won't be my responsibility." "Thank you, doctor." Qian gratefully saluted him. With this smooth passage, Qian felt relieved. After leaving the tent, she noticed the chubby man sitting on a stone by the horse training ground, stuffing a pancake into his mouth. When he saw her, he waved at her as if greeting. After thinking for a moment, Qian walked over to him. "Little brother, I just saw you inside." The chubby man finished the pancake in 2 to 3 bites, sesame sticking to the corners of his mouth. He asked, "Are you here to join the army too?" Qian nodded and saw the pancake leftovers in his hand. She suddenly felt a bit hungry. Since this afternoon, she hadn't eaten anything, and after the chase, she was quite famished. "Are you hungry?" The chubby man saw her staring at his hand, so he reached out and said, "Here, take it. I just had 5. I'm full." Feeling really hungry, Qian didn't decline and accepted it. She mumbled her thanks and devoured the pancake. "Such a weakling is joining the army? Are your family members at ease with that?" The chubby man muttered, "My brother who isn't even 10 looks much stronger than you." Qian took a bite of the pancake and replied in between munches, I may look thin and weak, but I'm actually quite strong. I'm 16 years old. Why did you join the army?" The chubby man asked. "You don't look like someone who does manual labor." "My family's fortunes declined, and I had no other choice." Qian summed it up in a few words. The chubby man looked understanding, and with a sympathetic tone, he said, "Things change in life, little brother. Don't worry too much. Follow me from now on. Be my little brother, and I'll protect you." "Thank you, big brother," Qian replied gratefully and readily. The word big brother pleased the chubby man, and he smiled, saying, "My surname is Hong. Call me Hong Shan. In the future, you can call me Brother Shan." "Little brother, what's your surname?" "I'm surnamed Qian. He as in haystack." "He? That's a rare surname. In the future, I'll call you Ahi. And Qian nodded. During their conversation, she had already finished the pancake. She wiped her mouth and found an old horse stable, sitting against the railing. Seeing this, Shan asked curiously, "Little brother, aren't you going back home?" "I'm not going back." Qian placed her hands behind her head. "I'll stay here." Sympathy in Shan's eyes grew stronger. He sat down beside her and said, "I have nowhere to go either. Let's make do for the night here and leave together tomorrow." "That works just fine." In the distance, torches flickered outside the camp, swaying in the drizzling rain as if they might extinguish at any moment. The two sat in silence in the darkness, each immersed in their own thoughts. Qian couldn't help but wonder how Yunxing was doing and whether he had reached home safely. Lost in her thoughts, she fell asleep. Every day in the capital, countless events occurred, and if it involved ordinary people, no one would pay much attention. However, when it came to influential families, everyone would know about it. Last night, a murder occurred on the Chunlai River. The young master of the prominent Fan family in the capital was killed on a boat, and the killer escaped without a trace. There was also the daughter of the city military official on the boat, who was also murdered by the killer and drowned in the river. Her body was nowhere to be found. The city was filled with fear due to this cruel murderer. However, some commoners rejoiced secretly because the young master of the Fan family had always taken advantage of his family's power to deceive and exploit ordinary girls. These girls couldn't complain even if they suffered injustice, and now, someone had taken justice into their own hands. Perhaps heaven was finally showing mercy. The He family was in dire straits. Overnight, He Sui seemed to age 10 years. He sat in the hall dazedly, resembling a lifeless clay statue. Qing Mei and Shuang Qing hid in the courtyard, their expressions bitter. Qing Mei wiped her tears and said softly, "How could she suddenly be gone?" In a crude horse stable, He Yunxing sat beside Xiang. The fodder was from yesterday, and he didn't have the heart to add more. The horse seemed a little restless, but He Yunxing remained indifferent. No news is good news. At least until now, Qian hadn't been caught. He remembered that boat, where the rain concealed the smell of blood, and he felt perplexed and helpless. The girl in a long skirt with clear pupils touched his head and said, "I will be fine. You know that. Every time, I've been fine." This time, she would be fine too. Definitely. Chapter 31. Spring was nearing its end, and even the rain was beginning to carry the heat of summer. The last day of conscription had ended, and the long tent where they filled out documents at the horse training ground had been packed away, replaced by countless small tents. The newly conscripted men had bid farewell to their families and gathered together, waiting for the night to pass so they could set off early the next morning for Liangzhou. The tents were quite narrow, with several people squeezed inside, just enough to accommodate everyone. Qian and Shan sat close together. Shan had managed to secure a slightly larger tent, and since they didn't have much luggage, it made it somewhat spacious for both of them. Qian had been here for an entire day, from last night until now. They were provided with steamed buns to eat, 2 for each meal. Once they settled in Liangzhou, they would receive more rations. Apart from that, they didn't get much else, except for the inconvenience of using the restroom. Qian had to wait until it was late, and no one was around before she could sneak away. She had just come out of the restroom and was walking back to her tent when she lifted the flap and found 2 additional people inside. Shan was chatting with them, and upon hearing the noise, the 2 turned to look at her. They were probably brothers, with similar appearances, thin and dark. They had a rugged handsomeness and didn't seem very old. The older one looked around 16 or 17 years old, and the younger one was roughly the same age as He Yunxing. The older one was likely the elder brother, who remained silent, while the younger one had a simple and innocent smile on his face as he asked familiarly, "This brother is?" "This is your brother Ahi," Shan introduced on his own, and then said to Qian, "These are 2 new brothers who arrived today. There are no tents available outside, so they'll be squeezing in here with us." He pointed to the quiet young man and said, "This is Shi Tu," and then pointed to the young man who had a somewhat naive and simple smile. "This is Xiao Mai." Shi Tu and Xiao Mai. They were probably brothers from a poor family. Otherwise, if they were from a better-off family, they would have been given better names. Qian found a place to sit down, and with 2 more people, the tent suddenly felt a bit crowded. Are you both from the capital? Qian asked, feeling a little thirsty. She unscrewed the water bottle around her waist and took a sip. Shirtu didn't like to talk, but his younger brother, Xiaomai, was lively. He replied, "We lived on Xianghuai Mountain and hunted for a living. We saw the conscription on our way down the mountain and discussed it. Then we decided to join the army. So they were a family of hunters on the mountain. Your parents let you come to enlist?" Shan asked. Generally, if a family was poor and sent someone to enlist, they wouldn't send both of their sons. They would want to keep a way out for the family. Our parents passed away long ago, and my brother and I grew up together. Shan sighed. Then you both should cherish your lives. Why did you come to enlist? Enlisting is not a game. Are you guys? He gestured towards Qian, also wanting to achieve something and establish a career like him. As men, we should achieve something and establish a career, Xiaomai said innocently. Besides, this time, we're going to Liangzhou under the command of the Right Army's General, Commander Xiao. My brother and I have admired him for a long time. Being able to follow him is our honor. As Qian was drinking water and listening to their conversation, she almost choked on her water. The others in the tent looked at her. You said the commander going to Liangzhou is who? She asked. Xiaomai assumed she didn't recognize Commander Xiao and explained, it's General Fengyun, the second young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Huijin. Qian's heart trembled. Qian's thought, how could Xiao Jue be going to Liangzhou as a commander? His official position didn't require such an assignment, and he had his own troops. Why would he take new recruits to Liangzhou? Unless he had been demoted. Qian's thought, was Xiao Jue demoted? Xiao family in the capital. The Xiao family's residence was specially renovated according to the preferences of old General Xiao's late wife. After several generations, the courtyard layout had remained unchanged, giving it an elegant and chic appearance similar to a Suzhou courtyard. Passing through the floral wall, one would arrive at the main house. Next to the main house was a pomegranate tree that had yet to bear fruit. Looking in through the window, one could see a wooden shelf filled with books. Someone was sitting at the table, reading. The young man had fair and beautiful features, with a somewhat indifferent expression, carrying a hint of laziness. Being at his own family's residence, he was dressed casually, wearing a cloud-patterned brocade robe with a blue jade belt, which made him appear even more elegant and refined. On the wall hung a sword, its color resembling snow, crystal clear and translucent. Although it was still in its sheath, one could sense its imposing aura. The door was pushed open, and people walked in. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Jue, but he lacked Xiao Jue's coldness, instead exuding a softer and clear air of elegance. He was quite handsome, making him a charming young man. This person was Xiao Jue's older brother, Xiao Jing. Following behind Xiao Jing was his wife, Bai Rongwei. Though she may not be peerlessly beautiful, she was an exquisite and graceful beauty with white teeth. The husband and wife stood together, like a pair of perfectly matched jade ornaments, pleasing to the eye. Huijin, Bai Rongwei spoke up as she placed the package that Xiao Jing was holding on the table. These are the shoes and clothes prepared for your trip to Liangzhou. Try them on later. Since the passing of old General Xiao and his wife, the Xiao family had only Xiao Jing and Xiao Jue as siblings. With his sister-in-law acting like a mother, Bai Rongwei now took on the role of repairing clothes for Xiao Jue, just as the old general's wife used to do. Thank you, sister-in-law, Xiao Jue nodded. Bai Rongwei smiled and said, while you brothers talk, I'll go and check on the soup. With that, she left the room. Once Bai Rongwei left, Xiao Jing looked at Xiao Jue fixedly for a moment before sighing. Huijin, there's really no need for you to go to Liangzhou. Su Jiefu has been frequently targeting you in the court, looking to cause trouble for the Xiao family, Xiao Jue said with an expressionless face. The emperor believes Su Jiefu's words, and while I'm in the capital, it stirs up troubles. Going to Liangzhou to avoid the limelight is a good idea. Besides, there are many doubts surrounding father's death. This time, with a lead, we may make new discoveries. When it came to General Xiao's death, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned heavy. After a brief silence, Xiao Jing reached out and patted Xiao Jue's shoulder. You always think more than I do, but there's little I can do for you. In the complex situation you face in the court, I am absent, and the Xiao family relies on you. Big brother, Xiao Jue smiled and looked at Xiao Jing. Take care, big brother. You take care too. Xiao Jing sighed with emotion. To ease the bitterness in the air, he deliberately teased, I'm not really stopping you from going to Liangzhou. It's just that you have come of age, and it's time for you to consider marriage. Are there any of those girls that your sister-in-law arranged for you that you like? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jue's smile faded, and his expression became even more indifferent, almost to the point of coldness. No need. I don't plan to marry. Chapter 32. In recent days, the capital appeared calm, but hidden currents were surging within the court. Spring had come to an end, and with the arrival of the early summer, continuous rain seemed endless, enveloping the entire city in misty rain. Right military commander, Xiao Huijin volunteered to become a commanding officer, leading the new recruits to Liangzhou. With Xiao Huijin's departure, the situation in the court changed again. The Crown Prince's faction was basking in delight, and if it were possible, they would have written joy directly on their faces. In the affairs of the court, ordinary people still continue their daily lives, focusing on basic necessities such as food and clothing. A few days ago, there was a murder case involving the young master of the Fan family in the capital, but until now, the culprit has not been found. Frustrated by their unsuccessful search for the murderer, the Fan family redirected their anger towards Madame Fan. However, Madame Fan's family, the Chung Wulong house, was not to be trifled with. They waited and waited, and after the 7th day of mourning, they forced old Master Fan to write a letter allowing Madame Fan to return to her family home. Tang Ying, who is still young and beautiful, became a widow shortly after getting married to the Fan family. The Tang family couldn't bear to let her remain a widow at such a young age, so they made arrangements for her future. Since she and Fan Sheng had no children, the Fan family had no choice but to comply with her departure. In comparison, Qian, who died alongside Fan Sheng and was drowned in the Chunlai River, was like an insignificant supporting character in this incident, not even worth mentioning. Apart from the He family, no one talked about her, as if she never existed in this world. As the rain grew heavier, He Yunxing put on a bamboo hat and went out. After Hian's incident, he temporarily suspended his studies at the academy. He Yunxing was told to go to Willow Spring residence to retrieve a letter after 5 days, but today was already the 10th day. He had to be cautious of Fan family members observing his movements. Hian fought hard to secure this opportunity for the He family, and he couldn't let it slip away. Over the past few days, he had conducted various investigations at home, and all the surveillance from the Fan family had been withdrawn, which allowed him to leave the house with peace of mind. Wearing old clothes to avoid drawing attention, he lowered his head and wore a bamboo hat as he slipped out of the back door, walking into the rain curtain. During these 10 days, He Yunxing had endured suffering, unable to sleep at night. He wanted to hear news of Hian, yet he also dreaded hearing it. Fortunately, 10 days had passed, and the officials still hadn't apprehended Hian. Perhaps, in a sense, Hian was safe. However, he couldn't help but wonder where Hian was now. Apart from the He family, she had no friends in the city. She was bound to be wandering out there. He wondered if she had enough to eat and a comfortable place to sleep, and if she was being mistreated. Thinking of this, He Yunxing's footsteps quickened unconsciously. The name Willow Spring Residence was derived from the fact that there was a spring behind the tavern, and beside the spring stood a row of willow trees. On this rainy day, there weren't many people in the tavern, and no one paid attention to He Yunxing when he entered. He remembered Hian's instructions. Go to a tavern called Willow Spring Residence in the west of the city. There is a row of willow trees at the entrance. Find the 3rd willow tree on the left and dig down 3 inches. I will leave a letter for you there. He Yunxing squatted down. Find the 3rd willow tree on the left and dig down 3 inches. The soil he dug out still had traces of wet rainwater. He kept digging, and his fingers touched something slightly hard. He Yunxing's heart skipped a beat, and his hands moved even faster. After a moment, he unearthed an oil paper package. Without opening it immediately, he tucked the oil paper package into his clothes and quickly refilled the hole with soil before leaving the tavern. After leaving, he rushed back home. When he arrived home, He Sui wasn't there, so He Yunxing went to his room, locked the door, and then took out the paper package. He had kept it in his embrace, so the oil paper package remained dry and well protected. He Yunxing's hands trembled as he unwrapped the paper package and saw what was inside. There was a piece of clothing and a letter. He Yunsheng first opened the letter. The letter seemed hastily written on random paper, wrinkled and messy, with scribbled characters as if written in haste. It appeared to be a page torn from some floral wrapping paper, and there were even grease stains on it. On the side, without patterns, several lines of bold and lively large characters were scrawled with a brush made from grass and wood ash. I have joined the army and am heading to Liangzhou. The mountains are long, the rivers are wide, and it's impossible to communicate one by one. After the spring chill, there will be intense heat. Please take care of yourself. We will meet again someday. Take good care. He Yunxing stared at those lines of characters blankly, as if he didn't recognize them at first. After a while, he finally understood. Clenching his teeth, he reached for the piece of clothing. The clothes were summer outfits made by the old tailor. When He Yunsheng and He Yin parted ways, they each wore one of these shirts for disguise, and now the neatly folded shirt was returned to him by He Yin. The fabric felt cool to the touch, and he seemed to see the cool smile on the girl's face that day, along with her comforting words. Don't worry, we will meet again. The room fell into silence. After a moment, someone choked out a sob. Liar. Unaware of being called a liar behind her back, He Yin was currently on her way to Liangzhou after departing from the capital. The conscription this time was less than 20,000, and new recruits joined along the way. As summer had arrived, the journey became arduous. Setting off early in the morning was still manageable, but by noon, it was almost suffocating due to the heat, with sweat pouring down their backs. Hong Shan sat on the grass, nibbling on dry rations and fanning himself with a leaf to cool off. He complained, Darn, it's so hot. When will we finally reach our destination? From here to Liangzhou, it will still take more than 2 months. He Yin poured water into her mouth. Take it easy. I miss the mung bean soup in the capital. Xiao Mai smacked his lips. When it's made, we put it in a bowl, soak it in the well for a few hours, then add some sugar. It's sweet and cool, really refreshing. His detailed description even made others salivate. Stop talking about it. Since we're soldiers now, forget about mung bean soup. It's a blessing if we're not hungry, Hong Shan sighed. If you want to eat it, we might have to wait until we get rewarded and promoted, just like Commander Xiao. Hearing Xiao Jue's name, He Yin couldn't help but laugh in her heart. He Yin's thought, I joined the army and traveled to Liangzhou with the group. We journey day and night, staying in tents out in the wild at night. In this way, I haven't even caught a glimpse of Xiao Jue. He and his subordinates ride horses at the forefront, and their tents at night are probably quite different from those of the common soldiers. Moreover, from my time at Xianchang Academy, I know that Xiao Jue is a meticulous person. Born as the second young master of the wealthy Xiao family, he is particular about his food, clothing, and other aspects of life, even more so than a princess. Considering the circumstances, even though we are on the road, his life is likely more comfortable than ours. Both are young generals, but our fates are truly different. In this second chance at life, I have unexpectedly ended up becoming a soldier under his command. Who would believe it if I were to tell my story? I had even hoped to earn military achievements and quickly rise in rank, but Xiao Jue is an extremely discerning individual. Trying to stand out under his command isn't as simple as it seems. He Yin's thought, what else can I do? My military status has already been registered. I can only go with the flow and see what happens next. Chapter 33. The journey from the capital to Liangzhou, lasting over 2 months, was no easy feat. They faced mountains to climb and rivers to cross, and by the time they arrived in Liangzhou, everyone was exhausted, and many had become thin. As He Yin scooped water from the lake to drink, she caught her reflection in the water. Her fair skin, which used to be that of a young lady, now looked tanned and dusty after 2 months of relentless marching. She even resembled Xiao Mai in complexion. He Yin's thought, if the real He Yin returned at this moment, she would probably want to strangle me. She had a sudden thought and found it amusing, which made her burst into laughter. What's making brother Ahi so happy? Xiao Mai asked. Hong Shan glanced at He Yin by the lake and nodded understandingly. We'll arrive in Liangzhou within half a day before it gets dark. The tough days are almost over. Who wouldn't be happy? That's true, Xiao Mai agreed, turning to Shirtu and asking, Big brother, are you happy too? The quiet Shirtu also nodded. Indeed, the journey over the past 2 months had been extremely difficult. Even though most of those who joined the army were from poor families used to hardship, it turned out to be much tougher than they had imagined. Some of those with weaker constitutions had already died on the road. They hadn't even reached Liangzhou yet, and there was no way back to the capital. This was an irreversible path. By evening, the troops had finally reached Liangzhou. Located in the northwest, Liangzhou was initially thought to be desolate and poor, but to their surprise, it turned out to be lively and prosperous. Though not comparable to the capital, it was still vibrant and rich. Qian walked with the others, thinking that Xiao Mai indeed had a good eye for selecting a place. Liangzhou was much better than Qian, where she had enlisted. When she went to Qian, there was nothing there. The common people couldn't even afford a meal, and the lives of the soldiers were truly difficult. Before they could rest, they had to head to Liangzhou garrison. It was stationed at the foot of White Moon Mountain, with a large open space that served as a training ground where the soldiers practiced regularly. At night, they could sleep in tents, but for now, they were all staying in the garrison's quarters. With so many people, there weren't enough rooms in the quarters, so they had to cram over a dozen people into one small room, sleeping in a common area. Naturally, Qian stayed with Shan and the brothers. They didn't have much baggage, so they found a spot on the floor and relaxed. I checked nearby, and there's a river. Xiao Mai came back excitedly. Many people are bathing in it. Let's go too. Sure. I'm already sweating like crazy. Shan quickly took off his outer garment, ready to go out. Xiao Mai looked at Qian. Brother Ahi, aren't you going? He's not coming. He's afraid of water. The three of us will go. Shan nudged Xiao Mai and Shirtu out. Ever since the first time Shan had invited her to bathe in the river, Qian had explained that she had nearly drowned as a child, causing her to experience dizziness and shortness of breath whenever she was in the water. Shan took her word for it. And to be honest, Qian wasn't lying. She genuinely had a fear of water now. However, as Qian laid down on the common bed, there was a creaking sound, and she couldn't help but frown. For a moment, she didn't know if it was because her bony frame was uncomfortable or if the bed was just infuriatingly hard. After a while, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Qian's thought, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back from luxury to frugality. After living in the military camp for 3 years and becoming a young miss for just 1 year, I've gotten used to soft beds and quilts, finding this hard bed very frustrating. Qian's thought, but Xiao Jue must have it good, with a soft bed. She felt somewhat unfair. She rested in the room for a while until Shan and Shirtu returned. She then followed them to the garrison for dinner. This was their first day in Liangzhou after 2 months of eating dry rations and drinking plain water on the road. Finally, they could eat hot meals. Even though it was just simple porridge and buns, the warm steam made it seem like a delicious delicacy. The new recruits sat on the ground, eating heartily, making it seem like they were savoring some rare delicacy. These buns have such tiny meat filling, Shan complained while licking his fingers. It's not satisfying enough. It's good to have hot food, Qian said, better than dry rations. No worries, I asked around, and there are many wild beasts and rabbits on White Moon Mountain, Xiao Mai said with a grin. My brother and I can go hunting and catch some rabbits or wild boars. We'll clean them, string them on branches, or wrap them in leaves, sprinkle some salt, and roast them. They'll be delicious. Xiao Mai was a foodie, and food was always on his mind. Shan was now even hungrier after hearing his description, quickly finishing his porridge and placing the bowl on the table with a thud. Darn, now I can't wait to go up the mountain. We can't go up the mountain without orders from the military. Qian poured cold water on their excitement. There will be a time to go up the mountain, Shan said nonchalantly. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone quickly tidied up. The training command had informed them that they would gather at the training ground at the first hour tomorrow morning, so they could rest early today. Qian followed Shan back to their room in the garrison. Many others had already arrived, with some already asleep and others chatting excitedly. Qian slept on the inside of the common bed, next to Xiao Mai and leaning against the wall. She could hear Shan's cheerful voice. Compared to the days we spent on the road, this is like living the life of immortals. Having food, drink, baths, and a bed to sleep on, without the need to be exposed to the elements or bothered by mosquitoes at night, it was indeed much better than before. Xiao Mai whispered, if we train here, I think it's easier than hunting in the mountains. And there are so many people, we can all play together. Hien's thought. What a foolish child. How could someone think that training in the military would be easier than hunting in the capital? These people have all joined the army for the first time and think it will be as easy as tonight forever. But this is like having a last meal before the execution. Enjoying this meal means it's also their last. Tonight will be the most comfortable night they will have in Liangzhou. Starting tomorrow, the real ordeal will begin. Hien closed her eyes. Hien's thought. Let these silly children have sweet dreams for a while. As expected, the next morning, even before it was light, the sound of clear bugles came from outside the garrison. Can't we sleep a little longer? Xiao Mai rolled over, rubbing his eyes. He noticed that Hien was already dressed and standing in front of the bed. Brother Ahi, why are you up so early? He asked, still half asleep. It's against the rules to ignore the bugle call. Be late or miss the appointed time, and that's considered slow military response, and you'll be punished with a military stick, she replied with a smile, showing no sign of sleepiness, as if she wasn't tired at all. If you don't want to be punished, then get up quickly. Chapter 34. It was midsummer, and the first hour of the day was already bright. They had to wake up even earlier than during their previous days on the road. After arriving in Liangzhou the previous night, everyone was excited and stayed up a bit late. As a result, when they gathered at the training ground, everyone looked drowsy, and some even had their shoes on the wrong feet. Shirtu was fine, but Xiao Mai and Hong Shan were busy tightening their belts as they walked. Seeing that Hien was in high spirits and full of energy, both of them looked puzzled and asked, Ahi, aren't you tired? I went to bed early last night and got a good night's sleep, Hien replied. Xiao Mai praised, You're really impressive. As they chatted, they had already arrived at the training ground. Since it was the first day, the formation was organized according to the order of the marching squads. On the high platform, a burly man dressed in red armor stood, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, a robust and dark complexion. He was tall and sturdy, holding a long spear in his hand, exuding a powerful aura. Who is that? Hien asked. He is the head supervisor responsible for supervising our training, Instructor Shan. Xiao Mai had inquired about this in advance. Hien nodded. Hien's thought. I originally expected it to be Xiao Jue personally conducting the training, but I haven't even seen him today. Speaking of which, even though we were both young officers who joined the military and were promoted to a higher rank, each commander had their own way of training troops. I wanted to learn from Xiao Jue's methods, but for now, it seems that possibility is not available. I am your chief instructor, Shun Han. The booming voice of Instructor Shun resonated like a bell, echoing in the surroundings of the White Moon Mountains training ground. His voice seemed to drill into the ears, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. From now on, I will be the one leading you. He shook a roster in his hand. Now let's roll call. Roll call needed to be swift. Today was the first time, but in a few more days, they would be divided into squads, hundreds, regiments, and divisions. The roll call would then be conducted by the appointed squad leaders, centurions, regiment commanders, and battalion commanders, saving a lot of time. This group of people were all new recruits from the capital. They had never received any training before, and roll call took about 2 hours. They could only stand awkwardly on the training ground, feeling uncomfortable and fidgeting. Xiao Mai whispered to his big brother, Big brother, he doesn't move at all, just like a rock. Shirtu looked at Hien. Compared to him, Hien seemed even more deserving of that name. She stood straight, as tall and straight as a pine tree, with her arms naturally at her sides. Her eyes were bright as she looked up at the platform, seeming neither tired nor bored. It almost gave people the illusion that even after 2 hours, she would still be able to stand firmly. Shirtu thought about the times when he and Xiao Mai went hunting in the mountains. In the mountains, there were wild beasts that stalked and pounced on prey like rabbits, laying hidden in the grass, motionless, looking just like lifeless stones. Shirtu had hunted with Xiao Mai for so many years, and he could handle it. But Xiao Mai couldn't resist moving. Why could Hien manage it? According to what Hong Shan said, Hien had joined the military out of desperation due to a decline in family circumstances. His appearance suggested that his family had been well off before. So why did he possess the enduring patience and perseverance of a wild beast? After all, Hien didn't need to hunt for food. His contemplation didn't yield an answer, and the roll call was finally finished. Shan Han closed the military roster and said, "From today, 100 people form one squad, and one squad has one instructor. You will practice formations and conduct military drills here. Today, I will teach you about military orders." As he said this, a smile appeared on Shan Han's face. However, for some reason, this smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. Sure enough, they heard instructor Shan Han shout, "If you fail to respond to your name, if you're not on time, if you arrive late, this is considered delaying the army. Those who violate this will be flogged. Today, you arrived 1 moment late. According to military law, this should be punished, but due to it being your first offense, I will let it slide this time." Everyone felt their hearts sink as they listened to him, and as they were still processing his speech, they heard the emotionless voice of the stern drill instructor ring out. "Each person will carry a sandbag and run 10 laps around the camp. Not a single lap can be missed. Each squad's instructor will monitor you. Whoever dares to slack off will face military punishment." The people present all gasped in shock. The training ground below White Moon Mountain was also their camp, and 1 lap was at least 1 li or more. Running 10 laps meant running over 10 li. Furthermore, they had to carry sandbags. It was still relatively cool when they woke up early in the morning, but now that the sun was high, the scorching heat was unbearable, and they were already sweating while standing still. To run under the sun? A sense of despair spread among them. Xiao Mai said, "Brother Ahi, Instructor Shan said the same thing as you." "How did you know he would say that?" "How did she know?" "It was because when she first entered the military camp, she went through the same situation. It was like establishing their authority, giving the new recruits a taste of what military life was like, and making them understand that joining the military was not about enjoying privileges. Even if it wasn't this reason, Shan Han would have found some other excuse to punish them. Just familiarize yourself with military orders." Qian patted Xiao Mai's shoulder. "It's good for you." Xiao Mai nodded, somewhat understanding. As expected, following Shan Han's orders, the soldiers were divided into squads of 100 each. When the group went to collect their sandbags, Qian initially thought that the sandbags would be like the ones she used when she went up the mountain with He Yunsheng to chop firewood, small enough to be tied around the legs. However, when she saw the sandbags, her eyelids twitched. The sandbags were the size of a large bundle, not meant to be tied around the legs but to be carried on the back. When she lifted it, it was heavy and definitely much heavier than the small sandbag. "Darn, running 10 laps with this thing on our backs? Isn't that too much?" Hong Shan complained. Xiao Mai stole a glance at Hian's expression. Throughout the entire process, her face remained calm. However, when she lifted the sandbag, cracks finally appeared in her composure. Xiao Mai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he was also just an ordinary person, not someone invincible. Qian had no words. Qian's thought, "When I trained new recruits in the past, carrying weights to enhance their physical fitness was necessary, but it was done gradually. Most of the time, I used the sandbags I had made at the He family, gradually increasing the weight. I didn't know Xiao Jue's training methods back then, but now I finally understand. Starting with such fierce training, Xiao Jue may have a handsome face, but I underestimated his ruthlessness. He is a ruthless man." "Ahi, are you?" Hong Shan was about to suggest helping her with the sandbag, but he saw Qian hoist it onto her back and secure it firmly. Her figure was too petite, surrounded by a camp full of men. She looked like an undeveloped young boy. The sandbag was large and heavy, pressing down on her back, making this young boy appear even shorter. She seemed shaky, looking quite pitiful. Even the usually quiet Shirtu couldn't bear to watch and asked her, "Are you sure you can handle it?" "I'm fine," Qian replied with a smile. Seeing her smile, the others felt relieved. Perhaps these young and strong boys could handle such weight, and despite her small and frail figure, she still seemed to have some strength. Qian's thought. In her heart, she cursed Xiao Jue 1,000 times over. This kind of weight would have been no problem for her in the past. But He had a delicate physique, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't turn her into a powerhouse overnight. Qian's thought. So it's really heavy. Chapter 35. 100 soldiers formed a squad, and they set off one after another. The magnificent procession of troops running around the base of the mountain was truly a spectacular sight. Although everyone complained and shouted, they didn't delay the task. The instructor in charge of Qian's squad was surnamed Liang, named Liang Ping, similar to Shan Han. He was fierce and ruthless. He shouted, "Quickly line up and start." At the command, everyone began the long run with the heavy sandbags on their backs. Qian felt like she was carrying a large stone on her back, pressing her body down, making her feel unsteady. Since she became Miss He, she had accompanied He Yunsheng up the mountain to chop firewood every day, but it only made her previously weak body healthier or slightly sturdier compared to girls her age. However, Xiao Jue's iron-blooded training method was too much for her to bear. The old He Yin might have been able to handle it, but the current He Yin struggled. There were constantly people overtaking He Yin. Most of those who enlisted were robust and tall men, and even those who were not as tall had grown up doing heavy labor in poor families. Although running with a sandbag was tiring, it was still manageable. He Yin was exceptionally weak in comparison. The few others with similar physique had already died on their way to Liangzhou, making He Yin the weakest in terms of physical aptitude at the Liangzhou garrison. Shi Tu and Xiao Mai, the two brothers, ran quickly. They often chased after prey in the mountains and would tie the caught animals around their bodies, running around with them, so it wasn't too difficult for them. Hong Shan, who was slightly older, became somewhat out of breath after running one lap and wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "Hey, this is really inhumane behavior." He didn't hear He Yan's response and turned back to see that she had fallen behind by more than 10 steps. He slowed down a bit and waited for He Yin to catch up before asking, "Ahi, can you keep going? You seem to be struggling." He Yan's face was pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her forehead and chin, disappearing into her clothes. Carrying the sandbag, she looked like one of those children sold to gang bosses at the docks in the capital, making people feel sorry for her. "I'm fine. Brother Shan, you don't need to worry about me. You go ahead and run. I can't run fast, so I'll run slowly at the back." He Yin smiled and said, "You can finish early and rest in the shed. Don't wait for me. If you tell the instructor," Hong Shan hesitated and leaned closer, speaking in a low voice, "you can secretly run fewer laps. No one will notice." "I know what I'm doing," He Yin smiled wryly. "Brother Shan, you go ahead. We'll meet up later." Only after confirming that He Yin didn't need help did Hong Shan carry the sandbag and run ahead. He Yin scratched her head, revealing a helpless smile. Tell the instructor she couldn't handle it? That was impossible. Once she entered the military camp, she had to make it work, even if she couldn't. Run fewer laps secretly? Also impossible. Although it seemed that no one around noticed, the instructors were very meticulous, and there were hidden monitors along the road. If she ran fewer laps secretly, she would be violating military discipline and would be punished. She knew all too well about these things since she used to be a general. As a soldier, she couldn't sneak around. But she wiped away the sweat rolling into her eyes and looked up at the golden sun hanging overhead. He Yin's thought, "It's so hot." Inside the garrison, someone walked out. Cheng Lisu used a folding fan to fan himself and looked at the distant mountains covered by clouds and mist with joy. "The scenery here is so beautiful, 1,000 times better than the capital. Uncle really has good taste." Xiao Jue followed behind him, dressed in a black and gold embroidered robe, with a long sword hanging obliquely from his waist. His eyes were like stars, and his lips were as red as vermilion. With his elegant temperament and beautiful appearance, he added a touch of brilliance to this desolate place. "They're running. TSK, TSK, TSK. Cheng Lisu shook his head. "If I had to do this, I wouldn't last a minute." "Then you can go back," he replied with a cold, mocking tone. "Ah, what did you say?" "The wind is too strong, I can't hear." "Uncle, look who's coming." Cheng Lisu changed the subject awkwardly. The person who arrived was Shan Han, the instructor. He stopped in front of the two, bowed to Xiao Jue, and said, "Commander, how are the new recruits?" Xiao Jue asked. "Looks all right. There are a few who are struggling, but they might improve with practice," Shan Han replied. "What's going on with that person?" Cheng Lisu pointed to the distance. "It seems like he's about to collapse while running." They saw a small and weak-looking young man running on the track, or more accurately, running very slowly. He had already fallen far behind the rest of the group, and in fact, the sandbag on his back seemed to weigh more than he did. "That's one of Liang Ping's soldiers, and he's only on his 4th lap." "4th lap?" Xiao Jue raised an eyebrow. While everyone else had already started their 7th lap, this person had just begun his 4th lap, falling so far behind. Shan commented indifferently, his aptitude is too poor. Chung Lisu and Shun Han glanced at each other, not saying anything. When Xiao Jue stamped, poor aptitude, it meant the person was truly unsuitable, incapable of going to the battlefield. Poor aptitude is not a big deal. Chung Lisu thought of something and smiled. Being a support soldier is not bad either. Maybe he's skilled at a trade. The person whom they were hoping had good trade skills, Qian, didn't know what to say at this moment. The sandbag on her back was really heavy, yet she had to continue. She knew very well that the current physical training was just the beginning. In the future, there would be additional skill training, such as archery, knives, and arrows. However, if she couldn't endure the physical training, she wouldn't qualify for skill training. She would be relegated to become a support soldier. But she didn't want to be a support soldier. Near the resting area, Hongshan finished his last lap and finally found Xiao Mai and Shurtu resting in the shed. He sat down next to them. Xiao Mai looked around and asked, "Where's Ahi? Hasn't he come out yet?" "I don't know. I haven't seen him." Hongshan also felt worried. Could this kid be unable to continue running? "Didn't you tell Ahi to secretly run fewer laps?" Xiao Mai whispered, "No one will notice." "I already told him. He's a stubborn mule. He won't listen to me. What can I do?" Hongshan shrugged helplessly. As they were talking, Shurtu suddenly spoke up. "He's coming." The three followed his gaze and saw a young man slowly running at the end of the long path in the woods. The sandbag on his back was disproportionately large compared to his small frame. His hair was already wet, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead to his chin, disappearing into the mud beneath his feet. He ran past the vicinity of the shed without looking in their direction and continued on, starting a new lap. "He's still running," Xiao Mai murmured. Qian didn't stop. Chapter 36. The 6th lap, the 7th lap. By the time Qian finished the last lap, she felt like she had been pulled out of water. Xiao Mai hurried over and handed her a water bottle. "Ahi, drink some water quickly." Qian tilted her head back and gulped down the water. While she was drinking, Instructor Liang walked by, glanced at her up and down, shook his head, and walked away. That look clearly indicated that Qian was only suitable to be a support soldier. "Why did you run at all?" Hongshan said. "You're really stubborn. I've seen others running fewer laps. They're smarter than you." Qian was too tired to speak and simply replied, "I don't want to be a support soldier." "What's wrong with being a support soldier? Don't underestimate them. They might live longer than us," Hongshan retorted. "I agree," Xiao Mai said dreamily. "If I were a support soldier, I could cook for everyone and make delicious food." "Qian, if you want to cook, you should be a chef, not join the army." Xiao Mai looked helplessly at Shurtu. "Big brother asked me to come." Qian's thought, "What kind of people are they?" She sighed inwardly. She was extremely exhausted, and her legs were starting to feel weak. Hongshan and Xiao Mai supported her from both sides and asked, "How long do you think you can hold on?" "It's only the first day." Qian's thought, "As long as I can endure." The day passed in exhaustion. Instructor Shun was stern and merciless. At noon, several soldiers who tried to slack off by running fewer laps were caught and punished in front of everyone, enduring a severe beating with sticks. This served as a warning to others, and during the afternoon training, no one dared to be lazy or escape the drills. As Qian had predicted, the first half-month focused on physical training, mainly carrying heavy loads and standing under the scorching sun, along with other formation drills. After half a month, they would begin their skill training, and eventually, they would be divided into different units. In her previous life, Qian was in the Vanguard Battalion, and she still wanted to join it this time. However, the problem was that if Xiao Jue's training method continued, she wouldn't make it to the Vanguard Battalion. Her physical strength was her weak point. As she ate her porridge, Qian pondered. The porridge was made from thick rice porridge, with various wild vegetables, fruits, and beans added. In the morning, half a dough of rice was given, and in the evening, 1/3 dough of millet, occasionally with some dumplings. If things were better, there might also be soup, cakes, and meat. However, it was just the beginning, so there was only porridge. Originally, it had a plain and bland taste, but because of today's extreme exhaustion, the hunger had long been intense. There was almost no conversation at the dining place. Everyone was burying their heads and eating diligently. It would be nice if we had some wine. Shan smacked his lips. Now I finally understand why only desperate people come to join the army. Who would willingly do this? I want to go hunting. Xiao Mai pouted at Shirtu. Big brother, I want to eat roasted rabbit. Shirtu replied, wait a few days. Qian found it funny. Waiting a few days wouldn't change anything. There was no chance for hunting. If you tried to escape after entering the camp, you would be labeled a deserter and executed. After dinner, everyone went to take a bath. Shan hesitated for a moment and asked, Ahi, aren't you going? After being exposed to the sun all day, covered in sweat, everyone was sticky and smelled bad. The river was already crowded with people. Shan said, don't worry, I'll hold on to you. You won't slip. Qian looked hesitant. It's okay, brother Shan. When it's late at night, I'll get some buckets of water from the river and wash up on the shallow bank. All right then. Shan didn't insist. You rest first. After Shan and the others left, Qian finally relaxed. Entering the military camp was indeed inconvenient. As a common soldier in the outpost, there were no individual rooms in the barracks, nor were there separate tents in the wilderness. Bathing became a major issue. She had experienced a period of constrained life before, where she had to be on guard at all times to avoid exposure. However, as she climbed up the ranks and became a vice general, and then a main general, she had her own private tent or room, and these problems were no longer an issue. But now, starting all over again, she had to walk the same old path. Qian rested on her bed for a while. By the time the people who went to the river for a bath returned one after another, everyone had settled down, and Shan's snoring started next to her. Qian woke up and glanced at the moon outside. Judging by the time, it was already midnight. She quietly got up from the bed, passed by Xiao Mai, and rolled up her clean clothes. Then she slipped out of the room, trying not to make any noise. Outside the Liangzhou garrison, the wilderness was vast, and a bright moon shone overhead. Perhaps because it was a border area, the moonlight here was different from that of the capital. Qian quietly made her way to the river. This river surrounding the garrison was at the foot of the White Moon Mountain and had an interesting name, Five Deer River. Legend has it that one day, a fisherman living by the river returned late at night and saw a fairy in plain clothes riding a five-colored deer on the river. That's how the river got its name. There were many boulders by the river, and Qian found a large rock to place her clean clothes on to keep them from getting wet. Then she took off her outer garment and stepped into the water. As she had told Shan, she didn't dare to get too close to the water after the incident where she drowned in the pond at the Su family. If it weren't necessary, she wouldn't even come to the river. Even when she did enter the water, she only dared to stay in the shallows. The river water was icy cold, a relief in the scorching summer. The river breeze was refreshing as well. Qian splashed water on her face, and the exhaustion from carrying the sandbag under the scorching sun disappeared instantly. Her whole body felt comfortable and relaxed. Here, the moonlight was as cold as frost and snow, shining on the vast wilderness and the wide river, creating a magnificent and beautiful scene. White Moon Mountain, Five Deer River. Qian mumbled softly. The names were so elegant and indeed fitting. She looked at the silver moon and couldn't help but think that if there was a fisherman passing by at this moment, he might mistake her for the rumored beauty fairy. As she pondered this, she found it amusing and laughed to herself. Who's there? A voice sounded in the silence. Unfamiliar, yet familiar. Qian almost swallowed a mouthful of water. Qian's thought, seriously? It's already this late, and someone's still coming? The person's footsteps paused for a moment before approaching Qian's direction. At first, she was stunned, but then she quickly hid behind a giant rock. Since she was standing in shallow water near the riverbank, the person could clearly see her. It was a young man wearing a blue dark-patterned robe embroidered with immortal cranes. The embroidered cranes seemed like they were about to take flight in the wind. He was exceptionally good-looking, with a graceful and elegant demeanor, and his eyes and brows were as handsome as a painting. The long sword at his waist, shining like ice and snow under the moonlight, added a touch of coldness to his demeanor. This beautiful youth was none other than the Right Army commander, Xiao Jue. Qian recognized him, and her heart sighed in despair. Qian's thought, what a narrow path for enemies. Chapter 37. Qian was afraid the person might come closer, so she quickly poked her head out from behind the rock. Hey, you, don't come any closer. I'm naked. What are you doing? Indeed, the person's footsteps halted. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She knew from her past experience with Xiao Jue that he was extremely picky. Being naked in front of him would be considered impolite, and he wouldn't want to dirty his eyes with such a sight. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Xiao Jue stared at her coldly and asked. I'm a new soldier in the garrison, and I came here to bathe, Qian replied. A hint of mockery flashed in Xiao Jue's eyes. He clearly didn't believe her. Bathing at this hour? There were too many people bathing in the evening, and I fell asleep in the room, Qian explained, looking at him. I'm not one of the higher-ups here with my own room to bathe in. Who would want to come to the river to bathe at night? I find it too cold. With the term higher-ups, Qian was referring to Xiao Jue himself, hoping he would understand her sarcasm. However, Xiao Jue didn't show any sign of embarrassment. He just looked at her calmly. Qian sank a little deeper into the water and asked, And who are you? She decided to pretend to be a naive new soldier to make her words more convincing. Xiao Jue didn't answer her question and instead retorted, If you find it cold, then don't join the army. Was he contradicting her previous statement? Qian glanced at her clothes behind the boulder. If Xiao Jue continued to stay there, she would have to keep soaking in the water. But if she stayed too long, it would certainly arouse Xiao Jue's suspicions. I joined the army with a purpose, Qian said. What's your purpose? Xiao Jue raised an eyebrow. Of course, it's to achieve great feats, rise in rank, get rich, and become a successful young general like General Xiao Jue. Then I'll return home, build a house, marry a beautiful and virtuous lady, and have adorable children. A family filled with children and grandchildren, living a prosperous and happy life. Qian expressed her yearning. A chill flashed in Xiao Jue's eyes as he coldly rebuked, Vulgar! Inside, Qian was thrilled. She had purposely mixed the title of General Xiao Jue with the common desires of ordinary men to disgust him. Being as proud as Xiao Jue, he must have felt humiliated by her words. What's wrong? Qian looked serious. That's why people join the army, to be the happiest husband. Perhaps unable to tolerate her wild words, Xiao Jue glanced at her, turned his sleeve, and left, seemingly unwilling to say anything more to her. As Xiao Jue walked away, Qian called out, Hey, kind sir, could you help me toss my clothes from behind the rock? It would be a great help. Naturally, Xiao Jue wouldn't help her retrieve her clothes. Qian waited until he was far away and out of sight before quickly washing up and changing behind the rock. The moon remained silent, as if it hadn't witnessed anything. Qian carried her dirty clothes back and thought about her encounter with Xiao Jue. At this time, Xiao Jue probably wasn't here for any specific reason. He might have just come out for a walk since the night was so beautiful. Speaking of which, it had been many years since she last saw Xiao Jue. The last time they met at the horse training ground, she had to lower her head to avoid being recognized, so she couldn't get a clear look at his current appearance. But just now, she had a rare opportunity to see him clearly, and it seemed that he looked different from what she remembered. She knew that Xiao Jue was already strikingly handsome back then, attracting the attention of countless young girls with just a single glance. But he had grown even more handsome with time. She wondered what he had been nourished on to become such a refined and captivating figure. Comparing his present demeanor to his youthful charm, the former seemed to have matured while retaining its brilliance. If the Xiao Jue of the past carried a hint of youthful playfulness, the present version was devoid of such traces. He now resembled a flawless jade or a hidden precious sword, radiating a subtle yet captivating aura. It was his temperament, much colder than before. Qian continued to walk slowly. Back then, after her big argument with the members of the He family, she joined the army without knowing what had happened at the Xianchang Academy. At that time, Xiao Jue was still the young master of the Xiao family, and everything seemed normal. It was only a few years after she had joined the army that she learned about the circumstances surrounding the second young master of the Xiao family through discussions among the people around her. Xiao Jue's father, Xiao Zhongwu, was a brave general of Dawei and excelled in winning battles despite being outnumbered. However, during the campaign against the southern barbarians, he fell into an ambush and died at the hands of the enemy leader during the Battle of Mingshui. After General Xiao's death, Xiao Jue took over the army and continued to lead the troops to attack the southern barbarians. Qian joined the military at the age of 15, and Xiao Jue was only 1 year older than her when he joined. She didn't know the specifics of what happened, but she knew that when Xiao Jue, a 16-year-old youth, took over the army from his father, it was definitely not a simple matter. Not to mention the royal family. Even just the political enemies of the Xiao family wouldn't have let go of such an opportunity to kick them when they were down. If Xiao Jue failed, the entire Xiao family would fall. As a prestigious military family, the Xiao family couldn't possibly withstand such a blow, relying solely on Xiao Jue's elder brother, who was only an official of the Ministry of Rights. Fortunately, the heavens favored him, and Xiao Jue not only won, but he won spectacularly. He defeated the southern barbarians and returned to the capital with the heads of the enemy leaders. Thus, he established the reputation of being the youthful killer general, the jade-faced commander. War is the fastest way to temper a person's character. All sharp edges and tips have to be put away in the face of life and death. Perhaps Xiao Jue had retained the arrogance of a noble young man from the capital in the past, but now, all of that was nowhere to be seen. He became even more outstanding, colder, more unfathomable, and harder to deal with. Qian reached the door of her room, and everyone inside was sleeping soundly, none of them noticing her. She placed her clothes at the foot of the bed, lay down, closed her eyes, and felt a sense of peace inside. Fortunately, over the years, not only Xiao Jue had grown, she had grown just like him, and not too far behind. Chapter 38. On the second day, they still woke up at the unchanged hour of 5 in the morning for the strenuous morning run with weighted packs. The new recruits were suffering greatly. In addition to yesterday's training, they now had to perform other tasks as well. All the new recruits were dressed in uniform crimson attire. When they assembled in the morning, they had to ensure their appearance was immaculate. Even the beds, which were messed up during the night, had to be neatly arranged before setting off in the morning. If there was any disorder, they would have to do an extra round. With each additional round, it became unbearable. Amidst the cries and complaints, the appearance and military discipline of the new recruits were rapidly improved within just half a month. Though they might not have learned military formations and archery yet, their drill formation and discipline were already looking decent. Qian sighed as she watched, realizing that although Xiao Jue had become more ruthless, his methods were quite effective. Compared to Commander Xiao, she felt that her previous training methods were too lenient. They say kindness does not suit the duties of a general or the protection of wealth. It seemed she had to learn more from Xiao Jue. As the new recruits ran in circles, the instructors took advantage of the breaks to talk. Chief Instructor Shan looked at Liang Ping and asked, "Why don't I see that?" "Ah, that weakest boy from your squad. You mean Qian?" Liang Ping pursed his lips toward the distant mountain road and said, "He's in the front. Look, the one running with the group in the middle is him." Shan looked over and saw the boy running ahead with a sandbag on his back. Although everyone wore uniform crimson attire, due to his exceptionally frail and short figure, he could still be recognized at a glance. "He hasn't fallen behind?" Shan asked, somewhat surprised. How could he? A complicated emotion appeared on Liang Ping's face. This kid is incredibly determined. Speaking of, Liang Ping had also been skeptical about Qian at the beginning. To be honest, having been an instructor for so many years, he had seen many new recruits and could judge whether they could become skilled soldiers just by looking at them. Qian's physical aptitude was indeed very poor. It seemed that he had grown up in a privileged environment, and it was evident that he lacked strength. During the first morning run, he was panting and gasping, which led Liang Ping to make a decision in his heart. He could only be a support soldier. Unexpectedly, this kid had a weak body, but a strong will. Even though he was always lagging behind, he still ran with the group every day. Liang Ping also noticed that from the first day to now, he had never tried to slack off. He ran with such determination. If a fallen rich young master came to be a soldier and showed such determination and perseverance, it would have already been quite remarkable. Moreover, Qian wasn't just wasting his efforts. It seemed like he had mastered some kind of technique, or perhaps he was gradually adapting to this kind of weighted running. From starting off behind everyone and gradually falling behind less, he had now managed to barely keep up with the group. Liang Ping even had the illusion that if this continued, he might even run at the front in a few more days. Just as Liang Ping was thinking this, he heard Shan Han's voice beside him. What's the use of a strong will if he doesn't have the talent? Even if he can barely keep up with running, He'll find skills training too difficult in the future. I don't know if he'll be able to pass the skills training. Before skills training, the final morning run was used to evaluate the physical fitness and potential of the new recruits. Many recruits fell behind these days, and some didn't even have the possibility of going through skills training. The military had limited manpower, and they couldn't invest in people who weren't worth it. War was cruel, and before the brutal war, they could only choose some people who could bear such cruelty. I think he can do it, Liang Ping said. Shen Han looked at him, and the other instructors also looked at him. Someone said, "Instructor Liang, are you sure? Don't be mistaken. You should know that such weak people won't survive on the battlefield." Although that may be the case, Liang Ping smiled and said, "As you know, mental fortitude can be honed to be as sharp as a blade. Who can say for sure?" He looked at Qian. The boy's forehead was covered in sweat. It was a hot summer day, and his companions running with him were irritated and annoyed. Yet he was the only one with a smile, showing no sign of complaint. Such determination was truly rare. Qian had no idea that she had become the center of discussion among the instructors. She finished the last lap and put down the sandbag. Just then, Hong Shan punched her shoulder as he approached her. Kid, you're really something." Hong Shan rubbed his chin as he sized her up. "Now you can keep up with us. Are you happy? No need to be a support soldier anymore, right?" Qian laughed. "That's truly great." Seeing her in a much better state than a few days ago after finishing the run, Hong Shan was also happy for her. Just then, Xiao Mai waved at them from afar. "Brother Ahi, Brother Shan, come on. Today we have meat-filled buns." After being here for so long, they finally got a chance to eat some meat. Hearing this, Qian suddenly felt her mouth watering, and Hong Shan licked his lips. Finally, a good meal. "Let's go." There was watery porridge in the iron pot, 1 bowl per person, and next to it was a large wooden barrel filled with steaming meat buns. The delicious aroma could be smelled from afar. The soldier in charge of distribution stood by the barrel, and each person could take one. Qian also took one. Holding the bowl of porridge, she couldn't find a place to sit, so she decided to find a shady spot to sit down and enjoy her meal. She saw Xiao Mai, that little clever guy, waving to her under a tree, indicating that he had found a good spot to stay cool. Qian planned to go over there. As she was halfway there, suddenly, someone bumped into her shoulder with great force, causing her to stagger, and half of her porridge spilled out of the bowl. She also lost her grip on the meat-filled bun, and it rolled away. As she was about to reach for it, a hand came out of nowhere and snatched it away. She stopped and found a tall man with a small beard standing in front of her. He had an old scar running from his left forehead to his cheek, giving him a ferocious and intimidating appearance. He took the bun as if it were his own, not even sparing a glance at Qian, and continued walking. A foot was placed in front of the man. He paused and looked at the person before him. The young boy pulled back his foot, still wearing a polite smile on his face, as if he didn't know what had just happened. He said, "Excuse me, sir, it seems you took the wrong thing. The bun in your hand is mine." The scar-faced man looked at him strangely, then suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard something funny. He spoke in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. "Do you know what you're saying?" I said. The young man remained calm. "The bun in your hand is mine." Chapter 39. I said, "The bun in your hand is mine," she said. Before the words could even settle, the man burst into a sinister laugh. "Kid, don't stir up trouble. I just want to take back what's mine." The man looked at her. She appeared very weak, wearing the standard red military uniform that looked oversized on her small frame. Standing there, she looked like an undeveloped child. A child shouting at him was like an ignorant puppy barking at a wolf. It was laughable and nothing more. "Mine." The scar-faced man sneered and grabbed the bun. Without waiting for Qian to react, he quickly tossed it into his mouth. The small bun, already not very big, disappeared into his stomach as if a wild beast had found its prey and couldn't wait to devour it. After finishing, he looked provocatively at Qian and said with a wicked smile, "Yours? Who can vouch for that? What can you do about it?" The food had already entered his stomach, and there was no way for Qian to cut him open and grab the meat bun from inside. The man looked very pleased as he watched Qian's helpless expression. He walked forward with his bowl of porridge, neither too fast nor too slow. "What can I do to you?" Qian muttered to herself. In a moment, a faint smile appeared on her face. She turned around and took 3 or 4 steps towards the scar-faced man who was bending down to drink from his bowl of porridge. With a swift kick, she aimed at his bent knees. The man's legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel, but he stumbled a few steps and managed to stay upright. However, the porridge in his hand spilled all over the ground, not a drop left. Seeing this, his anger flared, and he turned his head to see Qian, grinding his teeth. You, me? Qian chuckled. Can anyone testify to what I did? What can you do to me? Her eyes gleamed with cunning and a hint of provocation, utterly infuriating. The scar-faced man raised his fist and was about to approach. Hey, what are you doing? Just at that moment, a voice came from the side, and Shan and Shi rushed over. Xiaomai had seen that Qian had been talking to the scar-faced man for a long time without moving and guessed that something might be wrong. So he brought his big brother and Shan over. Shan and Shi were not easy to bully, unlike Qian's seemingly weak appearance. The scar-faced man didn't act recklessly. He just snorted coldly, glared at Qian, and said, "You just wait." Then he turned and left. The tone was full of venom and threatening intent. What happened to you? Shan asked. What's going on? He took my meat bun, so I poured his porridge. It's fair, Qian said as simply as possible. Shan immediately understood and sighed. Ah, you and him. Why are you causing trouble? You should have just endured it. Why should I endure it? Qian asked. When she first joined the military, she often encountered such situations. In the military camp, there were frequent instances of the strong bullying the weak and taking advantage of those who were smaller. When she first entered the military camp, being robbed of food was a common occurrence. If it weren't for her comrades in the same tent who pitied her and shared their food, she might have starved to death. The instructors in the military camp could prevent open conflicts, but they couldn't stop this kind of secret theft. Besides, she was too weak at that time. She was so weak that even the instructors couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her, let alone seek justice for her. It was only after she became stronger that no one dared to rob her of her food. Later on, when she became a general, she ordered her own troops that this kind of behavior, robbing others of their food and bullying the weak, must not be tolerated. Once discovered, it would be punished according to military law. Who would have thought that after being reborn, she would encounter the exact same situation again? But this time, she was no longer the pitiful new soldier who had just entered the military, trembling with fear and unable to speak up when wronged. Even if Shan and Shi hadn't appeared just now, she would have had more than enough confidence to teach this scar-faced man a lesson. That person is called Wang Ba, Shan said. He used to be a mountain bandit. I don't know how he ended up joining the army. Under Instructor Liang, he's the most ruthless. I heard it from others. This kind of person is a killer. Today, you've offended him, and he will hold a grudge. He will definitely try to trip you up in the future. Brother Shi and I can't be with you every day. If he takes advantage of the opportunity, your life will be difficult. I can't just let him take what's mine. Brother Shan, you have to believe that if he robbed me once, he will do it again. If he comes to rob me every day, how can I live? Qian said, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. Things in this world were never fair. The usually reticent Shi spoke up. He looked at Qian and shook his head gently, seeming to disapprove of her actions. You were too impulsive. There's no fairness, so you have to fight for it yourself. If you can't achieve fairness because you're weak, then you have to work hard to become stronger, Qian said with a slight smile. If here, the fist is the rule, then let him come to me. I promise, to show him what fairness means. The young man spoke lightly, his expression calm, and there seemed to be a faint smile in his clear and bright pupils. The wind blew, making his hairband flutter. He looked less like a soldier and more like a young master strolling the streets of the capital. It should have been a teasing remark about the proverb, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, but when faced with those eyes, they couldn't say it out loud. Was it true that a newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers? He was confident, not reckless. Shan and Shi didn't say anything more. They accompanied Qian to the shade of the tree. Xiaomai knew that Qian's meat bun had been snatched, and he felt sorry for her for a while. Finally, he awkwardly tried to console her. It's okay, Brother Ahi, we'll be able to go up the mountain in a few days. I'll make some slingshots to shoot birds or set some traps to catch rabbits. We can eat wild game then, which is much better than the meat in those buns. Qian laughed and readily agreed. After finishing the porridge, she rested her hands behind her head, leaning against the tree trunk as if dozing off. The lazy sun shone down, and there was a rare moment of coolness under the tree. She closed her eyes, her mind wandering. Although losing a meat bun was a bit regrettable, it wasn't something she would dwell on. During actual military marches and battles, sometimes the military pay couldn't keep up, and they were forced to defend the city. Not to mention meat buns. Even porridge was sometimes a luxury. At times, they had to eat tree bark and roots. At the most extreme moments, she even ate clay to fill her stomach, feeling uncomfortable and bloated, fighting to defend the city at all costs. Compared to those times, this was already a kind of happiness. However, the wind brushed her cheek, and Qian smirked. If her guess was correct, in at most 5 days, the skill training would begin. Some people would be assigned to be cooks, and with her current physical fitness, she would probably qualify to participate in the skill training. But how could she demonstrate her value and prove herself capable of going to the vanguard camp in the shortest possible time? That was the question. Chapter 40. Qian's guess was correct. 3 days later, during the long run with sandbags on their backs, Instructor Liang shouted ahead, "Starting tomorrow, we'll run 5 laps around the camp. For the rest of the time, we'll focus on weapon drills. So today, give me your best in running. If you don't run well, you won't get lunch." Hearing this, everyone became spirited. Compared to running under the scorching sun with sandbags, weapon drills seemed much easier and more like what new recruits should be doing. It also meant that they were leaving this hellish training and entering a new stage, becoming more like proper soldiers of Dawei. Qian understood Instructor Liang's hidden message. Today would be the final test. If anyone performed poorly, clearly showing their lack of physical stamina, they would lose the chance to participate in the weapon drills. As she bent down to pick up her sandbag, someone suddenly bumped into her from behind. She straightened up and saw that it was Wang Ba, the scar-faced guy who had stolen her meat bun a few days ago. Wang Ba looked at her and sneered. "Kid, after today, you'll become a support soldier. Your good days are over." Qian shrugged. "I don't get it. Your 2 brothers won't be following you forever. A support soldier." He lowered his voice, his eyes showing a trace of cruelty. "I can kill you, and no one will care. Well then, come and try." With a swing of her sandbag, Qian smiled at him. "By the way, I won't become a support soldier. Absolutely not." With that, she turned and joined the long run. Xiao Mai followed nervously, asking, "Brother Ahi, did he bother you just now?" "How could he?" Qian smiled. "We just had a little chat." "I see." Xiao Mai smiled too. "Brother Ahi, you're amazing. You're not even panting now, and can run so fast." Xiao Mai and Shirtu grew up in the mountains, hunting daily and spending entire days out in the wilderness, which naturally built their stamina and speed. On the other hand, Qian, initially feeble, had been visibly improving day by day. This transformation raised suspicions among the others, as if she had secretly consumed some kind of miraculous elixir. "Is that so?" Qian nodded earnestly. "I do seem to have quite the potential." Meanwhile, on the other side, the instructors gathered together along the forest path, observing the situation. For more than half a month, the daily long runs not only trained the recruits' physical strength, but also served as a way to assess their aptitude. Every day, they recorded the results in a register. Today was the last time they would record the long run. From now on, the long run would no longer be used to assess the recruit's aptitude, but would become a regular training exercise. If a recruit had the ability to participate in weapon drills, it meant they had the qualifications to become a soldier of Dawei and wouldn't die before the war began due to physical reasons. The camp also had varying levels of strength, and the differences were quite apparent. Those with good aptitude stood out from the beginning, while those with poor aptitude were noticeable from the start too. This was an unfair thing, as aptitude was something innate and couldn't be changed. But there was an exception in this case. Old Liang. Someone patted Instructor Liang's shoulder. "That kid in your squad, Qian, is quite a talent." Qian was the unexpected one. Her aptitude was initially rated poorly by the instructors. Even if she started as a support soldier, everyone was afraid she'd get overheated and become sick. However, day by day, she became lighter on her feet. Now, she could easily keep up with the team and even hold a position near the front. It was a miracle. Rope can saw wood, and water can wear away stone. Instructor Liang was quite pleased. I've said it before, I, Liang Ping, don't have bad judgment. This kid's determination is rare. She won't perform poorly at anything. Don't make grand statements. Du Mao, another instructor, chimed in, throwing cold water on his enthusiasm. He spoke skeptically. You shouldn't overlook the fact that aptitude is what it is. The reason he can keep up with the team, what's it based on? It's based on effort. That was indeed the case. Everyone looked at the young person sprinting alongside the team. He was of the right age, had an optimistic disposition, and was quite likable in appearance. He ran in an orderly fashion and rarely engaged in conversation with others. His running was earnest, and in short, he appeared to be taking this task very seriously. His ability to achieve this takes tremendous effort, something others might accomplish with far less, Du Mao stated. Right now, it's just running with sandbags on their backs. Future weapon drills and tactical exercises will only become more complex, and he'll need to invest more effort than others. At this rate, he'll never excel. He can only be an ordinary soldier. I advise you to focus more on the recruits with better aptitude in your squad and not pay excessive attention to that kid. Du Mao shook his head. It's not very meaningful. I can't argue with you. I don't feel like talking to you either. Liang Ping responded unhappily after Du Mao's words. He walked away with his spear. However, as he walked, he couldn't help but mumble to himself. Among the instructors, many had led soldiers before. Those who survive or make great contributions on the battlefield often start out with remarkable performances, showing exceptional qualities. That young person was just putting in effort, but does effort really make a difference? Qian finished today's run in one go, received her meal, ate it, and waited until the afternoon. Suddenly, Instructor Liang came over and selected about 10 soldiers to follow him. Hey, those seem to be the ones going to be support soldiers, Xiaomai said. But why do they need so many people for support soldiers? Qian smiled and shook her head. It's just a term. Not all of them will be cooking. Some will do other tasks. In short, they won't be directly on the front line fighting. That's good. Hong Shan stretched lazily. Isn't it nice not to risk our lives and stay alive? But Brother Ahi seems happy this time, Xiaomai said, teasingly. You won't have to be a support soldier. It was well known that Qian didn't want to be a support soldier. She didn't argue and just smiled. Congratulations and celebrations are in order, I guess. Will you get the opportunity to show your skills soon? Hong Shan glanced at her, teasing. In the upcoming weapon drills, you'll be able to show off, right? Not exactly. Qian thought for a moment before answering. She could handle knives, arrows, and horsemanship. The long spear formation was not difficult for her, and after running for so long, climbing hills and charging were not a problem. The only challenge might be the crossbow. The crossbow required great hand strength, and it would be difficult for someone without a strong physique to pull it back. With her current physical condition, it might be a bit of a struggle. However, she believed that Xiao Jue, as a skilled trainer, probably wouldn't start with the crossbow, right? She thought. She thought wrong. Chapter 41. On the second day, as expected, the distance for their running laps was reduced by half, and they completed it much earlier, even before it was time for lunch. Next, all the new recruits were gathered at the training ground adjacent to the Liangzhou garrison. The training ground next to the Liangzhou garrison was quite expansive, likely due to the vast open field at the base of the mountains, capable of accommodating everyone. As she surveyed the area, Qian thought to herself that this was indeed an excellent place for training. At this moment, the scorching sun was directly overhead, and not a hint of breeze could be felt. The flags on the high platform were tightly affixed to their poles, much like the wilted new recruits standing beneath them. From today onwards, you will start practicing with weapons. Head instructor Shan slammed his long spear heavily on the ground, startling everyone, and they looked at him with renewed focus. Do you see that open space over there? Shan Han pointed to the north with his long spear. Near the weapon racks, rows of crossbows and bows were placed, exuding a formidable aura as they stared back at them. About 100 steps away from the crossbows, target boards were lined up neatly. From today onwards, you will begin learning how to use the crossbows. Head instructor Shun gave the order, and the days that followed were fully scheduled with training. The recruits didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wow, I love archery the most. The happiest person was probably Xiaomai. Brother, it's our time to shine now. Qian asked Shirtu. Are the bows you use for hunting not as heavy as these? Shirtu looked at the crossbows for a moment and shook his head. No, they are lighter, and they aren't made of buffalo horns. I made them myself from bamboo. Similar, but not the same, Xiaomai said with a grin, suddenly coming up with an idea. He asked Qian, Brother Ahi, can we borrow these crossbows to go hunting rabbits in the mountains? Qian said, focus on your training. Don't daydream. The recruits were divided into groups, and each group was led by an instructor to practice with the crossbows. The instructors demonstrated first, pulling back the bowstring and shooting the arrow, hitting the center of the target board accurately. The new recruits cheered, and the instructors looked pleased. Qian silently praised them, realizing that Liang Ping was not just putting on a show. He was truly skilled. A person like him would be a good asset on the battlefield. The young soldiers in the camp were all excited and eager to try. Some naturally had great strength, pulling the bows back with full force. Although their aim wasn't accurate, their arrows flew far. Some had some experience with bows and arrows before and looked more skilled. Others, however, had strength but lacked accuracy, their arrows flying crookedly and falling to the ground before reaching the target board. Eventually, it was Hong Shan's turn. His build was robust, and he managed to draw the bow fairly well, but his aim was off, and the arrow fell just at the edge of the target board. He didn't seem to mind and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Shirtu and Xiaomai followed closely. Shirtu had a steadier grip and greater strength, and his arrow flew with a whoosh, hitting the target board. Though not in the center, it was quite close. Liang Ping unexpectedly glanced at him and asked, What's your name? Have you had experience with bows and arrows before? I'm Zhong Shirtu, and I used to be a hunter, Shirtu replied in a deep voice. No wonder, Liang Ping nodded in approval. He was pleased to have a promising recruit in his squad. Xiaomai stepped forward. I'm Zhong Xiaomai, his younger brother, and I'm a hunter too. Oh, Liang Ping was somewhat intrigued. You want to give it a try? Xiaomai imitated Shida's posture and pulled the bow, but this time, he didn't display the impressive skills his older brother did. His arrow went awry and missed the target board entirely. Liang Ping said nothing. Xiaomai scratched his nose and returned disappointedly. Qian found it amusing, and just as she was considering whether to try it herself, someone was quicker than her and stepped forward. Wow, Hong Shan whispered to Qian, it's him. It was actually Wang Ba. On ordinary days, they never paid attention to running, yet he turned out to be one of Liang Ping's recruits. He stepped forward, rolled up his sleeves, spat on his palm twice, and picked up the bow. Qian observed as he held the bow with his arm tense, revealing his strong tanned skin. He was a powerful individual. Unlike other new recruits who were eager to shoot the arrow immediately, Wang Ba held his breath and aimed at the target. Based on his performance, Qian speculated that he must have had experience with bows and arrows before, just like Shirtu. He seemed to be skilled in handling them. Finally, the tightly stretched bowstring produced a resounding twang, and the arrow flew straight towards the target. They saw a flash of white light before the grass target in front was hit with force, thud, and fell to the ground. The arrow had hit the center of the target, only showing a bit of the arrow feather outside as it pierced through the grass target, causing it to fall. Qian couldn't help but marvel at the impressive shot. Wang Ba had both strength and precision. He held his breath and had steady aim, which was quite remarkable. Liang Ping's gaze towards Wang Ba had a trace of surprise. Among these new recruits, there was Zhong Shirtu and now Wang Ba. Their archery skills were undoubtedly excellent. After collecting the bow, Wang Ba didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked a few steps towards Qian. This scar-faced man crossed his arms, looked at Qian, and wore an expression that seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. He said, Now it's your turn. He didn't have to say anything, but the moment he did, many people's eyes turned towards Qian. Facing Wang Ba's provoking gaze, she walked forward. The bow was made of fine buffalo horns, very smooth to the touch, and it seemed to have been used countless times before, showing signs of wear. As Qian touched the bow, memories of her time in the military seemed to flash before her eyes. The last time she used a bow and arrow, she was still the Flying Phoenix General. Many years had passed, and everything had gone by so quickly. Liang Ping looked at Qian, his expression somewhat peculiar. He knew that a bow and arrow were different from other things and required great strength. Based on He Yan's physique and previous performance, it was unlikely that he would do very well. However, he was a new recruit who put in a lot of effort. There was an expectation for the unknown possibilities. Liang Ping himself was also conflicted. What are you hesitating for while touching the bow? Don't waste our time, Wang Ba sneered. Aren't you going to show us your excellent archery skills? He Yan picked up the bow and arrow, her fingers resting on the arrow. After a moment, she put the bow down. What's the meaning of this, Brother Ahi? Xiao Mai asked, puzzled. They hadn't even started drawing the bow, but she put it down. Was there something wrong? Why did you stop? Wang Ba was displeased. Come on, shoot. No need, He Yan said calmly. This bow, I can't pull it. Chapter 42. This bow, I can't pull it. The surrounding recruits looked dumbfounded at He Yan, and even Liang Ping couldn't believe his ears, thinking he must have misheard. What did he mean by this bow, I can't pull it? And he said it so confidently, as if it were perfectly normal. Liang Ping had trained many soldiers, but He Yan was undoubtedly the worst he had ever encountered. He was infuriated. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Ba chimed in, not expecting He Yan to be so honest. He had assumed that He Yan was showing off the last time they met, thinking he must have some hidden talent in archery. But this result was beyond acceptance. I don't have enough strength in my hands right now to draw this bow. There's no need to waste time. Let the other brothers who need practice have a chance. In a few days, I'll have enough strength to draw it, He Yan calmly explained. He Yan, the military camp is not a place for you to play around, Liang Ping said with a stern expression. He had thought that He Yan, being hardworking and determined, would surely achieve something. But he never expected He Yan to take his incompetence so matter-of-factly. I didn't treat it as a place to play, He Yan replied innocently. After a moment's thought, he made a concession. Then how about tomorrow? I should be able to draw the bow tomorrow. Liang Ping's nose nearly went crooked with anger. He Yan, how dare He Yan negotiate with him? Was the military camp a marketplace for haggling? Earlier, He Yan's performance in the weight-bearing run had satisfied him, and his progress seemed promising day by day. But archery was not something that could be improved overnight, and he couldn't fathom where He Yan got the confidence that he could draw the bow tomorrow. At this moment, Liang Ping began to regret not heeding Du Mao's advice earlier. He should have sent He Yan to be a support soldier so he wouldn't be so infuriated now. At his age, getting so angry could be harmful to his health. Not wanting to look at He Yan's innocent face any longer, Liang Ping waved his hand. Stop trying. Go get a sandbag and run 5 laps. He Yan mumbled an okay and obediently moved to the side, picking up the sandbag and heading for the long track. He was quite obedient, but the feeling of punching a bag of cotton made Liang Ping even more annoyed. He turned his head away, deciding not to look at the infuriating youth anymore. He Yan ran slowly, and suddenly, someone appeared beside her. It was Wang Ba. Kid, you're so weak, yet you dare to come to the military camp? Wang Ba taunted, full of arrogance. You can't even draw a bow, yet you still speak so boldly? This friend, He Yan said as she ran. You've been staring at me all the time. Are you really that afraid of me? Afraid of you? Wang Ba was taken aback. If you're not afraid of me, there's really no need to follow me all the time, as if you're worried that I'll steal your limelight. Who's afraid of you? Wang Ba was on the verge of swearing. What kind of person was this? He was immune to both threats and logic, always following his own peculiar way of doing things. Let me tell you, fighting privately is prohibited in the military. He Yan made a hushing gesture. If caught, you'll be punished with a military caning. There are supervisors all around in the mountains. Even if you want to cause trouble for me, now is not a good time. That was indeed true. Wang Ba stared at her, putting on a fake smile. I want to cause trouble for you? No need to do it in private. You can't even pull a bow. On the training field, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Oh, He Yan replied casually. Sure, let's meet on the training field then, rain or shine. With that, she picked up her pace as if in a hurry, carrying the sandbag and leaving Wang Ba far behind as she ran. Watching her agile figure, Wang Ba felt a twinge of irritation, muttered a curse, and turned to walk away. The day's archery training finally came to an end after the sun had set beyond the western hills. The new recruits rushed to get their meals, eager to fill their stomachs. The instructors gathered together, eating their separate dinners while discussing the day's events in their respective squads. If there were some outstanding recruits, they would boast about them even more. Liang Ping had wanted to praise Wang Ba and Shi Tu, but the thought of He Yin made him feel disheartened. He was afraid someone would bring him up, so he simply kept his head down and ate in silence. Unexpectedly, Du Mao asked with concern, "Old Liang, how did He Yin perform in your squad today?" Liang Ping was speechless. Beside him, one instructor laughed and said haha. Today he gave up before even trying to draw the bow. He said, "I can't draw this bow." He imitated He Yan's calm tone, but with his expression, it came across as pure mockery. At that moment, it made old Liang so angry his face turned green. He couldn't even draw the bow. Du Mao was also surprised. That's too much. That kid didn't seem like someone who could survive in the military camp. You know what? He even said to give him a day, and he'll be able to draw the bow tomorrow. I wondered where old Liang found this little treasure. I really am starting to doubt him. The instructor pointed at his temple with his hand. Something's not right here. As they were talking, someone came in. The instructors turned their heads to see Xiao Jue and Cheng Lisu walking in. Immediately, they put down their chopsticks and stood up to salute. "Commander, young Master Cheng. We could hear you guys having a lively conversation inside. What's so funny?" Cheng Lisu asked with a smile. This young man always had a cheerful appearance and had been enjoying himself in the Liangzhou garrison these past few days, eating and drinking as he pleased. Although they didn't know why this pampered young master from the capital didn't stay at home to enjoy the luxury, they couldn't dare to slight him since he came with Xiao Jue. They had to show him some respect. The instructor who had been teasing Liang Ping earlier couldn't wait to speak up. "We were talking about the new recruits training today. Old Liang has a recruit who couldn't even draw the bow, but he claimed he could do it tomorrow. Young Master Cheng, do you find it laughable or not?" He couldn't even draw the bow? Does that mean he's worse than me?" Cheng Lisu was greatly surprised. He was already considered the weakest among the young masters of prominent families, but at least he could handle a bow. He didn't expect to find someone even weaker here, which piqued his interest. He turned to Xiao Jue and said, "Uncle, did you hear that? At least in the Liangzhou garrison, I'm not the worst." Xiao Jue glanced at him, seemingly unwilling to pay him much attention. Cheng Lisu's enthusiasm was met with a cold response, but he didn't mind and turned to the instructors with great enthusiasm. "What's the name of that heroic man who is so like-minded as I? I must meet him and become sworn brothers." Liang Ping's silence. Old Liang, what's the name of that new recruit?" The instructor tried to recall. He's something. What had he done wrong? Why was fate treating him like this? He had embarrassed himself in front of the commander, and now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Liang Ping reluctantly continued. He Yin, the young man, who had maintained a cold demeanor all along, suddenly looked up. He Yin? Chapter 43. He Yin was sitting with Shi Tu and Xiao Mai. Hong Shan had a worried expression, and it seemed like tears were about to fall from his face as he looked at He Yin. He said, if you can't even draw the bow now, what will you do in the future? Should we talk to Instructor Liang and suggest that you become a support soldier? Although it doesn't sound glorious, it's safer, right, Xiao Mai?" He elbowed Xiao Mai, signaling him to add his thoughts. Xiao Mai stammered in agreement. "Yes, brother Ahi. Even if you become a cook, we'll still visit you often." He Yin smiled but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Hong Shan became genuinely anxious. After spending these days with He Yin, he had developed an extraordinary affection for the young boy. Compared to his own younger brother, who was pampered and sometimes hard to deal with, He Yin was much more sensible. He was exactly the kind of brother Hong Shan had always wished for, and unconsciously, he had come to treat He Yin like a real brother. However, if He Yin couldn't even draw the bow, then going to the battlefield in the future would be like walking straight to one's death. How could Hong Shan just watch his brother jump into the fire pit? "Brother Shan, don't worry about me. I will be able to draw the bow tomorrow," He Yin reassured. "Do you think you're a magical wordsmith, that saying something will make it come true?" Hong Shan said in frustration. Why can't this child understand? Shi Tu, who had been silent all this time, asked after a moment of thought. "Do you have any tips or tricks?" "I don't have any tricks," He Yin thought for a moment. "I've always had poor aptitude. There are many things I can't do, but there's no choice. I can only try more times. Later, I found that as long as I try more, I can succeed." As she finished speaking, He Yin sighed. People all believe that General Fengyun is a born military genius, but in reality, it's not so miraculous. Moreover, because she is a woman, her physical strength is naturally weaker than that of men, which means she has poor aptitude. It took her many years to transform herself into the invincible general on the battlefield. But after being reborn, she was given such a weak body again. Is this what they mean by the saying, "Heavens will fall on the capable, who must work hard first"? She didn't expect to be exceptionally outstanding, but it would be better if she could be reincarnated as a robust man like Wang Ba. Things would be much easier then. Qian kept thinking about this matter until late at night. The new recruits were exhausted from a day's training, so they naturally slept soundly at night. The snores echoed one after another. Qian estimated the time, and when everything was quiet, she quietly got up from the bed. Xiao Mai turned over and murmured something, but Qian didn't wake him. She moved gently and left the room. Once outside, she headed straight to the martial arts training ground. The night training ground was empty, with the night wind blowing through the mountains. The flags fluttered in the wind, creating a melodious sound. Under the moonlight, the forest undulated like a green tide, spreading out a sea of moonlight. The borderlands were mostly harsh and cold places, and the Liangzhou garrison was already considered a good place. She hadn't seen such scenery during her time leading troops, mostly encountering desolate landscapes. For a moment, her steps slowed down, as if reluctant to disturb the peaceful night. During the day, most of the bows and crossbows had been put away, leaving only one or two that were not easy to move. The grass targets were knocked down and not yet set up. Tomorrow morning, after the morning run, the new recruits would tidy up the area. Qian walked to the row of grass targets, searching for a while in the darkness until she found an arrow that had fallen nearby. She held the arrow and walked back to the crossbow. Things that others could easily accomplish would take her more time. However, she couldn't avoid doing it. If she didn't try, she would be stuck like this her whole life. She tried to draw the bow again. The bow was heavy, and she could only pull it slightly. If one looked closely, it was barely noticeable. Qian put down the bow and rubbed her wrist. After a while, she tried again. This time, it was just like before, only slightly pulled. She tried 5 or 6 times, and finally, there was some improvement. This time, the bow was drawn slightly better than before, at least showing some movement. Qian let out a sigh of relief. During the daytime, when she talked to Instructor Liang, Qian didn't really have much confidence in herself. In fact, it was because Miss He had never carried anything heavy in the past 10 years. When she first arrived at the He family, she had even injured her hand while chopping firewood. Drawing a bow was quite challenging for Miss He, but the situation at that time forced her to say so. If she couldn't draw the bow tomorrow, that would be another matter. She could just make excuses in front of the instructor and try again another time. In this world, trying hard always brings results, even if it's not as remarkable as those with natural talent. She had no talent, and the only thing she had was this effort. But in this world, there were things one could work hard for their whole life and still not obtain, and that was people's hearts. She sacrificed and dedicated herself to the He family, and she gave all her love to Su Zhiheng, but her efforts were in vain. Qian's eyes drooped as she held the bow and shot the arrow. This arrow seemed to vent all her sorrows, making a whistling sound in the night, heading towards the hidden grass target. The arrow didn't hit the target. Halfway through, it fell down weakly. Her strength was still too weak. Although she could barely draw the bow and shoot the arrow, it was only to this extent. Not every moment of pain can be fully vented. Qian smiled, stood up, and went to pick up the arrow. As she walked towards the arrow, she suddenly sensed something and looked up. About 10 steps away from her, there were a pair of brocade boots with golden patterns, shining with a magnificent color in the moonlight. Someone was here? She had been so focused on practicing archery that she hadn't noticed. Qian straightened up and took a few steps forward, revealing the person standing in the night. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Jue. The martial arts training ground was so vast, illuminated only by moonlight. He was standing behind the grass target, dressed in a dark black robe, blending into the night and mistaken by Qian for a target. The handsome young man looked at her calmly, without any intention of explaining. Qian felt a little embarrassed for no reason. She collected herself, cleared her throat, and decided to take the initiative. "You, what are you doing here?" Watching you practice archery. Though his tone was cold, Qian could still sense a faint hint of sarcasm. What's wrong with me practicing archery? What do you think, now that you've watched? Qian asked. The beautiful young man lowered his eyes slightly, his long eyelashes trembling gently in the moonlight like butterfly wings, giving a tender feeling. However, his tone was cold, tinged with mockery. I'm surprised that someone can work so hard and yet be so weak. Qian was stunned. For a moment, time seemed to overlap, and the sound of the wind slowly faded away. The night sky was filled with stars, and the figure of the young man gradually blurred, turning into the silhouette of a boy, whose voice was ringing in her ears, carrying a familiar tone of mockery. I didn't expect someone to work so hard and still be a weakling. Chapter 44. Before entering Xianchang Academy, Qian always thought highly of herself. But after entering Xianchang Academy, every day, Qian doubted whether she had taken a step forward on her path. Everyone admitted to Xianchang Academy was the offspring of noble families. Not only were they wealthy and influential, but they also had rich family backgrounds. They were incomparable to nouveau riche families or those who relied on their titles to get by. If it weren't for He Yuanliang's private friendship with the teacher assistant, she would not have been able to get into Xianchang Academy. On one hand, Qian was thrilled about being able to join Xianchang Academy, but on the other hand, every day was filled with agony for her. The reason was simple. Compared to the other children in the academy, her performance was rather dismal. The He family had raised her to behave and act like a man, but she hadn't learned much about other matters. When she first arrived at Xianchang Academy, she was clueless about many things and often became the subject of ridicule, much to the frustration of her instructors. She managed relatively well in the liberal arts. By studying hard, memorizing, and listening attentively during lectures, she could barely maintain an average level. However, when it came to martial arts, she was a complete failure. Since she was young, Qian had secretly sneaked into the back mountains to help the monks carry water and practice her martial skills. She considered herself decent, but the first time she took the martial arts assessment at Xianchang Academy, it turned her into a spectacle. The bow, the knife, the stone, she was unqualified in all of them. She fell off the horse while riding, and her arrows missed the target. Even the teacher shook his head and sighed. The young men around her laughed uncontrollably. Someone said, "He Rufei, are you really a girl? You don't know anything. Do you only learn embroidery at home?" Qian hurriedly stood up from the ground, dusted herself off, and thought, "No, if this continues, they'll discover my identity. Before they find out, Madam, he will take me back, and I'll have to endure it at home again. I'd better study hard and practice diligently so I can safely stay at Xianchang Academy." So Qian began her path of studying hard and practicing diligently. There was no borrowing light through a hole in the wall, no capturing fireflies to illuminate the snow, but she rose at the crow of the rooster to practice, and she hung from the beams and pricked her thigh to stay awake. Qian would often curse under her breath as she practiced, whether it was calligraphy, horseback riding, archery, or even sword techniques. She tried her best, but could only struggle at the bottom. As a result, those prodigies who didn't need to work hard and easily excelled became even more conspicuous. Xiao Jue was one of them, and the most detestable one at that. This young man was born handsome, with an aristocratic appearance. With such a privileged family background and the favor of thousands, that would have been enough. But he also often arrived late and left early at the academy, rarely putting effort into his studies. Yet he was always the first in both liberal arts and martial arts. Qian was puzzled. Heaven had already given him beauty and a noble position, so why did it have to give him intelligence too? Couldn't it spare a little for her? Heaven didn't answer Qian, and she could only strive harder to make up for her shortcomings. Gradually, Qian's skills in the knife, horse, and bow began to improve. Although she still couldn't compare to the young men who had been accompanied by their fathers and brothers since childhood, she no longer ranked last every time. Sometimes, she could even achieve third from the bottom. Qian was satisfied with her progress. Her efforts were rewarded. Later at Xianchang Academy, there was a division of weapons in the martial arts curriculum. Qian chose the sword, not for any other reason, but because she felt it was lighter than the knife, making it less laborious to swing. However, her swordsmanship was a complete mess. The He family had never hired a martial arts teacher specifically for her, so she had no foundation at all and couldn't even get her horse stance right. The swordsmanship teacher at Xianchang Academy didn't have much hope for her either. As long as she looked decent, that would be enough. Whether she could defend herself or not didn't matter. Which young master went out without a few attendants? If there was any danger, the attendants would handle it. But Qian felt that this was not enough. Since she had chosen it, she should master the sword. The students could only go home for 2 days a month, and the rest of the time, they stayed at Xianchang Academy. Qian sneaked out at night, running to the academy's courtyard to practice swordsmanship. The academy's surroundings were elegant, especially in good moonlight. The wind rustled through the bamboo forest, and the verdant colors meandered under the moonlight, creating a beautiful scene with moon, bamboo, cypress, and the red carp in the pond waving their tails, resembling a fairyland on earth. A skilled practitioner here only waited for turmoil in the world. When there was chaos, they would emerge. Qian was quite happy practicing there. If one ignored her miserable swordsmanship, by accident, she cut off a corner of her clothes. By accident, she was hit on the head by the scabbard. By accident, she tripped. And then by accident, she heard a light laugh. In the dark night, this inexplicable laughter made Qian nervously stand up. Was she seeing a ghost? She saw that someone was sitting on the stone bench in the small courtyard, wearing a white robe and embroidered boots. His appearance was handsome and bright. It was the favored prodigy, Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue lowered his head to look at her, and she quickly hid her hands behind her back, vigorously wiping the dirt off her clothes. She tried to maintain her composure and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm watching you practice swordsmanship," the young man lazily replied. "What's there to watch?" She mustered the courage to respond. She never liked speaking to the young men at Xianchang Academy. They didn't like her and always bullied her. Xiao Jue looked at her for a while, then suddenly stood up. Caught off guard, she found the young man standing in front of her. Being a girl, she was naturally not as tall as the boys and barely reached the young man's chest. She raised her head and saw his clear jawline and those beautiful, gentle, and cool eyes, like autumn water. "I was just surprised." Xiao Jue lightly curved his lips. He was naturally handsome, and when he smiled, he outshone the entire cool night, even surpassing the moonlight. However, his words carried a hint of mockery. "I didn't expect someone to work so hard and still be a weakling." Qian's silence. She pushed Xiao Jue away, picked up her sword, and ran. She felt indignant. The heavens were fair, giving this young man beauty, talent, and a good family background, but they didn't give him a good heart. This person was so annoying. After that, Qian continued to sneak out to the courtyard every night to practice swordsmanship. She thought it was simple. Diligence can make up for deficiencies, and it's always better to work hard than not at all. However, what made her angry was that since that day, Xiao Jue also came out every night. While she practiced swordsmanship, he would sit on the stone bench, reading and drinking tea by candlelight. She fell and bruised her nose and face, and her clothes were damaged several times, while he enjoyed the moonlight and cool breeze, maintaining an elegant demeanor while watching her make a fool of herself. She still strived to maintain her position among the bottom three, while he effortlessly remained at the top in everything. She worked hard, and he remained relaxed. Spring went, autumn came. Winter arrived, summer passed. The young man grew into a youth, while the girl's face changed. White clouds drifted by, and the seas transformed, but what remained unchanged was the night at Xianchang Academy and the crescent moon over the backyard bamboo. Chapter 45. The night was like a scroll painted with thick ink, and the stars were scattered throughout, adding a touch of poetic beauty to the rustling wind. The handsome young man looked up at the earnest young boy. The scene alone would have been a picturesque sight. Qian fell silent. Xiao Jue spoke, his voice calm. "Your name is Qian?" Qian was taken aback and blurted out, "Am I already that famous?" In the military camp, she didn't consider herself outstanding enough to attract the attention of the commander. How could Xiao Jue already know about her? Xiao Jue sneered. Last place in every weighted run, unable to draw a bow or a crossbow. He looked down at the top of Qian's head and casually added, "And so short. In the military camp, I can't think of anyone else like you." Qian's silence. So short. In an instant, she seemed to have returned to the first time she met Xiao Jue at Xianchang Academy. Back then, He described her with the words, stupid and short. Unexpectedly, even after changing bodies, when Xiao Jue saw her, he still had the same impression. He really remained consistent, with such arrogance and aloofness. Looking at him now, it seemed the indifference brought about by growing into a young man was slightly diminished. Just as in her memory, he was an outstanding youth bordering on sharpness. Qian felt wronged, of course. In truth, among girls, her height couldn't be considered short. But in a military camp full of tall and strong men, she appeared as fragile as a small chick. However, she couldn't blame herself for that. When she was Qian, she was slightly taller than now. Moreover, after He Rufei took her place, others wouldn't think that the Flying Phoenix General was short. But now, she couldn't stuff her shoes with padding to make herself look taller. While she was thinking, Xiao Jue took another step closer, making the distance between them a bit too close. Qian stood still in confusion. His eyes were beautiful, clear, and gentle. When he lowered his gaze to look at her, it gave the illusion that he was gazing at a lover. His skin was also fair, even clearer than Miss He's. It accentuated his exquisite facial features. His dark hair was tied up and hung over his shoulders, looking cool and emanating a faint, ethereal fragrance, making one want to touch it. Qian thought that if the fairy who rode a deer were to see him, she would probably be too shy to look at him and would turn and leave. No wonder so many girls in the capital dreamt of such a nobleman. Looking at this face, one could never tire of it. "What are you thinking?" he asked nonchalantly. "I'm thinking about what I can eat to look as good as you," Qian replied. He stiffened and no longer approached her. It was as if he had confirmed something. So he looked away and said, "Senseless." He didn't scold her? Qian was surprised. She thought Xiao Jue would use his authority to scold her, but upon further thought, she realized that Xiao Jue hadn't revealed his identity yet. According to common sense, she shouldn't know who he was, so he could only treat her as a stranger he happened to bump into while she was practicing. What's senseless? It's human nature to pursue beauty, Qian said casually, waving her hand. Xiao Jue paused, glancing at her fixedly. That glance seemed to look at a dead person, but Qian fearlessly met his gaze. Apparently, he had never encountered someone so bold as her. Xiao Jue was taken aback for a moment, and then seemed to laugh coldly. He turned and left with big strides, leaving Qian alone on the martial arts field. Qian noticed something. Xiao Jue's temperament had become even colder than before, but at the same time, he had improved. Previously, when he was angry with her, he would sarcastically retort with 10 or more sentences without repeating himself. But now, he only glanced at her and showed no desire to say more. In the past, she didn't dare provoke Xiao Jue, but now, this noble second young master from the Xiao family no longer bothered to quarrel with others like he did when he was a child. Did that mean she could easily annoy Xiao Jue and get back at him for the emotional wounds he inflicted on her in the past? The heavens were indeed fair. She thought to herself, now it's time for the tide to turn in my favor. Very well. After Xiao Jue left, Qian continued to practice with the bow and crossbow for another half hour, until her hands were so sore that she couldn't bear it any longer. She finally went back to sleep. The next morning, she woke up slightly later than usual, and Xiao Mai nudged her. "Brother Ahi, it's time to get up." Qian opened her eyes. Truly, every person's body was different. In her previous life, no matter how late she practiced swordsmanship secretly at night, she could still energetically attend her teacher's lectures the next day. Now, after staying up all night, she didn't oversleep, but still felt unwell. Could it be that in her previous life she was destined to suffer? Qian pondered this thought. But regardless of her thoughts, she had things to do. Today, she had to carry sandbags and run first thing in the morning. After the run, everyone in the squad automatically gathered at the back of the martial arts field to prepare for archery practice. The bows and crossbows had already been set up, and without the cool of the night, the daylight was somewhat dazzling. Instructor Liang stood beside the bows and crossbows, and the new recruits took turns trying the bow. Compared to yesterday, the new recruits were less excited and nervous. Their techniques had stabilized, and there were fewer arrows flying randomly. At least now, they were aiming at the target. Hongshan also took a shot, and performed slightly better than yesterday. Shirtu still won Instructor Liang's approval. Xiaomai might not be very strong, but he wasn't too bad either. Moreover, with Shirtu guiding him on the side, he had made obvious progress. Qian also saw Wang Ba. Wang Ba walked forward nonchalantly, and before drawing his bow, he shot Qian a contemptuous look. In response, Qian smiled at him, which seemed to infuriate him. He immediately put on a stern face and drew his bow to shoot without hesitation. With a swish, the feathered arrow cut through the air and pierced the target, just like the scene from yesterday. The target was knocked forward and fell down, almost identical to before. The new recruits around immediately applauded and cheered. People here always admired the strong. After putting down his bow, Wang Bao walked up to Qian with a domineering manner and said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "It's your turn." He deliberately raised his voice so everyone could hear him clearly. Yesterday, you couldn't draw the bow and dared to speak so arrogantly in front of everyone. Today, let us see how you draw the bow. What do you say, Brother Qian? For a moment, all eyes turned to Qian. The incident of yesterday's failed attempt to draw the bow had spread throughout the entire camp. Everyone knew that there was a new recruit under Instructor Liang who couldn't even draw a bow, yet dared to brag. Now, they saw the real person in front of them, and they all scrutinized Qian, waiting to see a good show. Brother Ahi. Xiaomai tugged on Qian's clothes nervously. Qian smiled at him and walked out slowly. She met Wang Ba's malicious smile with an open, honest expression and a humble tone. I am impressed that Brother Wang Ba remembers my words so clearly. If you are so eager to see, then I'll let you watch, she said lightly. Chapter 46. Everyone stared at Qian's movements. The young boy walked up to the bows and crossbows, and in comparison to her slender frame, the bow and crossbow seemed completely unsuitable for her. She picked up the bow and pulled an arrow from the quiver, her finger gently resting on it. Wang Ba looked at her disdainfully and said, "Put in some effort this time. Don't act like yesterday, setting up for so long and then saying you can't draw it." Qian seemed not to have heard his words. Shan was a bit nervous, secretly sweating for Qian. These new recruits in the military were already eager to show their strength. Qian was no girl, so no one would feel any pity for her. They would only see her as weak, and the weak did not deserve sympathy. Add to that someone who talked big but couldn't back it up, and people would look down on her even more. Qian had made a bold statement yesterday, and if she couldn't deliver today, not only would Instructor Liang secretly despise her, but others in the camp would also avoid her and treat her unkindly. Yesterday, she failed to draw the bow. Could she do it today? The young boy's gaze focused on the target. From this angle, her hand was extremely steady, and her eyes were like those of a hunting beast, waiting silently for the moment to strike. The bow was drawn. Little by little, it wasn't easy, but it was slow and steady, without any trembling, slowly pulled back. It was different from yesterday. You could see the bow slowly opening. It moved. Xiaomai exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Shida's clothes. Big brother, Brother Ahi is pulling the bow. He knew that Qian would do what she said she would. This had already happened countless times. Whispers rose among the crowd, and even Wang Ba was taken aback by the situation. He was initially stunned, but immediately felt an indignant anger rising. He gritted his teeth and stood still, wanting to see how Qian would demonstrate her exceptional archery skills. Instructor Liang, who had held little hope before, was also drawn in by Qian's actions. This kid was impressive. Yesterday, he said he could draw the bow today, and he actually did it. How did he manage it in just one day? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak yesterday, but was actually capable, and said he couldn't just for the sake of putting on a show now? Amidst the discussions, the bow was almost halfway drawn, and Qian stopped, no longer continuing to pull. This was her limit. She released the bowstring, and the arrow shot toward the target with stability and speed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the tail feather of the arrow. The arrow was aimed at the target, but did not reach it. It fell weakly midway. The spectators let out a sigh of regret, as if the arrow was supposed to hit the bullseye with certainty. Qian released her grip. Xiaomai was the first to jump out, running to Qian's side, his eyes shining. Brother Ahi, you really pulled the bow. Amazing. Shan also came over and patted Qian's shoulder. You're something else. Although Shirtu didn't say anything, he smiled, clearly pleased. Instructor Liang also gave Qian an affirming look. The surrounding new recruits who were spectating started to discuss. He really pulled it. It seems he wasn't just bragging. It might be luck. Maybe he got lucky and managed to draw it this time. Luck is also a kind of strength, and he did what he said he would. Not bad at all. Wang Ba was somewhat bewildered. He came to witness He Yan's embarrassment, but how did it end up looking like he had actually helped He Yan shine? One should know. He looked at the arrow that fell in the middle. He Yan didn't even hit the target. She didn't even come close to the edge of it. If it were anyone else, that would be considered a poor performance. Why was it that in his case, it was as if people were about to applaud, cheer enthusiastically, and celebrate warmly for him? Did he get something wrong? Wang Ba couldn't accept it and said, "You only managed to draw the bow. So what? How many people in this camp can draw it? I'm afraid everyone except you can. What's so impressive about that?" "Me?" He Yan pointed at herself and smiled. "But I'm the exception who couldn't draw it. I couldn't draw it yesterday, but I can today. That's what's impressive." She smiled happily, and this smile infuriated Wang Ba. He said, "I don't accept it." "What don't you accept?" He Yan asked. Wang Ba was the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong, worshipping those who were powerful and despising the weak. He naturally had no regard for someone like He Yan, who seemed so weak. Moreover, they had a past quarrel, so he wouldn't be satisfied unless he found faults with He Yan. "Someone like you. How can you be a new recruit and train with us?" Wang Ba turned to Instructor Liang. "Instructor Liang, I don't accept it." Instructor Liang looked at them calmly and showed no intention of intervening. He was an instructor, not their superior. Once these new recruits finished their training here, they might be stationed in the Liangzhou garrison or go elsewhere with Xiao Jue. They were not his responsibility. His duty was to teach them basic skills and select some good recruits. But the final formation of the army was the responsibility of the generals. Should they lose a talented archer like Wang Ba for someone like He Yan, who didn't seem particularly outstanding? "You don't have to trouble Instructor Liang." He Yan glanced at Liang Ping and knew what he was thinking. The instructors here were quite shrewd. There must be some calculations going through his mind at this moment. She looked at Wang Ba. "Tell me, what do you want?" Wang Ba sneered. "You should become a support soldier." "No." He Yan rejected without hesitation. "Why should I?" "Why should you?" Wang Ba said. "Because you couldn't draw the bow yesterday, and today you drew it but shot so poorly, yet your friends still cheered for you. Do you think in the future, on the battlefield, all the soldiers of Dawei will be like you, using bows and crossbows so messily that they can't even kill one enemy, and still have someone cheer for them? What kind of soldiers would that be?" Wow. He Yan couldn't help but applaud Wang Ba in her heart. And they say mountain bandits are rough and uncultured, but now it seemed he was quite sly himself. He delivered those words so righteously. When she first entered the military camp, she couldn't talk like this. He was indeed the leader in the mountains. Otherwise, how could he intimidate people and become the boss? Fortunately, she had been with the military camp for so many years and had seen enough of such scenes. "You're right." The young boy brushed aside the bangs that fell over his forehead. He paused before continuing. "But you also saw that I couldn't draw the bow yesterday, yet I could today. Yesterday, you hit this target, and today you still hit it." Everyone looked at her, not understanding her point. "I am getting stronger every day, while you remain the same day after day. In that case, 10 days from now, I will be able to hit that grass target. But what about you? You will still only hit this grass target. In 10 days, I will defeat you," she said with emphasis on each word. Chapter 47. In 10 days, I will defeat you. The young boy spoke with a resolute tone, a radiant smile on his face, and the sunlight reflected in his eyes like sparkling gems. For a moment, Wang Ba even doubted himself. The next moment, he was startled by his momentary doubt and cursed himself in his mind, shocked that he was actually scared by a greenhorn. He had lived for most of his life. Was he really inferior to such a weak and inexperienced youngster? A mere little kid, with no filter on his words, so arrogant, not knowing his own limits. He coldly snorted. "He Yan, do you know what you're talking about? Do you want me to repeat it?" The young boy smiled mischievously. "Since your ears seem to be failing you, I'll say it again. In 10 days, I will defeat you." "You?" Wang Ba clenched his fists. "Is He Yan crazy?" Hong Shan mumbled. Everyone had witnessed Wang Ba's archery skills, and although He Yan had made some progress since yesterday, could he really hit the bullseye with one arrow in just 10 days of practice? The young boy had a lot of confidence, and it was understandable to make bold statements in the heat of the moment. But what if he couldn't deliver later? "What will you do if you can't defeat me in 10 days? Wang Ba gritted his teeth. He decided not to argue with the young boy anymore. Qian had thick skin. If he mocked him, he would just pretend it didn't bother him. If I can't defeat you, I'll become a support soldier, Qian replied straightforwardly. But if you can't defeat me, I'll become a support soldier, Wang Ba declared loudly. I didn't say that, Qian shook her head. Even if I asked you to become a support soldier, Instructor Liang wouldn't agree. She gave a meaningful glance towards Liang Ping. Liang Ping's thought, curses, how does this kid know what I'm thinking? With Wang Ba's talent, if he's used as a support soldier, the head instructor will surely discipline him. In that case, what do you propose? Wang Ba impatiently asked. In Qian's mind, a memory suddenly emerged from her younger days at Xianchang Academy, when young boys loved to make agreements and bet on games. Xiao Jue, as the top student of Xianchang Academy, had been challenged many times when he was young. What did he say back then? She remembered the young boy sitting behind the rockery in the study hall, half asleep, being awakened by someone and irritably sitting up. He lazily said to the peer who came to challenge him in archery and horsemanship, Fine, if I lose, you can do whatever you want. But if you lose, he smirked, you have to call me father. As Qian recalled that, she felt that the current situation was somewhat similar. But she couldn't let Wang Ba call her father. How about this? I heard you are the leader of the mountain bandits, the big boss. If I defeat you, it will prove my ability surpasses yours, and in the future, you will have to call me boss. How about that? She suggested. This request was truly unheard of. Everyone looked at the small and thin Qian, whose arms were as thin as firewood, and then at the tall and strong Wang Ba, whose fists were bigger than her face. They fell into silence. Your ambition is not small. Wang Ba stared at Qian intensely, his smile becoming cold. To be honest, before I joined the military, I also considered becoming an outlaw. Qian's face was filled with emotion. When she ran away from the He family, she carried her baggage at night and hesitated several times at the city gate, unable to decide between two paths. One path led south to become an outlaw, which was free and unrestrained, with no one to control you. But the downside was that if the harvest was poor, you would have nothing to eat, and you might starve. Moreover, the government would come to suppress the bandits, and you would have to hide constantly, which was not very dignified. Joining the military might be a bit harder, but it was, after all, eating the emperor's food, and it was more respectable to say that. But both options did not welcome women. She had to disguise herself, and it was fortunate that she was adept at pretending to be a young master from a young age, which led to her rising through the ranks later. Now looking back, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Seeing that Qian was still reminiscing about the past, Wang Ba became even more furious. This brat seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old now. Why did he have such a mature appearance? Reminiscing about the past. Did he even have a past to remember? Fine. He struggled to restrain himself from beheading this young boy in a fit of rage. From between his clenched teeth, he squeezed out a few words. If you want to be the boss, then it depends on whether you have the ability. Good. Qian clasped her hands towards the new recruits around her. I ask all of you to be witnesses to this bet. Since that's the case, let's meet here again in 10 days. I wish myself good luck. She snapped her fingers, appearing carefree, as if she had a surefire technique up her sleeve and was certain of her victory. Wang Ba stormed off in anger. Xiao Mai and Hong Shan rushed to Qian's side, and as the crowd watching the commotion gradually dispersed, a few onlookers remained with complex expressions of admiration and sympathy for Qian. They all seemed to have accepted that Qian would inevitably become a support soldier. Liang Ping glanced at Qian, shook his head, and left with his hands behind his back. As he walked away, he couldn't help but sigh. Young people were impulsive and often acted without considering the consequences. However, why did he feel a slight sense of excitement as he thought about this? The bet between Qian and Wang Ba spread throughout the entire Liangzhou garrison within half a day. Secret gambling activities started in the camp, as people, though poor, couldn't resist the temptation of making a bet. They used the dry bread from the mess hall as the stakes. Those who bet on Wang Ba losing would win 10 times their bet, while those who bet on Qian losing would only win twice their bet. In just a few days, many soldiers had less dry bread to eat. Training all day long, they cherished any opportunity to find amusement. In a room, Chung Lisu walked in. He wore a brand new yellow robe with a red embroidered carp swimming at the hem, making it look lively and cute. As soon as he entered, he shouted to the young man sitting at the table, "Uncle, do you know that everyone in the camp is talking about the archery challenge in 10 days? Xiao Jue didn't take his eyes off the book. I know. The whole camp knew about it. A young boy who wanted to be the leader of mountain bandits versus an archery expert who wanted to make him a support soldier. It was indeed an odd pair. Now, even gambling is taking place. I'm planning to place a bet. Are you coming?" Cheng Lisu squeezed next to Xiao Jue and asked enthusiastically. "Cheng Lisu." Xiao Jue put down the book and looked at him calmly. "Are you organizing gambling in the camp?" His tone was calm, but Cheng Lisu shivered. He quickly raised his hands. "It's not me, it's not me. Someone else organized it, and it's not real money, just some dry bread. It's just for fun to pass the time. Uncle, I'm just a kid, playing around is normal." Xiao Jue snorted. "Frivolous behavior leads to the loss of ambition. I never had any ambition in the first place. How can I lose it?" Cheng Lisu replied with confidence. Xiao Jue had no response to that. "Uncle, if you don't want to go, I'll go and place my bet. I won't bet with dry bread. I'll use my jerky as stakes. It's not real money," he happily declared, about to leave. "Who are you betting on?" As Cheng Lisu reached the door, he heard Xiao Jue's voice. Xiao Jue was usually disinterested in these matters, so Cheng Lisu was surprised for a moment, but he obediently answered, "Of course, I'm betting on Wang Ba. Isn't that brother He Yin as useless as me?" Xiao Jue tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I advise you to change your stakes." "Huh. Don't underestimate a diligent fool." The young man lowered his eyes, seemingly recalling another figure, and his autumn-like eyes rippled with a moving light. "The last fool I saw like this is now a third-ranked general." Chapter 48. From the first day of the bet between He Yin and Wang Ba, private wagers spread throughout the military camp. Some who hadn't been present to see He Yin shoot the bow even took time before sleeping to see what He Yin looked like. He Yin remembered the last time she had attracted so much attention was when she was praised by the court for her victory as the Flying Phoenix General. Even though the circumstances were different now, she was still famous in some way. "Those people are too much." Xiao Mai came back from outside, discontentedly saying, "I heard that there are so few people betting on Brother Ah He's victory that you can count them on one hand. They are absolutely certain that Brother Ah He won't win. That's just a normal choice for normal people," Hong Shan said, rubbing his forehead. Thanks to He Yin, the new recruits had been unable to do anything except diligently practice these days. With this new development, there was a lot more fun, and everywhere was filled with laughter and joy, as if they were in a bustling market in the capital city. "My brother and I are joining in the fun too, to boost Brother Ahi's morale a bit. We're betting that Brother Ahi will win." Xiao Mai looked at He Yin, trying to please her. "Brother Ahi, aren't we loyal friends?" Before He Yin could respond, Hong Shan asked first, "How much are you betting?" "My brother and I each put in 1 piece." "1 piece?" Hong Shan deliberately elongated his tone. "And how much did you bet on Wang Ba?" 10 pieces, Xiao Mai replied without thinking. When he realized He Yin was looking at him, his face turned red, and he stuttered. No, we thought we could win a few more pieces of bread, and then we'd share them. If Brother Ahi loses, he can't be left with nothing. It's good to fill our stomachs." His voice grew quieter as he spoke, and in the end, he couldn't even bring himself to talk anymore, looking pitifully at He Yin. He Yin was quite surprised. "Where did you get 10 pieces of dry bread? Even if they saved 1 piece every day, they wouldn't have this many, right?" "Got it on credit." To think they could even get credit for this. He Yin was quite amazed. This was turning out to be quite the serious gambling game, not just some casual fun. She solemnly said to Xiao Mai, "Xiao Mai, you'd better cancel the bet on Wang Ba. 10 pieces of bread. Do you plan to starve for 10 days? Can you endure that?" Hong Shan sighed. "Ahi, try to be reasonable. It's not a time for stubbornness now." He Yin sighed. "How do I need to explain for you to believe that I'm not being stubborn?" No matter what, they just wouldn't believe her. The other 3 practically had those words written on their faces. He Yin could only shake her head helplessly and stand up. "I'll go practice outside first." She left the room. "Ah," Xiao Mai sighed sadly. "Ah." Hong Shan sighed with a hint of melancholy. Sure to watch the two of them silently, not saying anything, but he also let out a sigh. The room was filled with a sense of desolation. The bet with Wang Ba was just the beginning of He Yan's fame. During these days, wherever you went, you could hear He Yan's name. Did you hear? That new recruit under instructor Liang, He Yan, has gone crazy. I know. The one who bet against Wang Ba 10 days from now, he's already crazy, isn't he? He's even crazier now. During the day, he doesn't practice archery properly. He actually went to throw stone locks. He's not even shooting arrows anymore. Well, he must be genuinely crazy now. He Yan was currently throwing stone locks in an open space. Many people would watch her when everyone was practicing archery during the day, so she decided not to practice archery anymore. She borrowed a large stone lock from the instructor and would work with it whenever she had time. She needed to increase her strength. To fully unleash the power of the bow and crossbow, you needed enough strength to pull the bowstring taut. And what she lacked most now was strength. The stone lock was the best tool to train strength. Back in the military camp, there was a strong man who used to be a street performer, specializing in using stone locks since childhood. He could make the stone lock dance all over his body, performing various tricks like catching leaves, wielding a large fan, doing somersaults, displaying acrobatics, and imitating the historical figure Guan Yu shedding his robe, and much more. This strong man was also skilled in archery, not only with good accuracy, but also able to fully draw the bowstring like no one else. He could fully harness the power of the bow and crossbow. He and He Yan used to compete in arm strength, throwing back and forth, dodging and weaving, which helped them train arm, wrist, hand, and waist strength. Currently, there was no one to compete with her in throwing, but she only wanted to train her arm strength for now, pulling the bowstring as tight as possible. Training with the stone lock could increase her strength much faster than pulling the bowstring. During the day, He Yan would throw stone locks, and at night, she would secretly slip into the training ground after everyone was asleep. Luckily, there were always a couple of bows left there, allowing her to practice in secret. Even more fortunately, since the last time she had seen Xiao Jue, she hadn't encountered him again at night. Although she wasn't afraid of running into Xiao Jue, there was still a sense of embarrassment when he saw her practicing secretly at night. It felt as if she had returned to her youth, seeing her clumsy self working hard every night to possibly make it to third from the last, a time she didn't like to look back on. Perhaps this was the humiliation of being despised by a prodigy of heaven. She had already overcome this humiliation, but who knew fate would have her experience it again, inadvertently making her feel this humiliation once more. What had she done to warrant such attention from the heavens? In her daily practice, the thing she understood the least was her group of brothers. Shan hesitated. Even if you become really good at pulling the bow, if your accuracy isn't good, you won't be able to beat Wang Ba. Yeah, I keep watching Wang Ba for you every day. He hits the bullseye every time, hardly ever missing, Xiaomai added. Wang Ba was already skilled in archery, He Yan said. He must be proficient in using bows and arrows to hurt people. It seems he's even more skilled than Shirtu. Shirtu nodded, acknowledging that. So, Brother Ahi, why don't you practice archery every day? Xiaomai was even more puzzled. You should shoot arrows a few times and practice accuracy. What if your feathered arrow flies into the forest? No need, He Yan said. Xiaomai widened his eyes, looking at her. Could it be that He Yan had some secret magical technique? He Yan laughed. She didn't have any secret magical techniques. She was just using the time others spent sleeping to practice archery. She would shoot arrows by moonlight every day, and her pulling strength improved, showing significant results. Her accuracy in shooting arrows hadn't declined either. It was a stroke of luck amidst unfortunate circumstances. I'm not very talented, she thought for a moment, then said seriously, but I'm very lucky. You guys need to believe that even if I don't practice archery, as long as I can pull the bowstring and draw it taut, the arrow will fly onto the bullseye as if it had eyes of its own. Everyone looked at He Yan, who was smiling brightly. A thought unconsciously crossed their minds. He Yan might have really gone crazy. Chapter 49. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Liangzhou garrison was eagerly awaiting this lively gambling event. The majority of people were betting on Wang Ba to win, while a small group stood with He Yan. Occasionally, as they walked by, you could hear supporters of He Yan engaged in debates with those on the other side. What's He Yan up to? To knowingly do the impossible is the mark of a great man. unintentionally overhearing this, Qian's thought. However, no matter what they said, the bets revealed people's true intentions. The total bet on Qian's victory consisted of only 3 pieces of dry bread, with Xiao Mai, Shitu, and Hong Shan each contributing 1 piece. Apart from them, what surprised Qian was an unknown person who placed a bet of 10 pieces of beef jerky on him. Who's the big spender? Xiao Mai pondered. To bet so much on Brother Ahi, they must be really wealthy. Not only wealthy, but also insightful, Qian thought. Finally, someone clever had emerged in the camp. Hong Shan glanced at Qian. It's a shame their brain is messed up. Big Brother Shan, you can't say that. This person must really admire Brother Ahi and is secretly supporting him. If I had that much beef jerky, I would also place a bet on Brother Ahi. Okay, a little gambling can lift spirits, but don't take it too seriously. Qian took a sip of water from a canteen and stood up. I'm heading to the training ground now to stretch my muscles. Shitu asked him, are you really going to do this? His eyes were filled with doubt. I've said it before, I've always had good luck, Qian smiled. When he arrived at the training ground, he noticed that quite a few people had already gathered around Instructor Liang. Upon seeing Qian, someone shouted excitedly, Qian is here. In an instant, a large crowd rushed over. Where is he? Where is he? He actually didn't run away. He really came. Quick, have you all prepared the dry bread? Qian's silence. This star-studded treatment was somewhat unusual for him. Instructor Liang looked on coldly. While private gambling was strictly prohibited in the camp, they were using dry bread, and given the circumstances, the head instructor didn't seem inclined to intervene. As for Liang Ping, he didn't say much either. Moreover, he was also caught up in the excitement and wanted to see the outcome. After all, people inherently had a gambling streak to some extent. Just as Qian was about to walk over, he noticed a youth in licorice yellow attire standing beside Liang Ping. The youth had rosy lips, pearly white teeth, and a radiant appearance, looking quite familiar. Qian felt like he had seen him somewhere before and looked at him. When the youth saw Qian's gaze, he flashed a big smile and approached him enthusiastically. So you're Qian. Was this person here to see him as well? However, judging by the youth's attire, he didn't seem like a new recruit in the camp, nor did he appear to be an instructor. He was different from the distinguished young men of noble families in the capital. I've heard about you for a while. I really admire you. I want to be sworn brothers with you. From now on, we'll be brothers. How about it? He said. Qian was bewildered. This person was already suggesting a sworn brotherhood from the get-go, and he didn't even know his name or surname. At that moment, Instructor Liang stepped forward and smiled at the youth. Young Master Cheng, the commander requests that you stay a bit farther from the crossbows. Qian's thought. Xiao Jue. Suddenly, he remembered where he had seen this youth before. He had been in the training ground with He Yunsheng, secretly intervening to teach young Master Zhao a lesson, causing him to take out his anger on his own horse. Xiao Jue had stopped him from killing the horse in public. Accompanying Xiao Jue at the time was this refined young master. Oh, he actually followed Xiao Jue to the Liangzhou garrison? Uncle is overly cautious. What does it matter? The arrows won't hit me. The youth muttered a few sentences before obediently moving a bit farther away. Qian's thought. Uncle? This youth was Xiao Jue's nephew? But the Xiao family only had 2 young masters, and there were no siblings. What kind of convoluted relationship was this? Before Qian could fully comprehend the situation, he heard a familiar voice. You're here. It was Wang Ba. Today, he had fully prepared himself. He had removed his crimson battle attire and was now wearing only a red undershirt. His bare chest was adorned with a long red ribbon, giving him the appearance of a challenger stepping onto a fighting stage. His voice was also resounding, and news had spread that his comrades in the tent had given him all their food last night, urging him to perform at his best today. Wang Ba walked over to the crossbows and stood beside Qian, provokingly looking at him. The 10th day has arrived, and now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. I remember, you don't have to shout so loudly, Qian said, reaching up to his ear. Go ahead, Wang Ba snorted, leaned closer to Qian, and whispered. Do you want to beg for mercy now, while you still can? That's exactly what I wanted to say to you, Qian replied calmly. I see you're looking for death. Wang Ba sneered and took a big step forward. Since Qian is too scared to go first, then I will. A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd. Qian shrugged and stepped aside. Hong Shan whispered to him. Ahi, are you nervous? I'm not nervous, Qian replied with a hint of helplessness, patting Hong Shan's anxious face. So you don't need to be either. I'm just worried he might perform exceptionally well. In fact, Wang Ba had been performing exceptionally well every day. There was no such thing as too well. He took a step forward, set up the crossbow, and placed his fingers on the arrow. Because of his wager with Qian, Wang Ba had been practicing his archery even more diligently each day. Qian could feel that his strength had improved since 10 days ago, and his shooting had become even more composed. He aimed the arrow at the direction of the target. At that moment, the sun was momentarily concealed by clouds, casting a brief coolness. Wang Ba took a deep breath and released the arrow with a sudden motion. Everyone turned to look, and the arrow hit the bullseye, knocking down the target. Steady, just like the results of Wang Ba's daily archery practice over the past few days. Maintaining such accuracy was no easy feat. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Liang Ping's eyes. Regardless of today's outcome, Wang Ba was an excellent prospect. Such individuals would be valued even by other instructors. Wang Ba clapped his hands and put the crossbow back. He walked over to Qian, a smug smile on his face. How about that? Now it's your turn. Qian smiled and didn't reply, turning around to step forward. Here he comes. Cheng Lisu excitedly craned his neck and muttered to himself. Brother Qian, I bet 10 pieces of beef jerky on you. Although it's not much, it's a heartfelt offering from this young master. Don't let me down. Qian had no idea that he was carrying Cheng Lisu's hopes with those 10 pieces of beef jerky. As he walked toward the crossbows, the murmurs around him stopped, and all eyes were fixed on him. Was this guy just bragging? Or did he truly possess some extraordinary skill? However, in the world, instances that could genuinely be considered miraculous were quite rare. Except for a small portion of people who hoped for miracles, most were simply there to enjoy the spectacle. Qian picked up the bow and arrow. Chapter 50. The bow and arrow were the same as 10 days ago, and the archer was the same person as 10 days ago, but the atmosphere was different now. The youth put away the smile on his face, his fingers resting on the arrow, his gaze fixed straight on the center of the straw target. The clouds from earlier had dispersed, and the scorching sun shone on his face. The summer heat was unusually intense, and a droplet of sweat slowly rolled down his forehead. The sweat bead glistened, about to roll into his eyes, causing an inexplicable tension in people's hearts. They wanted to reach out and wipe away that droplet of sweat, yet the youth remained motionless, as if a stone, without any awareness, unaffected by the sweat. His gaze showed no hint of wavering. The bow was slowly drawn back, part way, halfway, until it was fully drawn. As the tension mounted in the onlookers, just as they were about to suspect that the bow might break at any moment, the youth suddenly stopped his movement, unexpectedly releasing the grip on the arrow. The arrow streaked through the sky like a shooting star. A gust of wind was felt, and the arrow rushed fiercely towards the target. With a snap, the target fell down. Moreover, this time, the target was hit even further, making it impossible to clearly see the arrow on it. Just like Wang Ba. He, like Wang Ba, had brought down the target. A cry of surprise escaped someone's lips. 11 days ago, Qian was here, unable to even draw the bow. 10 days ago, he managed to pull the bow open, but only partially. And now, he stood here, the bow fully drawn, shooting down the target. His strength had made remarkable progress in these 10 days. But Qian wasn't a prodigy, and physical strength didn't just improve at the snap of a finger. Brother Ahi is amazing, Xiaomai exclaimed, both laughing and jumping. Brother Ahi has won. Win? What did he win? A new recruit who had bet on Wang Ba's victory wasn't convinced. He hit the target, but that doesn't mean he hit the center of the target. If he missed the center, he still loses. His words reminded everyone that this wasn't just about the skill of drawing the bow, but also about hitting the center of the target precisely. Many people, caught up in watching Qian draw the bow, had actually overlooked whether the arrow hit the center. I'll go take a look. Someone volunteered and quickly ran towards the target. Wang Ba's gaze remained fixed on Qian. The youth stood under the scorching sun, a smile filling his lips. That smile, it had been there since the first time they met. It seemed like he wasn't worried at all, always exuding this unwavering self-confidence that was somewhat repulsive. However, Wang Ba looked at his own hands. Why were they trembling slightly? He was an orphan, carried away by a wolf as a child. When someone saved him from the wolf's den, he was still suckling from the mother wolf. Later, he joined a gang of bandits and had killed countless beasts with his bow and arrow over the years. He could hit the mark because he had been handling a bow since the age of 7, more than 20 years now. This young kid, now only around 15 or 16 years old, even if he started shooting a bow from a young age, it has been just a dozen years. How could he compare to him? Moreover, Qian from 10 days ago didn't seem like he was pretending when he struggled to pull the bowstring. Therefore, he couldn't possibly be a skilled archer who had been playing with bows and crossbows since childhood. Thinking this, Wang Ba regained his composure and calmed the slight restlessness within him. There was no doubt that Qian couldn't surpass him. At this moment, the person who had gone to check the target had reached it. He first glanced down at the target, then stared at it for a while without responding. Then suddenly, he squatted down, easily lifted the target, and swiftly ran back. The target was just made of straw, so it was light. He arrived in front of everyone, heaved the target onto the ground, and announced loudly, "Take a look for yourselves." Wang Ba's heart skipped a beat. Everyone looked at the straw target and saw that an arrow had pierced through the center of the target, stable and true, perfectly hitting the bullseye. Just like Wang Ba. Sweat dripped down Wang Ba's forehead. The amazed discussions from the surrounding crowd seemed to fade away gradually. He saw Liang Ping's surprised gaze on Qian, and the aristocratic young man beside Liang Ping was also beaming with joy. Qian stood next to his friend, not showing much surprise, just smiling lightly, as if he had anticipated everything. "You?" Qian smiled and replied. "You let me win. You haven't beaten me." Wang Ba stared at him intensely. "We have the same result. So how can you claim victory over me? At best, it's a draw." Both of them had shot down the straw target, and both had hit the center of the target. It was indeed difficult to determine a winner in this case. But for Wang Ba, this outcome was expected. However, Qian was different. Initially seeming like a waste, his current performance was catching people's attention. After hearing Wang Ba's words, Qian didn't become frustrated. He didn't even argue with him, but simply nodded and said, "I think the same way." To Wang Ba's surprise, he actually felt relieved. Admitting a draw was fine, at least he didn't lose. The new recruits wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Who could have predicted that Qian would hit the target in the end? If it wasn't a draw, their bets on Wang Ba would have been in vain. A draw was good, a draw was just right. Nobody won or lost, and they could all enjoy the excitement of the event. However, Qian shattered everyone's sense of relief with his next words. He said, "But when I made that bet with you here, I was certain of my victory. Since the result is still undecided, we should continue until I win." Qian. Wang Ba gritted his teeth. What did he mean? Did he really believe he would win? Wasn't it just luck earlier? What was this kid trying to do? Liang Ping was also taken aback by Qian's statement. In the field of archery, you can propose any competition, and I'll play along until I beat you. How about that? He asked with a smile. You seem to have a high opinion of yourself. Wang Ba stared at him coldly. I'm not overestimating myself. I just believe in my luck. He casually brushed away some hair from his forehead. You see, luck favors those who are prepared. And he was always prepared. This is what you said, an archery competition, any type. Wang Ba asked slowly. Absolutely. Fine. The scar-faced big man nodded. Suddenly, he lifted a massive crossbow from the stage, strapped it onto his back, took a couple of steps forward, and turned his back to him. What's the point of shooting a lifeless straw target? Enemies won't stand still for you to shoot them on the battlefield. If you really want to shoot, then shoot at living things. Birds and beasts would be great practice. They were going to use living creatures as targets. The crowd was taken aback. Shooting living creatures was much more challenging than shooting at targets. While the legendary hitting the mark from 100 paces was impressive, it couldn't compare to the agility of living creatures. Ahi, don't agree to his proposal. Don't. Hong Shan anxiously signaled to Qian. Qian looked at Wang Ba, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He nodded, his voice resolute. Okay. Chapter 51. He said okay. Liang Ping, who had been silent all this while, now looked at Qian with a completely different expression. Having experienced the previous times, he knew that this young man wouldn't just be making empty boasts. Since he agreed, He should at least have some skill to back it up. Could he hit moving targets? If you want to shoot wild animals, you'll have to go into the forest, Wang Ba said. The forest was on White Moon Mountain. He looked at Liang Ping, who brought his thoughts back, and shook his head. That won't work. Both Wang Ba and He Yin were new recruits, unfamiliar with the routes on White Moon Mountain. The new recruits still needed some time before they could enter the mountains. He continued, let's use flying birds as targets. Flying birds. The new recruits were surprised again. If shooting at animals was harder than shooting at straw targets, then shooting at flying birds would undoubtedly be even more challenging. People were on the ground, while birds were in the sky, creating a natural and significant distance between them. Shooting arrows from the ground into the sky required even more exceptional eyesight and arm strength. Wang Ba burst into laughter. Agreed. He Yin also smiled and said, no problem. Their casual agreement reignited the excitement among the new recruits who had just started to calm down. It seemed Wang Ba often went into the mountains to shoot birds and wolves. But what about He Yin? Xiao Mai discreetly tugged on Shida's sleeve. Big brother, do you think brother Ahi can win? I don't know, Shirtu replied. Xiao Mai looked at his older brother in surprise. He hadn't flatly denied it. Did that mean He Yin really had a chance of hitting the target? Go get your bows, Liang Ping instructed. He then called over another new recruit who was standing nearby and gave him some instructions. The new recruit listened to Liang Ping and then headed to the training ground structure to find a copper gong. Holding the gong, he ran to a nearby area in the woods. A moment later, with a loud dong, he struck the copper gong forcefully. It was followed by a flurry of flapping wings as numerous wild birds took to the sky. The dense forests of White Moon Mountain were home to many wild birds. He Yin had seen white-bellied blue swallows and blue-throated pearl birds on the mountain before. The wild birds quickly took to the sky. In an instant, Wang Ba had already knocked an arrow and was ready to shoot. He acted with expertise, displaying an air of confidence when shooting at the forest's flying creatures. The arrow soared into the sky, and a bird that was mid-flight suddenly dropped as if it had been struck. In the training ground, people exclaimed in astonishment, "Hit!" He hit it. A new recruit picked up the arrow from the ground, and the arrow had a red feather attached to it. This was Wang Ba's prey. Wang Ba looked at He Yin triumphantly. He Yin smiled and, seemingly unfazed, drew her bow toward the sky. Her movements were even quicker than Wang Ba's, so swift that one might doubt whether she had aimed at her target at all. However, the arrow had already been released. The intense sunlight obscured people's vision, making it impossible to discern the arrow's direction in an instant. Shirtu stared unblinkingly at the sky. After a while, he said, "Hit." "Really?" Hong Shan looked skeptical. "Why can't I see clearly?" From a corner of the training ground, another voice rang out. "I found He Yan's arrow. Over here." Holding the arrow, he ran to Liang Ping. "Here it is." Attached to the arrow was a tuft of willow feathers. Liang Ping and Wang Ba simultaneously looked at He Yin. The former was suddenly realizing the person before him was a treasure, a delightful surprise. The latter's face was filled with disbelief. How did he manage that? Wang Ba tightened his grip on the bow in his hand and said, "Again." He shouted at the new recruit who was striking the gong, "Keep going." The new recruit struck the gong multiple times, and immediately, a large group of birds flew out from the trees. Wang Ba placed several arrows on his bow simultaneously and released them all at once. The arrows shot into the sky, and it was hard to tell if they hit their mark. However, moments later, someone in the training ground excitedly shouted, "Hit! Hit! The arrow is here with me." The fact that multiple arrows were shot and all hit their targets meant that this person was already extraordinary, perhaps even 1 in 1,000. And He Yin? Everyone turned their gaze to He Yin again. With a slight smile, she also followed Wang Ba's example, placing several arrows on her bow at once. The bowstring was pulled taut, and a relaxed smile appeared on the young man's face. He seemed like a teenager playing a leisurely game of archery by the riverside. She drew the bowstring. The arrows soared into the flock of birds, causing them to scatter in a panic. Someone in the training ground yelled, "Hit! Hit! I found the arrow." When they brought the arrow to the instructor, it was clear that He Yan's shot had not missed. "You." Wang Ba clenched his teeth, turned around, and strapped the quiver of arrows to his back. He continued shooting arrows nonstop, determined to shoot all the arrows from the quiver. Each quiver held 20 arrows, and the arrows had different colored feathers for easier distinction during practice. Wang Ba chose red feathers, while He Yin selected blue ones. She imitated Wang Ba and shot arrows nonstop. For a while, neither of them spoke. The only sounds were the continuous ringing of the gong from the forest and the startled birds taking flight. It's so impressive. So much fun. Cheng Lisu's eyes lit up as he held onto Liang Ping's arm and exclaimed, "This is much more interesting than the hunting grounds in the capital. Instructor Liang, how did you end up with such interesting soldiers under your command? How did you find such talented individuals?" Liang Ping gave an awkward smile, feeling just as confused. He didn't know either. Finding someone like Wang Ba was already a pleasant surprise, and now there was He Yin. He almost wondered if he was dreaming. 20 arrows were quickly used up. The new recruits on the training ground were enthusiastic, collecting the fallen arrows and bringing them to Instructor Liang. 20 red arrows, each hitting the mark. 20 blue arrows, none missing. Among the new recruits of the Liangzhou garrison, there unexpectedly emerged these two exceptional archers who never missed their mark. Liang Ping thought to himself that he would probably be promoted, and even if not, his monthly salary should see an increase. "I didn't expect Brother Ahi to be so amazing." Xiaomai was already in awe, murmuring to himself. "I didn't expect it either." Hong Shan hadn't quite recovered. "I should have bet on Ahi." Right, the bet wasn't over yet. Hong Shan's words seemed to remind everyone, and suddenly a new recruit shouted, "So, is this a draw?" He Yin and Wang Ba had the same result, right? "How do we count this round?" "That's right. How should they count this?" Wang Ba lowered his head. Nobody knew what he was thinking. After a moment, he lifted his head, his expression changing between gloom and brightness. "You haven't won." "True." He Yin didn't deny it. She even sincerely praised her opponent. "It's because your archery is so good. I was too overconfident." "Then let's call it a draw." "Today, you still haven't beaten me," Wang Ba said. At this point, he was getting a bit flustered. In fact, the fact that He Yin could keep up with him in shooting flying birds meant that her archery skills were on par with his overall. He couldn't figure out another way to beat He Yin. 10 days ago, I said that 10 days later, I would beat you. Now that victory is still undetermined, how can we call it a draw? He Yin fanned herself with her hand. Since you can't come up with a way to challenge me, how about I suggest one? Chapter 52. She was going to propose an archery competition? Instructor Liang looked at her inquisitively. Cheng Lisu whispered softly, "Instructor Liang, what else is there to compare in archery?" Instructor Liang shook his head. I don't know. While there were indeed several aspects of archery that could be compared, they were mostly similar. Earlier, He Yin had already shot at birds, and the rest shouldn't be too difficult. But her words implied that she wanted to surpass Wang Ba without a doubt. However, what else was there that Wang Ba couldn't do? And she alone could. Wang Ba was initially taken aback, then sneered, "Go ahead and propose." It was just another possibility of a tie, he thought. He Yin smiled faintly. She walked over to Cheng Lisu and suddenly reached out, pulling off the hairband that tied up his long hair. Cheng Lisu was momentarily stunned, and by the time he realized it, his hair was already let loose. He asked, "What are you doing?" "Apologies, my dear friend," He Yin smiled. "Since you want to become sworn brothers with me, you wouldn't mind lending me your hairband for a moment, would you?" "But can you?" Cheng Lisu mumbled in a low voice while hastily gathering his hair. "This is so sudden. Besides, why don't you use your own hairband?" After all, He Yin had her own hairband. "I've noticed that your hairband is much more delicate than mine," He Yin calmly fibbed. "It's probably because you're blessed with good luck. I'll borrow some of that good fortune from you." She made up a plausible excuse without changing her expression. Who wouldn't love hearing such nice words? Cheng Lisu immediately smiled and said, "No problem. Go ahead and use it." No one understood what she was planning to do with Cheng Lisu's hairband. They watched as He Yin slowly wrapped the hairband between her hands, covering her eyes. What is he doing? People began to catch on to her intention. The yellow hairband effectively covered her eyes, and she reached behind her head to tie a light knot. Finally, she said, "There we go." In fact, He Yin didn't use her own hairband or anyone else's because it was a hot day, and they had been running and practicing archery, causing them to sweat. The soldiers in the camp were not particular about such things, and their hairbands were often stained. However, this young man, Xiao Jue's nephew, was different. He looked fresh in his new clothes, and his hairband was neat and clean, just like him. It was probably even cleaner than Yan's clothes. Tying it now, she noticed a faint scent of pine resin, too. A truly meticulous young master, Yan sighed in her heart. Truly fitting of being Xiao Jue's nephew. Yan, what are you planning? Wang Ba frowned and asked, having a hunch, but not daring to confirm. Let's have a blindfolded archery competition, she suggested. The training ground gradually fell silent. A breeze blew by on this summer day, causing the long end of the hairband behind her head to flutter, adding a touch of elegance to the young man in his crimson robe. A smile graced her lips as she held the longbow, facing Wang Ba. In this round, I will definitely surpass you. With these words, spoken casually yet resolutely, it was as if she had already foreseen the outcome. Wang Ba's face turned pale and his expression changed several times. Before he could say anything, someone beat him to it, sounding skeptical. Blindfolded archery, what are you shooting? Straw targets. Qian shook her head and raised her head slightly. Though her eyes were covered, the way she lifted her head seemed to suggest that she could trace the trajectory of sparrows flying through the sky. She said, just like before, we'll hunt birds. The crowd was in an uproar. She was actually so confident. But was it really confidence? Qian turned again to face Wang Ba and asked with a smile, is that acceptable? Acceptable? Those two words were like the moment when Instructor Liang asked her, and she readily replied, okay. Now, the word okay had reached the tip of his tongue, but Wang Ba struggled to say it. Being a mountain bandit or going hunting on the mountains, those actions were always purposeful. Blindfolded archery. He wasn't blind, so doing something like this was meaningless. He wasn't a wealthy aristocrat who played novel games. If he was highly confident in his archery skills, then the method Qian proposed was the one he was least confident in. He simply couldn't do it. Wang Ba looked at Qian, who didn't rush him for an answer. However, the surrounding new recruits stared at him with various expressions, making Wang Ba feel trapped. Was he really going to be publicly embarrassed here today, in front of everyone, by a young, inexperienced kid? If this got out, people would mock him for not even daring to respond to a child. Fine. He gritted his teeth and said. However, a glimmer of hope surfaced in his heart. Maybe Qian was just tricking him. This kid was sly and cunning, and maybe he couldn't do it himself. He deliberately pretended to be very sure, hoping to deceive Wang Ba into giving up before him. No way, he wouldn't fall for that. In this round, you go first, Wang Ba said. The youth smiled again, her posture graceful as she nodded and uttered two words, sounds good. Beside the flag stand on the training ground, there was a pavilion adjacent to the Liangzhou military camp. Positioned at a higher elevation, it offered a panoramic view of the training ground. Two figures stood at the railing of the pavilion, looking from a distance at the young man surrounded by new recruits in the center. One person wore crimson armor with a black belt tied around his waist. He was Shan. The young man beside him was as cold as ice and snow, his expression indifferent. This was Xiao Jue. I didn't expect this batch of soldiers to produce two such promising talents, Shan sighed. Wang Ba is impressive, of course. Despite his background as a mountain bandit and his unruly nature, his archery skills are indeed exceptional, and his strength is boundless. But what's even more surprising is that young man named Qian. He's only 15 or 16 years old, yet he's already outstanding. He has a gentle and likable disposition. With a few more years of growth, he'll undoubtedly become one of the best among this batch of recruits. Shan recalled his earlier conversation with Liang Ping. At that time, Liang Ping had high expectations for Qian, but Shan didn't pay much attention. He thought Qian's talent was too ordinary and not worth noticing. However, he had almost missed out on a good talent. Seeing that Xiao Jue didn't respond, Shan cautiously probed, "What does the commander think? Gentle disposition?" Xiao Jue repeated slowly. After a moment, he sneered, "You're probably mistaken. It's not Wang Ba who's unruly. It's Qian." Qian? Shan was skeptical. He had seen that young man a few times, and he always had a smile on his face. Wang Ba had challenged him multiple times, yet he had never seen Qian lose his temper. Frankly, kids of this age were usually full of vigor and would readily fight at the slightest provocation. For Qian to exhibit such self-control was already quite remarkable and gentle. And the commander was saying that Qian was unruly and difficult to manage? For the first time, Shan Han began to doubt the judgment of his superior. In that case, Shan Han changed the subject. Commander, do you think Qian can win this round? Xiao Jue's lips curled slightly, his voice faint. Yes. Chapter 53. In the training ground, Qian had already strung her bow slowly. With her eyes covered, she couldn't see anything. Unable to see her prey, she could only listen to it. But having nothing was actually better than being blind. For without sight, one could hear everything in the world even more clearly. During the time when she was blind, she had experienced moments of despair. A blind person faced many inconveniences in the world. Even taking care of oneself became a challenge. But she had always been determined, compensating for her ordinary aptitude with diligence. However, in an instant, disaster befell her, wiping away all her efforts, turning even her ordinary aptitude into mere illusion. She remembered feeling frustrated and despondent then. Someone had said to her, "If you're truly determined to be strong, being blind doesn't matter. Even if you're blind, you can still be the most unique among the blind." It wasn't exactly a comforting statement, but for some reason, it had stuck in her mind. She practiced doing things without relying on her eyes, and often thought about being the most unique among the blind. She wasn't sure if she truly was the most unique, but she was different from the usual blind person. She could take care of herself, even taking care of others. She practiced swordsmanship behind her maidservants' backs, threw dice, played pranks, and secretly carried a slingshot used by children. She even sneaked out to hunt birds. Being blind, compared to other blind people, she wasn't living a bad life. Everything she could do when she was blind, she could still do now, even without relying on her eyes. She was just temporarily returning to that period of time. The sound of a drum in the woods startled countless birds into the sky, and the outline of the birds was reflected against the blue sky. With a gentle smile, the youth raised her bow, aimed at the sky, and released an arrow. The arrow followed the trajectory of the birds and soared into the clouds. A bird chirped in alarm as the arrow struck it, plummeting rapidly to the ground. The green feathered arrow was adorned with a yellow cloth strip tied around the youth's eyes, creating a brilliant contrast. Qian reached out and removed the blindfold from her eyes. She didn't even look at where the arrow had landed on the ground, as if she had already known that it would hit its target. She handed the cloth strip to Wang Ba and said with a smile, "Your turn." Silence fell over the surroundings. Wang Ba didn't reach out to take the blindfold from her. Qian remained motionless for a while. Then Wang Ba drooped his head wearily. He didn't look at Qian, he just muttered under his breath, "No need, I won't be able to do it. You're amazing, I'm no match for you." His words were part frustration and part admiration. He was frustrated that he had lost to Qian, losing face in front of everyone. But he was also admitting that he couldn't do what Qian had just done, shooting blindfolded. Even if he started learning now, there was no guarantee he would do better than Qian. One has to admit one's shortcomings. The new recruits finally snapped out of their stupor. Instead of cheering and applauding, they began to wail in despair. One voice lamented, "My dry bread, I lost it. How miserable." Another voice joined in, "I'm even worse off. I bet 10 pieces and lost it all." Soon, the sounds of lamentation echoed through the entire training ground. Despite having Xiao Mai and the other two backing Qian's dry biscuits, the gains and losses offset each other, leaving them with nothing. Just then, a delighted voice broke through the commotion. "Ah, I won. I bet 10 pieces of dried meat. Haha, I knew it. I, Chung Li Su, have always had a good eye for judging people." Qian was about to leave, but upon hearing that voice, she froze and turned to look at Chung Li Su. She hadn't expected that the one who bet 10 pieces of dried meat was none other than Chung Li Su. But after a moment's thought, if it weren't Chung Li Su, who else in the Liangzhou garrison would have such deep pockets? Xiao Jue. That would be quite unlikely. In a flash, Chung Li Su darted over to Qian's side, looking at her with shining eyes. He said, Brother Qian, thanks to you, I finally won for once. You don't know? In the capital, I'm no good at anything. I'm not skilled in literature or martial arts, and I even lose money every time I go to the gambling house. Today is the first time I've won. Brother Qian, I must become sworn brothers with you. Today is our day of brotherhood, and I want to invite you for a drink." Cough, cough. Liang Ping pressed his fist against his lips and said, "Drinking alcohol is not allowed in the camp. Then I'll invite you for tea." Cheng Lisu held Hiyan's hand, his gaze towards her like he had found a long-lost relative, radiating genuine warmth. "That's not necessary." Hiyan withdrew her hand and handed him the blindfold, saying, "I almost forgot about this. Thank you for your hairband, young Master Cheng. Between you and me, there's no need for thanks," Cheng Lisu said with a cheerful smile. He then remembered something and suddenly turned to Wang Ba, saying, "Hey, you there. Did you forget something?" "What?" Hiyan was puzzled. "Did you forget your bet?" Cheng Lisu urged. "You made a bet with him. If you lost, you would become a support soldier, and if he lost, he would have to call you boss. He lost now, so he has to fulfill the bet." Wang Ba froze completely. People around them began to jeer and laugh. Liang Ping turned away, no longer willing to be involved in what was to come next. Xiao Mai and Hong Shan leaned against each other, watching the scene unfold. Hiyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Ba. Step by step, Wang Ba walked up to Hiyan. He was much taller than her, making her seem exceptionally petite in front of him. His face turned bright red, and even the old scar on his face, which had been pale, now reddened as if it might start bleeding. Hiyan noticed his tightly clenched fists and sighed inwardly. It seemed like being the leader meant that he had to prioritize his pride. Asking him to call her boss was probably even more embarrassing for him than being killed by her. Hiyan was about to speak up and tell him to forget about it, but Wang Ba already muttered under his breath, "Boss." Hiyan's silence. She looked up at Wang Ba, who thought she was about to reprimand him. Annoyed and embarrassed, he retorted, "I already said it. If you didn't hear it, that's your problem. I won't say it again." "I heard you," Hiyan said with a smile. "I'm just surprised that you actually did it. A true man keeps his word and doesn't go back on it. I'm not someone who speaks without honor." Wang Ba huffed. "You got lucky this time. Don't you dare provoke me in the future." With those words, he seemed to feel extremely embarrassed and didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and quickly left. After contemplating for a moment, Hiyan thought, this Wang Ba really did have a certain level of backbone. He could bend and adapt when necessary. "Brother Hiyan, you're truly amazing." Cheng Lisu approached again. "To celebrate, come on, let's have tea." Before Hiyan could refuse, she was pulled away by this cheerful young man. On the pavilion, Shan asked. Young Master Cheng took Hiyan away. "Commander, should we go and bring him back?" "No need," Xiao Jue said, glancing back at him. He then turned and walked away. Shan quickly followed, pondering something and sneaking a glance at Xiao Jue. He silently calculated something in his mind. The general said that Hiyan was the obstinate and unruly one, and he hadn't believed it at first. Now it seemed to be true. Despite Hiyan's small and thin frame, he had managed to make a bandit leader like Wang Ba call him boss. He wasn't easy to deal with, was he? At this rate, he might even surpass the commander in terms of rank. But as Shan cast another look at Xiao Jue's indifferent face, he thought to himself, perhaps the commander looked down on this kid after all. Chapter 54. Hiyan didn't end up becoming sworn siblings with Xiao Jue. Instead, she was pestered by Xiao Jue's nephew to become his sworn sibling. Cheng Lisu pulled Hiyan to his room in the military camp, which was different from the communal sleeping quarters where the new recruits stayed. While it wasn't lavishly decorated, it was far better than where the new recruits slept. There was even an incense burner lit in the room, adorned with an exquisite fairy figurine. Seeing Hiyan's gaze fixed on it, Cheng Lisu quickly explained, "This is something nice I brought from the capital. My uncle doesn't allow me to light incense here, so I do it secretly. Don't tell him." He seemed like a mischievous child doing something forbidden behind his elders' backs. Hiyan thought to herself, not mentioning Xiao Jue, she doubted she would allow it. With the weather being so hot in the middle of summer, why bother with incense? Seeing her silent, Cheng Lisu misunderstood her expression again and tentatively asked, "Do you really like this? If you do, I can give it to you." He handed the incense burner to Hiyan. "It's okay. Our relationship is strong enough." Hiyan returned it to him. "Thanks, but I have nowhere to put it." Cheng Lisu realized, quite regretfully, that it was true. "I'll talk to my uncle and ask him to give you a different room, just like mine." Hiyan's thought, Xiao Jue would never agree to that. If Cheng Lisu actually managed to make this happen, She might as well call him older brother Cheng Lisu. By the way, you don't know who my uncle is, right? He's the current Right Army commander, General Feng Yun, second young master Xiao, your superior officer. Cheng Lisu rattled it all off at once, then looked at He Yan's expression. Why aren't you surprised at all? Was she supposed to act surprised? He Yan responded, I see a dignified bearing in you, not like an ordinary person. I guess that your uncle would be the same. Indeed, there's a resemblance between uncle and nephew. This pleased Cheng Lisu, and he blushed slightly, scratching his head in embarrassment. It's not like that. I fall short compared to my uncle. He lives next door, but he's not here right now. Otherwise, I'd take you to meet him. He Yan's thought. There's really no need for that. Come, I've prepared tea. Cheng Lisu bustled around and handed a cup of tea to He Yan. After you finish this tea, we'll officially be sworn brothers. He Yan looked at the tea in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and placed it back on the table. Cheng Lisu blinked. What's wrong? Young Master Cheng, I think we shouldn't address each other as brothers. We're not of the same generation, He Yan said. She and Xiao Jue were of the same generation, but Cheng Lisu called Xiao Jue uncle. If she became sworn siblings with Cheng Lisu, would she have to call Xiao Jue uncle too? Would she let Xiao Jue have such an advantage? Not a chance. Why would we be of different generations? Cheng Lisu was puzzled. I'm 15 this year. I heard from Instructor Liang that you're 16. We're not that far apart. You call Xiao, the commander, your uncle, and he's not that old, right? He Yan said. Xiao Jue and she were only 1 year apart in age. She asked, is he your real uncle? Yes, we're related. Cheng Lisu explained earnestly. It turns out that Cheng Lisu's mother, Lady Cheng, the wife of the Right Division Director, and Xiao Jue were cousins. However, Lady Cheng and Xiao Jue had a significant age gap. When Xiao Jue was born, Lady Cheng was already married, so the interaction between the cousins was very limited. On the contrary, as Cheng Lisu grew up, he developed a strong attachment to this cousin who was of a similar age to him. He Yan recalled that back at Xianchang Academy, there was a chubby little young master who often came to find Xiao Jue, but she couldn't recall if he called Xiao Jue uncle. My uncle excels in everything. He's outstanding both in literary and military pursuits, a rare talent. Being associated with him makes me look good, and others no longer dare to mock me as the useless young master. Cheng Lisu mentioned his nickname without any embarrassment. Now that I've become friends with you, who's just as outstanding as my uncle, I'm truly impressive. He Yan's thought. She wasn't sure where this impressive came from. Talking about He Yan, Cheng Lisu remembered something and asked her, by the way, you're so outstanding, brother He. What does your family do? Without even drinking the tea of becoming sworn siblings, Cheng Lisu had already started calling her brother He. He Yan didn't know whether to answer his question first or correct his statement, so she said, my family is just an ordinary household. Her restrained demeanor caught Cheng Lisu's attention, and he interpreted it with a hint of deeper meaning. Cheng Lisu said solemnly, I understand. People like you are unwilling to reveal their origins. He Yan's thought, could this child be a bit strange in the head? With your skills, why did you join the Liangzhou garrison? Cheng Lisu asked. With your abilities, why did you enlist in the military? He Yan repeated what she had told his uncle to his nephew. A real man should achieve great feats, earn rewards, build houses, marry wives, and have children. That's the meaning of life. His nephew was less impulsive than his uncle. The young man with rosy lips and white teeth looked at her for a moment, nodded, and praised. Your idea is very good, very practical. However, brother He, to build a career and achieve feats by joining the military, isn't it a bit too slow? In these years of peace, they say heroes arise in chaotic times. In our era of peace and prosperity, your martial skills have no outlet, which is a waste. He Yan's thought. This child was quite thoughtful. Why not let me guide you down a clear path? Cheng Lisu leaned closer and whispered, do you know about the Nanfu soldiers under my uncle? He Yan nodded. I've heard of them. The Nanfu soldiers were established by old General Xiao, achieving unrivaled success in battles. Among the Nanfu soldiers, there's a cavalry unit called 9-Banner Battalion. He Yan also knew about 9-Banner Battalion. It was a loyal force established by Xiao Jue after he took over the Nanfu soldiers. They were known for their swift and cunning tactics. This time, My uncle is in Liangzhou garrison not only for other matters, but also to select some individuals among the new recruits to join 9 Banner Battalion. Qian was surprised. I thought 9 Banner Battalion was no longer recruiting. That's what's said to the public. But what's truly rare in this world is talent. Everyone in 9 Banner Battalion is talented. One of the senior members of the camp got injured, lost a hand, and couldn't fight anymore. He's now an official in the court. So, if you want to achieve feats, gain promotions, and wealth, you need to find the right place first. With your skills and being one of us, you should join 9 Banner Battalion. The young man spoke leisurely. Gradually, Qian's smile faded. After a moment, she frowned and said coldly, "Did you say the same thing to others?" Her gaze turned icy, which startled Cheng Lisu. Stammering, he replied, "No. In that case, remember, you must not tell this to anyone else." Cheng Lisu instinctively nodded. Okay. Satisfied, Qian suddenly curved her eyebrows and lips. However, what you said just now is quite accurate. Huh. Cheng Lisu was bewildered. The fastest way to gain promotions was secondary. She had fought on the battlefield for feats, which was too slow. Even if she managed to achieve a higher rank, she might not come into contact with the He family. However, things were different with Xiao Jue. General Feng Yun and Flying Phoenix General were already archenemies. Based on that alone, there were countless opportunities. Moreover, by Xiao Jue's side, she could gather information about court affairs much more easily. She hadn't thought about having any dealings with Xiao Jue in her previous life, but now she had to become his confidant. It was unbelievable, yet fate had brought them together in a rather coincidental manner. Qian finished her tea in the cup and stood up, saying, "I want to join 9 Banner Battalion." Chapter 55. The summer days at the Liangzhou military camp were long and grueling, filled with arduous training that tested the endurance and determination of the new recruits. Day after day, they endured rigorous exercises that were both monotonous and challenging. Yet, time seemed to pass swiftly, and before they knew it, the minor heat had given way to the major heat, and autumn was just around the corner. The intense training routines quickly honed the recruits of the Liangzhou military camp into soldiers of remarkable endurance and determination. In addition to archery practice and early morning weighted runs, their training encompassed various skills such as polearm combat, footwork drills, formation tactics, spear techniques, knife arts, and equestrian archery, although the latter was somewhat limited due to the scarcity of horses within the Liangzhou military camp. "Brother Ahi, here's your bread." Xiaomai handed a piece of dried bread to Qian. The round flatbread had been roasted over charcoal until it became crispy and savory. With a single bite, the warm crumbs and flavors danced on Qian's taste buds. She took a couple of bites, followed by a big gulp of water, feeling the immediate comfort as her previously empty stomach was soothed. Hongshan scrutinized Qian and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Ahi, something doesn't seem right. You eat the same rations as us every day, and sometimes you even get special treats. But how come you're still so thin and, well, small?" He struggled to suppress the word short. Qian's thought, could she really be blamed for this? Her so-called sworn brother, the useless young master Cheng Lisu, would occasionally sneak her some extra food. Sometimes it was a handful of pine nuts, other times a few pieces of dried meat, and once he even managed to bring her a bowl of soup, claiming it was from his uncle. Every time he handed her something, Cheng Lisu appeared nervous, urging her to eat quickly and making sure his uncle wouldn't catch them. It felt like a covert operation. While Qian sometimes considered declining the food, she ultimately went along with it. After all, why turn down a free meal? Besides, the treats Cheng Lisu brought were surprisingly delicious. Even with these extra indulgences, Qian's appearance didn't change much. The rigorous training and constant sweating over the past few months had caused her to lose weight and appear even more delicate. However, this delicate young lady had managed to stun everyone with her archery skills during the previous weeks, even causing the scar-faced hulking man to address her as boss. Her impressive feat of turning countless new recruits into empty stomachs was still fresh in their memories. Qian was now a recognized figure in the military camp. Since that incident, no one had come forward to challenge Qian, much to her relief. She was able to enjoy a bit of respite from the competitive atmosphere. She was still strategizing on how to catch the attention of Xiao Jue, paving the way to enter 9 Banner Battalion. On this particular day, the training focus was on spear techniques. The wooden spears used in the training were made of sturdy wood, featuring short, sharp tips. The instructor demonstrated a series of spear techniques on the elevated platform, while the new recruits imitated his movements below. Over time, they began to show improvement. Qian, however, wasn't particularly skilled with the spear. Her personal weapon of choice was the sword. Moreover, her diminutive size and the awkwardness of wielding a spear made her feel constrained. After the instructor finished his demonstration, the recruits were allowed to practice on their own. As he walked around the training ground, he observed the progress of the recruits. When he reached Qian's side, he couldn't help but give her an extra glance. After all, Qian's astonishing archery skills had left a lasting impression. This new recruit was being closely monitored. Over the past few days, the instructor had also noticed that while Qian was proficient in whip, knife, footwork, and other areas, her abilities weren't as remarkable as they initially seemed. The only real surprise came from her equestrian archery, but since there hadn't been any competitive matches recently, it was difficult to gauge her true skills. Despite her dedicated training, which included archery practice and weighted runs, Instructor Liang had a feeling that she was holding back. Her abilities only revealed a fraction of her true potential. He walked over to where Instructor Du Mao was standing. Instructor Du was also inspecting the area, with several other instructors gathered around him, pointing at a new recruit and discussing something. Liang Ping approached and heard them talking. No wonder his family runs a martial arts school. Look at how skillfully he handles that long spear. Impressive. I'm telling you, he's actually more skilled than you. Old Du, I've never seen this spear technique before. Yeah, this kid is quite young, probably only 17 or 18. Must have started training from a young age. Liang Ping asked, who are you talking about? That one, the soldier under Instructor Du, the tallest one in the front row on the left, the big guy. Did you see him? Liang Ping followed their gaze and indeed spotted a young man in military attire practicing with a spear. The young man had thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, and a resolute expression in his features. There was an air of determination about him, along with a subtle hint of arrogance. His movements were steady, and he skillfully wielded the long spear, leaving observers dazzled by his techniques. It was clear he wasn't just showing off. Liang Ping could sense the fierceness in every step of his spear dance. Excellent. Liang Ping couldn't help but praise. Indeed, he's quite good, Du Mao chimed in with pride. I've tested him a few times before, and he's truly skilled. His name is Jiang Jiao, and his father is the owner of a martial arts school in the capital. Then why did he come to enlist in the army? Liang Ping was surprised. The son of a martial arts school owner might not be rich and powerful, but they could still lead a comfortable life in an ordinary household. He has ambitious aspirations. Don't you understand the ambitions of a young man? Du Mao said, I admire men like him. Someone chimed in. I wonder who's more impressive, this Jiang Jiao or the recruit under old Liang, Qian? The question brought a moment of silence around them. Du Mao looked contemplatively at Liang Ping, and Liang Ping instinctively responded, Qian shows great aptitude in archery, but her spear skills are average at best. She wouldn't be a match for Jiang Jiao. What a joke. Qian was petite and fragile, while Jiang Jiao was tall and robust. Spear and archery skills were also different. With archery, the target is a straw figure, a flying bird, or a moving animal. But in spear techniques, it's a direct contest between two people, and a single mistake can lead to injuries and bloodshed. Jiang Jiao's family ran a martial arts school, and he had been practicing since childhood. How could Qian possibly match up to Jiang Jiao? If Jiang Jiao were to give Qian a good beating, where would he find another exceptional archer like that? Old Liang, you shouldn't be so quick to judge, Du Mao said, hooking his arm around Liang Ping's shoulder. Remember, your recruit, Qian used to lag behind during the runs, but later excelled. At first, he struggled with drawing the bow, but eventually mastered blindfolded archery. Just because he's not performing well now doesn't mean he won't improve in the next 10 days. As an instructor, you shouldn't overly coddle the recruits. After all, they'll eventually be sent to the battlefield. Others joined in agreement. Exactly, old Du is right. Old Liang, you shouldn't be overly protective. What a load of nonsense. Liang Ping thought angrily. He couldn't help but feel frustrated by the onlookers who enjoyed stirring up trouble without a care for the consequences. Instructor Liang, I would like to challenge Qian as well. As Liang Ping turned around, he realized that the young man named Zhang Jiao had quietly set aside his spear and approached him from behind. He must have overheard the instructor's discussion and had blurted out his intention. Liang Ping didn't immediately respond, pondering how to decline. May I? Zhang Jiao asked again, seemingly unaware of Liang Ping's dilemma. Chapter 56. May I? I don't think so, Liang Ping thought, but just as he was about to say it out loud, someone chimed in. Hey, why ask Instructor Liang? Just go ask Qian. That kid knows what he's doing. If he wants to duel, he will. If not, then forget about it. Isn't it that simple? Makes sense. Du Mao nodded in agreement, turning to Zhang Jiao. You should go ask Qian directly. However, he added with a pause. You can duel, but keep it controlled. No causing harm. With things pushed this far, Liang Ping had no choice but to watch Zhang Jiao walk towards Qian. As Zhang Jiao approached the group of new recruits led by Liang Ping, he immediately spotted Qian, who was practicing with the spear. It wasn't that she was particularly eye-catching, but her petite figure stood out among the burly men. Instead of approaching right away, Zhang Jiao silently observed Qian's practice. Her movements were simple, thrusting and pulling back with the spear, but even in these basic exercises, she exhibited a focused determination, showing no signs of slacking off. After watching for a while, someone noticed Zhang Jiao and asked, Hey, buddy, what are you standing here looking at us for? Looking for someone, Zhang Jiao replied before striding purposefully toward Qian. Qian was in the middle of a spear thrust when someone suddenly grasped the tip of her spear. The force caused the person to take 2 steps back, and she raised her head in surprise, asking, Why did you grab my spear? Zhang Jiao, too, was pushed back a couple of steps by the force of the thrust, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. He realized that Qian's seemingly frail appearance was deceiving. This simple thrust held a tremendous amount of power. If he hadn't been trained from childhood in martial arts due to his family's martial school, an ordinary person might have been knocked down by such a move. Thinking this, he felt a bit of respect for Qian's skills and took a closer look at her. I've heard about your remarkable talents, Qian, he said, and I'm eager to spar with you in the spear discipline. What do you say? Qian blinked, understanding the situation. Another challenger had appeared. Hong Shan stood behind Qian, muttering, Oh no, trouble's brewing. Remember when Ahi defeated Wang Ba? I knew something like this was going to happen again. This is the second one. There's more to come? Xiao Mai asked in a hushed tone. Plenty more. There will always be a third, fourth, and fifth person. Hong Shan shook his head. People, you know, they just love competing and being victorious. But what's the point of all this constant rivalry and competition? What's the point? Qian thought, feeling amused. She had been thinking that in order to get noticed by Xiao Jue and join the 9-banner battalion, she needed to establish herself as a remarkable and exceptional hero. However, Xiao Jue didn't come to the training ground every day to watch the recruits practice, and she had no way to showcase her skills unless someone challenged her like Wang Ba did, continuously boosting her reputation. If word spread through challenges, it would naturally reach Xiao Jue's ears. But for some reason, no one had challenged her since her victory over Wang Ba. She suspected that the loss of the dry bread had discouraged the recruits from challenging her. She couldn't actively approach others for challenges. Otherwise, she'd spend her days endlessly competing. Now, another challenger had appeared. What a fortunate coincidence. Sure. Qian placed her spear by her side. How would you like to compare skills? Her straightforward response caught Zhang Jiao off guard for a moment. He hesitated, then said, Let's spar in the spear discipline, and we'll stop when either of us concedes. All right, Qian agreed. Go fetch your spear, and we'll have our duel on the training ground stage. You? Zhang Jiao hesitated and asked, Don't we need to wait for 10 days? Qian paused, finding it somewhat amusing. It's not like it's always 10 days every time. Did they think she needed 10 days to prepare? She had been training with the stone locks every day to build her strength. Although she couldn't match the strength of a strong man, she was sufficiently prepared for regular archery practice. A few training instructors who had come overcrowded around. Someone nudged Liang Ping's arm, saying, Old Liang, I've been saying this. You can't always assume that your recruit cares as much about these challenges as you do. Why are you worrying so much? Liang Ping's silence. He had originally thought that He Yin would refuse, assuming that if He Yin personally declined, Jiang Jiao would probably drop the matter. However, to his surprise, He Yin had agreed on the spot. Did this kid not know the word refuse? Or had he become so confident that he welcomed challenges from anyone? I'm quite looking forward to it, Du Mao said, taking a sip of water from his leather water pouch and fixing his gaze on He Yin as she ascended the elevated platform. How about we make a wager? I'm not gambling, Liang Ping flatly refused. After the incident where a recruit lost his bread ration and went hungry for an entire month, the very idea was horrifying. If the new recruits didn't gamble, how could the instructors gamble? He's a coward. If he won't, I will, another instructor chimed in. I'll bet a bottle of yellow wine given at the end of the month that Jiang Jiao wins. Upon hearing the news that He Yin was going to have a spear duel with Jiang Jiao, the first thing Cheng Lisu thought to do was to find Xiao Jue in the neighboring room. He rushed over eagerly, and Xiao Jue was in the midst of talking to his personal hidden guard. He furrowed his brows at the sight. Cheng Lisu, what are you running around for? Uncle, I came to get you to watch an interesting show. Xiao Jue motioned for the guard to leave, and once they were alone, he asked, what's going on? My sworn big brother, He, is having a spear duel today. Cheng Lisu grabbed onto Xiao Jue's sleeve. It's about to start, right now, on the training ground. Let's go have a look, shall we? He Yin? Xiao Jue raised an eyebrow. He remembered He Yin. In just a few months, her name had spread throughout the Liangzhou garrison. First, her performance in the run, then her transition from struggling to draw a bow to hitting every target. Later, she even became Cheng Lisu's sworn big brother. Cheng Lisu would sneakily bring her food every once in a while, and Xiao Jue turned a blind eye to it, treating it as a child's game. However, this person had an unwavering determination. Despite having average aptitude, she would continue training on the training ground long after the other recruits had retired to bed, practicing until the middle of the night before resting. Yeah, you know my big brother too. Cheng Lisu tugged at Xiao Jue's sleeve, pulling him along. I heard today that youngster took the initiative to challenge my big brother. My big brother will surely teach him what real spear technique is. Xiao Jue glanced at him. Sleeve. Cheng Lisu immediately released his hold on Xiao Jue's sleeve and instead grabbed his arm, pleading, Uncle, please just come and watch. My big brother is really amazing. He's no less skilled than those strong men in your 9-banner battalion. Xiao Jue chuckled, as if neither confirming nor denying the claim. Nevertheless, he didn't stop in his tracks, instead following Cheng Lisu outside. Cheng Lisu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Big brother, I can only help you this much. Chapter 57. The elevated platform on the training grounds, where the chief instructor usually spoke, was an open area perfect for sparring. The recruits gathered below, watching the two figures on the platform. Jiang Jiao had already obtained his long spear. With his tall and robust physique, he exuded a commanding presence. It was clear he had been practicing martial arts from a young age, setting him apart from the other recruits. His handsome features and dignified bearing made him seem like someone from a noble family, instilling a sense of reassurance in those around him. Opposite him stood He Yin. In comparison, she seemed like an underdeveloped youth, petite in stature and slender. Her facial features, however, were delicate and refined. Despite the intense training that had darkened her skin, she still appeared fairer than the surrounding recruits. Her presence wasn't that of a typical recruit. She resembled a young master from a prestigious household, emanating an air of elegance and charm. Jiang Jiao raised his long spear. You go first. With a pleasant smile, He Yin replied, Sure. Holding her long spear horizontally in front of her, her eyes shimmered as she swiftly advanced. Jiang Jiao's expression changed, and he met her charge. In an instant, their figures merged into a blur, accompanied by a series of continuous thuds. It seemed as though they had exchanged dozens of strikes in a mere moment. Eventually, both took a step back, observing each other closely. He Yin maintained her smile as she looked at Jiang Jiao, while Jiang Jiao appeared visibly surprised. From the first clash, he realized that He Yin couldn't possibly be a novice in spear technique. In those initial exchanges, each move she made was perilous, leaving him with neither room to attack nor retreat. An evenly matched bout. He had initially held a high opinion of He Yin, But now it was clear that he had underestimated her. The recruits below couldn't quite comprehend what had just transpired. They saw Qian and Zhang Jiao engage in only a few moves before stopping, leaving them unsatisfied. Some murmured discontentedly, "What just happened? Who gained the upper hand? I took a sip of water and missed it all. Did you guys see what happened?" "No, I didn't see anything." On the training grounds, the instructors wore solemn expressions, their silence lingering. Du Mao glanced at Liang Ping, who quickly waved his hands. "I don't know, don't ask me. She never revealed this level of skill while practicing before. I had no idea." While the recruits were perplexed, the instructors had a clear view. Qian had held her own against Zhang Jiao, and she might have even had the upper hand. Zhang Jiao's spear technique was intricate and versatile, resembling a serpent in its agility. However, Qian's seemingly unadorned style contained hidden strength, easily deflecting Zhang Jiao's attacks. "Liang Ping, you've really recruited an exceptional soldier," one instructor commented wryly. Liang Ping felt a mixture of pride and apprehension. Qian had concealed her abilities well. If it weren't for Zhang Jiao's challenge, he would have considered her talented mainly in archery, with her spear skills being merely decent. On the platform, Zhang Jiao's gaze was fixed on Qian. Again, Qian nodded in agreement. This time, Zhang Jiao took the initiative with his spear, and Qian met his advance. Their long spears clashed, their red tassels swaying in the wind. Zhang Jiao's spear was swift and forceful, each strike aggressive and aimed at Qian's vital points. Yet, Qian simply tilted her head slightly, and the spear blade grazed her cheek as she evaded effortlessly. Zhang Jiao grew more serious, his spear technique becoming as fierce as a torrential rain. He unleashed attack after attack, trying to find a weakness in Qian's defense. Remarkably, the young girl's movements were nimble, dodging each strike with ease. Her long spear transformed into an invulnerable shield, effectively parrying Zhang Jiao's thrusts and preventing him from getting closer. Faster, just a little faster, and he could take him down. The recruits below watched anxiously. Why is Qian only defending and not attacking? Doesn't she know spear techniques? As time passed, Zhang Jiao's spear technique was unable to sustain such intensive attacks. He stared at Qian, perplexed by how this seemingly slender and weak youth possessed such strength and endurance. He showed no signs of fatigue, only unwavering focus. His intensity was intimidating. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Jiao's long spear struck nothing but air. He felt a shock in his heart as he saw a smile spread across the face of the young opponent before him. Before he could react, Qian's long spear, which had previously been defensively oriented, suddenly thrust forward. Zhang Jiao hurriedly maneuvered his spear to block, but the strike veered off course. Qian had shifted from defense to offense. The spear is the king of all weapons, and all weapons succumb to the spear. The youth's voice was crisp, neither too loud nor too soft, resonating through the empty woods, echoing and spreading throughout the entire training grounds. She lowered her body, evading Zhang Jiao's spear thrust. From a lower angle, she aimed her spear at Zhang Jiao's face with a tricky maneuver. The descending spear technique breaks the staff, the left and right insertion technique breaks the shield. She maneuvered and adjusted the direction of her spear, then surged forward again. The exchange and strike counters the sword, counters the halberd, counters the trident, counters the double blades, counters the short blades. Her arms seemed to possess boundless strength, moving forward even when blocked, thrusting towards Zhang Jiao from both sides. Zhang Jiao struggled to respond, his defense gradually faltering. The hooking and pouncing technique breaks the whip, breaks the mace. She advanced once more, her spear strikes swift and relentless. Compared to Zhang Jiao's previous attacks, her assault was even more ferocious and precise. She pinpointed every weakness in Zhang Jiao's defense, striking with deadly accuracy. The empty weaving technique breaks the large blade, breaks the spear. Zhang Jiao was now pushed to the edge of the elevated platform. Dazed, he felt as though the young opponent before him was a galloping warhorse on the battlefield, emitting an irresistible aura of destruction. His strikes were unstoppable, his movements like a blade cutting through bamboo, swift and relentless. Zhang Jiao was forced to retreat step by step, his formation crumbling. With her long spear aimed at his face, Jiang Jiao attempted to evade by stepping back. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he began to fall. Echoes of gasps from the recruits below filled his ears. Only then did Jiang Jiao realize that he had been driven to the edge of the platform, with nowhere left to retreat. Abruptly, a hand caught him. The long spear was pointed at his forehead, but it did not advance further. The young opponent, who appeared frail yet possessed incredible strength, had grabbed him and pulled him back onto the platform. She retracted her long spear and held it by her side. A breeze swept by, dispelling the lingering heat, and a refreshing coolness enveloped them. The flags fluttered gently in the wind, and the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects resonated through the forest. The young opponent stood erect, his voice still crisp, devoid of the exhaustion and panting one might expect after such an intense duel. He spoke deliberately and confidently, his words ringing out. People only fail to see the true essence of the spear, thus becoming infatuated with various other weapons. Once they grasp the essence of the spear, those other weapons appear as mere child's play. Jiang Jiao stared at him, his mind racing. After a moment, he spoke softly. Have you read the arm manual? The arm manual detailed various spear and blade techniques. Jiang Jiao had read it before, as his family ran a martial arts school, and his grandfather, father, and older brother had all studied it. While he had read it in the past, he had dismissed many of its claims as exaggerations. Now, however, he found himself facing someone who embodied the principles he had once doubted. The youth tilted his head, a smile playing on his lips, and replied, I've read a little, enough to understand. Just a little. Chapter 58. The new recruits below raised their heads to look at Qian. The brief exchange just now was too fast for them to determine who had the upper hand, but now they didn't need anyone to explain. Qian had pushed Jiang Jiao to the edge of the arena and nearly off it. Jiang Jiao had lost. This young man had won once again. Qian is amazing, huh? Xiaomai murmured. He's getting stronger and stronger. Hong Shan scratched his head. This kid, he never told us he could do this. He's not practicing for the first time, Shirtu said quietly. That's why the other person couldn't beat him. But that doesn't make sense, Hong Shan wondered. He's the young master of a fallen aristocratic family. Do ordinary households train in archery and martial arts at home? Whispers and discussions among the new recruits filled the air below. Qian didn't miss them. This was a perfect opportunity. She placed her long spear on the ground and took 2 steps forward, saying, Brothers, today I've won again. She said this with an air of self-satisfaction, even slightly exaggerated, making it a bit dazzling. What is this kid trying to do? Du Mao asked. No one knew what Qian was up to. With a smile, Qian continued, I believe in the future, some of you might want to challenge me. Don't worry, I won't refuse a challenge. However, we'll only have 1 match per day. Instructor Liang's mouth twitched. This guy acts as if he's running his own arena. Qian didn't seem to care about the onlookers' reactions. She continued, whip, knife, spear, swordsmanship, horseback archery, anything you find in the military camp, you can challenge me in. Rest assured, if you win, I won't take your rations. Whoever wants to challenge, come forward. Though aware of this young man's extraordinary skills, his attitude seemed a bit overbearing. He's so arrogant. Who acts like this? He's not being modest at all. He only won in archery and spear so far. He's underestimating his opponents. Can't they find anyone better in the vast Liangzhou garrison? Tens of thousands of soldiers, and they can't find anyone to beat him. Qian smiled lightly, thinking to herself, there are indeed capable fighters among them, but the most skilled young master isn't even interested in sparring with her. She said, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Today, all the training instructors are here. If I win, it'll be considered a friendly bout. If I lose, my brothers can make requests. However, she seemed a little embarrassed. That should be impossible. As soon as she spoke, a wave of discontent erupted among the new recruits. Is he looking down on us? He thinks we're useless in the Liangzhou Guard. Just because there's a difference between us doesn't mean he's skilled at everything. Does he think he's General Fengyan? Let it go, let it go. Let's wait a few more days and see if he gets his comeuppance. Qian put on an arrogant posture on the stage, then casually walked down. Before leaving, she seemed to remember something and turned to Jiang Jiao. who was standing aside with an uncertain expression. Actually, you handle the long spear quite well. Jiang Jiao was taken aback, looking at her, not understanding her intention. But you've met me. I'm the best. She laughed heartily and walked off the stage, no longer looking at Jiang Jiao's expression. On the other side, Du Mao's face grew as heavy as water. He Yan's competition with Jiang Jiao hadn't been a big deal at first, but He Yan's recent victory over Jiang Jiao had been too impressive. If Jiang Jiao suffered a heavy blow from this, he might not recover, and that was not something Du Mao wanted to witness. He patted Liang Ping on the shoulder before making his way over to Jiang Jiao. He intended to offer some words of consolation to the new recruit, who had been thrown into the deep end, but was now standing on the sidelines of the arena, under the horse's hooves, in a building adjacent to the training ground. Uncle, big brother, he has won again. Cheng Lisu jumped up, pointing in He Yan's direction. He looked as though he was the one who had just won the match, and he couldn't stop praising. He's really amazing. No one can defeat him. Xiao Jue glanced at him and didn't bother to respond. He turned and walked out. Cheng Lisu suddenly remembered something and quickly ran to Xiao Jue, bouncing around him. Uncle, look at him. First in archery, first in spear techniques, and now he'll be first in whip and knife techniques too. He'll be the first in everything. He's the first in Liangzhou garrison. Except for you, of course. Let him achieve that first. Xiao Jue responded nonchalantly to Cheng Lisu's enthusiasm. He's already achieved 2 first places now. Getting other first places is just a matter of time. And 2 first places are already incredible, right? Uncle, look at him. How often do we encounter such exceptional talent in the world? Isn't he worth recruiting into your 9-banner battalion? Uncle, please, just take a look at him. Xiao Jue halted his steps, fixing his gaze on Cheng Lisu. Cheng Lisu felt a flicker of joy, thinking he might have convinced Xiao Jue. However, the next moment, Xiao Jue stared into his eyes, his voice calm as he spoke. You've been mentioning He Yan a lot lately, and you've brought up the 9-banner battalion twice. You never used to pay attention to the 9-banner battalion's affairs, he said lightly. Cheng Lisu, are you trying to arrange for He Yan to join the 9-banner battalion? Cheng Lisu's heart skipped a beat. He realized he was in trouble. His uncle was incredibly sharp, detecting a hint of suspicion even with such a small clue. He stammered, and no, that's not it. I just wanted you to pay more attention to my big brother. Are you implying that I'm a fool, or are you the clever one here? Xiao Jue's gaze met Cheng Lisu's for a moment before Cheng Lisu lowered his head in resignation. I'm the fool. How do you know about the 9-banner battalion? Xiao Jue asked. The handsome and elegant young man's gaze was calm, showing no sign of anger. Nonetheless, Cheng Lisu felt a chill run down his spine. He answered truthfully, I used to live next door to you, and I overheard Chief Instructor Shan talking to you. I learned that the 9-banner battalion plans to recruit new members from within the Liangzhou garrison. That's why. Xiao Jue chuckled lightly, a trace of mockery in his tone. So, you couldn't wait to use that information to please your big brother? It's not like that. I'm genuinely thinking of your best interests. Uncle, Cheng Lisu hastily denied. I have a lot of free time, so I've been wandering around, observing the new recruits in the Liangzhou garrison. Among them, only big brother he has the potential to meet the 9-banner battalion standards. The others can't even match up to my big brother he. How can they hope to enter your elite cavalry unit? I'm sincere about this. After a moment of silence, Xiao Jue asked, what did he say? Huh? Cheng Lisu was momentarily confused. Then he realized that by he, Xiao Jue was referring to He Yan. He hurriedly said, after I discussed this matter with big brother he seemed quite pleased. Moreover, he said he needs to join the 9-banner battalion. He said needs? Xiao Jue echoed slowly. Cheng Lisu instinctively shrank back, feeling an inexplicable chill. He nodded hesitantly, asking, is there something wrong with that? Xiao Jue chuckled softly, a glint of emotion appearing in his clear eyes. After a moment, he collected his expression, his voice turning mild. This person has quite the audacity and ambition. Chapter 59. On this day, He Yan once again attracted a lot of attention. On the way back, He Yan encountered Wang Ba, who had been hiding in the crowd. Wang Ba had likely come to watch the spear duel between He Yan and Jiang Jiao. After watching, he intended to leave, but unfortunately, He Yan spotted him. From a distance, He Yan greeted him. Brother Wang. In full view of everyone, Wang Ba's face turned black as he awkwardly forced out a greeting, his voice as small as a mosquito. Qian looked at him with a smile, and he quickly turned and walked away, as if someone were chasing him from behind. "Brother Ahi, you're really something," Xiaomai exclaimed enviously. "Such things will become more common in the future, and you'll have to get used to it," Qian said as she patted Xiaomai's head. Shan couldn't help but chuckle. "You act like a big shot, but you should grow a bit taller first." Qian shrugged, thinking that while one can plan, success still depends on fate. Getting taller wasn't something that could be forced. Perhaps in a good mood that day, Qian did something unusual. She had a dream when she went to sleep after her late-night practice. In the dream, she stood on the elevated platform of the training ground, and everyone was addressing her as leader. Cheng Lisu ran over, smiling, and said, "Big brother He, you're joining the 9-banner battalion." Really? She was delighted in the dream. Then, she heard a voice. "He Rufei." She turned around and saw it was Xiao Jue, gazing at her coldly, his words tinged with sarcasm. "Are you really Qian, or are you He Rufei?" When she heard the name He Rufei, she suddenly woke up from the dream, sitting up and wiping sweat from her forehead. Outside, it was already getting light, and Shan was pushing open the window. Seeing her wiping sweat, he casually said, "These days have been scorching hot. It's probably going to rain soon. After a few rainstorms, the weather will cool down. Darn it, I don't want to spend another summer in the Liangzhou garrison. I've sweated off a layer of skin." Qian smiled and still felt a bit unsettled. Seeing her expression, Xiaomai wondered, "Brother Ahi, your complexion doesn't look so good. Are you feeling unwell due to the heat? Want some herbal tea?" "No need, it's just the heat." Qian got off the bed and put on her shoes. "I'll go out for a run and work up a sweat." After the morning's intense weight-bearing run, they continued their training at the training ground. Today, it was blade techniques. As she practiced, a group of people approached and stopped in front of Qian. Qian put down the blade in her hand. "Are you going to honor your words from yesterday?" the leader of the group asked in a deep voice. He was a bald man with fierce brows and leopard-like eyes. He wore a string of Buddhist prayer beads around his neck, and they glowed with a dark sheen, each bead about the size of a fingertip. He held a large blade with a golden back in both hands. He appeared much older than Qian, perhaps beyond his prime, maybe even at the end of his life. However, he showed no signs of slackening or weariness, as if he were a tightly wounded bear. "I'm Huang Xiong," the bald man said with a gruff voice. "I want to spar with you in blade techniques." The new recruits around them immediately became excited. Their ears perked up as they eavesdropped on their conversation. "Ah, someone's here already. I told you, with the tens of thousands of us in the Liangzhou garrison, how could we not find someone to teach this kid a lesson in humility?" "Exactly. Let's put an end to his arrogance and avenge our dry biscuits. I think Qian won't be so arrogant this time. Look at the blade in Huang Xiong's hand. It's no ordinary weapon. He's probably been a wandering warrior before." Qian also noticed the blade in Huang Xiong's hand. The blade was crimson, the back of the blade was thick, the edge was sharp, the tip was flat, and it had a slight curve. This kind of blade was very heavy, and an ordinary person would find it difficult to wield, but in the hands of someone like Huang Xiong, it had a fitting air of might. "You have a good blade," Qian praised. At her words, Huang Xiong's gaze softened slightly, and he said, "It's been my old friend for 30 years. Qian was amazed in her heart, and couldn't help but think of her Qinglang sword. Now that she was a new recruit again, and with the hasty departure, she didn't bring her own sword to Liangzhou like Huang Xiong did. Without a familiar weapon, she actually felt quite uncomfortable. At this moment, she couldn't help but envy Huang Xiong. Seeing that Qian didn't respond for a while, Huang Xiong frowned and said, "Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't refuse any challengers? Are you hesitating now?" Qian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Of course not. I always do what I say. I'm ready now." Facing the gaze of the crowd, she calmly walked up to the elevated platform of the training ground. Below the platform, Liang Ping watched Qian's movements with a numb expression. Du Mao leaned against a tree and said with a grin, "The person under your command, Qian, sure knows how to stir up trouble." Liang Ping wanted to go up and give him a couple of slaps. If it weren't for Du Mao's meddling yesterday, suggesting that Jiang Jiao should have a match with Qian, Qian wouldn't have gone up the training platform at all, and there wouldn't have been all this fuss today. Now that even Instructor Shan had tacitly approved of this, Liang Ping couldn't stop it. He could only silently hope that Qian would have good luck today and pass through this safely. Cheng Lisu was in Xiao Jue's room, idly doodling on a small table. His uncle was busy reading a document that had arrived from the capital, and he had no idea what it was, but he had been reading it all morning. Cheng Lisu was feeling a bit bored. He was contemplating whether to go out and see what was happening at the training ground for some entertainment. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Xiao Jue said, "Come in." It was Shan Han who entered. Shan Han walked over to Xiao Jue and whispered a few words. Cheng Lisu, while his uncle's back was turned, made an exaggerated attempt to eavesdrop, catching a few words. Qian, Huang Xiong, blade duel, training ground. For the first time, Cheng Lisu's usually uncooperative brain worked well, and after a moment, he understood what was going on. Someone wanted to have a blade duel with Qian, and it was happening now at the training ground. His excitement surged. His big brother's words yesterday had already brought a challenger today. He wanted to go watch. Cheng Lisu secretly put down the pen and paper in his hand, and, while Xiao Jue's back was turned, gave Shan Han a signal with his eyes. He was about to sneak out when Xiao Jue said, "Cheng Lisu." Cheng Lisu's silence. He gave a sheepish smile and thought, why does his uncle always seem to have an extra pair of eyes? How does he always catch him whenever he's up to something? With a somewhat resigned expression, Cheng Lisu tiptoed over to Xiao Jue and nervously said, "Uncle, I just want to take a look. My big brother is having a blade duel with someone. How can I not watch? It's about camaraderie. I'll come back to practice calligraphy right after. I promise it won't be a delay." Xiao Jue raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Did I ever say you couldn't go?" Cheng Lisu suddenly brightened. "So you're letting me go? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I'm off then." He turned to leave, but Xiao Jue said, "Hold on." Cheng Lisu looked at him with suspicion. Xiao Jue stood up and walked out with Shan Han. "I'm going too." Cheng Lisu's eyes widened. "Isn't your big brother planning to join the 9-banner battalion?" Xiao Jue's lips curled into a slight smile. "I also want to see how he plans to join the 9-banner battalion." Chapter 60. On the elevated platform by the training ground, Qian was deep in thought. She hadn't used blades much in the past, finding them somewhat inconvenient. Most of the blades on the weapon rack were either willow leaf blades or large ring blades, neither of which suited her. After careful consideration, she reached for a small blade from the bottom layer. The new recruits who were watching her were taken aback by her choice. Someone who didn't understand asked, "Why is this blade so small? It's not even as long as a person's arm." Jiang Jiao, with his extensive knowledge, explained, "This is a Mandarin duck blade, and it's not just one, but a pair." Indeed, the Mandarin duck blades were not large. They were just the length of a person's forearm. 2 blades were held together in a single sheath, allowing them to be concealed in a sleeve or boot. The blades had wide, thick edges, with only a few inches of sharpened edge near the tip, making them suitable for reverse strikes and blocking. Qian slowly withdrew the blades from their sheath, one slightly longer than the other. It seemed that very few people used Mandarin duck blades regularly, as they appeared to be in almost new condition. Impressed, she silently praised the choice. She held the blades, giving them a spin in her hands, and found them quite suitable. Wang Ba had also come closer, and he immediately noticed the Mandarin duck blades in Qian's hands. He stared in surprise and muttered, "He's using Mandarin duck blades?" Equally puzzled was Huang Xiong on the platform. Seeing Qian carefully selecting and testing the blades, his gaze had changed as he asked, "Dual blades?" Qian nodded. "Dual blades. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you would also be proficient in dual blades," Huang Xiong remarked. "You truly have an all-encompassing knowledge." Qian humbly replied, "It's all due to circumstances." Among the crowd below, the conversation didn't sit well with some. Du Mao nudged Liang Ping and said, "What kind of family background does Qian come from? How can he be proficient in every type of martial art due to circumstances? Was he abducted and forced to perform on the streets since childhood?" "Who should I ask if you're asking me?" Liang Ping retorted irritably. Even the Mandarin duck blades could be wielded skillfully by her. Which respectable individual would use Mandarin duck knives? These were often used by the outlaws of the Greenwood. Who exactly was this person? Without further words, Huang Xiong slowly unsheathed his long blade and nodded slightly towards Qian. Say, please, little brother, enlighten me. Qian thought to herself, why does he call me little brother? Even though she grew up to 19 years old in her previous life, she should be calling Huang Xiong uncle. Now that Cheng Lisu calls her big brother, if she follows Cheng Lisu's lead, she should be addressing Xiao Jue as uncle. But now she's calling Xiao Jue uncle and addressing Huang Xiong as big brother? Huang Xiong was old enough to be Xiao Jue's father and still be a generation older than him. Thinking about this, Qian heard a cry of, be careful, brother Ahi, from below, but by then, Huang Xiong was already charging towards her with his blade in hand. He swung his heavy golden-backed blade with formidable force, his movements swift and powerful. He positioned the blade diagonally to the left, shifted his right foot slightly, turned, and lunged toward Qian with a downward slash. Startled, Qian quickly crouched and lowered herself to evade the attack. She used the back of her blade to deflect Huang Xiong's blade, and with the Yuan blade leading and the Yang blade following, she closed in on Huang Xiong. With tremendous strength, Huang Xiong deflected Qian's blade with a heavy swing. Meanwhile, Qian had already aimed her blade at him and threw it. Huang Xiong tilted his head to avoid the flying blade, and Qian quickly flipped and tilted her head back, catching the thrown blade in her hand. The two stepped back a few paces, each eyeing the other intensely. Huang Xiong was no Jiang Jiao. After all, Jiang Jiao was still young. Huang Xiong had been wielding his blade for 30 years, forming an excellent understanding between him and his blade. Having fought against Qian earlier, he knew that this young man was no ordinary opponent. With a need for swift resolution, Qian calculated her next move. Huang Xiong was equally overwhelmed, having encountered countless opponents over the years, both skilled and unskilled. However, this young man was so young. His fluid and seamless moves during the disarming and recapturing of the blades. How did he do that? Did he start training with blades when he was 3? Qian wondered, since Huang Xiong was robust but lacking in dexterity, she could find an opportunity to defeat him by focusing on speed. With a determined look in her eyes, Qian shouted, continue, and advanced towards Huang Xiong. Huang Xiong held the blade in his right hand, stepped diagonally with his left foot, and thrust the single-edged blade straight towards Qian. Qian's Mandarin duck blades clashed with Huang Xiong's attack. Despite her seemingly petite figure, her strength was not to be underestimated. The two blades locked together, but Qian had another trick up her sleeve. One blade traced an arc, while she bent her elbow and lifted the blades back over her head, slashing towards Huang Xiong. Unable to dodge in time, Huang Xiong had a corner of his clothing cut off. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd in the training ground. From that moment, everyone realized that Qian's movements had become swifter. Her footwork was incredibly agile. One blade entangled with Huang Xiong's heavy golden-backed blade, while the other moved like a snake, ready to strike. Although Huang Xiong hadn't been struck by her attacks, he found himself unable to exploit any weaknesses. While his single blade was fierce, her dual blades showcased finesse, using softness to overcome his strength. You just asked me for instruction, and I remembered that we have a mnemonic verse for dual blades. She unexpectedly took the time to speak. Let me recite it for you. Huang Xiong momentarily froze, and she immediately took advantage of the opening to throw one of her blades. North wind born in June, twin arms born, yet left and right are as one. She held a long blade in each hand, her posture confident. Both arms intertwining before my eyes, a lone sword found in Yuyang region. The long blades danced in intricate patterns, making it hard to discern the youth's expression. Only his amused laughter was audible. With a single hand, agility like lightning, only by breaking formations can you enter the gate. Step by step, she pressed forward, remaining unfazed. Only then will you truly understand the complete blade method, by using both the left and the right. She swept one blade towards Huang Xiong's neck, narrowly missing him. Now using the right knife with sword technique, when one receives an attack, switch to the left. One left, one right. She wielded them with skill and ease. She felt as though the knife was an extension of her hand, and her hand was like a blade's edge. In the training ground, she recited and danced, her swift movements contrasting with her measured voice. The clash of blades resonated, producing a ringing sound that seemed to grip everyone's hearts. When Cheng Lisu and his companions approached, this was the scene they witnessed. "Uncle, look, I told you my big brother is bound to win," he exclaimed excitedly. His shout caught the attention of those nearby. Someone recognized Xiao Jue and exclaimed with excitement, "It's Commander Xiao, Commander Xiao. General Fengyan has come to the training ground." General Fengyan? Upon hearing this, the new recruit's attention was drawn to the group. The commotion reached the training ground, and Yan's ears perked up. "Xiao Jue." She turned her head and saw, not far from the training platform, standing beside Shun Han and Cheng Lisu, was indeed Xiao Jue. The young man was dressed in a dark blue robe with crane patterns, exuding a refined air. His features were as exquisite as a painting, a stark contrast to the surrounding new recruits. While the training ground exuded ruggedness, he radiated an air of sophistication. Although he was far away, Qian couldn't discern his expression. He likely wore the calm and distant demeanor of a high mountain flower. Qian's thought. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jue had personally come to watch her competition. Did this imply that the spectacle of her challenging someone on the spot yesterday had finally reached the right ears? Had Xiao Jue realized that she was an extraordinary talent? "Be careful, big brother." Lost in thought, Qian heard Cheng Lisu's cry. She lifted her head, just in time to see Huang Xiong's blade closing in. Chapter 61. The gleaming edge of the blade was almost within reach, seemingly emanating a faint hint of bloodlust. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the spectators below, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps. Liang Ping couldn't help but blurt out, "Be careful." Blade combat was different from spear combat. Spear duels were dangerous enough compared to archery contests, but blade combat was even riskier. One wrong move could lead to bloodshed, and considering Huang Xiong's immense strength, any loss of control could result in a disaster. Liang Ping's thought, this lad, who was usually so carefree, how could he let his guard down at a moment like this? Distractions during blade combat were a grave mistake. Seizing the opportune moment, Huang Xiong launched his attack, his blade sweeping diagonally. Qian swiftly evaded, avoiding the menacing strike. Just as Huang Xiong's blade seemed poised to point at her throat, Qian suddenly lifted her head, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Huang Xiong's thought, "Oh no." He was about to pull back, but in the next instant, Qian's left-hand blade had already come into contact with his long blade, while her right-hand blade had managed to circle behind him. Flustered, Huang Xiong bent backward to avoid the strike, only to find the young lad's smile had grown wider. In the blink of an eye, both of Qian's blades were back in her hands. The twin blades, Yuan and Yang, converged into one, aimed directly at Huang Xiong's head. He attempted to raise his hand to block, but he was a step too late. The blade halted just before his forehead, leaving a fine cut that oozed a trickle of blood due to the force of its passage. The entire arena fell silent. After a moment, Qian sheathed her blades and handed him a crumpled piece of cloth. "Thank you for your concession." Huang Xiong looked at the cloth in her hand, not taking it, and asked, "Just now, you didn't lose focus. You were pretending. All's fair in war." Qian grinned. "What do you think?" After so many years of experience, Qian understood that she couldn't afford to let her guard down at any time, especially during a contest. Even if the emperor himself were present, she wouldn't waver. However, Huang Xiong's blade skills were truly exceptional, and she wasn't skilled with blades herself. Without using some tricks, how could she have won so effortlessly? She deliberately created a diversion to lure Huang Xiong in, like a praying mantis ambushing a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Qian's thought, "Speaking of which, I am quite clever." Xiao Jue probably wouldn't have expected that the fool he once described has become adept at using strategy and cunning. She looked down at the crowd with pride, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xiao Jue looking at her with admiring eyes. But to her surprise, there was no sign of Xiao Jue. Even Shun Han was gone, leaving only Cheng Lisu excitedly waving at her with his hairband. Qian's thought, did he just leave like that? Did he even notice my graceful display? Before she could process this, a crowd had gathered around her, the excitement palpable. Her display today had left an indelible mark on the minds of half of the new recruits of the Liangzhou garrison. Her mastery of archery, spear techniques, and blade combat had set her apart. Yet, there were also those who disapproved of her arrogance, claiming, relying on tricks and deceit isn't the right path. If you have the skills, fight fair and square. Using deception only shows that you're not confident in your abilities. That just means she's smart, someone retorted. Wang Ba mingled among the new recruits as he left, his feelings a complex jumble. On one hand, he hoped Qian would keep winning, showcasing herself as a true powerhouse. Losing to a strong opponent would be acceptable. After all, there was no one in the Liangzhou garrison who could defeat him. But on the other hand, Wang Ba couldn't help but feel discontented. Why did so many people have to lose to Qian, yet only he had to call her boss? Why? However, after a moment's reflection, Wang Ba realized that Huang Xiong was already in his 40s. Losing to a 16-year-old youth seemed somewhat more pitiable than himself. With this thought, Wang Ba felt somewhat relieved and let out a sigh of relief. Beneath the trees in the forest at the foot of White Moon Mountain, two figures strolled leisurely. The lush foliage in the woods shielded them from the sun, creating a sense of coolness and tranquility. The chirping of birds filled the air, and the scenery was simply exquisite, a testament to the beauty of White Moon Mountain. You've just watched the martial arts competition on the platform, Xiao Jue spoke. What do you think? Shan pondered for a moment, carefully considering his words before responding. Liang Ping has recruited a good soldier this time, and Qian is a promising talent. To excel in archery, spear techniques, and blade combat to this extent is truly remarkable. It's not easy to be skilled in each aspect. Among the new recruits of the Liangzhou garrison, you won't find a second person like him. How about his blade skills? Xiao Jue inquired further. From the looks of it, Qian's blade skills might not be as refined as Huang Xiong's, but he compensates with agile footwork and quick thinking. He's adaptable and employs cunning strategies, Shan replied. Qian's weaknesses were quite evident. If this contest had continued for another moment, she would have inevitably fallen behind. She was probably aware of this fact herself, so she pretended to be distracted, enticing Huang Xiong to act recklessly, which ultimately led to his defeat. Do you think he would be a good fit for the 9-banner battalion? Xiao Jue asked absent-mindedly. This young lad is not only resourceful and courageous, but he's also skilled in archery and horsemanship, and his martial prowess is exceptional. I've heard he can even read. If we were to select from these new recruits, he would be an excellent choice. Shan cautiously expressed his opinion. You also share the same view. Xiao Jue turned around, his tone noncommittal. Observing the youth's expression, Shan glanced at the young commander of the Xiao family. Xiao Jue had always been composed and never showed his emotions on his face. At this moment, his demeanor was calm, making it hard to read his thoughts. However, Shan sensed that he might not entirely agree with his assessment. Commander, do you have any concerns about him? There's something off about him, Xiao Jue said. Shan was taken aback. During the blade duel just now, Qian's technique might not have been as polished as Huang Xiong's, but the footwork he employed was that of the assault battalion. When the assault battalion went into battle, they would be at the forefront, often risking their lives, so their footwork had to be incredibly agile. While Qian's blade skills might not have matched Huang Xiong's, he managed to evade every one of Huang Xiong's strikes. Xiao Jue recognized the instinctual backward dodging as a technique learned from the assault battalion. He guessed that Qian had likely realized this as well and intentionally altered his technique to avoid detection. However, such subconscious actions were not always easy to suppress. This, Shan said. How is that possible? He's only 16. Could he have already been on the battlefield before? It's precisely because it's impossible that there's an issue with him, Xiao Jue stated. Given the current tense situation, Shan also needed to exercise caution. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Commander, what should we do now? I want to test this person, Xiao Jue answered. How do you intend to test him, Commander? Didn't he set up a challenge on the martial arts stage, winning every day? Tomorrow, you pick 3 instructors to compete with him in mounted archery. Shan was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? If Qian wins, how will the new recruits view their instructors? They won't even measure up to a soldier. Xiao Jue halted his steps and said calmly, "If he wins, then he definitely has a problem. There's no such thing as a genius like that in the world. Even if there were, they wouldn't appear in the Liangzhou garrison." Chapter 62. On this day, late into the night, new recruits who had come to befriend Qian gathered around her, asking for her guidance in blade techniques. She spent hours teaching them until the middle of the night before finally finding time to rest. Due to the lateness of the hour, she decided not to go to the training ground for practice during the night. Xiao Mai lay beside her, one hand propped under his head, his eyes shining as he spoke. "Brother Ahi, you were so impressive today." "You know," Qian pondered for a moment, "when I was dueling with Uncle Huang earlier, did Commander Xiao really leave before it was over?" She had been thinking about Xiao Jue's actions during the daytime. With her remarkable blade technique, he had left before the match was finished? Did he think her blade technique was too ordinary to be worth his attention? Xiao Mai hadn't expected Qian to ask about this, and he struggled to recall the details before answering. "Commander Xiao was here for a while, and then left, but we were so focused on the match at the end that we were all watching you. We didn't notice when Commander Xiao left. I think he might have watched the whole thing." Qian sighed and turned over. "Brother Ahi, do you really want Commander Xiao to see it?" Xiao Mai asked. "Of course I do. I've trained in both martial and literary arts to sell myself to a royal family. I need to prove myself first, but if he didn't even watch, how will he know I'm the best in the Liangzhou garrison?" From another corner, Hong Shan's leisurely voice came. "Your reputation as the best in the Liangzhou garrison has already spread far and wide. Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities for people to challenge you, and for Commander Xiao to take notice." Qian's thought. That is reassuring. She closed her eyes. Hong Shan's prediction was accurate. Early the next morning, right after completing a grueling run with heavy weights, and before she even had a chance to go to the training ground for archery practice, Liang Ping approached her. "Come with me." Confused, Qian followed along and arrived at the long pathway behind the training ground, where two more individuals were leading 3 horses. He recognized their faces. Both were instructors from the Liangzhou garrison. One was named Du Mao, who often spoke to Liang Ping. The other was a short, elderly man with graying hair named Ma Damei. "Instructor Liang, what's going on?" Qian was puzzled. Could it be that she had shown such exceptional skill that they wanted her to be an instructor as well? But how could a new recruit become an instructor? Promotions didn't work that way, and she certainly didn't want to be an instructor in the Liangzhou garrison. Liang Ping's words put her worries to rest. "We heard you say on the training ground the other day that you're willing to take on any challenge from the Liangzhou garrison and win every time," Liang Ping explained. Although she didn't quite understand what he meant, Qian nodded in agreement. "That's right. Today, the 3 of us will challenge you in mounted archery." Du Mao stepped forward, handing Qian the reins of a horse. "Let's begin now." Qian was taken aback. "You guys want to challenge me?" She had set up a challenge platform to make a name for herself among the new recruits. She had never considered the instructors. What was the deal with these instructors? They weren't young guys. Why were they so eager to compete with her? Could there be some sort of hidden agenda? Her guarded gaze shifted between the men. Her eyes settled on the elderly man, Ma Damei, who smiled and said, "What's the matter? Young man, are you afraid to compete against us instructors? I thought you were courageous. Is this where your courage falters?" Ma Damei's smiling face was creased with wrinkles, but it wasn't unpleasant. It gave him a kind and amiable appearance. However, Qian knew that this person wasn't as gentle as his appearance suggested. The words he spoke were all meant to provoke. Yet, now that the challenge had been put forth so directly, if she refused, she might earn a reputation for being timid and fearful. Considering that Xiao Jue was someone who couldn't tolerate any shortcomings, he probably wouldn't allow her to join the 9-banner battalion. With this in mind, Qian let out a hearty laugh. "How could I? I'm just worried about embarrassing myself in front of the esteemed instructors." I hesitated a bit. "Since you're willing to give me guidance, how could I refuse? Let's compare our skills, one challenge at a time." Liang Ping, Du Mao, and Ma Damei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. All right. Qian had become a celebrity in the Liangzhou garrison. Any slight movement or action of hers became widely known. When news spread that the 3 instructors were challenging Qian to a mounted archery competition, all the new recruits went wild with excitement. They wanted to watch, but their own instructors stopped them, allowing only training on the training ground. This was naturally arranged by Shan. Although Xiao Jue only said he wanted to test Qian, he couldn't risk using the reputation of all the instructors in the Liangzhou Guard for the test. It was not about fearing a single outcome, but rather the possibility of what could happen. If Qian were to win, it would be uncertain whether these new recruits would respect Qian or their own instructors in the future. It was hard to predict, so it was better to keep this competition hidden. The new recruits couldn't gather around to watch the spectacle, and even Cheng Lisu, who wasn't a new recruit, wasn't allowed either. He was confined to his room in the Liangzhou Guard, with guards stationed outside to prevent him from leaving. He didn't know about the mounted archery competition Qian was about to participate in. Suddenly being locked away, he pounded on the door and asked, "What's happening? Is there a rebellion in the Liangzhou garrison? Why won't you let me out, uncle? Why are you keeping me locked up?" A dispassionate voice from outside replied, "Young master, the commander said you can only leave after copying the selections of the Xiaoming text 3 times. I swear you want me dead. Why don't you just kill me?" Cheng Lisu plopped down at the table, grumbling. He couldn't finish copying it even in a month. Outside, Shan and Xiao Jue were making their way out. Shan glanced back and said, "Young Master Cheng seems to have quite an affinity for Qian. If Qian does indeed have ulterior motives, could it be possible that she approached young Master Cheng for a different purpose?" "It's highly likely," Xiao Jue replied. Cheng Lisu was the one who told her about the 9-banner battalion. Shan fell silent for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, then it's truly problematic. To think that individuals with hidden agendas had infiltrated the ranks of the new recruits in the Liangzhou garrison. Qian was one, but she likely wasn't the only one. If there were others, the situation could become very dire. Even worse, they would be clueless about it. If Xiao Jue hadn't been present this time and hadn't noticed the difference in Qian's movements, the entire Liangzhou garrison could have fallen into the hands of others." As they spoke, they had arrived at the edge of the training ground. There stood Qian and the 3 instructors, each holding onto a horse, lined up at the end of the track. It started with Liang Ping, followed by Du Mao, then Ma Damei, and finally Qian. They all mounted their horses. Qian stood on the farthest side, and her horse was the smallest. This was probably done to accommodate her smaller stature. She gracefully mounted the horse, handling the reins with ease. With a quiver slung over her back and a longbow in hand, she exuded a commanding presence. She appeared nothing like the frail young boy she usually seemed to be. He didn't even have equestrian attire. The sunlight reflected off his scarlet battle armor, adding a special air of heroism to his delicate features. Meanwhile, Qian smiled, her lips curving slightly. Her appearance on horseback, a symbol of valor, brought to mind the dazzling figure of a young general. Shan secretly glanced at Xiao Jue by his side. The latter seemed disinterested and indifferent, lost in thought. Shan knew that, for a brief moment, the Qian they had just seen bore a resemblance to him. Chapter 63. Instructor Liang, you haven't told me yet. How is archery compared in this riding contest? Qian looked at Liang Ping by her side. Is it about who has more prey, or who reaches the end of the horse track first? Liang Ping hadn't spoken yet when Ma Damei spoke up first, smiling. Young sir, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, run a lap from here. This is the starting point and also the end point. There's a grass target at the bend ahead of the horse track. The 4 of us have different feathered arrows. When we reach the bend, we'll shoot arrows. The one who shoots the arrow and returns here first wins. After hearing this, Qian nodded and said, "Okay." Liang Ping couldn't help but give her a glance. The most common phrase this young person used was "okay." Whether facing Wang Ba, Jiang Jiao, or Huang Xiong, and now in front of these instructors, it was still okay. He wondered when he might hear the word "not okay." Let's begin then. Du Mao tugged on the reins, and someone behind him blew a horn. The 4 horses shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring, covering a distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a trail of dust. The horse Qian was riding was much more well-behaved than the one he Sui had gotten in the capital city's training ground. It should have been specially trained. With just a slight command from her, the horse understood. She also noticed that among the other 3, while Liang Ping and Du Mao were skilled in horsemanship, They couldn't compare to the seemingly unremarkable Ma Damii. Ma Damii's horsemanship was on par with her own, perhaps even superior, though he hadn't fully demonstrated it. As she observed these three, the others were also watching her. When Du Mao glanced over, he nearly popped his eyes out. Qian wasn't even using a riding crop. She had the riding crop slung diagonally across her arm as she directed the horse to run, lightly patting its flank with her hand. This wasn't a leisurely ride like a city nobleman enjoying the countryside. What was he up to? What surprised him even more was how casual she was about it. Yet she still managed to keep pace with the instructors, even mustering a smile in their direction. Du Mao quickly averted his gaze. The swift horses raced like meteors, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the bend. Qian reached for the quiver on her back, drew out several feathered arrows, and was about to shoot them at the grass targets on either side. The targets were smaller than those at the training grounds, only about the size of a palm. They weren't very noticeable, and hitting them with a bow and arrow wasn't easy. It required keen eyesight and precise movements. Just as Qian was about to release her arrows, Liang Ping and Du Mao exchanged a glance, one in front and one behind. They suddenly exerted force, squeezing their horses toward Qian and causing her horse to veer off to the side, preventing her from shooting her arrows. Startled, Qian was jostled a few times and hastily pulled the reins to steady herself. She looked at Liang Ping and Du Mao, and both of them were casually shooting their arrows as if nothing had happened. Du Mao even called out to her, "Qian, be careful not to fall off." It was as if they weren't the ones who had just disturbed her. Qian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, on the competition field, she never understood the concept of forgiveness. How could she let this disruption slide? Liang Ping and Du Mao's arrows had already been released when a sudden green arrow shot out from an angle, striking their arrows in midair with a resounding clang and changing their trajectory, causing them to fall to the ground. Both of them turned their gaze toward Qian. She shrugged and said, "Instructors, it seems like your archery skills are a bit lacking." Liang Ping's silence. This young person was really one to bear a grudge, not sparing them with her words. Her arrogance knew no bounds. Qian was about to restring her bow, but before she could draw the arrow, her body was jolted again. The old man, Ma Damii, had caught up from behind and chuckled, "Young sir, take your time. No need to rush." Qian couldn't draw the bow. Every time she made a move, the three of them would come from behind, from the front, from the sides, casually brushing against her, making the horses startle repeatedly. She couldn't aim properly. After a few more attempts, Qian realized that the three instructors were deliberately working against her. Though she didn't understand why, it was probably part of the contest. They wanted to prevent her from shooting arrows, and even if she reached the end of the horse track first, it wouldn't count as a win. Outnumbered and unable to contend, and considering this was an archery competition, she couldn't exactly fight these instructors. But to leave it at this was not something Qian could accept. Qian's gaze shifted slightly as she murmured, "Trying to scheme against me? No way." Suddenly, she raised her arm, and the riding crop wrapped around it unfurled in response, landing in the wind and emitting a crisp sound. "What is she doing?" Du Mao frowned. From start to finish, Qian hadn't used a riding crop. She had effortlessly controlled the horse without it, which was indeed rare. But now, seeing Qian do this, was she losing her grip and resorting to using the riding crop? As he was thinking this, Qian suddenly looked up and smiled at him. A sense of unease surged within Du Mao, and in the next moment, the riding crop was flying toward him. Startled, he instinctively moved to avoid it, a mixture of surprise and anger welling up inside him. How dare Qian attack him? He shifted his body, inadvertently revealing the quiver at his back. The riding crop didn't land on Du Mao. Instead, it wound around the quiver, ensnaring one of the feathered arrows inside. Qian gave a pull and a flick, causing the riding crop to loosen in midair. As a result, the entire bundle of feathered arrows floated down into the wind. Liang Ping, who had been witnessing the entire scene, was dumbfounded. Before he could react, Qian's crop was already aimed at him. Startled, he hastily maneuvered his horse to evade, but this time, it was Qian who acted. There was no escaping her. With a swift pull and twist, all the arrows from his quiver were flung to the ground. Qian, Du Mao's face turned an ironclad hue of anger. I see that none of the instructors want me to shoot arrows, Qian said as if she hadn't noticed his displeasure, smiling brightly. But I don't want to lose either. There's no choice. Let's forget about shooting arrows. How about we determine the winner by who runs the fastest? Ha! Laughter erupted from behind, courtesy of Ma Damii. He showed no hint of nervousness or irritation. Rather, he seemed quite amused. You're quite clever, young fellow. I wonder if you can catch this arrow of mine. Qian gave a faint smile. How could I? I don't plan on catching your arrow. Ma Damii's horsemanship was exceptional, making it difficult for her to outmaneuver him to grab his arrow. However, it didn't matter. Once they passed this bend, there would be no targets to shoot at, forcing him to compete solely on speed with her to reach the finish line first. She and Ma Damii raced side by side. When she shot arrows, Ma Damii would shoot to block. When Ma Damii shot arrows, Qian would shoot to intercept. They left Liang Ping and Du Mao trailing behind, neither one outpacing the other. In this deadlock, they managed to navigate the final bend. None of them hit the target, so for now, it came down to who could reach the finish line first. Ma Damii glanced at Qian and chuckled. Young sir, you're quite impressive. With a flick of his riding crop, his horse surged forward suddenly, revealing that he hadn't been using his full effort until now. Qian watched his figure and praised. Indeed, there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. She nudged her horse's flanks and followed suit. Chapter 64. The swift horses raced, their hooves kicking up the wind, as fast as lightning, charging straight towards the finish line. Qian and Ma Damii were evenly matched, and at this rate, it was difficult to say who would reach the finish line first. Liang Ping and Du Mao had already given up. They knew their horsemanship couldn't match the two in front and couldn't keep up. They chose to amble along behind, content in knowing they had fulfilled Instructor Shan's request. Last night, Instructor Shan had called them out and instructed them to compete in horseback archery against Qian. Initially, both Liang Ping and Du Mao had refused. They weren't recruits. Why should they compare themselves to Qian? Yet, Instructor Shan insisted on this arrangement, asking them to make things difficult for Qian during the race and prevent her from winning. Liang Ping felt uncomfortable about this. Having to compete with Qian and not letting her win felt unfair. Comparing instructors to recruits was already a form of bullying, and teaming up against Qian was taking it to another level. Who knew that things wouldn't go as planned? Not only did they fail to trouble Qian, but they also ended up being troubled by her. Fortunately, the recruits didn't witness this. If they had, where would they put their faces? However, among the three of them, Ma Damii was the expert in horsemanship. How did Qian compare to him? In the distance, they could see the red silk flag at the finish line. Qian pulled on the reins, urging her horse forward, and edged ahead of Ma Damii by half a step. She was determined to cross the finish line first. However, just then, Ma Damii shouted, "Young fellow!" Qian instinctively looked towards him. She saw the elderly man standing half upright on his horse, both feet planted firmly on its back. Qian admired his skill, but was surprised to see him smile at her. In the next instant, he flipped himself over, hurtling towards Qian's side. Startled, Qian tried to steer her horse away, but Ma Damii was like a bat with wings, half of his body already hanging over onto Qian's horse. He chided her. "Young sir, you're so young, yet your intentions are not kind. Are you trying to throw me off?" Qian wanted to push him away, but he had firmly grabbed onto the reins. He moved to strike her, aiming to knock her off the horse. Qian's thought, this man is quite confident in himself. He isn't afraid that I might fall and get seriously injured. They exchanged a few moves, each unable to gain an advantage. Ma Damii was also surprised. Among the dozens of instructors of the Liangzhou garrison, each had their own strengths. Some were skilled in archery, some in close combat. His own expertise lay in horseback archery. When Instructor Shan had told him to compete with Qian today, he had thought Shan Han was crazy. But now, looking at this young person named Qian, he realized that he had far surpassed his expectations. His horsemanship was superb, and he was agile and decisive. He knew that the three of them teaming up wouldn't be able to hit the grass target, so he simply knocked away all the other arrows. The moves they were exchanging right now were smooth and well-coordinated, as if they were used to sparring with others in such critical situations. Qian, on the other hand, wasn't as composed. The instructors of the Liangzhou garrison were not mere pushovers. This old man was quite tenacious. With the finish line so close, her goal wasn't to engage with him. She wanted to cross the finish line first. If this continued, even if her horse reached the finish line, both she and the old man would still be on horseback. Who would win then? Truly cunning. She lifted her head and smiled, seemingly undisturbed. Though I'm young, I respect my elders. You, being so much older, are riding with me. If I cause you to fall and something happens, I would be to blame. I should switch horses. As she spoke, she leaned out and grabbed onto the iron ring on the saddle with both hands, leaning to the side of the horse and letting go. Her move was indeed impressive. Ma Damiai's eyes brightened. He saw Yin grab the iron ring with one hand while the other held her riding crop, wrapping it around the empty saddle of his horse nearby. As the two horses came close, Yin released her grip, leaped onto the other horse, grabbed the reins, and flipped herself back into the saddle. Good, 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 Ma Damiai exclaimed 3 times in a row, his admiration for Yin not hidden in the slightest. However, he chuckled. But you think you've won just like that? You're still too inexperienced. Before he could finish speaking, the horse beneath Yin suddenly began to struggle vigorously, refusing to move forward and acting as if it had gone mad right there in place. This is my own horse. It recognizes its master. Young sir, your horsemanship is good, but this horse that has recognized a master cannot be controlled by you. He laughed heartily, as if Yan's actions were playing right into his hands, and he was eagerly anticipating the spectacle. The young man gave a faint smile, his voice calm and without a hint of nervousness. I'll still give it a try. What if I can control it again? With that said, she leaned down, her lips close to the horse's ear, murmuring something. Under her manipulation, the horse gradually calmed down. Ma Damiai was taken aback, hardly believing his eyes. He had seen countless horses and had simple communication with them, but he had never witnessed a horse listen obediently after just a few words from a human. In ancient myths, there were legends of people who could communicate with animals. Could Qian be one of them? Despite his age, he had never believed in such supernatural stories. The young man tugged on the reins, urging the horse forward, and Ma Damiai quickly followed suit. However, in the time he was still in shock, he had already missed the best opportunity. The young man's words still echoed in his ears, carrying a hint of arrogance. Instructor, your chance to win over me ends here. At the end of the horse track, inside a pavilion nestled within the woods, Shan and Xiao Jue sat. The tea in Shan's cup remained untouched, while Xiao Jue had already consumed half of his. The exchange between Yin and Ma Damiai just now had been fully observed by Shan. Shan closed his eyes, a chill creeping over him. Xiao Jue was right. It was inconceivable for a genius like this to appear within the Liangzhou garrison. Topping every aspect, outperforming all their instructors, it wasn't a good sign. It was all too peculiar, almost as if it was deliberately prepared for the Liangzhou garrison. The red silk flag fluttered in the wind as the young man, riding his spirited horse, raced past the finish line. He reined in the horse, and a billowing cloud of dust followed, revealing that Ma Damiai was right behind him. His expression was stern, far from relaxed. The two of them came to a halt, one in front of the other. Qian dismounted first. As she got off her horse, Ma Damiai followed suit. She walked toward him and stopped in front of him. I wasn't intentionally teasing the instructors just now. It was the situation that forced me to act. Instructor, you won't take it too seriously, will you? The young man's expression was somewhat anxious. Ma Damiai paused for a moment, then chuckled. Young sir, you're mistaken. In a competition, everyone naturally uses all means available. A wide smile spread across the young man's face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, thought for a moment, and then said, in that case, I'll acknowledge the concession this time. Acknowledging the concession meant that she had won again. Chapter 65. Liang Ping and Du Mao finally arrived afterwards. The two of them dismounted at the finish line and saw Yin happily drinking water to quench her thirst, while Ma Damiai stood to the side with a thoughtful expression. In this situation, it didn't seem like Ma Damiai had won. The two men had a simultaneous thought. Could it be? Did Ma Damiai really lose to Yin? Liang Ping walked over to Ma Damiai, who didn't wait for him to speak before taking the initiative. I lost. Really lost. Liang Ping was puzzled. How? How did you lose to him? Ma Damii was the best among their instructors in equestrian skills. If Ma Damii couldn't even beat He Yin, wouldn't that mean there was no one in the entire Liangzhou garrison better than He Yin in riding? In that case, what was the point of He Yin learning riding from them? He could just be his own instructor. Could that kid have tricked you? Du Mao asked in a hushed voice. Did you fall for his trick? He was still upset about He Yin using the riding crop to sweep away all his arrows. Just think about it. What kind of thing could a new recruit do? Ma Damii glared at him. I lost because my skills are inferior. Got it. He walked over to He Yin and asked, Youngster, there's something I want to ask you. Are you asking about what I said to your horse just now, so it behaved and listened to me? If you're asking about that, I'm afraid I can't tell you. It's a family secret and can't be shared. He Yin blinked at Ma Damii, then turned to Liang Ping. Instructor Liang, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. I need to go to the training ground. Liang Ping waved his hand dismissively. Fine, out of sight, out of mind. Du Mao watched her back as she walked away, a puzzled look on his face. After running like that, he still has so much energy left, and he's heading to the training ground for more practice. Just what kind of person is he? He's different from you and me, Liang Ping replied without much patience. Sorry for making the commander witness this. Shan felt a bit embarrassed. All of his instructors had been defeated by He Yin. Even though they had used tactics, they couldn't even win when they teamed up. It was a bit hard to explain. It's nothing. You've done well, Xiao Jue said while sipping his tea, his gaze lowered. I didn't intend for you all to compete in archery. It was simply a test, and the person has already been tested. Do you still have doubts about him, Commander? Shan asked. Yes. Is it because He Yin excels too much? If that was the case, it could only be considered suspicion without evidence. It's his final maneuver while controlling the horse just now. It's from the barbarian tribes. Xiao Jue placed his teacup down. Barbarian tribes? Shan stood up in surprise. The barbarian tribes included the Western Chong, the Southern Barbarians, and the present-day Wudo people. The Western Chong rebellion had been quelled by Flying Phoenix General, and Xiao Jue himself had driven out the Southern Barbarians when they invaded. The Wudo people were currently showing signs of unrest, and the relationship between the barbarian tribes and Dawei had always been strained, much like the relations with the present Western Chong and Southern Barbarians, which required constant vigilance. Could she be from one of the barbarian tribes? It's not impossible, Xiao Jue shook his head. Have you brought the military roster? Shan handed over the roster. He Yin's information is here. Since this person is different, we can't alert them. Pay close attention to her every move and proceed cautiously. Commander, are you suggesting? Let out a long line to catch a big fish. We need to identify who's behind this. His response was calm and composed. After Shan left, Xiao Jue flipped through the military roster and paused on He Yan's page for a while. Moments later, he said, Fei Nu. Someone appeared silently from behind, like a shadow. In a hushed voice, they said, Young master. Send someone to investigate whether there's a son named He Yin in the He family, who serves as a city gate military officer in the capital. Fei Nu acknowledged and was about to leave when he was stopped by Xiao Jue. Also, find out if there's any connection between the He family and Su Jingfu in secret. When He Yin returned to the training ground, a crowd of eager onlookers had already gathered. How was it? What's the result? Why aren't the instructors here? Did you win, or did the instructors win? He Yin smiled and only said, It's a secret. Clearly, this answer didn't satisfy everyone's curiosity, but He Yin's lips were sealed tight, and they couldn't get anything out of her. Disappointed, the crowd dispersed, speculating among themselves. It must be that she won, right? He Yin doesn't look like she lost. This was the ones who believed in her. If she won, why wouldn't she just say it openly? Not saying it means she probably lost and doesn't want to lose face. This was the ones who didn't believe in her. You guys won't come to a conclusion by arguing like this. Since He Yin won't tell, just ask the instructors. They know the result. This was a more rational thought. So, when the instructors arrived, everyone swarmed them with questions. The instructors were initially puzzled, but when they heard the questions were about the result of their competition, they all turned to He Yin simultaneously. They thought He Yin was quite considerate, not revealing everything and leaving them some face. The instructors waved their hands. Stop asking. Disperse, disperse. In the end, no one said anything. When Qian laid down on her bed at night, Xiao Mai was still preoccupied with the day's events. He asked Qian, "Big brother Ahi, so what was the final result?" "The result doesn't matter," Qian patted Xiao Mai's head. "The important thing is that I need to go to bed now." She turned over, facing the wall, and positioned the back of her head toward Xiao Mai. Since Xiao Mai couldn't get the answer out of her, he had no choice but to give up. Unable to sleep, Qian kept thinking about what had happened on horseback earlier that day. Regardless, it was extremely odd for the three instructors to suddenly challenge her to a riding competition. If it was an ordinary new recruit, they would surely be overwhelmed by the three of them teaming up. However, they didn't seem to consider whether she could handle such a challenge. It didn't feel like an ordinary sparring. It was more like a test or a confirmation of something. She had subdued Ma Damiai's horse using techniques she had learned from a barbarian captive when she was in the military. That captive had been an expert horse trainer, and his skills had given them quite a bit of trouble back then. After capturing him, the captive, fearing for his life, had shared his tribe's precious horse training techniques with Qian. However, those techniques were extremely intricate, and Qian had only scratched the surface of them. Nonetheless, her knowledge was enough to control ordinary horses. If it hadn't been for this, she wouldn't have been able to beat Ma Damiai. However, if it was truly a test, the only individuals who could command the instructors of the Liangzhou garrison would be the chief instructor or Xiao Jue. If it was Xiao Jue, what was his purpose? Was he trying to select people to transfer to the 9-banner battalion? And was he in a rush to assess whether she had the qualifications and skills? Was it really like this? Qian had a faint feeling that she might have misunderstood something, but she couldn't find any other clues. After thinking for a while, she simply gave up. Since she was here, she should just accept it. In the end, as long as she didn't lose, it was fine. Chapter 66. Qian originally thought that if it was Xiao Jue who had called for Ma Damiai and the others to challenge her in archery, then after the competition, they would have recognized her exceptional skills and there should have been some acknowledgement. However, several days had passed, and life remained as usual. Apart from the occasional new recruits who came to challenge her, nothing else happened. They didn't even provide her with extra rations. Perhaps it was just a coincidence? Qian thought. Maybe the three instructors were bored in the Liangzhou garrison and wanted to test her skills. She decided to put this matter aside for now. After a few rainy days, the heat seemed to have subsided somewhat. Occasionally, when she went for her morning run, there was no direct sunlight, and a cool breeze blew. It wouldn't be long before the summer days in Liangzhou garrison came to an end. Due to the gradually cooler weather, the new recruits were allowed to go up the mountain in recent days. White Moon Mountain was vast, and crossing over the mountain ridge would take at least a day and a night. Therefore, the new recruits were strictly prohibited from crossing the mountain. They were only allowed to go up to the mountaintop. They were divided into groups of 5, and they would patrol the mountain. Shan was puzzled. Why do 5 people need to patrol? If it's really dangerous, is 5 enough? Qian thought to herself, of course not, because you're not actually going on patrol. These new recruits stationed at Liangzhou garrison had been training here for an entire summer by now, and it wouldn't be long before the flag capture event. During the flag capture event, several flags would be planted on the mountaintop. The recruits with better qualifications and outstanding performance would be divided into teams to compete for the flags. Fights between teams were common during the competition. When they descended the mountain, the team with the most flags would be the winner. The victorious team would receive special attention, and they were likely to be chosen for the vanguard camp. Qian's goal was no longer the vanguard camp. Her aim now was the 9-banner battalion. Currently, sending the new recruits up the mountain each day was actually to help them become familiar with the terrain of White Moon Mountain in advance, to remember the locations, so that they wouldn't be unfamiliar with the route during the flag capture event. However, the new recruits were unaware of this, whereas Qian, as someone who had served in the army before, was well aware. During the previous flag capture event in Qian, the area consisted of continuous deserts. With every gust of wind, landmarks disappeared, and sand dunes changed their shapes. The situation during that flag capture event was extremely dangerous. If it hadn't been for an older brother in the team who found a small river, none of them might have made it out of the desert. Flag capture not only tested the individual skills of the new recruits, but also the unity and cooperation within teams. Excelling in just one aspect wouldn't be enough. The test was demanding for everyone. Although the actual flag capture event was still a while away, in a sense, the competition had already begun. Smart people who paid attention during patrols would remember the route, while those who were unaware would simply wander around without paying it any mind, which wouldn't help them during the upcoming flag capture event. Forget him. Brother Ahi, it's your turn to go up the mountain today. Can you hunt a few rabbits with your bow and arrows? Let's secretly roast and eat them. I haven't tasted meat in half a month. Xiaomai licked his lips. I won't take a bow, Qian smiled. Bows are too heavy. I'll take a blade. Most importantly, bows weren't suitable for close combat. If they encountered any real problems, bows wouldn't be very effective. Besides, there would always be someone in the team with a bow, so they could borrow it if needed. Seeing Xiaomai looking disappointed, she reassured him. It's okay. In a few days, we'll be able to go up the mountain together. By then, we can hunt as many rabbits as we want. Xiaomai remained skeptical. Qian couldn't tell him either. During the flag capture event, everyone was on the mountain, except the instructors. It was likely that they would be staying on the mountain overnight, and in such situations, they could eat whatever they wanted. She tightened the belt on her clothes and heard Hong Shan say, Then come down the mountain early. We'll celebrate together tonight. What celebration? Qian was puzzled. Xiaomai said, It's the Qixi festival. Qian. She almost forgot that today was the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the Qixi festival, also known as Chinese Valentine's Day. But what can a bunch of guys do on Qixi festival? Qian chuckled and said, Isn't this supposed to be spent with the girl you like? Do any of you have someone you like? Hong Shan immediately said, Don't underestimate me. There are plenty of girls who like our brother Shan. If brother Shan wants to celebrate Qixi, the girls would definitely be willing. I don't, Xiaomai quickly added. But my brother does. My brother likes big sister Xiaolan from Lord Sun's noodle shop in the east of the city. Sure too. Qian looked at Sure too, whose ears turned red. Xiaomai asked again, Brother Ahi, do you have anyone you like? What kind of girl do you like? Qian casually made up, someone good-looking, intelligent, excellent in skills, wealthy, and by the way, gentle, considerate, lively, and fun. It would be even better if she's talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and if she can cook. After Qian left, Xiaomai continued to chew on Qian's words, muttering, Brother Ahi's requirements for his crush are really high. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hong Shan patted his head. He's describing a princess. Xiaomai, don't learn from him. Xiaomai nodded solemnly. Qian went to the weapon rack in the training ground and took a pair of Mandarin duck blades. Since she defeated Huang Xiong's large golden back blade with these Mandarin duck blades, many people had been practicing with them for a while. However, they weren't as agile with the blades as Qian, and after a few attempts, they found it unsuitable for them and gave up. As a result, almost no one else used the Mandarin duck blades in the training ground. It was almost exclusively Qian's. Today, as she was heading up the mountain, she took these blades for their lightweight and easy handling. If she wanted to catch some fish and roast them on the mountain, these blades would be useful for gutting the fish. After picking up the blades, she walked to the end of the horse path. The other 4 were already prepared. Qian didn't recognize these 4. They weren't under instructor Liang's command. When they saw Qian, one of them smiled and pointed behind her. Go pick a horse quickly, we're ready to go. Qian nodded and went to the stable to pick a horse. Then, the 5 of them set off towards White Moon Mountain. The mountain was densely covered in forests, providing ample shade from the sun. Walking here was much more comfortable than at the foot of the mountain. Rabbits would occasionally dart across their path. Someone suggested, Why don't we hunt a few rabbits? Sure, let's do it. The recruit who had greeted Qian enthusiastically agreed. Who brought bow and arrows? Everyone exchanged glances. Probably because bows and arrows were too heavy and they would be on the mountain for more than half a day. No one wanted to bring them. Consequently, nobody had brought them. Fine, nobody brought them. A scruffy-looking recruit shrugged, his tone somewhat sour. However, his gaze was fixed on Qian. Well, I guess we can only watch. Everyone knew that Qian was exceptionally skilled in archery, and they assumed she would bring them. Qian calmly looked back at him, her expression composed. Qian's thought, Does he think I'm going to hunt rabbits for him? Does he have a swollen head, or what? Chapter 66. Qian originally thought that if it was Xiao Jue who had called for Ma Damii and the others to challenge her in archery, then after the competition, they would have recognized her exceptional skills and there should have been some acknowledgement. However, several days had passed, and life remained as usual. Apart from the occasional new recruits who came to challenge her, nothing else happened. They didn't even provide her with extra rations. Perhaps it was just a coincidence? Qian thought. Maybe the 3 instructors were bored in the Liangzhou garrison and wanted to test her skills. She decided to put this matter aside for now. After a few rainy days, the heat seemed to have subsided somewhat. Occasionally, when she went for her morning run, there was no direct sunlight, and a cool breeze blew. It wouldn't be long before the summer days in Liangzhou garrison came to an end. Due to the gradually cooler weather, the new recruits were allowed to go up the mountain in recent days. White Moon Mountain was vast, and crossing over the mountain ridge would take at least a day and a night. Therefore, the new recruits were strictly prohibited from crossing the mountain. They were only allowed to go up to the mountaintop. They were divided into groups of 5, and they would patrol the mountain. Shan was puzzled. Why do 5 people need to patrol? If it's really dangerous, is 5 enough? Qian thought to herself, of course not, because you're not actually going on patrol. These new recruits stationed at Liangzhou garrison had been training here for an entire summer by now, and it wouldn't be long before the flag capture event. During the flag capture event, several flags would be planted on the mountaintop. The recruits with better qualifications and outstanding performance would be divided into teams to compete for the flags. Fights between teams were common during the competition. When they descended the mountain, the team with the most flags would be the winner. The victorious team would receive special attention, and they were likely to be chosen for the vanguard camp. Qian's goal was no longer the vanguard camp. Her aim now was the 9-banner battalion. Currently, sending the new recruits up the mountain each day was actually to help them become familiar with the terrain of White Moon Mountain in advance, to remember the locations, so that they wouldn't be unfamiliar with the route during the flag capture event. However, the new recruits were unaware of this, whereas Qian, as someone who had served in the army before, was well aware. During the previous flag capture event in Qian, the area consisted of continuous deserts. With every gust of wind, landmarks disappeared, and sand dunes changed their shapes. The situation during that flag capture event was extremely dangerous. If it hadn't been for an older brother in the team who found a small river, none of them might have made it out of the desert. Flag capture not only tested the individual skills of the new recruits, but also the unity and cooperation within teams. Excelling in just one aspect wouldn't be enough. The test was demanding for everyone. Although the actual flag capture event was still a while away, in a sense, the competition had already begun. Smart people who paid attention during patrols would remember the route, while those who were unaware would simply wander around without paying it any mind, which wouldn't help them during the upcoming flag capture event. Forget him. Brother Ahi, it's your turn to go up the mountain today. Can you hunt a few rabbits with your bow and arrows? Let's secretly roast and eat them. I haven't tasted meat in half a month. Xiaomai licked his lips. I won't take a bow, Qian smiled. Bows are too heavy. I'll take a blade. Most importantly, bows weren't suitable for close combat. If they encountered any real problems, bows wouldn't be very effective. Besides, there would always be someone in the team with a bow, so they could borrow it if needed. Seeing Xiaomai looking disappointed, she reassured him. It's okay. In a few days, we'll be able to go up the mountain together. By then, we can hunt as many rabbits as we want. Xiaomai remained skeptical. Qian couldn't tell him either. During the flag capture event, everyone was on the mountain, except the instructors. It was likely that they would be staying on the mountain overnight, and in such situations, they could eat whatever they wanted. She tightened the belt on her clothes and heard Shan say, "Then come down the mountain early. We'll celebrate together tonight." What celebration? Qian was puzzled. Xiaomai said, "It's the Qixi festival." Qian. She almost forgot that today was the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the Qixi festival, also known as Chinese Valentine's Day. But what can a bunch of guys do on Qixi festival? Qian chuckled and said, "Isn't this supposed to be spent with the girl you like? Do any of you have someone you like?" Shan immediately said, "Don't underestimate me. There are plenty of girls who like our brother Shan. If brother Shan wants to celebrate Qixi, the girls would definitely be willing." I don't, Xiaomai quickly added, "but my brother does." My brother likes big sister Xiaolan from Lord Sun's noodle shop in the east of the city. Sure too. Qian looked at Sure too, whose ears turned red. Xiao Mai asked again, Brother Ahi, do you have anyone you like? What kind of girl do you like? Qian casually made up, someone good-looking, intelligent, excellent in skills, wealthy, and by the way, gentle, considerate, lively, and fun. It would be even better if she's talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and if she can cook. After Qian left, Xiao Mai continued to chew on Qian's words, muttering, Brother Ahi's requirements for his crush are really high. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hong Shan patted his head. He's describing a princess. Xiao Mai, don't learn from him. Xiao Mai nodded solemnly. Qian went to the weapon rack in the training ground and took a pair of Mandarin duck blades. Since she defeated Huang Xiong's large golden back blade with these Mandarin duck blades, many people had been practicing with them for a while. However, they weren't as agile with the blades as Qian, and after a few attempts, they found it unsuitable for them and gave up. As a result, almost no one else used the Mandarin duck blades in the training ground. It was almost exclusively Qian's. Today, as she was heading up the mountain, she took these blades for their lightweight and easy handling. If she wanted to catch some fish and roast them on the mountain, these blades would be useful for gutting the fish. After picking up the blades, she walked to the end of the horse path. The other four were already prepared. Qian didn't recognize these four. They weren't under Instructor Liang's command. When they saw Qian, one of them smiled and pointed behind her. Go pick a horse quickly, we're ready to go. Qian nodded and went to the stable to pick a horse. Then, the five of them set off towards White Moon Mountain. The mountain was densely covered in forests, providing ample shade from the sun. Walking here was much more comfortable than at the foot of the mountain. Rabbits would occasionally dart across their path. Someone suggested, why don't we hunt a few rabbits? Sure, let's do it. The recruit who had greeted Qian enthusiastically agreed. Who brought bow and arrows? Everyone exchanged glances. Probably because bows and arrows were too heavy and they would be on the mountain for more than half a day. No one wanted to bring them. Consequently, nobody had brought them. Fine, nobody brought them. A scruffy-looking recruit shrugged, his tone somewhat sour. However, his gaze was fixed on Qian. Well, I guess we can only watch. Everyone knew that Qian was exceptionally skilled in archery, and they assumed she would bring them. Qian calmly looked back at him, her expression composed. Qian's thought, does he think I'm going to hunt rabbits for him? Does he have a swollen head or what? Chapter 67. Rabbits cannot be hunted, and foxes cannot be hunted either. Birds, too, cannot be hunted. With nothing to hunt, all they could do was continue patrolling the mountain. White Moon Mountain's path was rugged, but the scenery was magnificent. Mist rose from the mountain streams, enveloping the area in a serene haze. Verdant hues encircled them, while wisps of cloud and mist lingered, shrouding the peaks. The landscape seemed like a realm of immortality. The astute recruit had brought a few sheets of yellow paper and used charcoal to hastily sketch a few marks on them at various points to remember the route. They also made markings on trees at intervals to prevent getting lost on the descent. Since no one had brought bows and crossbows, the journey proceeded quietly. Starting their journey early in the morning, they reached the summit by midday. They tethered their horses to trees and rested by a stream. After replenishing their energy with dried rations, they would be able to descend the mountain and return to the military camp before sunset. The recruit who had greeted Qian earlier was quite exhausted by the time they reached the summit. He eagerly took out his rations and began munching, grumbling. We've finally made it to the top. I don't think I can walk any farther. Qian washed her hands in the stream and sat down next to a large rock, also taking out her rations. The rations were dry and hard morning cakes. The recruit approached Qian and handed her a small handful of pine nuts, saying, Here. Qian looked surprised. Where did these come from? My mother packed them for me before I came to the Liangzhou garrison. I didn't want to eat them all at once, so I saved some. He smiled and added generously, Try them. Qian picked up a pine nut from his palm, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. Very fragrant. Right. The young man seemed pleased. I'm Shenhong. I know you. Qian, the impressive one from the drill grounds. Nobody can defeat you. Lucky chance and good fortune, Qian replied with a smile. Shenhong looked into the distance and sighed with regret. It's a pity I didn't bring a bow. I didn't know you were coming with us. If I had known, I would have definitely brought one. With your archery skills, we could have hunted a few rabbits and had roasted rabbit. Qian's thought. Could Shenhong and Xiaomai be half-brothers? She asked, what weapon did you bring? Shenhong scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Me? I'm not good at archery, so bringing a bow wouldn't help. My skills with blades and spears are average. I figured I wouldn't be of much use, so I brought. He pulled out a long stick from behind him. This. Qian was rendered speechless. He actually brought a stick, not even an iron-headed one, but a long stick shaved from bamboo. Are there such weapons on the weapons rack in the training ground? Qian was quite skeptical. If Shenhong intended to fight with just a stick, it seemed quite useless. Oh, unless there's a jujube tree around here, he could use the stick to knock down some jujubes. Seemingly sensing Qian's lack of words, Shenhong hurriedly tried to justify himself. Anyway, I won't be getting into any fights with people. Qian nodded. You're right. She and Shenhong were on this side, while the other two were sitting a bit farther away. After finishing their meal, Qian leaned against a tree to rest for a while. Shenhong asked her cautiously, Qian, can I borrow your blade? What's the matter? Do you see that? Shenhong pointed to a lush area near the stream, where long, slender leaves concealed an unknown type of plant. My family runs an apothecary, and this is called book ribbon grass. It resembles a Chinese leek, but isn't. It's useful for refreshing the mind. I'd like to gather some to take back with us. Since we're often here, it might come in handy. However, book ribbon grass is quite tough and not easy to harvest. Those people either carried long blades or spears, so your small blade is more suitable. Using her blade as a sickle, it seems. All right. Qian drew her mandarin duck blades from her waist and handed one to Shenhong. Be careful. Shenhong placed his stick aside, took the blade with delight, and said to Qian, thank you. I'll gather a lot, and then I'll give you a share. Qian originally wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but then she realized Hong Shan could probably use it. Hong Shan had been feeling restless lately, struggling to sleep well. Besides, it was a sincere gesture from Shenhong. Thus, she suppressed the words, no need, and kept them to herself. She leaned against the tree, watching Shenhong bustling about. As she watched, she suddenly heard a noise behind her. Turning around, she saw the astute recruit and the other two untying the horse ropes from the trees. Qian furrowed her brows and asked, are you leaving already? Won't you rest a bit longer? It hasn't been long since we arrived. Considering the time, they had been there for less than half an hour. It was still early, and they had plenty of time to descend the mountain. The astute recruit seemed to harbor some dislike for Qian and responded impatiently. We're not going down the mountain. We're going ahead for a while. Qian glanced ahead. They were already at the summit. Going further would mean crossing over the mountain ridge. She frowned. The instructor said not to cross the ridge. It's just a few more steps, not really crossing it, the astute recruit said. And we're not asking you to come with us. You can stay here, and we'll be back shortly. I think, Qian stood up, it's better to follow the instructor's orders. There might be dangers we're not aware of. Zhang Xian, are you coming or not? Another person had already untied the horse rope, mounted the horse, and urged. The astute recruit, Zhang Xian, looked at Qian and said, if you're afraid of danger, then don't go. Besides, who knows except for us? Just keep it to yourself. Stop worrying and stay here with that fool who's cutting grass. We'll take the lead. With that, he disregarded Qian and mounted his horse, joining the other two as they ventured deeper into the forest. Qian had initially intended to follow them, but realized she couldn't leave Shenhong alone. In a moment of hesitation, the three had already distanced themselves. She sighed and returned to sit beneath the tree. Oh well, they hadn't noticed anything amiss on their way up the mountain. There weren't many people in the mountains, and there weren't any large predators. At most, there were a few badgers and wildcats that would scamper away at the sight of humans. Within the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Shenhong came over from the stream. He held 2 bundles of grass in his hands. The grass truly resembled book ribbons, long and soft. As Qian got closer, she could even smell a faint fragrance. Shenhong found the longest piece and bundled the 2 stacks of book ribbon grass together. He handed one bundle to Qian and said, here, dry these out in the sun when you get back. Put them in a cloth bag and place it under your pillow. You'll sleep soundly. Thank you, Qian replied. No problem. Shan waved his hand, only then realizing that the other few people were missing. He asked in puzzlement, where are they? They went for a walk ahead, Qian shrugged. We'll wait here for them to return. Shan didn't understand, but was about to inquire further when suddenly, from deep within the forest, a cry of distress pierced the air. It was the voice of one of the new recruits who had been with them earlier. Qian was taken aback, her brows furrowing. In the next instant, she untied the horse, mounted it, and rode straight toward the source of the sound. Chapter 68. The source of the sound wasn't far away. Qian hurriedly rode her horse, followed closely by Shan, who shouted while running, Hey, wait for me. Moving further ahead on the mountaintop, crossing over the ridge, the shade made the forest even denser and more humid. The sunlight barely filtered through, making it seem like night, cold and eerie. Qian stopped in front of a thicket of trees. Ahead, Zhang Xian and his companions were visible. Their horses were anxiously pawing the ground, hesitant to move forward. Zhang Xian's face was pale, and the other two were on the verge of tears. For wolves were crouched low around the three men, emitting low howls. As Qian and Shan approached, the wolves turned their fierce gaze towards them. At this time, in this moment, how could there be wolves? Qian found it strange. Looking at Zhang Xian and the others, they appeared disheveled. Qian also noticed that Zhang Xian's blade was missing from his waist. A pack of wolves would attack a lone person, but they wouldn't inexplicably attack the three of them. Qian asked, What did you do? Zhang Xian remained silent with a pale face. The new recruit behind him, with a quivering voice, spoke up. We went ahead and found a burrow. There were sounds coming from inside. We went closer to look and found a den of wolf cubs. You disturbed the wolf cubs? Qian sternly asked. Her sharp tones startled the new recruit, who quickly answered. No, we just wanted to bring them back to raise. But not long after, we saw these wolves. Qian felt like prying open these people's heads to see what they were thinking. Spotting a wolf den indicated that the mother wolf was nearby. They didn't leave and even took away the wolf cubs. Did they really think the mother wolf wouldn't follow their scent? Where are the wolf cubs? Qian inquired. We got scared and quickly returned the wolf cubs to them. But what? A sense of unease suddenly crept into Qian's heart. But one of them fell on a sharp rock. It seems like it died. The person said. Qian was furious. These wolves wouldn't leave now. Why are you yelling? Zhang Xian retorted angrily. Aren't they just a few wolves? We can kill them. Are you saying a few beasts can kill us humans? Qian sneered. Is that so? Then where's your blade? Zhang Xian's expression grew uglier. After he dropped the wolf cub to its death, he had faced off against this pack of wolves with his blade. But these cunning wolves took advantage of his nervousness, and he almost got injured, eventually losing his blade. If not for that, they wouldn't be in this dire situation now. Stop the useless talk. We either die together or find a way out. He forced out a few words from between his teeth. Just as he spoke, Shan arrived on horseback. Seeing the scene, he was taken aback and his voice trembled. So many wolves. How can there be so many wolves? The wolves were now crouched low, baring their fangs. The attack was imminent. If they had a fire starter, it would be better since wolves feared fire. But they were out in broad daylight without one. Just as this crossed their minds, the four wolves lunged at the three people huddled together. The three of them screamed in panic. One of them had his leg bitten and nearly fell off his horse. Shan was on the verge of tears. Help us. Calling for help now is useless. There's no one else here. Qian made a decisive move, charging in on horseback. Her charge broke the encirclement the wolves had formed. Several wolves turned their attention to her and charged. Qian urged, Where are your spears? Take them out and use them. Okay. The two new recruits snapped out of their daze and finally remembered their spears. They clumsily brandished them, clearly lacking skill. Qian's heart sank. Counting on these people was impossible. Qian wanted to draw her own blade, but she realized that Shan had borrowed it earlier. She only had a makeshift bamboo pole now. She shouted, Shan, throw my blade over. Shan complied, tremblingly unsheathed the blade and threw it, but he was too nervous and fumbled the throw. The long blade fell in midair, leaving only a short blade hanging in its sheath, which Qian caught midair. The wolves were still circling, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Qian said, "When I tell you to run, turn around and run without looking back. Head downhill, all the way to camp, and inform the instructors." "Got it," Shan asked. "And you?" "I have a way to shake them off." "Qian, how can we run? We're surrounded. They'll bite the horse's legs. If the horse's legs are bitten, we won't be able to escape." "It's not entirely hopeless," Qian said. With that, she swiftly hurled her short blade. The blade was small, her movement was fast, and in the blink of an eye, a flash of silver passed by. A pitiful howl followed, and the scent of blood filled the air. The largest wolf fell to the ground, blood bubbling from its throat. The blade had gone straight through, leaving only the hilt visible. The wolf struggled for a moment before finally going still. "Run!" Qian shouted. Without daring to take a breath, Zhang Xian and his companions, along with Shan, shouted charge. They used all their strength to spur their horses and dashed out of the dense forest. They expected the remaining wolves to chase after them, but didn't dare to look back. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished. The remaining wolves didn't pursue them. After a moment of chaos, they turned their attention to Qian with fierce and malevolent eyes. Qian had killed the alpha wolf. Wolves are pack animals, and among these wolves, the largest one was their leader. They followed its lead, and with its death, they were now leaderless and less coordinated. But at the same time, Qian had to face the revenge of the remaining wolves for killing their leader. One wolf bared its sharp white teeth and lunged at her, its claws capable of tearing a person's head apart. Qian swung her staff fiercely in front of her, sending the wolf rolling forward, narrowly avoiding its attack. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, reached Qian's keen ears, and her heart sank. The bamboo pole she was wielding had developed a crack and might not withstand more attacks before breaking. Such bad luck, she muttered under her breath, her laugh bitter. Just 3 wolves left, and she could handle them alone. But now she had nothing but this rapidly deteriorating pole. Wasn't it said, a hero is helpless without money? No, it was more like fortune bringing double blessings, while misfortune followed closely. A person can't be killed by beasts. Qian thought of Zhang Xian's words and chuckled softly. On the battlefield, besides launching an offensive, she had another skill she excelled at, running away. "Run!" The girl's voice echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. The bamboo pole seemed to possess an infinite amount of strength as it cleaved forward, creating a path ahead. She rode her horse, wielding the long pole, seemingly vanishing into the vast woods. With a pack of wolves chasing behind, the situation was as tense as a boiling cauldron with fish swimming inside, on the verge of eruption. Chapter 69. The wind howled past their ears, and they had no idea how far they had run when the horse finally came to a stop. Shan clutched his stomach, having run full tilt. The mountainous path was rough, and they hadn't dared to stop along the way. Only now did they feel the turmoil within their bellies, almost on the verge of vomiting. They had reached halfway down the mountain, and looking back, there was no sign of the wolves catching up. A new recruit said, "We're safe." Shan stared blankly at his waist. He had grabbed a bamboo stick when they fled, and he had given it to Qian. He thought of Qian, and his face turned pale again. Trembling, he asked, "What about Qian?" With only a bamboo stick in hand, and the one mandarin duck blade lost by Shan, the other embedded in the throat of the alpha wolf, Qian was left without any weapons. The 3 remaining wolves were charging at him, and he was all alone. How could he escape? "Should we go back and check?" He mustered the courage to suggest. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Xian looked at him coldly. "The wolves are still there. We've barely managed to escape. You want to go back and throw our lives away? But Qian is back there, all alone. We can't just leave him." Shan thought of Qian, his eyes welling up. He believed Qian was a good person. They had just been together, sharing pine nuts. "He told us to go down the mountain and find the instructors, right?" The new recruit beside Zhang Xian said, "We'll go down and inform the instructors to come rescue him, right?" "No." Shan couldn't believe his ears as he looked at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's expression remained unchanged. "If we tell the instructors, they'll find out we crossed the ridge. He just saved us. Without Qian, we'd be dead by now." Shan shouted. Do you not realize that all three of us almost died? He's alone against a pack of wolves, a certain death. Zheng Xian's voice was even louder than Shen Hong's. Crossing the ridge is a breach of military orders. The punishment could be a caning or even a beheading. Do you want others to die for Qian, who is already dead? Shen Hong, is that what you want? Shen Hong was left dumbfounded by the shouting. He was naturally timid and fearful. If not for the sudden change in his family's situation, he would have lived his whole life as the owner of a small medicinal shop, living an ordinary and uneventful life, free of troubles or calamities. Now, faced with this sudden crisis, his heart was in turmoil. The mention of possible beheadings sent shivers down his spine. He still had a mother to care for at home. If he died, his family would be left without any male members. How would they survive? I. Shen Hong stammered, unable to find his words. After we descend the mountain, we will act as if nothing happened. Once the sun sets, we'll inform the instructor that Qian didn't listen to advice, crossed the ridge, and we couldn't find him, Zheng Xian said emotionlessly. This not only closed off Qian's last escape route, but also framed him for violating military orders. Shen Hong shook his head, but the other two were already worried about potential punishment and readily agreed. Zheng Xian stared at Shen Hong and said, "If you want to go report this, go ahead. It's up to the instructor to believe you or us." With that, he didn't bother with Shen Hong's expression and spurred his horse forward. Shen Hong had no choice but to follow, the colors of the mountains gradually darkening as they moved forward. The evening grew late, and there was almost no light left in the jungle. The horse was lost on White Moon Mountain, and Qian gripped the bamboo pole. Glancing behind, she let out a sigh of relief, having managed to shake off the pursuing wolves. It was the first time she had seen such relentless pursuit by wild wolves. She shook her head, reminded of the wolves she encountered in Maxian years ago. During the famine in Maxian, wolves within a 100-mile radius had been caught and eaten. They were nothing like the audacious ones in White Moon Mountain. Thinking of this, she thought Zheng Xian was really foolish to want to capture wolf cubs. Wolves couldn't be tamed. The only ones that could be tamed were domestic dogs that wagged their tails at people. Wolves only knew how to sever human throats. The horse turned in place and refused to move forward. The forest was everywhere, looking identical in every direction. She had been fleeing from the pack of wolves, unable to mark the trees as she went. It was possible they had already crossed over the hill, and she had no idea of their current location. If Shen Hong and the others couldn't inform Liang Ping in time, by nightfall, they wouldn't be able to leave the woods. Without a fire starter, encountering wild animals would be dangerous, leaving them with no choice but to spend the night on the mountain. Thinking about this, she sighed and dismounted. She intended to search for any sheltered cave in the vicinity that could provide protection from the wind. As she got off her horse and stood upright, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but if she had to describe it, it was probably the instinct honed over years of battling on the battlefield, a sense of danger. She instinctively turned her head and felt a dark shadow sweep past above her. Something grazed her neck, leaving a trace of blood. The horse was startled, rearing up on its front hooves. Qian hadn't tightened the reins, and the horse charged forward without looking back, disappearing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. She turned around and saw the black shadow that had just lunged at her, now lurking in the grass, its two blue eyes gleaming. It was one of the wolves from earlier. Qian observed the wolf for a moment, then looked in the direction it had come from, and suddenly, it all became clear. Among the wolves that had pursued her earlier, there was one clever enough to know it couldn't catch up to her on horseback, so it took a shortcut. While White Moon Mountain wasn't Qian's territory, it was the domain of these mountain beasts. She realized that this wolf had once again lain in wait, biding its time, waiting for her to drop her guard before lunging to sever her throat. In fact, the wolf had almost succeeded. Qian touched her neck, feeling the searing sensation of the wound that had drawn blood. The wolf, seeing its initial attack fail, bared its sharp teeth and pounced at her from behind. Rolling on the ground, Qian narrowly avoided its claws, a sense of urgency filling her. With the horse gone, she could only fight this wolf, armed only with a stick. When Shen Hong had gone up the mountain, even a set of throwing darts would have been helpful. She cursed under her breath, swung the pole forward, and lunged at the wolf's head. The bamboo stick struck the wolf's head with a loud bang, and it snapped in the middle. The wolf's head tilted from the impact, a trickle of blood flowing. It glared at Qian, emitted furious howls, and lunged at her once more. What a useless stick, Qian cursed, sidestepping the attack. However, the wolf was cunning. It didn't attack head-on. Instead, it circled around and launched an attack from behind, intending to bite her neck. Qian evaded a few times, but was unable to dodge one bite, and she twisted her arm, thrusting her elbow into the wolf's belly. The wolf let out a pained cry and lunged at her again, desperately attempting to pin her down. The two struggled on the ground, causing the leaves and twigs to rustle in the forest. Qian tugged at the wolf's head, preventing it from biting her. She pondered whether she'd have to resort to biting the wolf herself. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet give way. Before she could react, she felt herself falling, and then heard a thud. The next moment, she found herself on the ground, alongside the wolf. The sky transformed into a circular view, the branches of the trees seeming taller. The ground was uneven and muddy, and the wolf who had just stood up. She and the wolf had fallen into a trap together. Chapter 70. The space had become even smaller, resembling a reduced practice arena. However, her opponent had transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. In this moment, Qian had no weapons at her disposal, not even the bamboo stick that had been broken into two pieces. The wolf's eyes gleamed with excitement. These creatures were intelligent and cruel. In this situation, human survival was impossible. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Qian's lips. Fate had certainly dealt her a unique scenario. She wasn't a miraculous superhero who could overcome every danger with ease. This was probably a trap set by a hunter to catch rabbits or foxes. Over time, it had been completely covered by fallen leaves and branches, leaving no traces behind. Who could have known that as she fought with the wolf here, they would both tumble down? There was no way out now. As the wolf slowly rose, Qian also attempted to stand up. However, a single movement informed her that things weren't well. When she fell, her leg had taken a hit, and now her left leg throbbed with a piercing pain whenever she moved it. She had to support herself against the rock wall to stand up. The wolf crouched low, emitting a low growl from its throat. Qian looked at it, her back against the wall, remaining still. It paced around a few steps and suddenly lunged towards Qian. Its gaping maw was right before her, and she could almost smell the nauseating scent of blood. In her mind's eye, she saw the remains of carcasses she had encountered on the road, picked clean by wolves, disfigured, with only decaying flesh left. In this critical moment, she abruptly extended her left arm. The wolf charged towards her neck, but she managed to push it away with a single palm strike. Though she had used some force, it was still inadequate against a wild animal. It only shielded her neck. In the next instant, the wolf clamped down on her arm. Without needing to look, she knew the bite was severe. Yet, she didn't flinch. Instead, she pushed forward, as if trying to push her arm even deeper into the wolf's mouth. The wolf's grip didn't falter, and in the same motion, Qian's right hand came down fiercely. A pitiful cry erupted from the wolf's mouth. The crafty and determined creature thrashed about in the pit, its eyes scratched by sharp stones, blood splattering everywhere. Qian released her grip, revealing a not-so-large stone in her palm, one end of which was sharp and stained with blood. She had blinded the wolf's eyes. From the moment she fell into the pitfall, she had been searching for anything around that could be used for defense. Unfortunately, within the pit, there were only scattered stones, and she managed to find the one that could be put to use. The wolf had lost both of its eyes, rendering it blind and unable to see anything. The excruciating pain also prevented it from focusing on anything else, causing it to thrash and go mad within the pit. Qian gritted her teeth, propping herself against the rock wall, and exerted all her strength to press down on the wolf's head. She grasped the stone again and forcefully slashed open the wolf's throat. Blood slowly seeped out, initially warm before gradually turning colder. She sank down slowly, her body devoid of strength. Her left arm bore a bite mark from the wolf, with blood now sticking her sleeve to the wound. Her left leg couldn't be lifted, and her neck was scraped raw. There was no need to think about it. At this moment, she was undoubtedly in a sorry state. However, She only gazed at the lifeless wolf, a wave of desolation surging within her. She and this wolf were so alike, both left at the mercy of others after losing their sight. Now, witnessing the pitiful death of the wolf she had killed, even though she was the one responsible, memories of the past resurfaced. She felt utterly exhausted and powerless to do anything more. The sun had set, and the daylight faded away, leaving the forest in darkness. She sat there quietly, head bowed, silent. In an instant, it seemed as if she wasn't even breathing, just sitting there, quietly succumbing to the moment. Within the Liangzhou garrison, no one knew about the heart-pounding scene that unfolded on the mountainside. After returning to the garrison, Zhang Xian, along with the other two, went to find their instructor. Deliberately lingering at the base of the mountain for a while before returning, the sun had already set, leaving only a hint of bloody twilight at the horizon, its brilliance spreading across the water's surface. Shen Hong didn't accompany them. He went back to his room. When he returned, the others had all finished dinner and come back. Upon seeing Shen Hong sitting there absent-mindedly, someone laughed and asked, "Hey, how did it feel going up the mountain today? Why does he look so dazed? Could he be exhausted to the point of being out of his mind?" "Possibly, ha ha ha. He can't handle even this much, so weak." The group teased him for a while, assuming Shen Hong was just tired, and went about their own business. After a while, Wang Ba walked in. Sharing a room with Shen Hong, he was greeted by the other recruits as he entered. Despite losing to Qian in archery, he still held a certain status here. Wang Ba also noticed that Shen Hong was sitting on the bed in a daze, so he casually asked, "What's wrong with him?" "I don't know. He went up the mountain today and came back like this," someone replied. Wang Ba glanced at Shen Hong, finding his behavior odd. Despite having teased him many times before, he had never seen Shen Hong so disoriented. He approached Shen Hong and gave him a push. "What's going on? Did you encounter some wild animal on the mountain that frightened you out of your wits?" Not saying anything would have been fine, but the moment he mentioned the word wild animal, Shen Hong's body trembled even more intensely, his mouth stammering without knowing what to say. Wang Ba leaned in to listen closely, only catching him saying, "I'm sorry." "Sorry? Who are you apologizing to?" Wang Ba furrowed his brow inquiringly. Shen Hong continued to mutter to himself, and Wang Ba's patience wore thin. He grabbed Shen Hong as if picking up a chick and asked, "Kid, spill the beans about everything you encountered on the mountain today. If you don't tell me, I'll make you regret it." He gestured threateningly with a clenched fist. Startled by Wang Ba's sudden grab, Shen Hong seemed to snap out of his thoughts. Staring at Wang Ba's fierce expression, he felt guilty and anxious. He blurted out, "Qian? Qian is still on the mountain." "Qian?" Wang Ba's heart skipped a beat upon hearing his name. This person seemed to be linked to him by fate. Nonetheless, he was curious and asked, "What on the mountain? You all went up the mountain together today? How could he still be on the mountain when you all came down? What's going on?" "There were wolves, many wolves. Qian led the wolves away to save us," Shen Hong sobbed, speaking in a rush without pause. "Zhang Xian wouldn't let us tell the instructor, and he wants to blame Qian for crossing the mountain. No, that's not it. They crossed the mountain, and Qian saved them, but they want him dead. They even want to slander Qian. Qian is alone on the mountain without any weapons. He's going to die. It's all our fault that we've killed him." He spoke incoherently, his words jumbled, but Wang Ba was perceptive enough to grasp the meaning behind Shen Hong's words. He paused for a moment, suddenly understanding, and then a surge of anger engulfed him. He slammed his fist onto the table, startling Shen Hong. "He saved you, and you left her alone on the mountain?" Shen Hong cried. "I didn't want to. I couldn't." Wang Ba cast a disdainful glance at him and said, "Pathetic." He turned and walked out of the room. Chapter 71. When Wang Ba found Instructor Liang, Instructor Liang was talking to Shen Hong, and standing beside them were Zhang Xian and the others. Shen Hong's face looked extremely unpleasant, and only a few words could be vaguely heard. "Not following orders. Crossing the mountain." Zhang Xian was still speaking when suddenly someone rushed over. Before he could react, he felt a heavy punch on his face, knocking him to the ground. "Wang Ba, have you lost your mind?" It took a moment for Instructor Liang to snap back to reality, and he stopped Wang Ba from taking further action. "Instructor Liang, did this kid tell you that Qian didn't follow orders and went over the mountain, and he hasn't returned yet. Wang Ba gasped for breath as he spoke. Shen Han and Instructor Liang exchanged a glance, and Wang Ba sneered, staring at Zheng Xian on the ground. You shameless bastard. Zheng Xian, dare you say who saved you? You're the one who went over the mountain and was surrounded by wolves. If it weren't for He Yan, do you think you could have escaped? But no, not only did you run away, you also want to smear He Yan's name. Are you even a man? Zheng Xian's face turned pale, blood trickling from his lips where he had been hit. He got up, wiping away the blood, and said, Instructor, don't listen to his nonsense. He Yan went over the mountain on his own. Don't believe me, you can ask them. He pointed to the other two new recruits who had gone up the mountain with him. The two recruits nodded hastily. Yes, it's true. He Yan insisted on crossing the mountain on his own, despite our advice. Wang Ba was fuming with anger, ready to charge forward and hit someone again. Are you guys even speaking human? Shen Hong, the timid one, was scared out of his wits and spilled everything without hesitation. Besides, He Yan, while Wang Ba didn't particularly like him, he at least knew that He Yan wouldn't willingly do something reckless. Compared to Zheng Xian's behavior, He Yan seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Instructor Liang stepped in to stop Wang Ba's actions, angrily saying, Enough! All of you stop. Look at yourselves. What kind of behavior is this? If the commander comes, you'll all be punished. What's going on? Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Before he could even finish his sentence, Xiao Jue's voice came from behind. He had walked over from the backyard of the guard station, looked at everyone, and said to Shen Han, Speak. Shen Han's scalp tingled, and he answered honestly. Today, they went up the mountain together. He Yan hasn't come back yet. Zheng Xian said that He Yan didn't follow orders and cross the mountain on his own. He couldn't be found, and they could only come down the mountain before sunset. I didn't hear it that way, Wang Ba sneered. It was these few ingrates who went over the mountain first, stirred up the wild wolves, and He Yan had to lure the wolf pack away to save them. But they abandoned their brother and ran away themselves, then tried to put the blame on him. People like this have no principles among us mountain bandits. Commander, please don't believe his words. Zheng Xian hurriedly knelt down. Several of us advised He Yan, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on leaving. It was getting late, so we had to come back for help. Zheng Xian spoke earnestly and genuinely, looking sincere. Xiao Jue glanced at him, his thoughts inscrutable. With the sun now completely set, the last trace of crimson was swallowed by the mountain peak, leaving the forest in silence. In this situation, the chances of He Yan surviving were becoming increasingly slim. Wang Ba gritted his teeth and said, Since none of the teaching instructors are willing to take this risk for him, then I'll go save him myself. After saying this, he was about to leave. I've ruled over these mountains for so many years. I'm not afraid of a few wild beasts. But come to think of it, nowadays, humans are even worse than beasts. He had only taken a step when a bang sounded, and a sword narrowly missed his scalp, lodging itself straight into a wooden post in front of him. This startled Wang Ba, making him shiver. He turned around and saw Xiao Jue, the right army commander, looking displeased, warning Instructor Liang. Liang Ping, control your soldiers. Instructor Liang. He reluctantly said, yes, while inside his heart, he cried out in frustration countless times. He thought he could make a good impression in front of Commander Xiao, but now he was being singled out for criticism. He felt disheartened and wished he had never appeared here. Shen Han hesitated for a moment and said, Commander, we are about to lead our men into the mountains. No need, Xiao Jue interrupted him. Wang Ba stared at him in disbelief, while Zheng Xian's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. The terrain on the mountain is complex, and there might be a trap. You guys stay back, I'll go, he said, and then called out. A jet-black steed galloped over from a distance. The horse exuded an imposing aura, with snow-white hooves and distinctive green ears, its coat shimmering uniquely. The horse moved as if riding on clouds, coming to a halt in front of Xiao Jue, affectionately nudging his hand with its head. This was Xiao Jue's beloved horse, Green Ear. Xiao Jue mounted the horse. Shen Han wanted to say something, but Xiao Jue had already ridden away. Liang Ping asked in a daze, Chief Instructor, the commander said there might be a trap. Are there others on the mountain? Shen Han remained silent. He knew that they were suspecting He Yan now. with Qian disappearing on the mountain. Who could say for sure if it was intentional or not? Trap referred to Qian, not the opponent. Hopefully, they were just overthinking it. As the night deepened on the mountain, it became increasingly colder. The pit was deep, and she couldn't climb out on her own. With her current injuries, she couldn't move easily either. The scent of blood would attract nearby wild animals. If she were to move on the ground, leaving a trail of blood, she would likely be attacked by wild beasts in no time. This place isn't too bad. Qian looked up at the sky. The trap divided the night sky, leaving only a circular patch visible. From this position, she could see the shimmering starry sky above. The night was cool, like water, countless brilliant stars forming the shadow of a beautiful night under the vast sky. She shifted her position slightly, tilting her head to better see the stars. However, she started feeling even colder. Yet, in this pit, apart from her, there was only the corpse of a wolf. Qian thought for a moment, then moved her body to huddle under the wolf's belly. Although it was cold, at least the fur provided some insulation against the chill. She reached for the water flask at her waist. It only had a sip of water left. She drank it all, absent-mindedly tossing the flask aside. She was cold, hungry, and thirsty, experiencing such sensations for the first time in many years. Suddenly, she remembered what Shan had said to her before leaving in the morning. "Come back early, and let's celebrate together tonight." It was a clear autumn night, with the moon shining bright, fireflies dancing, the stars numerous and the river milky. Qian gazed up at the distant stars and murmured to herself. In every household, young girls wish upon the autumn moon, threading thousands of strands of red silk. She let out a sigh, smiling with a hint of helplessness. Today is the Qixi festival after all. The quiet night sky remained silent, with the magpies on the distant bridge ferrying the cowherd and weaver made across the Milky Way. A cool breeze blew, dispersing all joys and sorrows. A voice rang out, carrying a mocking tone that seemed to contain a laugh. "Oh, do you still want to go to the riverbank with your beloved to set flower boats?" Qian raised her head in surprise, only to see a tall figure suddenly appear in the round sky. He stood by the edge of the pit, bathed in moonlight, his presence enigmatic as he looked down at her with playful amusement. It was Xiao Jue. Chapter 72. In the pit, the young man leaned against the stone wall, covered in a bloody mess, half of his body tucked under the wolf carcass. He was battered and bruised, a sorry sight indeed, yet amid all the chaos, he found the time to contemplate matters of love and beauty. He gazed at his own clear and bright eyes, filled with astonishment, but devoid of any trace of joy. Without thinking, Qian blurted out, "Xiao, Commander, how did you get here?" At this hour, she thought no one would come. Upon reflection, she realized that the likelihood of Zheng Xian seeking help for her was minimal. As for Shen Hong, with his timid nature, a little threat was likely enough to silence him from further disclosure. Given the circumstances, she could only rely on herself. She had initially planned to stay in the pit until daybreak, allowing the blood on her body to dry and regaining some strength before attempting to climb out. She hadn't expected someone to actually come to her rescue, let alone that person being Xiao Jue. Xiao Jue didn't answer her question, only asking, "Can you climb up on your own?" Qian replied, "I can't." The pit was crudely constructed and too deep. Her injured legs couldn't provide the necessary strength to climb. Xiao Jue glanced at her, turned, and walked away. He left her perplexed. What was he doing? Just walking away like that? But after a moment, he returned, holding something long in his hand. As he focused her gaze, she realized it was the broken bamboo pole she had used. Though it was split into two pieces, it extended from above, allowing her to grasp it. Xiao Jue knelt by the edge of the pit, extended the bamboo pole, and said, "Hold on." For a moment, Qian hesitated, but she reluctantly grabbed it. She considered that maybe she couldn't expect Xiao Jue to fly down and carry her out. The thought alone gave her chills. Observing the exquisite figure above her, she noticed his tremendous strength as he retracted the pole with her gripping it. As they neared the exit, he extended a hand for her to grab, indicating that she should hold on to him. Her hand, with distinct and slender knuckles, was about to extend when it froze in midair. Having just struggled with the wild wolves, her hand was stained with blood, unsure if it was wolf's blood or human blood. leaving her palms sticky and stained. Comparing her blood-streaked hand to Xiao Jue's pristine and fair hand, it was rather unsightly. Xiao Jue was known for his cleanliness and tidiness, which made Qian hesitate. However, the man seemed impatient, not waiting for her to decide on her course of action. He reached forward and grasped her wrist, pulling her up abruptly. Outside, the suffocating stench of blood that had filled the pit was now gone, and the expansive sky seemed to have grown larger. The starry expanse overhead seemed poised to descend, as countless sparkling stars merged together, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Qian turned to look at Xiao Jue. The young man stood up, discarded the bamboo pole, and fixed his gaze on her. After a moment, he spoke. "Did you kill a wolf?" This was an odd question, and Qian didn't quite understand. Nonetheless, she smiled and replied, "Yes, I nearly died. I didn't have any weapons, so I used a stone to kill it. I was also bitten twice." Blood had seeped through the young man's sleeve, staining his once red attire a deep color. She, on the other hand, seemed unperturbed, even casually asking, "Commander, why did you come personally? Where are the others?" "It's too late. I came up alone." He gestured, and it was only then that Qian noticed a horse not far away. That horse wasn't tethered either, and upon seeing Xiao Jue's actions, it obediently trotted over to his side. By the moonlight, Qian caught sight of the green-tinged ears on the horse, and a thought crossed her mind. It was widely known that General Xiao Jue had a beloved steed, one that could cover 1,000 miles in a day, swift as the wind and lightning, known as Green Ear. Never had she thought she'd encounter it today here. "So do we go back now?" Qian asked hesitantly. Xiao Jue regarded her with a puzzled expression. "You want to stay here overnight?" "No, not that," Qian explained. "I mean, there's no one else here, just one horse." Did Xiao Jue intend for her to walk and follow him all the way? That would be utterly miserable, wouldn't it? Beyond miserable. He patted Green Ear's head, and the spirited steed lowered its head obediently. Xiao Jue glanced at her and said, "Get on." "Hummy," Qian exclaimed in astonishment. She was absolutely shocked. Did she hear correctly? Xiao Jue was actually willing to let her ride this renowned and exceptional steed? Xiao Jue's lips quirked slightly. "If you want to walk back, it's also an option." No, I can." Qian responded enthusiastically. "I'm just so happy. Today was such a wonderful day." She was actually riding the legendary Green Ear. Qian felt like bursting into laughter. Limping, she approached the horse. The magnificent creature was impressively tall, and the usual action of gracefully mounting a horse would have been majestic, but her body was covered in injuries. She reached out a hand to grab the saddle and awkwardly attempted to climb aboard. Qian's leg was injured. Her arm had just been bitten by a wolf, and when she exerted force, the freshly dried blood immediately seeped out again. Within moments, half of her sleeve was dampened. Yet, she maintained her composure, her face pale, and a smile hanging on her lips. Large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead, wetting her hair. This man seemed completely oblivious to his own disheveled state. Xiao Jue raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. As Qian continued to climb upward using both hands and feet, a voice suddenly came from above, asking, "Aren't you in pain?" She was taken aback, and the next instant, someone embraced her waist, lifting her up. Before she could even exclaim in surprise, she found herself seated on the horse's back. Another person sat behind her, and a faint aroma of moonlit orchids wafted through the air, disturbing her thoughts. "Sit properly," Xiao Jue instructed. At this moment, Qian's feelings were beyond words. She truly hadn't expected Xiao Jue to lift her onto the horse. Or had he carried her? She hadn't quite processed it. It all happened too quickly. Yet, he was indeed seated behind her now. Qian was of petite stature, and her head rested perfectly against his chest, almost as if she was nestled in his embrace. The thought startled her, and her subconscious reaction wasn't embarrassment, but rather a sense of astonishment. Xiao Jue was not one for romance, let alone the fact that she was currently disguised as a young man. Given all that had happened today, could it be that she was dreaming? Xiao Jue urged the horse to start moving, and Qian hurriedly called out, wait a moment." He asked, "What now?" "Look at that wolf." Qian pointed to the wolf carcass in the pit. "I worked so hard to kill it, and now it's just lying here wasted. It's a shame." His response was cold. What do you want to do? Can we take it with us? He tentatively asked. After a pause, the young man sneered. Fine. Really? He turned back in delight. Commander, you truly are a great person. She hadn't expected much. He curved his lips slightly, his gaze indifferent. If it comes up, you go down. Qian, she replied. Pretend I didn't say anything. The horse took a couple of steps, and she turned back, nearly colliding into Xiao Jue's arms. How about I go back down, skin the wolf, and then come back up? Autumn is approaching, and the weather will be cold. A pair of wolfskin boots would be nice. His response was mercilessly concise. Shut up. Chapter 73. The horse trotted through the deep mountains. Its pace was not very fast due to the darkness of the night, making it difficult to see clearly. It was a bit disappointing for Qian. After finally getting on Green Ear, she didn't experience the legendary feeling of crossing mountains and waters as if walking on flat ground. She felt a bit cheated. Starlight and moonlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the forest. As Qian rode on the horse, she finally had the leisure to take in the surrounding scenery. With a casual glance, she noticed a wolf lying horizontally not far away. It was clearly dead. She was taken aback for a moment, then walked a few steps further and saw another wolf carcass. After seeing 3 such wolf carcasses, Qian sensed that this was not a coincidence. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, cautiously asking, Xiao, Commander, did you do this? Since we encountered them on the road, I took care of them. Otherwise, they would have followed us all the way, which would have been troublesome, he replied. Qian inwardly sighed. Look at that, indeed worthy of being a young killer general. At the drop of a hat, he goes on a killing spree. No wonder they haven't encountered any wolves on the way. They've all been exterminated by Xiao Jue. She looked at the wolf carcasses once more. Each one had its throat cleanly severed with a small, precise wound. Her gaze shifted slightly downward to Xiao Jue's waist and the sword hanging there. It was widely known that General Fengyun owned a famous horse named Green Ear and a treasured sword named Drinking Autumn. Her sword, Qinglang's sword, emitted a faint green light along its blade, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Rumors said that Drinking Autumn was clear as frost and snow throughout. At this moment, it was sheathed, and its details were not visible. These wolves were probably all killed by Drinking Autumn. Traditionally, a hero is gifted a treasured sword, and Qian considered herself a hero of sorts. Seeing this treasured sword, she couldn't help but want to touch it. She discreetly reached her hand out to touch it. Suddenly, she felt the body underneath her stiffen. Qian immediately let go and exclaimed, I didn't mean to touch your waist. I just wanted to feel your sword. After a while, a voice behind her, suppressing his anger, said, You can be quiet. I'll get bored if I'm quiet, Qian responded. Commander, you don't have to be so serious. Look at you, killing so many wolves and not taking them with us. These wolves will just benefit the foxes in the mountains. Aside from eating their meat, their fur can be quite valuable. The wolf fur from the one I killed is damaged, only suitable for making boots. But the ones you killed have intact fur, enough to make a fur cloak. Though a fur cloak made from wolf fur might not be suitable for you. I imagine your clothing material is much more precious. So, why not do me a favor and let me have them? Having a wolf fur cloak in winter would be so nice. I could roll around in the snow. Xiao Jue seemed a bit overwhelmed by her nonsensical words, yet surprisingly, he continued the conversation, even though his tone wasn't pleasant. He sarcastically said, You seem to really like wolf fur. No wonder you clung to that dead wolf in the pit. Not exactly. I'm just cold. Qian shook her head. Commander, you value cleanliness and despise dirt and impurities. You can't tolerate the blood of beasts staining your clothes. We're different, let alone dead wolves. I've even slept on a pile of corpses before. There was a moment of silence behind her before Xiao Jue asked, When? It happened when I was young. I can't recall the details very well. Qian looked at the stars in the sky. Back then, in order to survive, I had no choice. It was a pile of corpses after all. After all was said and done, I was the only one who survived in that pile of corpses. She thought Xiao Jue might inquire about the situation and was prepared to fabricate a story, but surprisingly, he didn't ask, leaving her prepared explanation hanging unused. Qian's thoughts drifted back to the past. It was not long after she arrived in Qian when a group of Fuyue soldiers, including new recruits like her, encountered the Western Chang people at the edge of the desert. They were all inexperienced and unfamiliar with combat, fueled by youthful fervor. However, that fervor was quickly shattered by the ruthless aggression of the Western Chang. In the end, the entire squad of new recruits was wiped out. At the time, Qian was also severely injured, though she managed to survive. She hid under the pile of bodies and played dead, clutching onto life. The Western Chang set fire to the bodies and left. In that moment, Qian felt that she was truly facing impending doom and might die in that desert. Little did she know, fate had other plans for her survival. Suddenly, in the midst of the ordeal, rain began to pour down from the heavens, extinguishing the flames that had ignited the bodies. Qian was too weak to move and dared not make a sound, not even a cry. The young man with whom she had been joking just the day before was now a lifeless body that couldn't move. Her older brother, whom she had argued with that morning, was now gone. She laid amidst severed limbs and remains, experiencing the cruelty of war for the first time. In that pile of corpses, amidst the stench of blood, she spent the night shedding tears with her eyes wide open. As dawn broke, a passerby came by. He buried all the bodies on the spot and gave them a proper burial. He discovered Qian, barely clinging to life, and saved her. Subsequently, Qian often pondered on her past in the capital. Although she had lived as a young man, she had always kept a way out for herself in her heart. But after that fateful night, she stopped reserving that retreat for herself. She was no longer just a girl. No one would be there on the battlefield to wipe away her tears. Her only priority was to survive after each life and death struggle. At any given time, survival came first. What did it matter to be stuck with a wolf's corpse? When necessary, if she truly couldn't leave, she would even resort to eating wolf meat to survive. However, Xiao Jue probably couldn't understand this. Qian sighed softly in her heart. It was now truly beginning to feel cold. The young man in black attire and armor, with a cloak to shield against the chill, made Qian slightly afraid of soiling his clothes. She didn't dare to tilt her head too far back, yet she couldn't help but lift her gaze to look at him. From this angle, she could see the graceful contour of his jawline. Xiao Jue was indeed very handsome. In this life and the previous one, Qian couldn't help but admit this fact. He possessed both beauty and a heroic demeanor. Though aloof, there was a casual charm about him that was hard to resist. His most striking feature was his eyes, clear and cool like autumn water. They seemed as though they had never reflected anything in the world. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of tenderness would fill them if they were to gaze earnestly upon someone. She recalled the hand Xiao Jue had extended to her in the pit. For some inexplicable reason, a phrase crossed her mind. Fingers as slender as spring bamboo shoots, eyes as clear and azure as autumn ripples. She felt that this description was incredibly fitting for him. No wonder he was nicknamed Jade-Faced Commander. It was rather unfair, she thought. They were both young generals, so why did he get the elegant nickname while she was stuck with Masked Commander? If she had also removed her mask back then, who knows, she might have earned a title like Military Panyu. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice that she was alternating between admiring and praising Xiao Jue's face and sighing in a despondent and disheartened manner. She appeared quite erratic, like a madwoman. From Xiao Jue's perspective, her behavior was quite perplexing and rather foolish. Chapter 74. After crossing over the mountain pass, the road became easier to traverse. Xiao Jue urged his horse into a trot, and before they knew it, Qian had fallen asleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when someone tapped her shoulder and called out her name. Qian. She opened her eyes and saw Instructor Liang standing before her. She had been dozing against Xiao Jue, and there was a faint damp spot on the inside of Xiao Jue's sleeve, possibly her own drool. Qian wiped her mouth and started to apologize. I'm sore. Before she could finish her sentence, the person had already dismounted decisively, nearly causing her to topple backward. Xiao Jue said to Instructor Liang, "It's in your hands." Without even glancing at Qian, he walked away on his own. Qian. Look, she thought, not even given the chance to say thank you. Qian shrugged her shoulders as Liang Ping helped her down from the horse. Green Ear was obedient, and as soon as Qian dismounted, the little hooves were already moving, briskly heading back to its owner. Qian was covered in blood from head to toe. Despite Liang Ping's numerous questions, he couldn't ask them now. He merely asked, "Can you still move?" "Instructor Liang underestimates me too much," she chuckled. "I'm perfectly fine." "Ah," Liang Ping sighed, "forget it. I'll take you back first, bandage your wounds, and then we can talk." Qian agreed immediately. Inside the room, Xiao Mai and Shirtu were waiting. As soon as Qian entered, they rushed over, bombarding her with questions. "How are you? Are you okay? Nothing serious, right? Why did you lose so much blood? Did someone die?" Qian even spotted Wang Ba sitting on a box in the corner. When he saw her, he seemed like he wanted to approach, but he restrained himself and snorted. "So you didn't die after all." "Thank you, little brother." Qian had already learned from Instructor Liang that Wang Ba had gone to find Shan Han. She blinked at him with gratitude. "Little brother was so concerned about me. Boss is touched by your care." "You." Wang Ba exploded like an angry cat. He jumped up from the box, glared at her, and left in a fury, nearly slamming the door off its hinges on his way out. With assistance, Qian was settled onto her bed. Shirtu handed her a bowl of water, which she gulped down to soothe her throat. "Brother Ahi, your hand has been bleeding all this time. Change your clothes quickly," Xiao Mai suggested. Qian coughed lightly. "It's not that serious." "Not serious?" Hong Shan furrowed his brow. "If Commander Xiao hadn't come to the mountain to find you, with your condition, could you have survived until tomorrow morning?" "You shouldn't have tried to be a hero," Jiang Jiao chimed in. "It wasn't worth it for that kind of person." "That's right." Huang Xiong twirled the Buddhist beads around his neck. "You should have let them feed themselves to the wolves." Qian. Looking at the crowded room full of people, she realized for the first time that her popularity was unexpectedly good. But with so many people, the noise was giving her a headache. Amidst the chatter, the door was pushed open again. A melodious voice called out, "Could you all please step outside? I'm here to administer medicine." The room fell silent in an instant. Qian looked over curiously and saw a young woman entering. She wore a snowy white silk skirt made of palace satin, her long hair coiled with a white ribbon, and a lotus-shaped jade hairpin adorned her head, simple yet exquisite. Her delicate features radiated a quiet charm, with arched eyebrows and starry eyes that were truly captivating. In Liangzhou garrison, even mosquitoes were male. When had they ever seen such a graceful and elegant beauty? For a moment, the men fell silent like cicadas in winter, afraid of disturbing this charming and ethereal fairy. Qian was baffled and asked, "And you are?" "I am a female doctor of the Liangzhou garrison," the young woman said softly, "Shen Muxia." Qian felt like she had heard this name before, but couldn't recall where. Shen Muxia gently placed the bowl of medicine on the bedside table and turned to address the others. "Could you all please step outside for a moment?" Hong Shan immediately blushed and said, "Oh, okay." He shooed the others out, and as he left, he gave Qian an envious look. "Qian?" Qian asked, "Is this the medicine for me?" Shen Muxia nodded, and Qian picked up the bowl and drank it all in one go. Shen Muxia was taken aback and said, "You didn't have to drink it so quickly." "Huh?" Qian scratched her head. "I was going to drink it anyway." Perhaps amused by her, Shen Muxia smiled and said, "Well then, young man, you should take off your clothes first. I'll apply the medicine for you." Beside them, there was a basin of warm water. Qian hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Shun, you can leave the medicine here, and I'll apply it myself." "You?" Shen Muxia shook her head. "I'll do it." "You're still young and a girl," Qian advised her earnestly. "I'm a grown man, after all. It wouldn't look good if you helped." "Gender doesn't matter in front of a healer," Shen Muxia replied. Qian pondered for a moment. "It doesn't matter for you, but it matters for me." Shen Muxia looked up, and Qian fearlessly met her gaze, saying, "I have a fiancée, Miss Shun. Only she can see my body. If my pure and pristine body has been tainted by you, you'll have to take responsibility. Understand?" She wrapped her clothes tightly around herself, adopting a defiant stance. Shen Muxia was probably not accustomed to dealing with someone so shameless. Her hands paused, and she didn't know how to react. "Just leave the medicine here," Qian said. "I'll apply it myself. I need to maintain my purity for my beloved. Don't ruin it for me." She looked dead serious. After a brief silence, Shen Muxia was finally defeated by Qian's shamelessness. She said, "The medicine and warm water are here. I'll step outside, and you can call me when you're done." Qian nodded gratefully. Thank you for understanding, Mississippi. Shan Wuxia exited the room, and Qian sighed with relief. She quickly removed her blood-soaked clothes, wiped her body with a cloth dipped in warm water, and changed into clean garments. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing the elbow where she had been bitten by the wolf. The wound was gruesome, and she took a deep breath before grabbing another cloth to clean away the blood. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. Qian was busy cleaning herself and didn't look up as she said, "I told you not to come in. I'll apply the medicine myself." A cold voice remarked, "Your dedication to your fiancé's chastity is truly moving." Qian looked up and saw Xiao Jue standing a few steps away, arms crossed, calmly observing her. Qian thought to herself, "That was close. Luckily I changed clothes quickly." She squeezed out a smile and said, "Commander, why are you here? You're not coming to settle scores with me, are you? I already said I didn't deliberately touch your waist on the mountain." Xiao Jue's expression stiffened, his eyes almost shooting fire. He raised his hand, and a round object landed in Qian's lap. Qian picked it up and realized it was an exquisite porcelain bottle, resembling a mandarin duck pot. She removed the stopper and took a sniff, finding the scent bitter and astringent. "This is medicine?" she hesitantly asked. In a rather unsympathetic tone, he said, "Start by treating your own injuries." The words and the scene felt oddly familiar, and Qian was briefly taken aback. She looked at him again, and he seemed to have changed into fresh clothes, looking neat as ever. Standing there, he exuded an aura of elegance and refinement, with moonlight pouring in from outside, casting his tall figure into relief. For a moment, it was as if she had returned to the past, just as it was then. Chapter 75. When she was young, Qian was not as clever as she is now. If she were to look back on her past self with her current perspective, she would find her former self quite dull and unremarkable. Back then, her literary and martial skills were not impressive, similar to how Cheng Lisu is now. She could be considered a useless young master, though unlike Cheng Lisu, she didn't have a powerful uncle to protect her. The He family's background at Xianchang Academy was also not significant. As a result, she wasn't as well liked as Cheng Lisu. Moreover, she used to wear a mask all the time, which made her stand out from the crowd in an odd way. Due to her secretive behavior, she avoided interacting with the other young boys to prevent exposing her true identity. As a result, she ended up being ostracized by the other students at Xianchang Academy. Their rejection of her was straightforward. Initially, they simply avoided playing with her and didn't call her during kickball games. But over time, it escalated. The reason? Surprisingly, it was because she was too diligent. Qian was quite persistent from a young age and took the motto, "A slow sparrow should make an early start," to heart. She truly started from the bottom. Although the academy's instructors recognized that she wasn't cut out for scholarly pursuits or martial arts, they were often moved by her unwavering thirst for knowledge. Thus, they would frequently praise Qian in class. Studying diligently is like the growth of a young sprout in spring. It may not appear to be growing, but each day it makes progress. Look at Rufei here. Learn from his dedication. All of them were 14 or 15-year-old boys who loved to compete and show off. While they were willing to learn from others, why would they want to learn from Qian? Study diligently and practice rigorously just to consistently be ranked last? That seemed like utter foolishness. Yet, a few of the instructors seemed to take a special liking to Qian. The other boys' envy and disdain mixed together, making them dislike the masked boy even more. They found ways to trouble her. One day, they intentionally tore Qian's clothes during a sword practice session. Another day, while practicing horse riding, they fed her horse hay that would induce sneezing. Sometimes, they would intentionally poke holes in her boots, causing her to trip and fall, with the sharp stones cutting her feet. As Qian struggled to get up from the ground, the boys would gather together, pointing at her and laughing, finding amusement in her misfortune. Young Qian was slow-witted and not skilled in comebacks. She couldn't complain to the instructors about these incidents, and the instructors were unaware of the students' secret actions. As a result, Qian endured difficult days. One winter day, when it was particularly cold, the boys were practicing swordsmanship in the academy. Someone had poured a basin of water onto the ground, which froze quickly. They urged Qian from outside. "Rufei, hurry up, the instructor is calling for you." Qian hurriedly rushed out, slipped on the ice, and fell hard. The fall was quite harsh, and she felt her head spin with stars. She remained on the ground for quite a while before she managed to stand up. A few of the boys were hiding in a corner, laughing heartily, saying, "He really fell for it." Qian remained seated for quite a while before finally standing up. She pressed her lips together, refraining from speaking. The clothes she brought this month were already all dirty. With the constant teasing and pranks, even if one were a deity, they wouldn't have enough clothes. The weather had been cloudy for a while, making it difficult to dry them in the sun. She spent the entire day wearing damp clothes. At night, she got out of bed and didn't bother with sword practice. Instead, she sneaked into the academy's lecture hall. Even clay statues have some resilience. Not to mention, she was the eldest young master of the He family. She had a bit of a temperament. Nevertheless, she knew how to assess the situation. The group of boys were tall and strong, far better at fighting than she was. What could she do? Endure it? Impossible. How could she vent her frustration? 14-year-old Qian pondered for a long while before coming up with a plan. That night, it started snowing. She was still wearing her damp clothes when she braved the snow to the backyard's well and filled a bucket with water. Carrying the bucket, she made her way to the lecture hall. The boys' seating arrangements during the day were something she remembered clearly. She found their copybooks underneath their desks, and this month's assignment was to copy the principles of nature 5 times. Tomorrow was the deadline to turn in their assignments. Qian poured the entire bucket of water onto the copybooks. The water immediately soaked the pages, blurring the writing. Qian breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, after the satisfaction faded, nervousness crept in. She hastily put the copybooks back in their original places, clutching the empty bucket as she quickly left. It was her first time doing something like this, and she felt a bit uneasy. Moving in the dark without a light, she reached the entrance and, not noticing the doorstep, tripped and fell with a solid thud. She gasped in pain, taking a sharp intake of cold air. 2 falls in a single day, and this time was even worse. She had hit her elbow on a splinter of the doorstep, leaving a gash that started bleeding. Struggling, Qian sat up and held her arm, wondering, could this be the result of unjust actions leading to self-destruction? She had only done it once, for heaven's sake. Wasn't the heavens being excessively harsh with her? Regardless, she needed to return the bucket quickly. The bucket? Wait, where was her bucket? It suddenly dawned on her that the fall she had just taken should have produced a loud noise when the bucket hit the ground. It should have awakened everyone. So why was everything still eerily quiet? Qian looked around in confusion and stood up, taking a couple of steps forward. That's when she noticed someone standing outside the door. He was leaning lazily against the wooden door, facing away from Qian. In his hand, he held an iron bucket. It was actually Xiao Jue. For a moment, Qian was too nervous to speak. Did he see her? He didn't, did he? It couldn't be. He must have seen, considering he was holding the bucket. But if he hadn't seen, how should she explain? Was she watering the plants in the middle of the night? Qian's mind raced. The young man saw her standing motionless in her tracks, looking bewildered. He arched an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you in pain?" "Qian, huh?" His gaze landed on the cut on Qian's elbow. She had rolled up her sleeves to fetch water, exposing her fair skin. The bloodstain was like an ugly embroidery, standing out conspicuously under the faint lantern light. Qian instinctively tried to hide her hand behind her back. The young man gave her an impatient glance and coldly said, "Follow me." Qian didn't even know why she listened to him. She was probably bewildered by the situation, so she followed him in a daze. Xiao Jue placed the iron bucket by the well first, then turned to look at Qian, who was still holding her arm absent-mindedly. He chuckled condescendingly. "You're so timid, yet you're learning to do mischievous things." Qian clenched her fist and remained silent, feeling quite anxious. Normally, Xiao Jue only hung out with his group of close friends and didn't interact much with the other students at the academy. Qian had no idea what he was thinking. If he were to report her, suddenly, a cold pot was thrown into her arms. Qian lowered her head to look at it. It seemed to be a pot adorned with intricate carvings, resembling a mandarin duck. She heard her own voice, barely audible. "What's this? Don't you know how to use it?" The young man turned his head lazily, a hint of amusement in his expression. "It's medicine." Chapter 76. She stared at the pair of mandarin ducks on the pot in a daze. A voice brought her thoughts back to the present. Don't know how to use it. She looked up, and the young man in a dark blue robe was already sitting on the stool beside her bed, taking the pot from her hand. The Mandarin duck pot concealed a secret mechanism. It could hold 2 types of wine, making it an essential tool for poisoning. He pulled out a piece of white cloth, poured a little, and then poured a little more. The liquid that flowed out first was the medicine, followed by the powder. There was also a small spoon embedded beside the pot handle. Xiao Jue removed the spoon and spread the ointment slowly. As he focused on these actions, his long eyelashes drooped, and his profile was handsome and compelling. He carried a touch of the elegance of his youth, mesmerizing those who looked at him, making them forget whether this moment was in the Liangzhou garrison or thousands of miles away at the Xianchang Academy. While she was lost in thought, he had already applied the medicine onto the cloth and tossed it back to her. His tone was extremely cold. Do it yourself. Oh. Qian had already anticipated this, muttering quietly. I didn't expect you to help me anyway. He heard it, his gaze fixed on her with an almost mocking smile. I don't dare to hinder your purity. It's good that you know. Qian smiled. But still, thank you, Commander. This medicine is so valuable. The garrison is short on medical supplies. Unless you want to die, he said. Qian looked at him seriously. You saved my life, after all. I didn't expect the commander to be so caring and considerate. Xiao Jue sneered. Nonsense. He stood up and left. Seeing that he had indeed left, Qian leaned against the head of the bed, sighing softly. Xiao Jue's medicine was effective, cooling, and soothing. The pain had alleviated quite a bit after applying it. Looking at the pot, her thoughts drifted away. On that snowy night when she was 14, Xiao Jue wasn't as indifferent as he was now. At least, back then, when she had said, I don't know how to use it, he not only helped her open the Mandarin duck pot, but also applied the ointment for her. It was strange. The scene from back then had become so blurry, yet today, with Xiao Jue's presence, those forgotten details unfolded before her eyes again, as if it had just happened, incredibly vivid. Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, the usually lazy and apathetic young man was uncharacteristically patient as he applied ointment for her. His eyes were mesmerizing, his profile so close that she could almost feel his warm breath. Shedding his previous sharpness, he exuded a gentle warmth that enveloped her cold and trembling heart. Her mask concealed her expression, preventing him from seeing her emotions, and she couldn't sense her own racing heartbeats back then. It was rare for someone not to be moved by someone like him, especially when such a cold and indifferent person showed tenderness. Even someone with a heart of stone would be stirred. Qian was young and lacked resistance, and in that fleeting moment, she was defenseless. After applying the medicine, he left. Qian called out softly to him, Your medicine. I've given it to you. The young man's casual reply carried a hint of scorn. You're so foolish. You'll likely get injured many more times in the future. Keep it for yourself. His words came true, and later on, Qian indeed faced countless injuries. The ointment from the Mandarin duck pot had long been used up, and the pot itself was lost during a battle. It was quite regrettable. The next day, as the young men entered the academy, they discovered that their copybooks had been soaked, rendering the writing illegible, causing a commotion. Who did this? Come out, and I'll make sure not to beat you to death, they shouted angrily. Isn't it simple? Look whose copybook is clean. Check inside, and you'll surely find the one with a grudge against us, someone suggested cleverly. Qian's heart tightened, feeling deeply regretful. No wonder people said she was foolish. She hadn't even thought of this. Her copybook was neat and tidy. Wasn't she the culprit? Well, since she had already done it, she might as well admit it openly. Steeling her resolve, she was just about to step forward and declare, It was me, when suddenly, someone entered the room and slammed a stack of books onto the table. The sudden noise drew everyone's attention, and they turned to see a handsome young man in a white robe, leaning against the wall with his hands crossed, an indifferent expression on his face. He casually said, It was me. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Why, Brother Huaijin, was it really you who did it? Someone asked cautiously. Xiao Huaijin was no ordinary person. In the capital city, who dared to provoke him? Not to mention the might of the Xiao family backing him. Even the teachers protected him, and he had been personally praised by the emperor. It was me, he replied boldly. But why? the person asked with a mournful face. For no reason. The young man glanced at him and answered nonchalantly. My hand slipped. Qian couldn't help but chuckle at that. Sensing everyone's gaze, she quickly turned away as if nothing had happened. And then, the matter ended there. It was Xiao Huijin after all. No one else dared to say anything. They could only accept their misfortune. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and Shun Mushua walked in. She carried the empty medicine bowl and basin away, cautioning Qian not to press against the wound before leaving. Through the narrow window of the room, one could see the corner of the sky. A bright moon hung in the sky, stars sparkling brilliantly. She murmured softly, "Today is the Qixi festival." A festival she had never celebrated before. In the past, she had disguised herself as a young man, so such festivals were irrelevant to her. After marrying Su Zhiheng, at first, she had anticipated it. No matter how she dressed as a man, during the time when she was in bridal attire, she had only wanted to be like an ordinary girl, going to the riverside to launch flower boats, offering prayers to the deity He, steaming sweet dumplings, and wandering around the temple fair. She had heard that there were fireflies in the mountains. Summoning her courage, she had made her first request to Su Zhiheng, who had smiled and agreed, saying, "Sure." But before the Qixi festival arrived, she had lost her sight. So, this matter seemed to be forgotten. Su Zhiheng hadn't brought it up again, and neither did she, thinking that he was preoccupied with her illness. It wasn't until the next day that He Wanru passed by her door, smiling as she collected the lantern that Su Zhiheng had given her the previous day. It was only then that she learned Su Zhiheng hadn't been at the estate on the day of the Qixi festival. It wasn't due to official business. He had gone to the temple fair with He Wanru. In life, everything is like a fleeting cloud or morning dew. She didn't know how well she had played the role of a man, but she understood that, as a woman, she had done quite poorly. Lost in thought, Hongshan walked in from outside. He immediately noticed the mandarin duck pot in her hand and jokingly said, "Oh, our commander even gave you a Qixi festival gift. Let me taste this fine wine." Qian was momentarily stunned but then burst into laughter. Thinking back on her past and present lives, Qian realized that this Qixi festival hadn't been too bad after all. She had shared a ride with the man of countless women's dreams, touched his waist, ridden his horse, walked mountain paths together, gazed at the starry sky, and even ended up with a vial of medicine. This life wasn't lived in vain. Chapter 77. Near the training grounds of the Liangzhou garrison, Zheng Xian and two new recruits stood. When Xiao Jue approached, Shan Han quickly stepped forward and greeted, "Commander, I heard that the person has been found." Shan Han asked. "Liang Ping is overseeing it." Shan Han breathed a sigh of relief. If He Yin, who was already under suspicion, had suddenly gone missing, it might have been intentional. Suspicious individuals are often safer when they are closely monitored. But now that she had been found, it was time to address another matter. According to Zheng Xian, He Yin went over the mountains on her own, while Shan Han claims she went to save Zheng Xian. What does the commander think? Shan Han asked. Zheng Xian is lying, Xiao Jue stated. Shan Han was taken aback. There are horse tracks along the mountain path, and I also found signs of a wolf cub being crushed. Xiao Jue continued. He Yin did indeed go to save someone. Shan Han's expression turned somber. So, in that case, Zheng Xian's group is acting unethically. Soldiers like that, no matter how skilled, could potentially switch sides on the battlefield. Soldiers might fall to enemy blades, but they shouldn't fall to the hidden arrows of their comrades. However, Shan Han considered another matter. If He Yan's version is true, could it help clear her of suspicion? If He Yan was the kind of person willing to risk her life for a comrade, perhaps she deserved a different evaluation. No, Xiao Jue's voice remained cold. She killed a wolf barehanded in the pit on the mountain. This person shouldn't be underestimated. He raised an eyebrow. There may be secrets hidden within her. Shan Han dared not say more. Though the Liangzhou garrison was far from the capital, in the current complex situation, no one could afford to be complacent. Shan Han glanced at Zheng Xian's group, sitting far away. Their expressions revealed anxiety as they frequently glanced in this direction. While Zheng Xian tried to appear calm, he didn't realize his lies had already been exposed. How does the commander intend to handle these people? Shan Han inquired. Leaving marching ranks, rush to the front and fall behind, wagging their tongues, indulging in slander and falsehoods. Xiao Jue's demeanor remained unchanged, his voice calm. For the crime of slandering the army, they shall be executed. Shen Han's heart trembled, and he lowered his head. Yes. When Qian woke up on the second day, the sun had already risen quite high, and there was no one in the room. She sat up and gazed at the sunlight streaming in through the window. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. Qian looked up and saw the same female physician from yesterday, Shan Wuxia. Qian asked in surprise, "Miss Shan? Here's today's herbal soup for you to drink." Shan Wuxia placed the herbal bowl on the small table in Qian's room. "Yesterday, the commander already gave you medicine for your external injuries. You should change it every 3 hours." Qian picked up the herbal bowl on the table and drank it in one go. Then she casually asked, "Miss Shan, why is no one else around? Aren't they looking for me? I already told Instructor Liang that your body needs rest. It's not suitable for you to practice at the training ground today," Shan Wuxia replied. Qian nodded in acknowledgement. She looked at Shan Wuxia again, who seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her skin was as delicate as jade, exceptionally beautiful, and what stood out the most was her tranquil and serene demeanor that radiated from within. It made people feel comfortable in their hearts. Perhaps feeling a bit uncomfortable under Qian's gaze, Shan Wuxia slightly furrowed her brows. "Is there something wrong, young sir?" "Nothing," Qian said. "I just feel like I've seen Miss Shan somewhere before." Shan Wuxia was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a smile. "I've never met young sir before. You must have remembered wrongly." "All right," Qian scratched her head. Seeing that Shan Wuxia had taken away the medicine bowl after she drank it, she exited the room. As the sudden tranquility enveloped her, Qian wasn't quite sure what to do. However, she didn't stay lost in thought for long before a knocking sound came from outside her door. "Who is it?" Qian asked. A cautious voice responded, "It's me." Qian blinked, and a head appeared at the door. Surprisingly, it was Shen Hong. Qian wasn't sure where he had come from, but he looked very pale. His lips were even tinged with bluish purple, far from his usual liveliness. Limping, he walked into the room, avoiding eye contact with Qian. When he reached the edge of her bed, he stammered, "I'm sorry." Having learned the situation from Hong Shan, Qian knew what had happened. She replied, "It's fine. Didn't you tell them the truth?" "But I almost." Shen Hong's face was full of guilt. Qian understood his feelings. Someone like Shen Hong, who hadn't experienced much before, was naturally timid. Faced with the threats from Zhang Xian, he panicked. She said, "I'm fine now, aren't I?" Shen Hong nodded silently. "When you came in, you were walking strangely," Qian asked. "What happened?" I violated military regulations and received 40 strokes of the rod," Shen Hong said. "I'll be assigned to be a support soldier now, and I can't go to the front lines." Qian fell silent. 40 strokes of the rod. It explained Shen Hong's poor complexion. Considering the circumstances, surviving was already considered lucky. What about the others? Zhang Xian and the other two were beheaded in front of all the new recruits, Shen Hong said with a pale face. Qian wasn't surprised. When she served as Flying Phoenix General, she had heard of General Fingyun's infamous reputation for strict discipline. There were instances of high-ranking officials' sons joining the Nanfu army to gain fame. However, when they violated military discipline, Xiao Jue ordered their execution. One of those instances had even reached the emperor's ears, but it was ultimately left unresolved. Others might criticize Xiao Jue for his cruelty, but without such measures, he wouldn't have been able to maintain control over the Nanfu army or bring it to its current state. In fact, being a support soldier isn't bad, Qian patted his shoulder. You're gentle and kind-hearted, not someone who can easily take lives on the front lines. Shen Hong managed a faint smile. He took out a handful of things from his pocket and handed them to Qian. Looking down, she saw it was a handful of pine nuts. You're a good person, Shen Hong stuttered. I was too weak before, and I'm sorry for almost putting your life in danger. These pine nuts are for you. Take your time eating them. He stood up and limped out of the room. Just as he left, Hong Shan's group walked in, accidentally bumping into him. Shen Hong's face flushed, and he hurried away. After he was gone, Hong Shan asked, "What was that kid doing here?" "He was probably apologizing," Xiao Mai said. "Oh, Brother Ahi, where did you get those pine nuts?" Qian placed the pine nuts on the table. "You can eat them if you want. Why did you all come back so early? Chief Instructor had some matters to discuss today. Shirtu spoke up. We don't have to do weighted runs for the next few days. What's the matter? Qian asked curiously. We've been at Liangzhou Garrison for a whole summer. Shan grabbed a few pine nuts and started peeling them. Chief Instructor said we need to select promising recruits for the Vanguard camp. Qian raised an eyebrow. Timing-wise, it did seem about right. He said in about 10 days, we'll be competing on the mountain for something. The top spot. For the flag. Shirtu continued his thought. Right, the flag. Whoever gets the most flags will be the first and might be chosen for the Vanguard camp, Shan said, while munching on pine nuts. Brother Ahi, you'll surely be fine. Xiaomai rested his chin on his hand. You're so amazing, Brother Ahi, you'll definitely get in. Qian chuckled and shook her head. Just the Vanguard camp wasn't anything special. However, if she wanted to get into Xiao Jue's 9-banner battalion, she might need to put in more effort. This is quite the arena they're setting up, where the best rises to the top. Chapter 78. For 4 or 5 consecutive days, Qian didn't go to the martial arts field for practice. She didn't really pay much attention to the injury on her leg, but the young female doctor from the Liangzhou garrison, Shan Wuxia, came to deliver medicine to her diligently every day. She repeatedly cautioned Qian not to engage in strenuous activities. Shan would also tease her, saying, You should listen to the female doctor. If you keep overexerting yourself and end up unable to get the top spot in the flag competition, you won't be able to enter the Vanguard camp. Don't cry about it later. Thinking it over, Qian decided to take a break for a day or two. During this time, her room was always filled with people. Many came to visit her, bringing gifts and well wishes. Zhang Jiao brought some sour and astringent plums. Huang Xiong brought overcooked roasted quails, and what left people speechless the most was Wang Ba. Unable to lower his own face, he had one of the recruits in his room bring a half-eaten dry bun, clearly a plundered prize from someone else. He really treated the military camp as his own backyard. Instructor Liang came to visit twice. Each time he saw Qian surrounded by people and the abundance of food on her table, he commented sarcastically, Oh, living quite the comfortable life, aren't you? Before leaving. Qian found it quite helpless. Amidst the hustle and bustle, as Qian's elbow injury scabbed over and her legs started feeling better, about 7 or 8 days had passed, and the day of the flag competition was drawing nearer. On this day, before the sun had completely set, Shan and the others returned. Qian was puzzled and asked, Isn't it time for evening practice on the martial arts field? Why are you back so early? Today is the 14th of the 7th month, the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiaomai quickly answered. The chief instructor told us to finish practice early and then go to the riverbank to release water lanterns to honor our ancestors. The Liangzhou garrison is pretty good, actually giving time for people to honor their ancestors, Shan exclaimed. Qian smiled, realizing that this was a traditional practice in military camps. Back when she was in the Fuyue army, every Mid-Autumn festival, local officials would set up an altar to specifically honor fallen soldiers from the war. Now, the Liangzhou garrison was situated near a mountain and by the river, making it convenient to release water lanterns. My elder brother and I are going to release water lanterns for our parents. Xiaomai mentioned his deceased parents with a hint of melancholy, not overwhelmed by sadness, only a faint trace of sorrow. Likely because his parents had passed away early, his memories were already quite faded. He asked Shan, Brother Shan, are you going to participate? Yes, I'll release a lantern for my mother. She passed away early. The others turned to look at Qian simultaneously. What about you, Brother Ahi? Will you join us? Qian's identity here was probably the most mysterious. She didn't like talking about her family with Xiaomai and the others. Shan only knew that Qian had come to the army due to her family's decline, but witnessing her confident and spirited performance on the martial arts field, he felt that Qian wasn't just an ordinary person. I'll go too, Qian murmured, her voice soft and low. I also have someone to honor. Noticing the change in the atmosphere, Xiaomai and the others didn't press further. They changed the topic immediately, discussing more lighthearted matters. After dinner, when the sun had completely set and the moonlight emerged from behind the clouds, the new recruits of the Liangzhou garrison had almost all gathered. Water lanterns had to be folded by themselves, and stacks of paper were piled in large baskets on the martial arts field. Qian also went to get a piece. She wasn't very skilled at handcrafting, so Xiao Mai saw her struggling and quickly folded one into the shape of a lotus lantern, then placed a short white candle in the center, handing it to Qian. "It's done." "Thank you," Qian praised. "You're quite skilled." Xiao Mai blushed in embarrassment. During previous mid-autumn festivals, my elder brother and I folded many paper lanterns to sell. I got used to it. If the paper were larger, I could fold an even more beautiful and bigger one. Shirtu knocked his head and disagreed, saying, "This isn't the time to show off." Xiao Mai stuck out his tongue and ran to the 5-Deer River with the lantern in his hand. "I'll release the lantern first." "Brother Ahi, hurry up." After the first day of autumn, the nights in Liangzhou became cooler. The morning rain hadn't completely dissipated, and a layer of cool dew covered the dense forest on the mountain. The moon and stars were scattered in the sky, reflecting on the surface of the river like silver. The riverbank was already crowded with people, the flickering candlelight creating the appearance of countless silver flowers shining over the great river, illuminating the dancing flames. Lotus lanterns carrying the yearnings of those who paid their respects to their ancestors floated into the distance, becoming brilliant dots of light where water met sky, gradually fading away. "Here is good enough, Brother Ahi." Xiao Mai turned around and suddenly froze. "Where's Brother Ahi?" Hong Shan and Shirtu exchanged glances. "We don't know. He was just here." At the innermost part of the riverside, Qian sat on a stone. This wasn't the most spacious location, so there weren't many people here releasing lanterns. Qian silently looked at the lotus lantern in her hand, feeling a bittersweet and indescribable emotion. Suddenly, she remembered the moment when Wanru had drowned her in the water and said, "You're pregnant." In that moment, she had actually felt more joyful than bewildered. However, the joy hadn't lasted long before she and her unborn child sank into the pond of the Su family, just before they died. Qian had always felt that in her past life, she hadn't wronged anyone. She had done her best for the He family, for He Rufei, for Su Jiang. Yet, the only thing she felt guilty about was the child in her womb. She had given him life, but before bringing him into the world, she had snuffed out that possibility due to her own actions. Perhaps it was because she had caused so many deaths as a general in her past life, accumulating countless sins, that fate was punishing her like this. But while it was right for her to be punished, why should an innocent child be punished as well? She didn't even know whether the child in her womb was a boy or a girl, yet their life was cut short. Qian took out a flint, and a spark from the flint landed on the candle, instantly igniting the flame. The water lantern slowly opened in her hands, the firelight reflecting in her eyes, forming a small flickering flame. It seemed as if tears were about to fall, but they were quickly blurred away. "I'm sorry," she murmured softly, full of sorrow. "We, mother and child, have no fate in this lifetime. If there's a next life, I hope you'll be born into a good family, a life filled with joy and free of worries. Please, never encounter me again." "I will." She placed the water lantern into the river. "Seek revenge for you." The river flowed gently, carrying the small water lantern forward. Qian watched it as it swayed, blending with numerous other lights until they merged into one, making it impossible to distinguish one from another. She finally looked away, rubbing her eyes. "Big brother, he didn't expect to find you here." An excited voice sounded behind her. "What a coincidence, you're releasing water lanterns too." Qian turned around and saw a fair-skinned young man holding a lantern in his arms, happily walking towards her. It was Cheng Lisu. He was neatly dressed, and when he approached Qian, he carefully lifted the hem of his robe, afraid it might get splashed by the river. He handed Qian a handful of water lanterns. Qian asked, "Are you releasing these lanterns?" "Yes." "Why do you have so many?" Qian was speechless. "I didn't originally have this many to release. I don't even know our Cheng family ancestors. But I thought since my uncle probably won't come today, I'll release lanterns on his behalf. This one is for my uncle's grandmother. This is for my uncle's grandfather. This one is for my..." He counted them off one by one, displaying no hint of sadness. He seemed exuberant, as if he were releasing lanterns for the Lantern Festival, not the Mid-Autumn Festival. "Wait," Qian interrupted him. "Why are you releasing lanterns on your uncle's behalf? Can't he come himself? With so many people here, he definitely won't come." Cheng Lisu sighed. looking like he was greatly distressed. He shook his head. Since I'm here, I might as well do it. After all, he's my uncle. Qian found this quite amusing. The pain she felt from her past memories had been diluted quite a bit. Although Cheng Lisu appeared a bit slower than others in certain matters, he was taking the task of releasing water lanterns quite seriously. He carefully lit each lantern, placed them into the water with great solemnity, and nervously prayed that they wouldn't be blown out by the wind or overturned by the waves. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and the water lanterns floated away gradually. After Cheng Lisu released the last lantern and breathed a sigh of relief, he took out a piece of coarse cloth from his robes and placed it on the stone to sit on. It's quite cool in Liangzhou garrison at night, he grumbled. It was so hot before. I've never experienced such heat in all my life. Qian couldn't help but smile internally. In the past, Cheng Lisu must have been used to the summer heat, with cooling ice blocks at the Cheng residence. He spent his days in the mansion and was shielded from the sun, so naturally, it wasn't as tough as enduring the heat in the Liangzhou garrison. She said, if that's the case, why did you come here to suffer with your uncle? No choice. Cheng Lisu spread his hands. If I didn't come with my uncle, I'd have been forced into an arranged marriage. Qian was stunned. What? Let me tell you a secret. I ran away to avoid getting married. Cheng Lisu pouted. I'm still young. How could I possibly get married? Besides, I don't even like her, so I ran away. Qian. This child was quite straightforward. What surprised Qian even more was that Xiao Jue actually agreed to take Cheng Lisu along. He wasn't afraid that the Cheng family would hold a grudge against him for abducting their young master. Even if they were relatives, secretly taking someone's young master and helping him elope might lead to some animosity. Your relationship with Commander Xiao seems quite good. Qian carefully chose her words. It's all right, Cheng Lisu said smugly. I'm the one who actively approached him. Qian found this puzzling. With your uncle's difficult temperament, how could you willingly approach him? Truly impressive, contrary to the notion that Cheng Lisu was a worthless young master. Not everyone could endure and carry such burdens. My uncle is actually quite formidable. If it weren't for him when I was young, I might not be who I am now. Perhaps it was the moonlit night, but Cheng Lisu seemed surprisingly enthusiastic as he recounted the past. Cheng Lisu's mother, Madame Cheng, was actually not much older than Xiao Jue's mother. So, when Xiao Jue was born, Madame Cheng was already married, and although Cheng Lisu and Xiao Jue were of different generations, their age difference wasn't significant. While the Cheng family had interactions with the Xiao family, it wasn't frequent. However, during Cheng Lisu's childhood, he hadn't seen Xiao Jue much. Most of the time, he interacted more with his elder uncle, Xiao Jing. Xiao Zhongwu had two sons. The elder son, Xiao Jue's older brother, Xiao Jing, had been delicate and sickly in his youth, unfit for martial training. By the time his health improved, he had already passed the prime age for martial training. Moreover, Madame Xiao didn't want Xiao Jing to join the military, so he took a different path and pursued a career as a civil official. After Xiao Jue was born, Xiao Zhongwu paid special attention to him. Xiao Jue didn't disappoint Xiao Zhongwu's expectations and had already shown extraordinary talent from a young age. Xiao Zhongwu took Xiao Jue to the mountains, where 4 eminent scholars personally instructed him. As for the specific mountain and the identities of these scholars, Cheng Lisu wasn't quite sure. In any case, they might only see each other once a year, and sometimes not even that. When Xiao Jue turned 14, he returned to Shuajing from the mountains and entered the Xianchang Academy to study both the literary and martial arts alongside other noble children. At that time, Cheng Lisu was 9 years old and had been abducted by kidnappers while playing with friends during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Considering his age, it was strange for kidnappers to target him, but Cheng Lisu's delicate and exquisite appearance made him look like a silver doll from a New Year painting. Kidnappers took him away in a carriage, and he trembled with fear, calling out in vain. He woke up and cried, ate a little while shedding tears, then went back to sleep. He couldn't tell how much time had passed when he heard sounds of fighting outside the carriage. Cheng Lisu's face was swollen and bruised from the rough ride. When the carriage stopped, he quickly lifted the curtain and crawled out, only to find dead bodies strewn on the ground, all killed by sword wounds. There were several dozens of kidnappers in total, and the kidnapped children were tied up and stuffed into the carriage. Some had fallen out, while others remained inside, and the group was wailing and crying. Amid the chaos, Cheng Lisu crawled out shakily and bumped into a glimpse of snow-white robe. He looked up to see a handsome young man in a silver crown and white robe standing before him, holding a long sword. The sword resembled frosty snow, dripping with blood. The red blood was vibrant, but not as striking as the youth's rosy lips. The young man appeared calm, his gaze fixed on Cheng Lisu. It was an eerie scene, yet Cheng Lisu inexplicably felt a sense of relief. He shakily reached out to grasp the young man's leg and imitated the fawning tone he had heard his mother use with others. Distinguished hero, may I know your name and residence? I'm the young master of the Right Division Director. You've saved me, and our mansion will surely reward you generously. The young man's lips twitched as he looked down at him from above, his clear eyes devoid of ripples. He coldly replied, I'm your uncle. That was when I realized he was the elusive little uncle I had rarely seen. Cheng Lisu mused, looking at the moon. At that moment, I thought, this little uncle is really amazing. Xiao Jue had saved him and the other kidnapped children. Cheng Lisu felt that having such an uncle was an honor, and he wanted to stick by his side. However, Xiao Jue wasn't particularly fond of his young nephew. After returning Cheng Lisu to the Cheng family, Xiao Jue never visited him again. Cheng Lisu sent him invitations, but Xiao Jue never came. Besides, Xiao Jue was always busy, so Cheng Lisu seldom had the chance to see him. Thinking about the scene Cheng Lisu described, Qian couldn't help but smile. Indeed, having Cheng Lisu as an unexpected nephew was quite an inconvenience for Xiao Jue. So, how did you two become close later on? Qian asked. If it was merely a matter of saving his life, as Cheng Lisu had said, that alone wouldn't have greatly improved their relationship. Something must have happened later on to bring these uncle and nephew to Liangzhou garrison together. Well, in our Cheng family, including my mother and our relatives who knew the Xiao family, everyone preferred my elder uncle, Cheng Lisu explained. Both of the Xiao sons were exceptionally handsome, with Xiao eldest master, Xiao Jing, possessing a stunning appearance that radiated humility and purity. In terms of temperament alone, it would certainly be more comfortable to get along with Xiao Jing, but it wasn't to the extent of disliking Xiao Jue. Why? Asked Qian. Didn't General Xiao save your life? Even if you have reservations about him as a relative, your mother shouldn't outright dislike him, right? Well, that's true, but our interactions with uncle and our relatives have been few and far between. No one really knows much about him. Until he was 14, Xiao Jue spent very little time in Shuajing, and after he turned 14, he entered Xianchang Academy. Even his own mother, Madame Xiao, wasn't very close to this son. Cheng Lisu knew that there were several instances where Madame Xiao spoke to his mother with a troubled expression, struggling to figure out how to get along with her younger son. Lack of understanding naturally gave rise to biases. Xiao Jue was already indifferent and didn't particularly enjoy socializing. Compared to his brother, who was warm and refined, the contrast was even more striking. But as Qian had said, this didn't quite equate to dislike. True dislike might have only begun after Xiao Zhongwu's death in the Battle of Mingshui. Xiao Zhongwu's sudden death was a great blow to the Xiao family. Madame Xiao had never experienced hardships, and she had always held her husband in the highest regard. After Xiao Zhongwu's death, Madame Xiao took her own life while no one was paying attention, choosing to follow her husband in death and leaving behind their two sons. Xiao eldest master, Xiao Jing, was devastated, while Xiao Jue didn't shed a single tear. Soon after the funerals of the general couple, Xiao Jue's first act was to present a petition at the Golden Luang Palace, seeking to control the power of the Nanfu guards. Before even 7 days had passed since Madame Zhao's funeral, he led the Nanfu guards to suppress the Southern Barbarian rebellion. Xiao Zhongwu had died in battle against the Southern Barbarians, and opinions about whether he was seeking revenge for his father or merely pursuing quick achievements varied. Regardless of his father's death or his mother's sacrifice, Xiao Jue hadn't shown an excessive amount of grief. His cold and unfeeling demeanor, his heart as hard as iron, had become his defining trait. With the disappearance of the Xiao family's dignified and noble second young master, others could only learn about Xiao Jue's current situation from the snippets of information that trickled back from the battlefield. Rumors circulated that he, as a young man, was adept at killing enemies, with countless lives claimed by his sword. He was known for his strictness, his disregard for human sentiment. "Have you ever heard of Zhao Nuo?" Chen Lisu asked. Qian faintly felt that the name sounded familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard it. She shook her head, saying, "I don't know." Zhao Nuo is the eldest son of the current Minister of Revenue, and he was previously the governor of Jingzhou. Chen Lisu continued, his expression turning somber. "In fact, the misunderstandings between our Cheng family, the Xiao family's family and friends, and uncle stem from this person." Chapter 79. Back then, when Xiao Jue led the Nanfu troops to Jingzhou, though the world knew that second young master Xiao was adept in both literature and martial arts, he was still young and couldn't bear heavy responsibilities. Zhao Nuo, on the other hand, held the position of Jingzhou governor. He was lascivious and greedy, lacking in talent. Upon Xiao Jue's arrival in Jingzhou, Zhao Nuo didn't regard him highly. He frequently belittled and ridiculed him, showing extreme disrespect. And that wasn't all. During the battle in Jingzhou, while Xiao Jue led his troops into battle, Zhao Nuo, in the rear, was more concerned with preserving his own life and made erroneous commands, causing delays in tactics and resulting in the unjust deaths of many soldiers. Seeing his audacious behavior, Xiao Jue had him bound and taken away. Zhao Nuo's father held the position of Shangshu for the Ministry of War, and he himself had spent many years in Jingzhou. Naturally, he had countless people intercede on his behalf. There were no shortage of high-ranking officials and aristocrats who used threats, inducements, and pressure to attempt to bend Xiao Jue to their will. However, this was all done with the presumption of Xiao Jue's lack of familial support in the capital. He is the governor of Jingzhou, and his father is the Ministry of War Shangshu. Many people at court have connections with the Zhao family. If you offend him, your future prospects will be grim, they warned. However, Xiao Jue remained unfazed. He merely chuckled disdainfully and replied, "Even if the Shangshu acts so recklessly, even if he were to be promoted to prime minister, I will still carry out the execution without hesitation." 3 days later, Xiao Jue besieged Zhao Nuo's residence with his troops and executed Zhao Nuo beneath a monument to fallen soldiers. In fact, the Zhao family has some distant connections and history with both the Xiao and Cheng families, Chen Lisu recalled. That Zhao Nuo, theoretically speaking, should have had some kinship with us. At the time, my mother personally wrote to my uncle, asking him to show leniency and spare Zhao Nuo. But my uncle didn't listen, he smiled, with a hint of helplessness and a touch of pride. How could Commander Xiao be so fearless about provoking discord before His Majesty? Qian pondered. Surely the Emperor would have harbored resentment. No wonder you're my eldest brother. You asked the same questions as me. Chen Lisu chuckled. I also think that my uncle's actions were a bit rash. Years later, that youth had become more reserved and composed, ascending to the esteemed position of commander of the Right Army. Chen Lisu asked, Uncle, aren't you worried that the Emperor might grow distant due to these actions? The youth, engrossed in reading, responded with a wry smile. He wouldn't dare. The Emperor wouldn't dare. Not the minister is not afraid. Indeed, even though the powerful ministers at court filled the Emperor's ears with accusations and grievances against him, the Ministry of War Shangshu repeatedly submitted memorials pleading for retribution. These efforts ultimately amounted to nothing. This was because Xiao Jue led the Nanfu with unstoppable momentum, pushing the southern tribes to retreat in defeat. At a crucial time of talent recruitment, a deceased governor, and an exceptionally gifted commander, Emperor Wenshuan wasn't blind. He knew how to make the right choice. However, while Emperor Wenshuan dared not punish Xiao Jue, it didn't mean that rumors and gossip weren't swirling through the streets of Shuajing City. Ministry of War Shangshu Zhao Tong and Xiao Jue were locked in enmity, and though others may not have known about Zhao Tong's covert instigation, many in the city began to view Xiao Jue unfavorably. Those who had once had good relations with the Xiao family also distanced themselves from Xiao Jue. For one, he was cold and ruthless, issuing orders for the execution of his own relatives without mercy. Moreover, he was known for his arrogance, even daring to disregard the emperor. Inevitably, he incurred the enmity of others, and no one knew when he might implicate his friends and family. In contrast, interactions between the Cheng and Xiao families continued, albeit not as frequent. However, the preference had shifted. Compared to Xiao Jue, they favored interactions with Xiao Jue's elder brother, Xiao Jing. My mother warned me not to get too close to my little uncle, Cheng Lisu remarked. She said he disregarded family ties. Qian thought for a moment. Commander Xiao isn't really like that. I know. Cheng Lisu chuckled. I've always known. The two sons of the Xiao family were quite different. The elder, known for his modesty and warmth, was a refreshing presence, making interactions feel like a gentle breeze in spring. He was friendly and kind-hearted, making everyone love him. The second son, though extraordinarily talented in both looks and skill, seemed to purposely counterbalance his brother's amiability with a somewhat unlikable disposition. Moreover, after the incident of Zhao Nua's execution in anger, Xiao Jue's reputation as the jade-faced commander, youthful killer general spread widely. Others were even more hesitant to challenge him. While Zhao Tong's support played a role, Xiao Jue himself left behind plenty of fodder for rumors. For instance, when his parents were buried, he didn't shed a single tear, and he was busy petitioning for military power in the Golden Luang Palace. He left without observing the mourning period, leaving behind only his elder brother to clean up the mess. Every time relatives gathered for festivities or celebrations, Xiao Jue rarely engaged in conversations and only showed his face briefly before departing. Cheng Lisu still remembers. It was a summer day when Aunt Bai Rongwei from the main house hosted a summer banquet for relatives of the Cheng family. The Xiao family's population was sparse nowadays, so it was rare to have such a lively gathering. Cheng Lisu went along as well. At that time, Xiao Jue had already been granted the title of General Fengyun, received rewards, and had just celebrated his 18th birthday. He had returned to Shuajing not long ago. The women were all in the main hall, enjoying tea and snacks, while the men, including Xiao Jing, were discussing current affairs. Cheng Lisu looked around, but he didn't see Xiao Jue anywhere. When he was a child, he was exceptionally mischievous, disliked by both gods and ghosts, and boys of his age didn't like to play with him. Cheng Lisu sought amusement on his own. He ran to the backyard of the Xiao family's house and saw a calico cat at the entrance of the ancestral hall. He chased the cat all the way into the ancestral hall, hidden behind the folding screen. On that summer day, weather could change at the blink of an eye. By evening, dark clouds had gathered in the sky, accompanied by rumbling thunder, and suddenly, heavy rain poured down. Holding the calico cat in his arms, Cheng Lisu wanted to leave, but he suddenly heard footsteps. Someone had entered. Peeking out from behind the screen, Cheng Lisu saw his elusive elder uncle, Xiao Jue, entering the ancestral hall. The young man was dressed in dark blue silk robes with a round collar, and a golden crown adorned his head. His appearance was exquisite and refined, like precious jewels. In his youth, he used to favor white robes, appearing elegant and lively. However, as he grew older, he preferred darker attire, which made him seem even more enigmatic and inscrutable. Xiao Jue walked into the ancestral hall, picked up 3 incense sticks from the side, and lit them. Cheng Lisu stared wide-eyed. Perhaps the rumors circulating outside about Xiao Jue contained everything. Cheng Lisu had heard them all. Xiao Jue never offered incense to his parents. He was originally a ruthless person. However, now it seemed that the rumors were not entirely true. He moved slowly but meticulously. First, he carefully dusted off the dust by the incense burner, cleaning it with a cloth. Then, he lit the incense and placed it inside the burner. Thin blue smoke rose gently from the incense burner and dissipated in the air. He didn't leave or speak, just stood there with his head lowered, lost in thought. The stifling heat and humidity of the summer day were exacerbated by the moisture seeping in from outside. The thunder grew louder, but the young man remained calm, his eyes serene. Outside, the rain battered the eaves, yet within the room, an unusual tranquility prevailed. Cheng Lisu didn't understand what was happening, but he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He dared not make a sound, holding the calico cat and sitting behind the screen, silently accompanying his enigmatic elder uncle for over half an hour. After a long while, the rain stopped, and Xiao Jue left the ancestral hall. From the moment he entered the hall to the moment he left, only 3 incense sticks were burned. He hadn't spoken a word or performed any specific actions, yet those 3 incense sticks made Cheng Lisu sense a different, softer side beneath his uncle's cold exterior. He wasn't the heartless person others described him to be. In the world, many individuals hide their true feelings beneath a distant facade, not that they lack them. It's just that they struggle to express themselves and brush things aside casually. People often said that Cheng Lisu was still like a child, naive and unaware of the world. But children's eyes are often keen at discerning between good and bad. Cheng Lisu didn't find this uncle as heartless as his mother portrayed him to be. He liked this uncle even more than the eldest young master of the Xiao family. My uncle is quite remarkable. Cheng Lisu looked into her eyes seriously and said, if you spend more time with him, you'll come to like him too. Qian chuckled and playfully ruffled his hair. I know. I've known for a long time. Hundreds of miles away in Shuajing, the Chunlai River was also adorned with countless flickering lights. The lights reflected on the water's surface, making it hard to distinguish between the sky and the water. Today, even a fine drizzle was falling, so small paper covers were placed over the water lanterns to prevent them from being extinguished by rain. Inside the Xiao family's ancestral hall, someone was offering incense. Since the passing of Xiao Zhongwu and his wife, the number of servants in the mansion had decreased significantly. With only 2 young masters left and Xiao Jue often absent, the mansion was typically tranquil. However, every now and then, it was hard not to notice the faint sense of desolation. Xiao Jing wore a jade-colored robe, his tall and elegant figure exuding warmth and charm. Standing next to him was Bai Rongwei, and together, they looked like a couple of celestial beings. The fragrance of incense lingered in the air, and outside, the autumn rain fell gently. Xiao Jing removed his cloak and draped it over Bai Rongwei's shoulders, his voice gentle as he said, it's getting cold. Be careful not to catch a chill. I'm not cold. Bai Rongwei smiled at him and then expressed concern. I wonder how the weather is in Liangzhou. Tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao Jing looked at the drizzling rain in the courtyard and said, if Huijin were here at the mansion, it would be better. He won't come to the ancestral hall. Bai Rongwei shook her head. He doesn't go into the ancestral hall. He will come, Xiao Jing answered with certainty. Bai Rongwei looked at him in surprise. But I've never seen him. It's raining today, with thunder, Xiao Jing smiled. He will come. Ruby, I don't understand. Bai Rongwei was puzzled. Huijin was taken into the mountains by our father when he was very young and was taught by sages. Xiao Jing held her hand and said softly, throughout the year, we rarely see him. He has a proud nature, and mother didn't like it when he played with swords and sticks. In fact, the relationship between Huijin and mother has never been good. Madame Xiao was the Empress Dowager's niece, and it was the Empress Dowager who arranged their marriage. Xiao Zhongwu was handsome and valiant, and Madame Xiao was quite fond of him. However, after they were married, conflicts gradually arose between them. Madame Xiao had been raised as a delicate flower and couldn't tolerate the slightest grievance, while Xiao Zhongwu was, after all, a military general. Though he had never taken concubines, he sometimes fell short of being as attentive and considerate as a scion of a noble family. Their disagreements escalated during the years, and when they fought the most, it was likely due to matters involving Xiao Jue. Madame Xiao did not want her 2 sons to pursue a military path. The battlefield was a dangerous place where one could easily lose their life, and she herself disliked the violence and bloodshed. She believed in Buddhism and advocated for kindness. Initially, Xiao Jing had missed the best time for martial training due to health reasons, which was an unavoidable situation. As for Xiao Jue, he had been groomed from a young age by Xiao Zhongwu as the future successor. Madame Xiao didn't want her sons to follow in Xiao Zhongwu's footsteps, but Xiao Zhongwu, who usually accommodated her every wish, for the first time, didn't heed her advice. Having been separated from her son for so long, the bond between mother and son had grown distant, despite their blood ties. Moreover, Xiao Huijin was not as obedient and gentle as Xiao Jing. Occasionally, he would reveal his rebellious side. Faced with this aloof and proud son, Madame Xiao wasn't sure how to relate to him. Madame Xiao extended goodwill to Xiao Huijin, but his response was always lukewarm. Madame Xiao enjoyed discussing poetry and tea, while Xiao Huijin preferred practicing swordsmanship and horsemanship. Although Xiao Huijin was also skilled in poetry, it was Xiao Jing who accompanied Madame Xiao in these pursuits. In private, my mother told me that she's somewhat afraid of Huijin, Xiao Jing said with a somewhat wistful smile. Later on, she stopped trying to engage in conversation with him. Their interactions are always very polite. Huaijin is actually quite pitiable. Xiao Jing's smile turned sorrowful. My father has a stern disposition and has shown no leniency toward Huaijin. I later learned that Huaijin endured much hardship in the mountains. He never complained, and we all thought he was doing well. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have lasted long before running away, he laughed at himself. Bai Rongwei patted his hand comfortingly. Nonsense, you would have done just fine. Xiao Jing recalled the year Xiao Huaijin came down from the mountains. He had asked his younger brother, "How was it in the mountains?" The young man stretched lazily and casually said with a smile, "Not bad." Those words, "not bad," concealed all the hardships he had endured, leaving behind the image of a spirited Xiao's second young master. People say that strict fathers and kind mothers make for an odd pair. My father treated him sternly, and my mother wasn't often by his side. When she finally returned, she was overly polite due to her fear of him. My mother thought he liked sweet treats, so she often made osmanthus candy for him. Every time, Huaijin would eat it all, and even I was fooled. Later, his attendants said that Huaijin never actually ate candy, because that was mother's way of expressing her love for him. He ate it, despite not liking it, and despite no one ever asking him what he truly liked. Bai Rongwei let out a sigh and remained silent. Although I'm his elder brother, it's as if I've never been of any help to him. People always say he's heartless and ungrateful, unlike me, but they don't know that my ability to be the carefree and noble Xiao eldest young master today is all thanks to him bearing many burdens for me. I understand this, and he understands it too. He chuckled bitterly. Now, I deeply regret not having pursued a military career back then. If I hadn't become a civil official, I would be the one carrying the heavy burden of the Xiao family today. Huaijin wouldn't have to be misunderstood by outsiders. We all know Huaijin's dedication, Bai Rongwei softly said. And father and mother will know too. Xiao Jing looked at the tablet in the ancestral hall and said, when Huaijin was young, he wasn't very close to mother. He would often run outside every few days. But he actually cared for mother deep down. My mother was timid and easily startled, and she was most afraid of thunder. Whenever there was thunder, if Huaijin was at home, he would find an excuse to sit with her in her room. Every time mother saw Huaijin and thought about how to interact with him, she would forget about the thunder. When the rain stopped, Huaijin would leave again. At first, I didn't understand. Once there was thunder and rain, both he and I were outside. However, he suddenly claimed that he had important matters to attend to at home. When he returned, he said he wanted to eat osmanthus candy. Mother was busy in the kitchen for him, and I suddenly realized. This rascal Huaijin intentionally came back just because he was afraid mother would be frightened by the thunder, using it as an excuse. Bai Rongwei also chuckled upon hearing this and shook her head. Huaijin is quite something. Unfortunately, mother never knew of Huaijin's feelings for her, even until her passing. If she had known, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way today. Bai Rongwei tightly held his hand. She'll understand in the afterlife. During her lifetime, he was there with her, and even after her death. As long as he's at home, whenever there's thunder and rain, he would come to the ancestral hall and accompany mother. Xiao Jing smiled slightly. It's a secret. I haven't told anyone. I think Huaijin himself doesn't want others to know either. Xiao Jue was too proud. He did these things quietly, like a gentle and continuous spring rain, nurturing silently without demanding any results. But looking back, Xiao Jing felt that he was the one who had been owed the most. That's why you said if he were in Shuajing today, he would come to the ancestral hall to be with mother, Bai Rongwei suddenly realized. That's the kind of person he is, Xiao Jing said with a smile. The smoke from the incense burner floated into the air, gradually dissipating without a trace. Those who had passed away had become a part of the past, and the care and companionship that hadn't been expressed were now forever without the chance for explanation. Ruby, you need to know. Bai Rongwei took Xiao Jing's hand and spoke tenderly. Huaijin does these things to protect the Xiao family. Now that Huaijin is far away in Liangzhou and Su Xiang still sees the Xiao family as a thorn in their side, you need to be vigilant and not let Huaijin's efforts go to waste. Xiao Jing was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Of course, I naturally know. I know you care for Huaijin. Bai Rongwei softened her voice. but I also care for you. Huijin bears a lot, but aren't you as well? Su Xiang openly and secretly suppresses the Xiao family, scrutinizing your every move. In the court, you have to be cautious at every step. How can that be easy? You don't need to worry, Xiao Jing smiled. The hardest times have already passed. Bai Rongwei was momentarily stunned, but soon smiled. You're right. The rain continued to fall incessantly. In the courtyard of Shuajing, the land was soaked, and thousands of miles away in Liangzhou, someone leaned against the window, lost in thought. Dark hair cascaded over his shoulders, smooth and cool as silk, and his expression was distant. Distant music drifted in. The tune of a hometown melody played on a flute. As he listened, a soft smile formed on his lips. The smile held a trace of self-mockery and a touch of loneliness. After a while, he closed the window, shutting out the view of the night outside. The lamplight inside the room flickered slowly, reflecting in his star-like pupils. On the table laid a long wooden tray, scattered with grains of rice, each with a different color. Red pieces of cloth were used to make small flags, which were stuck into the grains. Xinhan, Liang Ping, and the other instructors were all in the room, gathered around the table, watching Xiao Jue's actions. Commander, are these the spots where the flags are to be placed? Are there too many? One asked. Not too many. The young man, graceful as jade, held a chess piece and pointed to the topmost red flag. In 7 days, we will compete for the flags on White Moon Mountain. Chapter 80. 7 days were enough for the wound on Hiyan's leg to heal, although the injuries on her hands hadn't fully recovered yet. As long as she didn't engage in activities like archery or spear practice, it didn't hinder her daily tasks. Within these 7 days of waiting, the day of the flag capture finally arrived. On the night before the contest, Liang Ping came to check on Hiyan's condition. He asked how she was doing, and Hiyan, fearing that he might prevent her from participating in the contest, quickly replied, I'm fine, very good, extremely good. Instructor Liang, would you like to spar with me for a bit? Liang Ping, recalling their previous comparison in mounted archery, couldn't help but cough lightly. No need, as long as you're okay. Tomorrow, follow the group to the mountain. After he left, Hiyan almost couldn't help but shout in excitement. Hongshan laughed. Now you've finally fulfilled your wish. I wonder what the flag capture will be like. Xiaomai looked at Hiyan pleadingly. After you come down from the mountain, will you tell us everything, Brother Ahi? Why are you only asking Brother Ahi? Isn't your brother also going up the mountain? Hongshan retorted. My brother wouldn't tell me, Xiaomai pouted. With tens of thousands of new recruits in the Liangzhou garrison, not everyone could go up the mountain for the flag capture. Moreover, they were selecting people for the vanguard camp, only choosing those who had performed exceptionally well in the training ground. Xiaomai and Hongshan could only be considered average in terms of aptitude and were not part of the selected few. Among the people in their room, only Shi and Hiyan were chosen to go up the mountain. Your hand injury isn't fully healed yet, Hongshan worried for Hiyan. Don't push yourself too hard. If you can't win, just retreat. Understand? Everyone in the Liangzhou garrison knows how capable you are, and they won't care about the outcome of this contest. That would be unfair to Brother Ahi, Xiaomai grumbled. If Brother Ahi weren't injured, he would surely be the first. Don't worry, Hiyan reassured them. Even with my injury, I'm still certain I'll be the first. Hearing this, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Here we go again. Our great challenger, he is going to set up the ring on the mountain. Anyone want to bet dry biscuits? Forget about betting. I still haven't settled my debt from last time. Amidst the noisy banter, Hiyan felt slightly more relaxed. In fact, she hadn't participated in a flag capture in a long time, and her memory of the last contest wasn't that great. She wasn't the most outstanding participant that time, so the outcome of this contest was uncertain. However, more important than the outcome of the contest was her performance during it. Entering the 9-banner battalion wasn't solely determined by the result of this contest. It was likely that all the instructors on White Moon Mountain were watching in secret, assessing the performance of each individual. The one who performed the best might have a chance to enter the 9-banner battalion. In other words, rather than a competition, this was more like a play, with the only audience being second young Master Xiao. She had to give it her all. Every step she took needed to be well executed and thoughtful in order to win Xiao Jue's favor. She should be able to do it. Outside the garrison, Shan bowed to Xiao Jue. Commander, everything is ready. Green Ear, standing nearby, kicked the ground a couple of times, and Xiao Jue stroked its head, saying, "Let's head out." Shan nodded, then suddenly remembered something. "What about young Master Cheng? I've arranged for someone to protect him in secret, no need to worry." He looked towards White Moon Mountain. "It's about time, have them set out immediately." Shan responded, "Understood." Qian arrived at the training ground and didn't see Liang Ping, but she did see Du Mao. Holding a booklet in his hand, Du Mao pointed out He Yan's and Shida's names. The two of them stepped forward and noticed that Jiang Jiao, Huang Xiong, and Wang Ba were also standing nearby. 5 recruits per team for the flag capture. You're in the same group. Du Mao said, "After the incense stick burns out, you'll depart from here on foot, heading towards White Moon Mountain. Don't cross the mountain. There are red flags planted throughout the mountain. Before sunset, you must return to this spot." He paused and added, "In this flag capture, 30 teams of new recruits will be heading up the mountain. The team with the most red flags returned here will win. Weapons are available on the rack. Choose a suitable one quickly. No bows or crossbows are allowed. During the flag capture on White Moon Mountain, do not harm your fellow recruits. Stop once you've scored a point. Avoid causing serious injuries. Consider your camaraderie." Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Jiao picked up a spear, Huang Xiong carried his large golden-backed saber, and though Wang Ba excelled in archery and crossbows, they were prohibited in this contest, so he chose a phoenix-headed axe instead, looking quite dashing. Shirtu picked up an iron-tipped staff, and everyone looked at He Yan, expecting her to pick up the pair of mandarin duck blades. To their surprise, she chose a 9-section whip hanging on the rack. Shirtu hesitated. They all knew He Yan was skilled with blades, bows, and spears, but they didn't know how she would perform with a whip. After all, a whip didn't have the imposing presence of a blade. "You'll see when we get to the mountain," He Yan smiled. "Let's go." Each of them took their selected weapons and headed quickly towards White Moon Mountain. Du Mao called out after them with a hearty laugh, "I'll be waiting here for your good news. Off you go, lads." Birds scattered and flew in all directions as the people entered the forest. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Ma Damei and Liang Ping walked over from a distance, each leading a horse. Ma Damei said to Liang Ping, "It's about time, let's set out as well." 30 groups of people, over 100 new recruits, were like fish in the vast sea of White Moon Mountain, invisible to the eye. Just as they entered the woods, Wang Ba suddenly spoke up. "Wait." They all stopped and looked at him. "What's wrong? What if someone else entered the mountain before us? What if they're lying in ambush in the forest? What if we fall into a trap?" Wang Ba voiced his concerns. "Don't worry," He Yan smiled. "The flag capture has just begun, and everyone is busy trying to capture flags. We don't even have a flag in our hands right now, so there's no use ambushing us. I guess most of the others who went in before us are probably heading towards the south side of the mountain, near the White Stone." "Why the south side of the mountain, near White Stone?" Jiang Jiao asked. "Shirtu, show them the map." He Yan turned to Shirtu. Shirtu took out a rolled-up paper from his pocket and slowly unfolded it, revealing several red dots hastily drawn on it, indicating rough locations. Each group of flag capture participants had a map with the flag positions marked, but only roughly. The maps were crudely drawn, lacking even the symbols for trees and rivers, only showing the 4 cardinal directions. "Look here, there are 20 flags in total." He Yan pointed to the bottom red dot. "The one closest to the base of the mountain should be around the middle section. When the new recruits enter the mountain, they would naturally try to find the nearest flag to secure their victory. The south side of the mountain, near the White Stone, has a small creek and an open area with no trees, making this flag the easiest to locate. So, I assume that most of our fellow competitors who entered before us are probably going after this flag." "How did you know it's the south side of the mountain near White Stone?" Huang Xiong questioned skeptically. "There's only a single dot here. It's just a guess, but don't worry. During our earlier patrol, I memorized the route. So even if there's some deviation, we should be able to find it by searching." "But didn't you get chased by wolves during that patrol?" Wang Ba couldn't help but ask. "And you still remember the way?" "Yeah. I took a look at the route when I was being chased by the wolves, and when I returned, I went over it again. I'm quite familiar with it." Ian smiled at him, squinting. You have to trust your boss. It'll be fine. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba turned away in frustration, refusing to look at Qian. Qian chuckled. Remembering the terrain and the various paths on the battlefield was essential. She had spent time in the vanguard camp before. One of the most crucial aspects was understanding the enemy's situation and the surrounding environment at the start of an operation to make informed decisions. So, why are we still waiting? Let's head straight to the south side of the mountain, near White Stone, and capture the flag. Huang Xiong slung his large blade on his back. Which way do we go? Qian. That's a person who didn't know the way. We're not heading in that direction, Qian said. Why not? Huang Xiong frowned. There must be a lot of people there right now, all trying to grab the same flag. With so many competitors, it's not a good deal for us to join that commotion. Qian shook her head. Let's go in a different direction. She pointed in the opposite direction from before, towards another red dot on the map. This area has dense woods, steep paths, and is easy to get lost in. I've thought about it. Unless someone has a clear memory of the route, it's hard to find this flag. Therefore, it's likely not easy for anyone to take it. Let's go directly and secure this flag first. With only 20 flags in total, I think if we manage to capture more than half, we'll win. So, from the start, let's go after the flags that are hidden and less likely to be noticed to save some effort. After all, in this flag capture, it's not just about physical strength, it's also about here. She pointed to her head. Were these her clever ways of praising herself? The others were a bit speechless. Huang Xiong asked, Do you really remember the way? Absolutely, Qian blinked and said. I never forget a route I've taken. Dressed in a red martial outfit, the young man, although thin and weak, had an unusually sly and agile pair of eyes. The sunlight filtering through the gaps in the trees fell upon him, making him appear radiant. All right, let's go. Wang Ba was the first to speak. Hurry up, or others will grab all the flags. What's the point of arguing like birds, anyway? Shirtu and Qian were a team, so they naturally didn't object. Zhang Jiao was young, and, since he admired Qian's performance with the spear from before, he didn't object either. Everyone agreed, and even the oldest among them, Huang Xiong, didn't say anything. The most important thing was that he was completely clueless about directions. Without someone to lead the way, he could wander around for 3 days and nights. Thus, these 5 people unconsciously followed Qian as their leader. Together, they headed up the mountain. Without horses, the mountain path was rugged. At first, the others were concerned that Qian might not keep up, but they noticed that she moved gracefully and with ease. She didn't appear strained at all. Gradually, they put their minds at ease, realizing that Qian's stamina should be more than sufficient to reach the mountaintop. And just as Qian had said, it was as if she had walked the paths of White Moon Mountain countless times before, with every little trail engraved in her memory. She avoided the main roads where encounters with other groups were likely and opted for the smaller paths. These paths were more challenging to traverse, but were much shorter in distance. Moreover, she skillfully cleared her way through seemingly impassable thickets, unveiling hidden trails. In everything you do, you need to think a few steps ahead, Qian sighed. Does a road always have to be straight? Can it be winding? Do people always have to walk on the ground? Can't they crawl on walls like geckos? Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Use your intelligence. Many things aren't as complicated as they seem. The others? Huang Xiong muttered, I'm 46 this year. Qian continued walking. You're only 16. Implied in his words was the question, what can a 16-year-old kid possibly teach his elders? Elders have experienced more than you can imagine. Qian responded, yet you're still bad with directions. Huang Xiong was at a loss for words. Who was this person? It was as if nothing could penetrate his stubbornness. As they continued their conversation, they climbed over a small hill and saw a small flag hidden among the bushes, standing alone on the ground. We found it. Zhang Jiao's eyes lit up. He took a few steps forward and held the flag in his hand. It's really here. It was actually found, Wang Ba grumbled. He saw the young man leaning against a tree in the distance and said nonchalantly, I told you, I never forget a route I've taken. A monitor hidden in the nearby bushes saw this and took a couple of steps back, whispering to himself, what's going on? Why was it found so quickly? In theory, this flag should have been well hidden and difficult to reach. At this point, Most people should have gone after the flag near the white stone on the south side of the mountain. However, their group had gone straight for this one from the beginning, and they hadn't encountered any obstacles on the way. Did they know where the flag was placed in advance? Never mind, just send a message back quickly. The monitor hastily wrote a few words on a piece of paper and sealed it in a copper tube tied to a pigeon's leg. In a room at the garrison, black and white pieces were scattered across a chessboard as two people played a game. A pigeon landed on a young man's shoulder and cooed twice. He took the copper tube from its leg, extracted the paper, and read it. Shan looked on with curiosity. Xiao Jue handed him the note, and after reading it, Shan exclaimed in astonishment. They found it so quickly? As expected, Xiao Jue smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He said, considering the time, he must have headed straight there from the beginning. On White Moon Mountain, there were 20 flags in total. The nearest one was on the south side, near the White Stone. Although someone had already found it early on, it was still contested, and there was no clear winner yet. Unexpectedly, the first flag to be found was the one held by Qian's group, as no one else had come to claim it. He remembers the way? Shan raised an eyebrow skeptically. Even with their initial patrol, it was unlikely that someone could remember the route so well. Besides, the new recruits weren't aware of the significance of patrolling at the start, so they wouldn't have consciously memorized the route. It was impressive to remember even half of it. Perhaps, maybe, Xiao Jue mused. He simply knew the location of today's flag in advance. Knowing in advance, they would have made sure to memorize it during the patrol, or to go a step further, Qian might have had access to the specific map of White Moon Mountain from the start. Therefore, upon seeing the flag, she would know its exact position. Shan furrowed his brows. If that's the case, he indeed has some suspicions. What should we do next? Continue. Xiao Jue smiled faintly, placing a chess piece on the board with an unhurried manner. It's not over yet. The outcome remains uncertain until the very end. We'll know the result when it's all said and done. No need to rush. After finding this flag, Qian led the other four to continue ascending the mountain. It seemed that her path was even closer to their destination than those of the others. Occasionally, they would unavoidably run into other groups of recruits on the way, but before they could notice, Qian had everyone crouch behind grass or bushes to avoid direct encounters. Wang Ba was somewhat dissatisfied. He had been accustomed to being the leader of the mountain bandits, and he couldn't understand why they were acting so cautiously now. He said, "We're not afraid of them, so why should we hide? I say we don't hide, and instead, we go up and snatch it." "It's still too early," he impatiently explained to him. "The other new recruits we might encounter may not have flags, but we do. If a conflict arises, even if we win, there may not be any spoils of war, but if we lose, we'll also lose the flags in our hands. That wouldn't be a good deal, would it?" Seeing that Wang Ba was still reluctant, she unfolded the map in her hand and showed it to him. "I've checked it out. Like the one we just got, there are a total of 3 flags hidden deep in the forest. We've already obtained one, and there are 2 more to go. If we take this path, we should be able to find them easily, and the last one is near the mountain top. We'll get these 3 first, and once we have them, we'll reach the mountain top," she said. "Once we're at the top, we can discuss what to do next." This somewhat convinced Wang Ba. He said, "You said it, there are still 2 more. If we can't find them." He raised his fist and threatened, "I'll make you regret it." Qian wasn't the least bit afraid and cheerfully moved his fist away. "Little brother, you shouldn't be so disrespectful to the boss." She looked into the distance and said, "Let's go." The sun was getting higher. Even though the deep forest wasn't as hot as the base of the mountain, the rough mountain roads had caused everyone to break a sweat. There were many birds, beasts, insects, and ants on the mountain, and they even encountered a few snakes along the way. Surprisingly, Qian handled these unexpected situations with ease. She seemed more like a mountain bandit leader here than Wang Ba. If it weren't for the fact that everyone knew Qian was a new recruit from Shuajing, they might have mistaken her for a native hunter from White Moon Mountain. She hadn't lied. The path she led them on, though rough, indeed turned out to be smooth sailing, and she effortlessly found the other 2 flags, just like she had said. The last flag was taken by Jiang Jiao. Huang Xiong looked ahead and said somewhat uncertainly, "The mountain top is just up ahead." Qian nodded. "Correct." She looked down the mountain. Taking the shortcut, we haven't encountered any other group faster than us along the way. Considering those aiming for the mountaintop, we should be the first ones here. While other recruits were busy contending for the flags, their group had avoided others and only focused on finding the flags. This not only made things convenient, but also saved them a lot of time. Wang Ba sat down under a tree, unscrewed his water flask, took a big sip, and said, "We've done nothing except kill 2 snakes along the way. It feels like I got 2 axes for nothing. I thought we were here to find something, not steal something." Hiding from others and searching for items like this did feel a bit frustrating. Although Huang Xiong and Zhang Jiao didn't voice their thoughts, their expressions seemed to agree with Wang Ba's sentiment. Shitu chimed in, "As long as we win, the method doesn't matter." Shitu is right, Qian chuckled. "If you want to compete, why not challenge someone in the training grounds? The flag capture isn't about individual skills." She clapped her hands and smiled at everyone. "However, I never said we have to keep hiding here." Qian continued, "Let's get ready." "Get ready for what?" Zhang Jiao asked, confused. With a faint smile, Qian replied, "Robbery." Chapter 81. Robbery. Zhang Jiao stuttered for a moment. What robbery? We arrived here first, and with the advantage of timing and location, isn't it a waste of opportunity not to capitalize on it? She turned to Wang Ba. "Brother Wang, this is your expertise. Do you remember the rules?" Wang Ba was a mix of annoyance and pride as he responded, "Of course, I remember." "Then let's go step on the plate," she told him. "What does step on the plate mean?" Zhang Jiao asked, confused. "I know this one," Huang Xiong chimed in. "It's a term from the secret language of the bandits. It means to gather information beforehand." Wang Ba huffed, glancing at Qian. "You know the secret language too?" "I only know this one phrase," Qian said. "If everyone agrees, I'll arrange the details." All eyes were on her. "The terrain here is higher, and we arrived early. When the other groups arrive, they'll likely be tired and off guard. We only need to lie in ambush, snatch their flags, and secure victory. There are 5 of us. One person should climb a tree to survey the situation while the rest hide nearby. That person will be me." Qian pointed to herself. "I'll be in the tree. When they approach, Brother Wang will be in the front, guiding them into our trap. Zhang Jiao and Shitu, each of you will hold a long weapon, positioned on the left and right. Uncle Huang will be at the back, holding the rear. This way, we can surround them. I'll come down from the tree at that moment, and with my 9-section whip, I'll take the opportunity to snatch their flags." Understanding dawned on their faces. That's why Qian had chosen the 9-section whip. In a chaotic battle, it might be difficult to get close to the flags, but with the whip's reach, they could pull the flags from a distance. "Why do I have to be the bait?" Wang Ba grumbled. "I can lead the formation." "Because you're the strongest," Qian improvised without changing her expression. "If any of us held the flag and lured them over, it would be suspicious. But with you, it's different. You're already renowned among the new recruits. Snatching the flag will be reasonable and expected when you do it." Zhang Jiao fought a smile and managed to suppress it. Shitu and Huang Xiong looked down in silence. Only Wang Ba seemed genuinely convinced by Qian's arrangement, and his initial dissatisfaction faded away. "But is this arrangement really effective?" Zhang Jiao questioned doubtfully. "What if their skills are better than ours?" "Don't worry. We arrived earlier and had more time to rest and gather our strength. Also, with our flanking strategy, we'll be both offensive and defensive, causing them to lose formation. Besides, our goal isn't to fight them, but to capture the flags. As the art of war says, those who wait in a fortified camp will be at ease, while those who rush into battle will tire. Hence, a skilled warrior will subdue others and be unconquerable." Among the 5, only Zhang Jiao and Qian had received an education. While the others were still processing, Zhang Jiao turned to Qian with a complex expression. "You've read military texts?" "Somewhat," Qian replied. Huang Xiong glanced at Zhang Jiao, then at Qian, and sighed. "I remember you once claimed to have read the arm manual, and now you're saying you've read military texts. With your abilities, you'll surely make a name for yourself one day, far from where we are." "I don't dare to assume that," Qian laughed. "Well, if you become rich and famous, don't forget about us," Wang Ba whispered under his breath, then added quickly. "But looking at you, you don't really seem like someone who'll become rich and famous." Qian shrugged. I'll take that as a compliment. Now, let's all find our hiding spots. I'll climb the tree first. Rest and eat something. Brother Jiang, give one of the flags to Brother Wang. When you hear my whistle later, that'll be the signal. I'll use the whistle of a Chinese francolin for communication. When you hear the signal, Brother Wang, take the flag to lure them. No one objected. They scattered in different directions, finding hiding spots of their own. Qian chose a tall camphor tree and deftly climbed up. Her tree climbing skills were impressive, and Wang Ba couldn't help but mutter, like a four-legged snake. Qian reached the top of the tree in one breath, settled in the most lush branches, and enjoyed the cooling breeze on her face. The spot was high enough to give her a clear view of the surroundings. Seeing that no other recruits had arrived yet, she took a small piece of dry biscuit from her pocket and ate it, washing it down with water. After finishing the small piece of biscuit, she leaned against the branches and rested for a few minutes. Soon enough, she heard rustling sounds coming from a path slightly below. Another group of recruits was approaching. Qian immediately sat up straight, remaining hidden among the leaves without making a sound. She softly produced the sound of a Chinese francolin whistle, blowing it 3 times in succession. Her whistle was so identical to the bird's call that if they hadn't arranged it beforehand, Jiang Zhao's group wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Hidden in the shadows, Huang Xiong gave Wang Ba a signal. Wang Ba hung his water flask and held the flag, then stood up and walked out. It was unclear whether Wang Ba was accustomed to this kind of robbery act, but his feigned performance was convincing enough to keep his intentions hidden. He looked around every 2 steps, as if he were a newcomer cautiously exploring the area. As he continued his act, he unexpectedly ran into the group of recruits coming up the mountain. The recruit hadn't even finished speaking when Wang Ba clutched his side and started running back. It was when he covered his side that the red flag around his waist became visible. The recruit hesitated for a moment, then excitement washed over him. He turned to the others and said, "He's alone, and he has the red flag. Brothers, let's snatch it." The group of recruits immediately gave chase, convinced that they had the upper hand. Wang Ba, appearing isolated, didn't seem keen on fighting. He ran while shouting, "Get lost! If you keep following me, I'll chop you into pieces." The pursuers saw the red flag as good as captured and laughed as they pursued him, saying, "If you want to chop someone, chop this brother, surrender the flag without a fight. I'll chop your grandmother. If you keep chasing me, don't blame me for not being polite." Wang Ba warned. "Who's being impolite here?" The pursuers continued to laugh as they gave chase. When they reached a dense thicket, Wang Ba suddenly stopped. "What? Are you out of breath?" The leader of the recruits chuckled, mimicking a bandit leader's style. "This mountain was created by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some payment." Wang Ba had intended to put on a show of force, but the words left him laughing instead. He unsheathed 2 massive axes from his waist, turned around, and shouted, "A wild chicken can't ascend the king of heaven's mountain. If you're after my head, you must be blinded by lard. Using such foolish tactics." His string of bandit jargon left everyone puzzled. Neither side wanted to prolong the encounter, and as the pursuers raised their swords to attack, they aimed directly at the flag hanging from Wang Ba's waist. At that moment, a commotion sounded from behind. 2 young men emerged from the bushes on both sides, one holding a long spear and the other an iron staff. It was Jiang Jiao and Shirtu. Then, with a loud thud, a burly bald man with a golden-backed broadsword leapt forward. The odds had flipped completely. It was originally 5 against 1, with Wang Ba being chased and feeling like he was in a desperate situation. But now, the tables had turned dramatically. With ambushers emerging from all sides, there were only 4 opponents. Yet the situation felt like a multi-directional ambush. The newcomers were taken aback for a moment. Their laughter subsided as they realized they had fallen into a trap. "It's an ambush. They tricked us." During their journey to this point, encounters usually consisted of either all-out brawls or ambushes erupting suddenly. However, this time was like a grand theatrical performance, with a bait leading the way and an elaborate setup. The leader of the recruits said resolutely, "So what if it's a trick? We're evenly matched in numbers. Let's fight them head-on." With a quick turn, the group rushed into the midst of the melee. To be honest, while each of these individuals had their strengths, It wasn't as if they were one in a million talents. After all the new recruits who had come up the mountain today were outstanding talents from the Liangzhou garrison. But what was strange was that Jiang Jiao and the others gained the upper hand as soon as they engaged in combat. Firstly, they had been on the mountain for a long time and had rested and eaten here, replenishing their strength. On the other hand, the other group of recruits had just completed a strenuous hike and hadn't even had time to sit down and drink water before they were thrust into battle, putting them at a disadvantage. Secondly, the way Jiang Jiao and the others had positioned themselves was quite clever. Jiang Jiao and Shirtu were positioned on the left and right sides, which meant that the entire group of recruits was surrounded. Huang Xiong's big blade was imposing, and it paired seamlessly with Wang Ba's giant axe. With 2 long-range and 2 close-range fighters working together, they combined offense and defense so seamlessly that the recruits found it hard to identify any weaknesses in their opponents. Instead, they were frequently pushed onto the back foot. Jiang Jiao used his spear to deflect the opponent's sword and knock their weapons away, prompting one recruit to exclaim, "This isn't working. Let's retreat." "How do you plan to retreat?" The leader of the recruits snapped, annoyed. "Find an opening if you can." Despite his attempts, the leader couldn't find an escape route. Exhaustion started to set in, and it was clear that their side wouldn't hold up much longer. "Wait a minute." One recruit managed to avoid Huang Xiong's broadsword and turned to ask, "Where's the 5th person on their side?" Right, they had been fighting 4 against 5 this whole time. But they were missing a person. They had been so preoccupied with the battle that they hadn't noticed the absence. With this realization, they immediately understood the trick. The leader of the recruits shouted, "It's a ruse. Protect the flag." No sooner had he spoken than Wang Ba's voice boomed. "Qian, are you just watching? Come out already." From the thick foliage of the camphor tree, a youthful voice responded, "Coming." Suddenly, a figure dressed in red appeared in the dense forest. The young man, Qian, moved gracefully like a swallow, his laughter easy and carefree. Despite his elegant demeanor, he seemed like a formidable adversary to the opposing group. The man at the far end barely had time to conceal his belongings when a long, sinuous shadow lunged toward him. Startled, he instinctively let go of his possession. The shadow snaked its way, seizing the belongings, and quickly retreated. Qian retracted her 9-section whip, perched on a tree branch, and smiled playfully as she shook her hand. The bag's covering fell away, revealing that she held a flag in her hand. She chuckled, "Thanks." Then, she turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a parting remark. "We've got what we came for. Let's go." The remaining Jiang Jiao and his group seemed to have received an unspoken signal. Although they had been fiercely battling moments before, they now abruptly disengaged from combat. Stowing away their weapons, they sprinted away. The group of recruits had already been drained from their strenuous climb, and after the intense skirmish, they were too exhausted to catch up. They chased for a few hundred steps before their stamina failed, and they helplessly watched the figures fade into the distance. What kind of bandits are these? Someone collapsed to the ground, cursing angrily through clenched teeth. They're utterly lawless. There's nothing we can do. Thieves don't leave empty-handed. On the other end, Qian instructed Jiang Jiao to put away the red flag, then snapped her fingers and said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Wang Ba asked. "To rob the next target." A pigeon paced back and forth on the windowsill. Someone scattered a handful of grains, and the pigeon landed in their palm, allowing the person to remove a copper tube from its leg. Xiao Jue finished reading the note and handed it to Shan, shaking his head with a smile. The note was straightforward, mentioning only one thing. Qian had set up ambushes all over the mountain and had begun a livelihood of robbing others, successfully snatching the flags of several groups of recruits. Flag capturing was all about competition, but competing in such a covert and unassuming manner was truly unprecedented. Their focus had been solely on the flags from the very beginning. They had no intention of quarreling with other recruits. Their ambushes were all centered around capturing flags. If there was no flag, they wouldn't bother robbing, even allowing others to pass. If there was a flag, they would take advantage of the chaos and seize it before making their escape. In the end, their losses were minimal, and their gains were substantial. "He's quite clever," Shan finally managed to say after a long silence. "Not just clever, but skilled in tactics too. Xiao Jue responded. Tactics. Using the near to conquer the distant. Using ease to conquer difficulty. Using fullness to conquer hunger. Xiao Jue curved his lips into a faint smile and continued. She's turned the recruits of the Liangzhou garrison into fools. Shan fell silent. This young man was truly hard to describe. Suddenly, another thought occurred to him. Come to think of it, all 5 of them accept her leadership without any objections. In the matter of flag capturing, conflicts arose not only against other recruits, but also within each group. Everyone had different habits and tactics, and harmony wasn't always guaranteed. Some squads even fought over leadership, resulting in no gains by the end. Knowing how to cooperate and how to arrange were indicators of a recruit's abilities. From this perspective, Qian already possessed the capability to command and deploy troops. Among these 5 people, apart from Shirtu, the others had all clashed and argued with Qian at some point. Yet, none of them were questioning her now. This was another remarkable aspect of this youth. These few are quite impressive, Shan pondered for a moment. In their battles against other recruits, Jiang Zhao's group has had the upper hand. So far, they have an unblemished record. Commander, do you think these few are qualified to join the vanguard camp? Xiao Jue chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. It's not just their individual abilities that make the difference. It's because of Qian's formations. A team with a well-structured formation can't be compared to a group of scattered soldiers. Commander, are you saying? Shan seemed to grasp something. Spreading out like crane wings, with the main force at the center and rear. Haven't you noticed? Xiao Jue continued. He used 5 people to form a crane wing formation. Perhaps the news was too startling, as Shan remained silent for a moment. If a new recruit was capable of setting up formations, it almost always indicated that something was amiss. Shan hesitated. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. We'll know soon enough whether it's a coincidence or not, Xiao Jue replied. Fei knew. The black-clad guard appeared silently behind him. Young master, send a message to the other military officials on White Moon Mountain. Xiao Jue picked up the teacup on the table and took a shallow sip. Set up formations on the way down the mountain. Commander, Shan was anxious. That will hinder other recruits from descending the mountain. Rest assured, the young man set down his teacup and turned his attention to the black and white pieces in a chess set, his strategy shifting in an instant. He said, someone will break the formation. On White Moon Mountain, near the base of a stone cliff, a few individuals were hidden in the underbrush, counting their spoils. 1, 2, 3, 6. We've captured a total of 6 flags. Jiang Zhao sounded rather pleased. Not even half. Wang Ba dampened his enthusiasm. Don't get ahead of yourself. 6 flags is already quite good, Huang Xiong chimed in. Besides, 3 of them were stolen. Among the 6 flags, 3 had been found by Qian's group while taking a detour, while the other 3 had been taken from recruits who had already gotten flags on the mountaintop. But it's still not enough. Let's go rob a bit more. Wang Ba swung his axe and declared. Winning is having more than half. Qian shook her head. We can't rob any more right now. Shirtu furrowed his brow. Why not? At this point, the other recruits have all made their way up the mountain. Those recruits who had their flags taken will undoubtedly be spreading the news of our flag-snatching escapades. It's likely that our reputation has already become tarnished among them. The recruits with flags will be on high alert around us. Moreover, we've conducted 3 raids in quick succession, and our stamina is already waning compared to before. Who says so? Wang Ba motioned toward his robust arm. I'm full of strength, and I'm not tired at all. I can go rob a few more. Qian remarked. Oh? How about if several teams join forces? Wang Ba hesitated. Qian raised her hands. With 6 flags in our possession, we're practically moving targets. I believe the recruits on the mountaintop have probably thought of banding together to snatch our flags and divide the spoils. One person's fists can't defeat 4 hands, and if 5 of us face 10, 20, 30, or even 100 others, do you think there's still a point in competing? The others were left speechless. Then tell us, what should we do? Wang Ba finally spoke impatiently after a while. In the world, no matter how clever you are, if someone comes up with an idea, there will always be someone else following suit. We've just demonstrated how to take advantage of chaos to seize opportunities. I'm sure the upcoming recruits will try to replicate our success. We don't need to compare ourselves to every single one of them. We only need to outperform the strongest among the remaining recruits. Jiang Jiao's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that while they squabble, we reap the rewards? To let the remaining recruits on the mountain fight amongst themselves, no matter who emerges victorious, they would still be a winner. Their task was to rob the winning team, take their flags, and thus they could potentially secure half of the flags. So then, Huang Xiong looked to He Yan for guidance. Let's head down the mountain. Right now? Jiang Jiao hesitated. We can go down now. It's still early, and we can seize the initiative. By hiding along the path down the mountain, all the recruits, whether they've had their flags taken or not, will have to pass by us. The team that's most skilled in scouting will be our prey. What you're suggesting sounds simple. Wang Ba couldn't help but argue. But our opponents aren't naive. Since they managed to amass so many flags, they must be formidable. We might not necessarily win. You make a valid point, He Yan nodded. So, the confrontation at the foot of the mountain won't be easy. But it's all right. We're sure to win. Why? Wang Ba asked. With a triumphant smile, He Yan replied, because I'm here. Chapter 82. The group headed downhill. This young man seemed to be unfamiliar with humility, confident yet not arrogant, always displaying a composed demeanor. Nevertheless, he possessed the ability to convince others. At least, up to this point, he had proven his words through actions. All 6 flags were securely held by Jiang Jiao, and after walking for some time, they were already far from the mountaintop, nearing the mountainside. He Yan stopped and suggested, let's rest here for a while. Everyone sat down where they were, while He Yan climbed up a tree and looked around. Wang Ba asked, what are you doing? Stepping on the plate, He Yan replied. Even though you're already so skilled at robbing, you still want to step on plates? Wang Ba chuckled. Are you deliberately acting? He Yan observed the surroundings and then climbed down the tree, sitting on a rock. She explained, this should be our last stop. Since we've used a clever strategy, we need to succeed with a single strike. Otherwise, 6 flags might not guarantee us the top position. Are they really going to pass through here? Jiang Jiao turned to look behind them. The dense forest obscured everything, and no figures could be seen. With so many paths on the mountain, and the mountain itself being so vast, what if they choose a different route? White Moon Mountain only has main paths and side paths to choose from. He Yan smiled. People carrying flags will naturally be cautious. If they take the main path, they'll attract attention and risk being robbed by other new recruits. So, they won't likely choose the main path. Among the side paths, this one is the closest route to the guard post, and it's also the easiest one to find. Keep in mind that not everyone can pass through unnoticed. Therefore, they are very likely to take this route. Huang Xiong seemed to enjoy listening to He Yan's explanations and asked, is this what you mentioned, that military strategy? This one is called assessing the situation. He Yan picked up a stick and drew on the ground, explaining. It doesn't mean selecting a position and waiting for the enemy, but rather using simplicity to control complexity, using the unchanging to respond to change, using small changes to respond to large changes, and using stillness to respond to movement, using small movements to respond to large movements. Wang Ba asked, so we won't move at all? Isn't that what you said? Our tactics have already been exposed, and others might not fall for it. You're right, He Yan nodded. However, if the opponent has already seized many flags and gained confidence from consecutive victories, they might not necessarily lose if they encounter us. Therefore, we need to rest and recuperate before descending the mountain. And while we're at it, we'll find a good place to set up an ambush. But I think, in the end, it will come down to the 2 most formidable individuals from each side competing for the flags. But that's only natural. In the final stages of capturing flags, between the most outstanding individuals, there will always be a winner. The others didn't quite follow, but Wang Ba gave He Yan a sideways glance and sarcastically said, how did you become the most outstanding individual? I gave myself that title, He Yan answered earnestly. Wang Ba. Anyway, for now, everyone should rest here and eat and drink. Afterward, we'll follow the ambush plan we discussed earlier. I've scouted this area, and the terrain ahead is treacherous, with a narrow path that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's advantageous for us. Once we've successfully captured a flag, we shouldn't linger in the battle. Follow my lead and leave quickly. We'll use the descent down the mountain as the boundary. Once we've left White Moon Mountain, no one will be able to snatch the flags from us." "Understood." Huang Xiong drank down more than half a jug of water in one go. "I can't wait any longer. Give me the flags," He Yin said. Jiang Jiao handed over the flags, which He Yin stowed away. She then suggested, "I believe that the final appearance of the other new recruits will also include the flag in the hands of their leader. At that time, I will most likely engage in a fierce battle with their leader. You guys just need to keep the others occupied and prevent them from getting close." "Can you really handle it alone?" Wang Ba asked. "There are 6 flags, so why not split up a bit? That way, they won't all be taken from us." "You're underestimating your boss too much." He Yin jumped lightly and landed on a branch, laughing. "At least within the Liangzhou garrison, no one can snatch my belongings." Wang Xiaoan was leading their group as they headed downhill. His clothes were torn to the point where they barely covered his upper body, but luckily, his pants were still intact. The blade in his hand had a nick from a strike, his face bore a punch, and his eyes were surrounded by dark circles. His companions behind him were not faring any better, all of them with bruised and battered faces, their clothing tattered. To anyone unaware, they might have seemed like refugees from outside the city. Wang Xiaohan felt a sense of despair. When the recruits of Liangzhou garrison first engaged in the flag capturing, they were all full of confidence and fervor. Little did they know that once they ascended the mountain, they would realize it was nothing like they had imagined. Searching for hidden flags on the rugged mountain paths, being wary of snakes, insects, and wild beasts, not to mention traps and snares set by hunters. And then there were the struggles against other new recruits. If they encountered those with gentler methods, it might be manageable, but if they faced someone more ruthless, they could end up beaten black and blue. Although the instructor had assured them that no one's life would be at risk before ascending the mountain, the battles were bound to leave their marks. Despite not facing any life-threatening danger, Wang Xiaohan couldn't help but feel aggrieved. It was the first time he had been beaten so badly in his life. Moreover, they had lost all their flags. Wang Xiaohan had already realized that their team was far from being on par with the others. Safety was their main concern now. As for the Vanguard camp, let whoever wanted to enter it go ahead. To hell with the Vanguard camp. To hell with flag capturing. While he was lost in his thoughts, his foot stepped on some dry twigs. Something hit his forehead. It didn't hurt much, but it startled him. He looked up and saw a red-clothed youth sitting on an oak tree in front of him, holding an acorn, aiming it at his forehead. Seeing Wang Xiaohan's gaze, the young man smiled and greeted him. "Hey." The young man had delicate features and a lively expression. It should have been a pleasant sight, but Wang Xiaohan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to his bones. Trembling, he managed to let out a cry of desperation. "It's He Yin, run." Upon hearing this, his companions scattered in a rush, and Wang Xiaohan turned to run as well. However, the moment he moved, something hit his knee, and before he knew it, his legs went numb, rendering him immobile. The same fate befell his companions. He Yin leaped down from the tree, still holding the acorn. She had used the acorn to strike their acupoints. Fortunately, Wang Xiaohan's group was already injured, and the steep downhill path had exhausted them, making it easy for He Yin to subdue them. Approaching Wang Xiaohan, He Yin didn't even have a chance to speak before Wang Xiaohan cried out, "We have no flags left, not a single one." Wang Ba and the others emerged from the shadows at this moment. They searched the group and then shook their heads at He Yin. "None. Since you don't have any flags, why did you start running when you saw me?" He Yin curiously asked. "I was afraid you'd hit me," Wang Xiaohan replied, his voice strained. "Who told you that we hit people?" He Yin found this even more peculiar and looked into his eyes. "Brothers, you guys seem to be quite injured. Has flag capturing on the mountain been this intense?" They had avoided particularly intense confrontations from start to finish. It wasn't clear what had happened. Seeing the sorry state of Wang Xiaohan's group, they were relieved that they hadn't engaged in direct combat with the other new recruits. No one wanted to end up with black eyes and bruises all over. We heard that you've been snatching many flags." Wang Xiaohan hesitated before continuing. "And that your methods are sinister and you're cruel." Wang Ba grew annoyed. Who the hell is spreading these nonsensical rumors? Can we be this fierce? Who's tarnishing our reputation? Wang Xiaohan didn't dare to repeat the more exaggerated rumors they'd heard from others, which painted He Yin and his group as a gang of ruthless villains. Did you just come down from the mountain? He Yin asked. Wang Xiaohan nodded. And you have no flags left, but you still decided to descend? Wang Xiaohan grumbled. We couldn't snatch any anyway. It's better to go back, take a bath, and rest. Let me ask you this, He Yin smiled mischievously. Apart from us, who currently holds the most flags on the mountain? It's Lei Ho. Lei Ho. Huang Xiong furrowed his brow. Have you heard of this name? Jiang Jiao shook his head. No. Both Shitu and Wang Ba also said they hadn't heard of him. Among the tens of thousands of new recruits in the Liangzhou Guard, outstanding individuals are usually well known. Since this Lei Ho had managed to capture the flags of many, he must have been highly skilled. However, before this incident, none of them had ever heard his name. Is he really formidable? He Yin asked Wang Xiaohan. Very formidable. He has more than a dozen flags in his possession. I believe he has all the flags except the ones you have, Wang Xiaohan replied. More than a dozen flags? He Yin raised an eyebrow. It seemed Lei Ho's success wasn't merely luck. She inquired, how does he capture flags? Does he set traps? No, he doesn't, Wang Xiaohan answered. He directly fights anyone he sees with a flag. He defeats his opponents in battle and takes their flags. His companions are similar to us, but this person is incredibly skilled. He alone can take on several opponents. He Yin was taken aback. It appeared that Lei Ho was truly exceptional. She asked, were you injured by him? Wang Xiaohan nodded with a sense of humiliation. He Yin clicked her tongue and shook her head. Wang Xiaohan asked, what's going on? He hit you. Why didn't you hit him back? He Yin responded. I can't beat him. Wang Xiaohan retorted. If I had your skills, I would have fought him already. That's not the point. If your skills aren't up to par, use your brain instead. He Yin patted his shoulder and released their acupoints. You've provided us with so much information. Don't worry, I'll take revenge for you. Brothers, she turned to Jiang Jiao and the others. Stop standing around. Let's get to work. Are you really going to fight him? Wang Xiaohan cautiously asked. Having spoken to He Yin for a while, he found that he wasn't as brutal as the legends made him out to be. Feeling somewhat reassured, he kindly advised, since you already have flags, it's better to descend the mountain. Lei Ho is truly formidable. If you can't beat him, you might lose all your flags. Going down now, you might still secure second place. Second place? He Yin shook her head. If you come in second, you might not make it to the vanguard camp. Don't worry, He Yin assured. I don't care about that monkey. Once we're on my turf, they'll have to behave like worms. Her laughter was wild, and for a moment, Wang Xiaohan was at a loss for words. After a brief exchange with He Yin, Wang Xiaohan and his group decided to descend the mountain on their own. Perhaps fearing that He Yin and Lei Ho's clash might draw them into the fight, they quickly disappeared from sight. Jiang Jiao turned to He Yin, saying, according to him, Lei Ho is quite skilled. Don't worry, He Yin responded. I'm even better. Her confidence left everyone uncertain of what to say. He Yin estimated that Lei Ho and his group would likely come down the mountain soon, so she urged everyone to hide quickly to avoid wasting time. After they had hidden themselves, it was only the span of a tea time before footsteps approached. The group consisted of 5 people, with the 4 others trailing behind, and 1 person in the lead. The leader, presumably Lei Ho, appeared to be in his early 20s, a young man of tall and lean stature, handsome features, and intense eyes. As he reached the edge of the dense forest, he suddenly stopped, raising a hand to halt his companions, and spoke. Wait. Big Brother Lei? One of his companions asked. Something's amiss in the forest ahead. I sense an air of danger. There might be an ambush. An ambush? The companion found this intriguing. Who would dare to ambush us? With Lei Ho leading the way, they had managed to seize all the flags from the new recruits on the mountain. Other people would steer clear of them, let alone trying to ambush them. When they were descending the mountain, they were exceptionally conspicuous, almost brazenly so, as no one could possibly defeat Lei Ho. We only have 14 flags in our hands, Lei Ho said. The remaining 6 are still unaccounted for. Aren't the remaining ones with He Yin? That's right. Lei Ho looked ahead at the dense forest. So, most likely, those who set up an ambush here are He Yin. The others exchanged glances, and after a pause, someone asked, what should we do then? He Yin was a well-known figure in Liangzhou garrison. Although Lei Ho was also formidable, It was hard to predict the outcome if the two fought each other. Excellent timing. Leiho suddenly chuckled. He's right here, which means we can take all his flags right under his nose, leaving him without a single one. His confidence was palpable and inspiring, prompting the companions to express their agreement. Leiho continued, "You guys deal with the others. Leave Qian to me." Unbeknownst to him, Qian had similar intentions. Leiho advanced a few steps, but the path was narrow, surrounded by thick undergrowth on both sides. He didn't proceed any further. Instead, he shouted ahead, "I'm Leiho. Come out, Qian. I know you're here." A light laughter suddenly emanated from a tree. Leiho looked up, and there, half of a young man's body was leaning against a branch, supporting his head with one hand, as if taking a nap. His gaze held regret as he spoke. "Brother, your perception is truly remarkable. I couldn't hide from you." "You hid quite well," Leiho replied with a smile. "It's just that your companions had too much murderous intent." Helplessly, Qian thought, what else could she expect? They consisted of a mountain bandit, a Greenwood hero, a martial arts school heir, and a local hunter from Shuajing. They had all weathered life's trials and tribulations. How could they possibly remain as calm as monks in a temple? "Tell your people to come out," Leiho said. "Let's have a fair flag capturing contest." He emphasized the words fair contest. Perhaps having heard about Qian and their grand achievements on the mountain, which involved diving into chaotic waters, Leiho wanted to stress the importance of not using deceitful tactics. "They enjoy playing hide and seek," Qian said with a laugh. "Let your people find us on their own." Leiho's smile turned cold. He stared at Qian for a moment, and suddenly, a cold light shot toward Qian. She sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the cold light as it grazed past her. To her surprise, the cold light returned to Leiho's hand, revealing itself to be a long sword. This person was proficient with a sword. "You're quite eager," Qian remarked with a faint smile. She drew the 9-section whip from her waist, the sections clinking together to create a crisp sound. The young man leaped down from the branch. "All right then, I'll fight you." She charged toward Leiho. Leiho met her charge head-on, and his companions behind him also moved to help. But as they began to move, several figures emerged from all directions, one from the grass, one from behind rocks, one from beside trees, and one even emerged from a fox den. These were likely Qian's companions. Their sudden appearance caught Leiho's group off guard, and they ended up taking a few hits. They had been unstoppable since they started ascending the mountain, and this was the first time they had been beaten. The shock was greater than the anger they felt. Wielding his axe, Wang Ba charged into the crowd. "I've been itching for a good fight. Come on, let's have a brawl." Qian chuckled. "Take it easy, Brother Wang. If it's over too quickly, we won't have anything left to fight. You still have the leisure to make jokes?" Leiho found it perplexing. Perhaps he was frustrated by Qian's lack of focus during their battle. He attacked with full force, aiming his sword directly at Qian's chest. Qian furrowed her brows slightly as she watched Leiho, her expression gradually turning colder. The purpose of the new recruits ascending the mountain was to capture flags, not to engage in combat. Instructors had repeatedly emphasized that they should avoid causing harm. However, in the brief exchange with Leiho just now, Qian had realized that this man had no such reservations. No wonder Wang Xiaoan had suffered such a brutal beating, enough to leave him disheartened. Those who had faced Leiho on the mountain were probably not faring any better. If it were someone else in Qian's place just now, they might have already been injured. He was showing no mercy at all. Seeing the change in Qian's expression, a trace of contempt flashed in Leiho's eyes. He said, "If you surrender now, I'll stop." "Why would I?" the young man replied with a playful smile. "I still want the flags you're holding." Leiho's expression shifted. Indeed, all the flags were in his possession. First, because he had originally seized these flags himself, and his companions had no objections to him holding them. Second, because no one dared to challenge him for them while they were in his possession. He hadn't expected Qian to see through his strategy so easily. He let out a cold laugh, and in a swift motion, he aimed his sword at Qian, attempting to cut open her front clothes and take her flags. Qian raised her hand, and with a crack, the whip's tail slapped the blade of Leiho's sword away. Qian took a step back. She glanced down at her clothes. Luckily, they weren't cut open. A sense of displeasure crossed her mind. If this had happened in Shuajing, Leiho's action would have been enough to land him in the hands of the authorities. Molesting a respectable young lady on the street was the work of a rogue. Brother Lei, your behavior is truly impolite, she raised an eyebrow. I'm a bit upset.